Mr. Kaisenxis, you are suspected of violating the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Please come with us. Kaisen heard the cold, detached voice just as he was about to lay down the last piece of dark oak paneling. He looked up, first glancing at the security door, then turning his attention to the peculiar visitor standing before him, dressed oddly and armed with a wooden stick. Did you climb in through the window? That's not very safe. You could have just knocked, Kaisen said casually while removing a rather decent mechanical watch from his wrist. If you're here to rob me, that's fine. I suppose this watch could fetch you £1,000 or £2. But I can't give you my phone or wallet. I'm too far from home. You know, being a contractor, my commute is as much of a hassle as yours must be for robbing people. Enough, the man interrupted sharply. I'll say it again, you are suspected of breaking the statute of secrecy. I'm an employee of the Ministry of Magic's Improper Use of Magic Office. You can call me Lester. Now, please come with me. As he spoke, Lester drew his wand and pointed it directly at Kaisen. Do you need me to call someone for you? A family member? Or maybe a psychiatric hospital? Kaisen asked, still looking confused. Lester stepped closer. Sir, there's no need to play dumb. We both know what's happening here. Trust me, you don't want a hit wizard or an auror coming after you. Sorry, I'm still not following. What's an auror? What's a hit wizard? And what's this Ministry of Magic you're talking about? Kaisen replied, exasperated. Good grief, do I look like someone easy to fool? Stupefy. A flash of red light shot toward him, but Kaisen instantly summoned a 2-meter-tall stone pillar to shield himself. Lester finally smirked. Still claiming you don't know magic? Looks like you've given yourself away. Suddenly, a shrunken iron anvil dropped from the ceiling, knocking Lester unconscious. I'm really sorry. Let's just hope you forget everything that just happened, Kaisen said as the obsidian block floating in his hand transformed into a 30-centimeter-long wooden stick. No, that's not strong enough, he muttered, swapping it out for a block of raw wood. Then he splashed a glob of deep blue liquid onto Lester's face. When the man mumbled, Kaisenxis, under his breath, Kaisen sighed and tried dropping a block of raw stone on him instead. All of this stemmed from Kaisen's peculiar backstory. One day, while playing Minecraft and listening to a commentary on the first Harry Potter movie, his computer short-circuited, and he found himself transported to this alternate version of England. A mysterious system granted him the ability to level up by eliciting positive emotions from others, allowing him to summon objects like wooden sticks or fire blocks at will. This power had enabled him to open a custom home renovation workshop. If the ministry employee had mentioned specific terms like wand or Hogwarts, Kaisen might have pieced things together sooner. At this moment, he casually arranged a set of chairs and a table using raw wood blocks and stair blocks. Sitting across from him was an older man with a long white beard, Dumbledore, the same enigmatic figure from the opening of the Harry Potter film who had used a lighter to collect lights. Dumbledore observed the stair blocks with interest. Is this alchemy? It's not transfiguration, but I must say, I'm impressed by your unique method of spellcasting. Kaisen considered dropping an anvil over Dumbledore's head, as he had done with Lester, but the elderly wizard remarked, I'm not as sturdy as Lester. An anvil might truly end me. Kaisen nodded and switched to a wooden plank instead. Sorry, I thought you hadn't noticed, Kaisen said awkwardly, retracting the plank. Dumbledore continued to study him. I've never seen such a spellcasting method before. These blocks resonate with your magic. It's remarkable. You seem to be a natural-born alchemist, capable of freely transforming and creating. If Nicholas Flamel were aware of your existence, he might be so thrilled that he'd meet death a bit earlier just to share the news. Under Dumbledore's kind demeanor, Kaisen began to confess. Well, I was actually in Sweden before this. I only recently came to England, so I'm not familiar with the rules here. Alright, I'm not great at lying. This ability appeared out of nowhere when I woke up one day. I've just been using it to run a renovation workshop, like so. With a wave of his hand, the walls were covered in a thick layer of wooden panels. System notification. Dumbledore's satisfaction 10. Kaisen froze. Typically, client satisfaction was tied to his renovations, but why would Dumbledore feel satisfied with him? Sensing his unease, Dumbledore quickly clarified, don't misunderstand, I was merely appreciating your honesty. Dumbledore, you can't just sit there chatting with a wizard who attacked a ministry employee. I'll appeal. I'll take this to the Wiesengamat. Lester, still half buried under a heap of sand that had fallen from above, managed to lift his eyelids and croak out his protest before being buried even deeper by another cascade of sand. The quick quotes found no record of Mr. Heath having any formal wizarding education. Dumbledore, with a lollipop from a muggle shop in his mouth, explained to Fudge. His magical abilities were discovered during an accidental outburst of magic. He later apprenticed under an experienced wizard. Besides, he only uses magic for renovation work, which speaks volumes about his good nature. There's no need for him to be sent to Azkaban. Then why did he refuse the ministry's investigation? And why did he have the audacity to attack ministry employees? Fudge demanded angrily. At that moment, Kaisen, seated on a sofa in the corner of the office, casually conjured a small flower, snapping his fingers to make it tangible, and handed it to Lester beside him. Startled, Lester took the flower instinctively, his cheeks flushing as he murmured a shy, "Thank you." Dumbledore turned his head, catching the scene, and shrugged lightly. "See? They're getting along so well, aren't they?" Fudge rolled his eyes and gestured toward Lester in the corner. "Then let's leave it to our victim to decide whether or not to forgive him." Kaisen gulped nervously, his hands now conjuring so many little flowers that they were nearly overflowing around him. Lester, on the other hand, appeared hesitant, his gaze shifting between Fudge's stern expression and Dumbledore's calm smile. Recalling the workplace guidebook he'd received for Christmas, 100 Tricks for Office Politics, he quickly picked up on the subtle hint that his superiors wanted an easy resolution. "I have no objections," Lester declared decisively. Fudge's face immediately turned crimson. In the corner, Kaisen pounded his chest in excitement, looking at Lester with shining eyes, silently conveying his heartfelt gratitude. "Well, it seems Lester has made his choice. Time for us to leave, Kaisen," Dumbledore said as he rose gracefully to his feet. "Fine, you win again," Fudge muttered weakly, slumping back in his chair. "Where are you taking him?" "The Alchemy Professor at Hogwarts has just resigned," Dumbledore replied smoothly. "I can't think of a better candidate than a natural-born alchemist to teach young witches and wizards." Kaisen froze mid-step at the news, his cheerful demeanor vanishing as he stared blankly at Dumbledore, silently questioning whether he was even remotely qualified. Dumbledore simply nodded kindly, his gaze reassuring. As soon as they exited the office, Fudge's furious shouting erupted behind them. Without hesitation, Kaisen summoned a block of obsidian, sealing the office door completely. Dumbledore, amused, pressed his ear to the obsidian, listening intently until a sharp thud resounded from within. Satisfied, he nodded. "All right, our future alchemy professor, this way," Dumbledore said, placing a reassuring hand on Kaisen's shoulder. With a thunderous crack and a dizzying whirl of motion, the two disappeared from the corridor. "This is Hogwarts, the place where you'll be living and working from now on." Dumbledore gently supported the dazed Kaisen as they walked slowly toward the majestic castle. The summer breeze brushed past them, carrying a refreshing coolness. The cheerful laughter of students echoed throughout the castle, inside and out. For these young witches and wizards, enduring the last few days of school meant the arrival of a 2-month-long summer break. With their return not due until September 1st, Kaisen, silent and wide-eyed, followed Dumbledore, unable to tear his gaze away from the imposing Hogwarts castle. As they walked, Dumbledore encountered Professor McGonagall. The scene resembled a parent walking their child home from school, only to bump into a familiar face and start chatting. Meanwhile, Kaisen's attention was drawn to the moving staircases nearby, their peculiar motion igniting a curiosity that made him eager to experiment. Suddenly, a scream interrupted the professor's conversation. They turned quickly to see that the staircase had just shifted direction, leaving Kaisen navigating the air. With remarkable agility, he leapt and conjured blocks beneath his feet to serve as stepping stones. Finally, he climbed back to safety. As Kaisen swiftly dismantled the temporary blocks he had created, Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and introduced him, saying, "This is our new alchemy professor for Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall gave Kaisen a scrutinizing look before commenting, "With skills like that, he seems more suited to be a transfiguration professor. But of course, the interview process must still be followed." "Interview?" Kaisen suddenly turned his head. "Wait, sir, I forgot to mention something. I don't know anything about alchemy." Dumbledore smiled and explained, "That's only what you think. Turning magic into tangible form is the essence of alchemy. It's like building a house. Most people start from the foundation, but you already have the finished structure. You just need to study its design." "So, what exactly am I supposed to teach the students? Interior decoration?" Kaisen asked, clearly puzzled. Dumbledore pulled out a fiery red feather. "Try encasing this with a plant." Kaisen took the feather and instantly summoned rose vines to wrap around it. The vines tightened and solidified, transforming into a 13-inch wand. As he gave it a wave, pixel-like sparks flickered in the air before vanishing. "Is that it?" Kaisen asked incredulously. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, walking ahead with a mischievous smile playing on his lips. After all, hiring a proper alchemy professor would cost at least 3,000 galleons, a year more than Snape earned. But this newly discovered alchemy prodigy, a novice in the magical world, would clearly selflessly contribute to Hogwarts. Delightful. Kaisen walked behind, unable to stop the twitching at the corner of his mouth. All of this was accompanied by the system notifications, satisfaction from Dumbledore 10, and favorability from Dumbledore 10, flashing in succession. Before long, they arrived at an empty classroom. At the center sat Dumbledore, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, whom Kaisen had briefly met once before, and the greasy-haired Professor Snape. Additionally, There were two unfamiliar faces, a short-statured professor and a kindly smiling woman. Snape cast a lazy glance at Kaysen and spoke coldly, with such fanfare, I thought you'd brought Ollivander himself. Overwhelmed by the intimidating atmosphere, Kaysen swallowed nervously and took a seat across the room. In front of him was a form and a quill. He began to fill it out. Name, Kaysen Heath. Gender, male. Age, 25. Education, civil engineering, University of Manchester. When he reached the final section, specialization in magic, he followed Dumbledore's suggestion and wrote down alchemy, transfiguration, spell studies, though an inexplicable sense of shame welled up within him. After submitting the form, Kaysen leaned back in his chair and gazed up at the classroom ceiling. As a professional in his field, he couldn't help but critique it in his mind. The pairing of the ceiling and walls was far from harmonious. If they were replaced with spruce wood panels, it would maintain the elegance and dignity while achieving a more balanced overall tone. Mr. Heath? Snape's voice broke his train of thought. Huh, what is it? Kaysen snapped back to reality. Would you mind demonstrating your alchemy? Snape asked, his gaze fixed on the form. How about the basics of material transformation? After all, apart from a certain revolving door position, I'd prefer not to have a colleague who's either incompetent or a fraud. Kaysen nodded in agreement, though he knew full well that he was precisely the kind of fraud Snape described. If not for Dumbledore's summons, he wouldn't have set foot in this classroom. While he was intrigued by the prospect of a teaching position, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. His expertise lay in dimension-reducing, renovation-style problem-solving, not alchemy. Under the watchful eyes of the four professors, a block of iron suddenly appeared in Kaysen's hand out of thin air. With a series of clang, clang, clang sounds, he transformed it into a shaped iron frame. That's not transfiguration, Professor McGonagall immediately pointed out. Next, Kaysen conjured a cube-shaped pumpkin, placing it steadily atop the iron frame as a makeshift head, before transforming it into a pair of scissors. Though the demonstration seemed simple, it caused Snape to nod subtly. Throughout the process, there had been no unnecessary magical fluctuations. This was genuine materialization from nothing, using magic to manifest 4 cubic meters of iron and successfully reshape it into various forms. Using magic alone, without relying on material equivalent exchange, was a level of alchemy far beyond anything he had ever encountered. What happened next nearly made his eyes pop out of his head. A newly arrived alchemist cut a jack-o'-lantern face into a pumpkin with scissors, and then the shaped iron block and the pumpkin began to melt and reshape. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a towering, 3-meter iron Nida golem. Dumbledore observed the entire scene with great interest, nudging Professor McGonagall with his elbow. What do you think? Professor McGonagall's expression grew increasingly grave. You know I'm no expert, but I could sense the presence of life. Using alchemy to create life. Dumbledore, where on earth did you find someone like this? I don't recall Hogwarts ever having a student of such caliber. Snape joined in with a rare comment of agreement. Dumbledore, however, responded nonchalantly, blamed the Book of Admittance and the Quill of Acceptance. The others present didn't dwell on the implications of Dumbledore's words. Instead, they simply signed off at the bottom of the form, indicating their approval of the new colleague's appointment. When Dumbledore produced a prepared contract, Snape happened to catch a glimpse of the monthly salary: 130 galleons. For an ordinary professor, it was a mid-range figure, but for an alchemist with such advanced skills, it was practically an insult. However, Snape said nothing. A practitioner of this level could easily create wealth by transmuting gold themselves. Where do I sign? Kaysen asked. Dumbledore cheerfully stepped behind him and pointed to a corner of the parchment. Kaysen shrugged. A professor's job. Sounds decent enough. He picked up the quill and signed his name in the designated spot. What followed was a series of greetings and introductions. The diminutive Professor Flitwick shook hands enthusiastically. Welcome to Hogwarts. You're going to love it here. I'm Phileas Flitwick. Feel free to call me whatever you like. Professor Sprout also introduced herself warmly. Meanwhile, Dumbledore tucked the magical contract away as if it were a prized treasure, causing Kaysen to wonder for a moment if he had just been outmaneuvered. Then, the black-robed Snape approached. Severus Snape. I enjoy engaging with talented individuals. My office is on the first level of the dungeons. Well, remember that, Kaysen replied. When the room was left with only 3 people and the iron golem, Professor McGonagall finally stepped forward to shake Kaysen's hand. I'd be happy to give you a tour of Hogwarts. This isn't just your workplace. I hope it becomes your second home. Perhaps even my first, Kaysen replied politely. That would be even better. During the day, Kaysen dismantled the iron golem under Professor McGonagall's watchful, almost regretful gaze. He selected a spacious, sunlit office on the 3rd floor and, with her guidance, familiarized himself with the entirety of Hogwarts and its staff. It wasn't until nightfall that he finally returned to his new office. The job seemed promising, and his colleagues appeared to appreciate him. While some maintained a cold exterior, their rising levels of satisfaction and trust were undeniable. These positive attitudes caused his MC block to upgrade once more, and a new block materialized in his hand. Suddenly, an aura of death and decay filled the office. Kaysen stared intently at the withered skull floating before him, deep in thought. What could this volatile, potentially explosive block signify? The medical wing. It had been exactly a month since Kaysen's rather extreme, self-destructive experiment in his office detonating a wither skull at his own feet. The tricky part of this incident wasn't the explosion itself. If it had been an ordinary injury, Madame Pomfrey could have healed it in an instant. The real problem lay in the withering effect that had invaded his body. This condition, akin to the backlash of dark magic, left him enduring relentless, life-draining pain. Without milk blocks, he had no choice but to endure, as ordinary milk proved completely ineffective against the symptoms. However, the month of bed rest wasn't without its silver linings. Kaysen took the opportunity to refine his spellcasting technique, making it more aligned with the traditional wizarding style. He had also grown adept at using the wand he had crafted himself, a combination of rosewood vine and phoenix tail feather. Though he didn't use it often, every time he did, it felt effortless and natural. Professor Heath, after my morning diagnosis, I can confirm that you're ready to be discharged, Madame Pomfrey announced, knocking on the doorframe and peeking her head through the curtain. Thank you. Magic bless you, madam, Kaysen replied, seemingly regaining all his vigor in an instant. He quickly dressed and snapped his fingers, conjuring a delicate pixelated carnation out of thin air. Madame Pomfrey's favorability 10. I'll have you know, even with this flower, I'm not forgiving you, Madame Pomfrey said sternly as she accepted the flower. Because of your reckless magical experiments, my 2-month vacation was cut down to just 1 month. Yes, I'm terribly sorry. If I weren't worried you'd find it too tacky, I'd have given you a cubic meter of gold instead. For now, I can only hope this single carnation conveys my admiration for you, nothing more. Once Kaysen left, Madame Pomfrey's hand trembled slightly as she held the carnation. A sentence stuck in her throat. I am that kind of tacky person. Give me back my cubic meter of gold. But in the end, she didn't say it aloud. Just like every other school, the professors at Hogwarts were required to return before the students did, either to prepare lesson plans or to check on school affairs. As Kaysen was about to leave the medical wing, Professor McGonagall's voice called from behind. Kaysen. He quickened his pace. Kaysen. Professor Kaysen. Hearing the tone of her voice nearing a roar, Kaysen wisely stopped in his tracks. He turned around with a brilliant smile. Professor McGonagall, what is it? Arms crossed and face stern as if she were reprimanding a student, Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze on him. I recall asking you for a lesson plan for this term, covering 3rd through 6th years as well as the advanced classes. Professor McGonagall was unmoved by Kaysen's clumsy excuse. You can just dictate it. I only need to know the general direction, she said, locking eyes with him. Don't tell me you've been lying in bed for a month and haven't prepared anything? What about the students' textbooks? The old ones will do, Kaysen replied, silently adding to himself. Not that it makes a difference to me, can't understand them anyway. Under Professor McGonagall's insistence, Kaysen had no choice but to assist her in relocating a corridor guard statue from the castle. Over the past month, he had learned some basic magic, enough to mimic the effects of a levitation charm by manipulating small blocks. Once they placed the statue by the Black Lake, Professor McGonagall tapped its forehead with her wand and softly chanted an incantation. Moments later, the statue seemed to come alive, standing alert on the spot. Now, create your Iron Knight. Professor McGonagall finally revealed her true intentions. As a professor at Hogwarts, it's our duty to upgrade the school's defense system. All right, Kaysen shrugged, casually waving his wand. Blocks quickly formed its shape, with a pumpkin skull placed on top, and an iron golem took shape. He added 2 iron blocks and 1 wooden block, forming a massive iron greatsword, which the golem firmly grasped. Let them duel, Professor McGonagall suggested. The battle was over in an instant. The statue's attack merely made a metallic clang against the iron golem, while the golem needed only 1 swing of its sword to shatter the statue into pieces. A system notification appeared. Satisfaction from Professor McGonagall 10. Trust from Professor McGonagall 10. Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately dragged Kaysen toward the headmaster's office, clearly eager to convince Dumbledore to upgrade the school's defenses. She was already envisioning herself commanding an army of iron soldiers with a flourish of her wand. Wait. Kaysen quickly pointed his wand at the iron golem, disassembling it back into blocks. Kaysen, that's such a waste, Professor McGonagall said, hands on her hips, exasperated. That thing already got hit once. I'm a perfectionist. Oh, a perfectionist who doesn't write lesson plans. I'm also a libertarian. When they arrived at the headmaster's office, Dumbledore appeared to have been waiting for them. 3 freshly brewed cups of tea set on the desk. When did he get so healthy? Normally, His drinks have to come with insulin, Professor McGonagall remarked. What? I was just using hyperbole. Oh. Professor McGonagall gracefully sat down and took a sip of her tea. A moment later, Dumbledore, fashionably late to the conversation, said, Minerva, Fudge just took a sip from your cup of tea. What? Kaysen looked at Professor McGonagall with a cheerful smile, only to be met with a sharp glare. The professor's natural authority radiated from her, instantly making him drop his grin and sit up straight in his chair. Dumbledore, unhurried as always, replaced the used cups with 2 fresh ones and poured fragrant cappuccinos for both of them. All right, what brings you here? He asked. We have an idea about upgrading Hogwarts' defense system, Professor McGonagall began, explaining in detail the incident where the iron golem had defeated the stone statue. Dumbledore took a small sip of his coffee and nodded. Of course, I have no objections. But it depends. Kaisenxis, you have the magical strength to pull this off? Kaysen, leisurely savoring his cappuccino, caught the skepticism in Dumbledore's tone. Internally, he smirked, thinking, isn't this my first business deal at Hogwarts? Leave it to me. That afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Kaysen stood outside Hogwarts Castle, having just completed the construction of an iron golem and equipped it with a heavy sword. Hagrid followed closely behind, carrying a bucket of clear anti-rust varnish. Although iron golems wouldn't rust, proper respect was still due. Kaysen, are you all right? Hagrid asked, noticing Kaysen's movements growing more sluggish. Me? Oh. Kaysen looked up at the twilight sky. I feel like the sun is green, and there's this indescribable emptiness. He struggled to articulate the feeling of his magical energy being completely drained. Blimey, you really need to rest, Hagrid exclaimed, setting down the varnish bucket and helping Kaysen onto the weapon stand to sit. You've made enough golems for today. I don't want you collapsing before classes even start. Hagrid plopped down on the ground beside him, but their attention was soon drawn to a figure in black robes approaching. It was Professor Snape. His gaze swept over the row of iron golems lined up from the gate to where they sat. Without a word, he pulled a small vial of vibrant blue potion from his pocket. Magical energy potion, Snape stated curtly. Oh, an experience bottle, Kaysen exclaimed, downing it in one gulp. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated. To show his gratitude, he placed a square cauldron on the ground. I'm no expert in potions like you, but how's this cauldron? He asked. Snape inspected it carefully. Sturdy craftsmanship, but ordinary flames likely won't heat it effectively. I appreciate the gesture. How about this then? Kaysen produced a self-made alchemy station, its centerpiece a glowing, never-extinguishing heat source, complete with 3 potion bottle clamps. Snape's expression tightened ever so slightly. Professor Hiss, you are unconventional. Don't waste your time on potions. Got it? Noted, Kaysen replied, waving a tired hand as he leaned back. Snape returned to his office, taking a large cauldron with him, claiming it could be used for soaking potion ingredients. Indeed, the size of the cauldron was truly remarkable. Kaysen patted Hagrid, who was standing beside him. Shall we keep going? Before 10 p.m., I have endless energy. After 10 p.m.? Hagrid laughed heartily. That's no time for work. Kaysen, by then we should be back in our rooms, sipping on a drink or two. Come by my place tonight. I've got some fine bottles stashed away. Of course, I'd love to. I didn't expect you to be such a connoisseur of life, Kaysen replied with a smile. Naturally. Someone who doesn't know how to enjoy life wouldn't plant pumpkins in their front yard, would they? Hagrid suddenly seemed to recall something. By the way, Kaysen, can my pumpkins grow into such massive ones too? Sorry, they can't. No worries, no need to apologize. Late that night, Kaysen realized he had severely underestimated Hagrid's alcohol tolerance. Every bottle Hagrid brought out was at least 60 alcohol spirits that muggles usually only use for mixing cocktails. Yet Hagrid drank them straight, one glass after another. With such a high alcohol content, this could probably fuel a car engine. But since Kaysen had agreed to the drinking session, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. With every glass, Hagrid's fondness for Kaysen increased by 10 points. As the night wore on, Hagrid's massive hand began to repeatedly clap Kaysen's back, his hearty laughter loud enough to make Kaysen's ears ring. I really can't drink another drop, Kaysen finally admitted, before losing consciousness. The next morning, Kaysen woke up in Hagrid's bed and had to admit that, despite his rough appearance, Hagrid was surprisingly tidy. Hagrid himself was sprawled on the floor, still exhaling the scent of alcohol. Kaysen stretched his sore neck and used his wand to levitate Hagrid onto the bed. After tidying up the empty bottles, he quietly left. Stepping out of the hut, Kaysen took a deep breath of fresh air and glanced back at Hagrid's home, thinking it was far too cramped. With a wave of his wand, he left a note by the door. If you want to expand your house, feel free to find me. I'm a professional. Kaysen Heath. By the time he returned to his office, Kaysen's head was still throbbing faintly. He vaguely remembered obtaining a new block last night, but but the details were hazy. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in." Snape brought Kaysen into his office and handed him a bottle of potion. "I suppose this is a bit of an overkill, but Madame Pomfrey is on leave, so I had to turn to you. This is a hangover remedy." Kaysen drank it in one gulp, and his mind instantly cleared. He also remembered the new block he had acquired the previous night. A dark green, pixelated sphere flashed in his hand before disappearing. "An ender pearl," he whispered excitedly. "By the way, I need your help as well with something related to potion making," Snape said as he turned around after organizing the potion shelves. "To be honest, I'm not very skilled with potions." "It's more of an alchemy issue," Snape clarified. "Potion making requires extremely precise temperature control. I usually have to manage both the flame's temperature and the potion itself, which demands meticulous attention. When crafting advanced potions, it's even more critical. So I'd like you to design a magical device that can regulate temperature. A Muggle induction stove? Hogwarts interferes with those. How about finding an apprentice to help with temperature control? There are times when I work alone. I might have an idea. If I use redstone, give me some time to design it, and I'll let you know." Snape's trust level increased by 10 points, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. "Thank you. Let me know your terms as well." "No problem." Kaysen returned to his office with a piece of parchment listing Snape's requirements. Upon careful reading, he realized Snape's request was actually quite straightforward: a temperature-adjustable heating device. After pondering for a moment, Kaysen began working on it. He used an obsidian slab as the base and crafted a controllable flame regulator using a small redstone piston. 2 hours later, when he grasped the lever for testing, the flame rose and diminished perfectly in sync with the lever's movement, ending with a crisp clicking sound. "Isn't this just a gas stove?" Kaysen muttered in frustration. 2 days later, he came up with a more refined design. A circular plate that could attach directly to the bottom of a cauldron, utilizing a magma block to regulate the temperature. The device was remarkably sleek in appearance. He immediately sent it to Snape's office via owl post. Soon after, a 20-point satisfaction rating appeared before him. With that task completed, Kaysen still needed to update Hogwarts iron golems. He couldn't help but wonder if Dumbledore had hired him just to be the ultimate workhorse. By evening, after a day of hard work, Kaysen ran into Hagrid, who was fully geared up and ready to leave. "Hey, where are you off to?" Kaysen asked. "To pick up Harry Potter," Hagrid said excitedly. "Can't believe he's already 11. Last time I saw him, he was only this big." He gestured with his large fingers to indicate the size of a baby. "Harry Potter? Mind if I tag along?" "Of course, hop on," Hagrid said, patting his motorcycle. Before they departed, Hagrid went back to his hut to grab a cake box. "It's his birthday today," he explained. "Hope he's saved some room for this." The motorcycle roared to life and soared into the sky, heading toward a small island on the edge of England's coastline. Apparently, Hogwarts had sent multiple acceptance letters to Harry, but they had all vanished without a response, prompting Dumbledore to send Hagrid personally. They had previously gone to Harry's house on Privet Drive, but the family had moved. Using tracking magic, they eventually located this remote island. It was nearly 11 o'clock when they arrived at their destination. Staring at the pitch-black tower, Kaysen felt a bit uneasy about disturbing anyone at such a late hour. "Relax," Hagrid reassured him. "We're just here to deliver a cake. We'll be gentle." However, the moment Hagrid gently touched the old wooden door, it collapsed with a loud crash. I didn't expect the door to be so flimsy," Hagrid said, scratching his head awkwardly. Kaysen handed the cake to Hagrid. "This is for Harry. I think it's best if you give it to him yourself." With that, he followed Hagrid into the house. The loud noise jolted Harry Potter and the Dursleys awake, and they all turned their eyes toward the door. Standing there were 2 figures. One was a pale-faced, strikingly handsome man who looked as though he had been frozen by the stormy weather, and behind him stood a towering, burly giant. "And who are you?" Mr. Dursley asked warily. "Kaysen Heath," the pale-faced man replied. "And this is Rubius Hagrid. We're from Hogwarts, and we've come to pick up Harry Potter. Apologies for the late hour, but your door, well, it doesn't seem very sturdy." "And what exactly is Hogwarts?" Mr. Dursley inquired, his hand inching stealthily toward the shotgun in the corner. Though it seemed he already had a suspicion. "That's something Hagrid can explain," Kaysen said, as a square-shaped flame suddenly ignited in his hand, casting a warm glow across the room. The sight sent the Dursleys scurrying to the corner in fright, though the skinny boy with glasses remained standing, his thin clothing unable to hide the curiosity on his face. Kaysen casually lit the extinguished fireplace with a flick of his hand. "Come warm yourself up. You're dressed far too lightly for this weather." "I'm Harry Potter," the boy said cautiously as he sat down near the fire. "You're here for me?" "Yes, I'm Kaysen Heath." "Why? And how did you make that fire?" "That's magic. We're wizards just like you." "Wizards?" Harry exclaimed. "That's right. Do you know anything about my parents?" "Sorry, I can't answer that. But that big guy over there might know. In stark contrast to the warmth by the fireplace, Hagrid was locked in a heated standoff with the Dursleys. He had not only given their son a pig's tail, but had also bent the barrel of the shotgun with his bare hands. Amidst all this, he still managed to hand over a cake box. This is a cake Hagrid made for you, Kaisen said as he opened the box. I was worried you might overeat, but it seems like you haven't been living too well. Noticing there were no candles, he snapped his fingers, conjuring a tiny flame atop a makeshift candle. For me. Harry's eyes lit up as he stared at the cake, which had his name written on it. The spelling was a bit off. Yes, Hagrid isn't the best at spelling. If Head told me earlier, I could have helped him get your name right, Kaisen said with a shrug. Harry eagerly leaned forward to blow out the candle, only to have Kaisen gently tap his cheek, causing him to lose all his breath. Hagrid, come blow out the candle, Kaisen called. On my way. Hagrid left the trembling Dursleys behind and approached with a beaming smile. Go ahead. Whoosh. Yet the tiny flame didn't so much as flicker. It burned brightly, stubbornly refusing to go out, leaving the birthday boy utterly baffled. The three of them exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to handle the magical candle in front of them. Come on, it's just magical flames. Put a little effort into it, Kaisen gently reminded. All right, here goes. Harry took a deep breath and blew hard at the candle. Quick as a flash, Kaisen swapped out the magical torch for an ordinary stick. Just as the trio exchanged bewildered looks again, the sound of enthusiastic applause erupted, echoing through the room. The clapping was a celebration for Harry's birthday. Leaving Harry to enjoy his birthday cake, Kaisen rose and walked over to the corner where the Dursley family huddled together. After a moment of silent tension between the four of them, Kaisen spoke up. I overheard your argument with Hagrid earlier. Is it true that when Dumbledore entrusted Harry to you, he provided nothing other than Harry himself? Mr. Dursley shifted his large frame protectively in front of his wife Petunia and their son, shaking his head vigorously. No financial support? None at all. Kaisen glanced back at Harry, who was eating his cake with tears streaming down his face, and sighed. That was certainly an oversight on Dumbledore's part. Suddenly, a gold bar weighing nearly a kilogram appeared in Kaisen's hand. I think this should suffice to compensate for your 11 years of effort. Frankly, I don't think you've provided much care for Harry, either materially or emotionally. Pardon my bluntness. You're being far too kind to them, Hagrid grumbled from the side, clearly displeased. And what would you suggest? Using a spell to finish them off? Kaisen shot back before turning to Harry. If you're full, don't force yourself. Go get dressed. We're leaving. This is all I have. Just need to put on my shoes, Harry said, wiping frosting off his face. As Hagrid continued to complain that the gold bar was far too generous, Kaisen addressed the Dursleys one last time. The gold is real, not an illusion. This is your final chance. If you want to negotiate, do it now. Once we leave, there won't be another opportunity. The Dursleys frantically waved their hands. No need. With that, the three of them mounted the motorcycle, with Hagrid and Kaisen flanking Harry to keep him safe. Seeing the boy's frail figure in front of him, Kaisen took off his raincoat and draped it over Harry's shoulders. A system notification flashed, Harry's favorability 10, but Kaisen paid it no mind. He simply didn't want an 11-year-old to endure the biting wind. Thank you, Harry said softly. Don't mention it. Hagrid, let's go, Kaisen replied. After a night of flying, the motorcycle struggled under the weight of its heavy load, its performance severely hampered. If not for Kaisen laying down temporary blocks over the sea as support, they might have already plunged into the waters below. By dawn, the trio switched to a combination of subway and taxi rides, finally arriving at the leaky cauldron. Exhausted but relieved, they had made it safely. The three of them, unfamiliar with the art of apparition, found the limited range of an Ender Pearl's teleportation unhelpful for long-distance travel. While it enhanced mobility in battle, it was far from practical for extended journeys. As they stepped into the leaky cauldron, curious gazes turned their way, most of them fixating on Harry. Kaisen, however, carefully surveyed every corner of the pub, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. This came as no surprise after all. The most magical place in all of Britain was undoubtedly Hogwarts. Hagrid, surrounded by acquaintances eager to chat, found himself unable to leave and eventually cast a pleading look at Kaisen. Could you take Harry to Diagon Alley for his school supplies? Everything he needs is on the list. Let me have a few drinks, and I'll catch up with you later. Kaisen shrugged in agreement and led Harry through the pub to the courtyard behind. Standing before the brick wall, he muttered softly, Where's Diagon Alley? You don't know either? Harry asked curiously, looking up at him. Don't be so formal, Kaisen replied, waving his hand dismissively. I'm just like you. This is my first time here too. Harry nodded and pressed his ear to the wall. Is it behind here? I can hear a lot of noise coming from the other side. Maybe. Step back a little, Kaisen instructed, pulling Harry a few steps away. He knocked on the wall with his knuckles, and with two dull thuds, the walls split open to reveal a person-sized passageway. Quick, get in. Kaisen pulled Harry through the opening. Let's sneak in before anyone notices we've tampered with the property. The two of them stood in Diagon Alley, marveling at their surroundings. Kaisen quickly refocused and pulled out the acceptance letter. Wand, cauldron, robes, quite a list. Let's start with the wand. He scanned the shop signs and soon spotted the only wand shop in sight. Inside Ollivander's, Harry was immediately captivated by the shelves full of wands, while Kaisen couldn't resist picking one up to examine it closely. That wand of rosewood and phoenix feather. An elderly man with silver hair suddenly appeared from behind the shelves, not the style of Europe's famous wand makers. Whose creation is it? Oh, this one, Kaisen said awkwardly, placing the wand back. I made it myself with a phoenix feather Dumbledore gave me and some rosewood. Ollivander studied Kaisen's youthful face. Impressive alchemy skills. Which family are you from? Used to be a muggle. Studying in Britain? In Britain, yes, but I didn't attend Hogwarts. Durmstrang? Bows batons? Self-taught. Do you have a job now? Alchemy Professor at Hogwarts. Ollivander hesitated for a moment before offering a warm smile. Ah, Mr. Potter, we finally meet. Hello, Harry replied politely. Kaisen patted Harry on the shoulder. Go on, choose your wand. They'll wait here. Kaisen and Harry stepped out of Ollivander's wand shop, just as a tardy Hagrid came striding towards them. It was only then that Kaisen remembered his wand combination holly, wood with a phoenix feather core. He had been so distracted in the shop that he hadn't managed to retain the details right away. As soon as Hagrid saw the two, he launched into an animated account of a mishap at the leaky cauldron courtyard. You won't believe it, someone didn't know how to get into Diagon Alley and actually destroyed the brick wall. Didn't even think to ask old Tom for help. Kaisen and Harry exchanged looks, momentarily speechless. Hagrid caught their expressions and suddenly grew suspicious. Wait a second, it wasn't you two, was it? When their silence persisted, he quickly added, come on, we'd better get moving. The Aurors are about to lose their minds looking for the culprit. Taking a deep breath, Hagrid hustled them into the bustling crowd. After a while, he asked, by the way, have you been to Gringotts yet? What's Gringotts? Harry asked, looking up at him. It's that big white building, the Wizarding Bank, Hagrid explained. Dumbledore's been holding onto your family's vault key. Today's a good chance to return it to you. Besides, I've got some business there myself. The three of them arrived at Gringotts and soon boarded a minecart to travel into the underground vaults. As Kaisen eyed the uniquely designed vehicle, he couldn't help but ask, is this thing safe? The goblin at the front turned to him. Rest assured, safety is Gringotts' top priority. As the cart sped off, Kaisen sat in the back, watching the scenery blur past on either side. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, this is awesome. Too loud for you? Hagrid asked. No, it's really awesome, Kaisen replied, and Hagrid joined in with a cheer. When they reached their destination, Harry and Hagrid headed to separate vaults, leaving Kaisen leaning against the stone wall, waiting. He mused that he didn't need a Vault 1 trunk was sufficient, and if it wasn't, he could always upgrade to an expandable one. After what felt like ages, Hagrid returned. The two of them were wondering why Harry was taking so long when he finally emerged, carrying a large bag of galleons. Walking straight up to Kaisen, he handed the bag to him. As Kaisen had expected, Harry was trying to give him the bag of gold. But Kaisen didn't take it. To him, gold was no more valuable than pebbles on the roadside. If someone wanted to give him something, he'd much prefer an empty house he could renovate. What are you doing? Kaisen asked. Paying you back, Harry said simply. Kaisen looked at Hagrid, hoping he might convince Harry otherwise. But Hagrid merely shrugged. Take it. It's Harry's way of showing his gratitude, and you did help him pay off the Dursleys. Can't you at least try to talk him out of it? Kaisen said, exasperated. Then he crouched down and patted Harry on the shoulder. Listen, I'm not great at talking to kids, but this really isn't necessary. You might not know this, but I'm an alchemist. Gold is completely useless to me. Don't dwell on what happened with the Dursleys. Now, go put that gold back. Harry glanced at Kaisen, then at the bag of galleons in his hands. Resolutely, he shook his head. Hagrid, can you help me talk some sense into him? Hagrid looked at the two of them with a hint of helplessness. How can I? Here, this is from Harry. Why don't you just take it? If I recall, the Potter family vault is quite well stocked. Kaisen shook his head firmly. I can't take money from a child. Besides, doing so feels a bit like you're looking down on me. Honestly, I'm not short on money. He paused for a moment, his tone softening. As your future alchemy professor, lesson 1 is this. Be generous to your friends, but too much generosity can harm a friendship. Looking dejected, Harry carried the money pouch back to the vault. Kaisen let out a sigh of relief, thinking that this refusal might actually earn him more goodwill in the long run. As the two of them leaned against the stone wall waiting, a small goblin who had been lingering in the corner suddenly approached, his eyes gleaming mischievously. "Excuse me, sir, are you an alchemist? Or perhaps a professor at Hogwarts?" Kaisen was about to reply when Hagrid stepped in front of him. "Stay away from my friend." The goblin slinked off, looking somewhat defeated. "Why was that necessary?" Kaisen asked, puzzled. "Goblins are full of tricks. Best to avoid them if you can," Hagrid explained with a serious expression. Once they returned to the surface, the goblin made several attempts to approach Kaisen again, but each time he was scared off by Hagrid's deliberately menacing glare. It wasn't until they left Gringotts that Hagrid's usual cheerful demeanor returned. "Now, what's next?" Hagrid pulled out a list. "We still need books and robes." Harry's the plan. "Harry, you'll get fitted for robes at Madame Malkin's, and Kaisen, you'll pick up the first-year textbooks. I've got some business in Nocturn Alley for Dumbledore." "Got it." Kaisen agreed with a nod. "Harry, wait for me at Madame Malkin's. Once I've got the books, we'll come find you. Don't wander off." At Flourish and Blots, Kaisen not only gathered all the required first-year textbooks, but also selected a few basic alchemy books. While the Hogwarts library held more advanced material, it was far beyond his current level of understanding. He summoned an ender chest and neatly stored the books inside. The chest dissolved into pixelated green particles, disappearing into thin air. To the onlookers, it appeared to be an intricate alchemical creation. "That's a fine piece of craftsmanship. Which alchemist made it?" came a voice. Kaisen turned to see a father and son with platinum blonde hair, Draco and Lucius Malfoy. "I made it myself. It's nothing remarkable." "You're an alchemist?" Draco began, but was silenced by a gentle pat on the back from his father. "Lucius Malfoy," Lucius said, removing a glove and extending his hand to Kaisen. "Kaisen Heath," Kaisen replied, shaking his hand politely, though he couldn't quite understand why Lucius wanted to introduce himself. "Pleasure to meet you," Kaisen said politely, though a hint of surprise crossed his face. You know me?" Lucius maintained his composed, aristocratic demeanor as he explained slowly, "As a governor of Hogwarts, it's only natural for me to familiarize myself with every professor at the school, including the newly appointed Alchemy Professor, Mr. Kaisen Heath." Kaisen responded with a courteous smile. "Oh, the pleasure is mine, truly." Lucius then retrieved an elegant, emerald green card from his pocket and handed it over gracefully. "Here is my card, with the address of Malfoy Manor. You are always welcome to visit. I'll keep that in mind." After a few more polite exchanges, Kaisen left Flourish and Blots, leaving the Malfoy father and son to continue browsing for books. As Draco perused the shelves, he suddenly spoke up. "Father, I've never heard of the Heath family before. You're asking why I would extend kindness to someone who might be of Muggle-born lineage?" Lucius replied directly, reading his son's thoughts. Seeing Draco nod, Lucius elaborated. "According to Dumbledore, this Kaisen Heath belongs to the old tradition of apprentice wizards. As an orphan, his bloodline remains unclear. However, his expertise in alchemy is significant enough for me to overlook such matters." Lucius paused, observing Draco's silent contemplation, before stating plainly, "The idea of pureblood is only valuable insofar as it serves our interests. If that identity fails to bring benefits and instead invites trouble, we must downplay it, or even abandon it when necessary. What truly matters is not bloodline, but tangible advantages. Do you understand?" Draco stayed silent for a long moment before nodding, though whether he truly grasped his father's words remained uncertain. Elsewhere, Kaisen arrived at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions and found Harry sitting on a small sofa, waiting. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "It's fine. Where's Hagrid?" Harry asked with a smile as he stood up. "Didn't see him. He said something about heading to Nocturn Alley." The two soon found the narrow path leading to Nocturn Alley. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few disheveled wizards lurking in the shadows. As they stepped through the passage, the full view of Nocturn Alley unfolded before thema layout similar to Diagon Alley, but steeped in an eerie, oppressive silence. "This place doesn't seem very reputable. What's Hagrid doing here?" Kaisen frowned. Suddenly, Harry pointed ahead. "Is that him over there?" Following Harry's gaze, they spotted Hagrid's unmistakable towering figure surrounded by three cloaked wizards. He appeared to be in some kind of trouble. "Stay close to me and don't wander off," Kaisen instructed firmly, handing Harry an ender pearl. "If things get dangerous, break this." As he spoke, Kaisen led Harry quickly toward Hagrid's location. "Hagrid, what's going on?" Kaisen shouted from a distance. "What are you doing here?" "Honestly, I can handle this," Hagrid said, turning to see them approach, looking a bit uneasy. "This doesn't concern you. Trust me, pale face. You don't want to get hit by a dose of dark magic," a black-robed wizard threatened in a raspy voice. Kaisen shrugged nonchalantly and kept walking forward. "Same goes for you. Honestly, if you leave now, you won't get hurt. You're asking for it, kid." "Crucio!" the dark wizard snarled, flicking his wand as a sickly green curse slashed through the air toward Kaisen. A sudden slab of obsidian appeared out of nowhere, blocking the curse completely. Hey, stay away from my friends. Come at me instead, Hagrid roared, pulling out his wand from the crowd. But his movements were a bit slow, and a disarming charm sent his pink umbrella flying. Without his wand, Hagrid resorted to using his fists, but against seasoned dark wizards, raw strength was no match for spells. All three of you are going down today, the dark wizard who cast the curse shouted arrogantly. Dark magic? Please, you're not the only one who can use it. Kaisen frowned as a wither skull materialized in his hand, shrouded in ominous black smoke, and shot toward the dark wizard. Seeing the silent, wandless dark magic, the wizard froze in shock. Dark magic? Wandless? Silent? This was serious trouble. The wither skull exploded against the dark wizard's chest, its impact far deadlier than when it had hit Kaisen before. The blast, combined with the withering effect, claimed the wizard's life instantly. Sensing danger, the other two dark wizards attacking Hagrid prepared to disapparate and flee. But one was struck by another wither skull, while the second was hit by a dark green beam of light. Kaisen teleported in front of the final dark wizard, and a faint purple longsword materialized in his hand, piercing straight through the wizard's chest. Hagrid, are you all right? Kaisen asked, withdrawing the vanishing sword. I'm all right. Honestly, I didn't know you were this powerful. Thought you just did alchemy. Haha, Hagrid said, scratching his head as he picked up his pink umbrella from the ground, laughing heartily. At that moment, a surge of trust poured in from both Hagrid and Harry. Trust from Hagrid 10x3. Trust from Harry 10x3. MC block upgraded. New block unlocked. Exploding TNT. I know quite a bit, like construction and renovation, Kaisen said sincerely, patting the dust off Hagrid's coat. Honestly, if your hut ever needs rebuilding, just come to me. Promise my skills won't let you down. Hagrid carefully buttoned his coat, one button at a time. Kaisen didn't ask why Hagrid was in a place like Nocturn Alley. To him, the world was never just black and white, and being in such a place didn't automatically make someone a bad person. More importantly, he firmly believed Hagrid would never do anything truly harmful. Heading back to Hogwarts now? Kaisen asked. We've finished our errands, but I still need to make sure Harry's settled. The three of them made their way to the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid arranged a room for Harry, intending for him to stay there until September 1st, when the school term began. I figured you'd prefer not to go back to your aunt and uncle's, Hagrid said as he handed Harry a map and his Hogwarts Express ticket. On the day, just head to this address and board the train. It'll take you straight to school. Don't worry, I will, Harry nodded. Hagrid continued with his instructions. You can have 3 meals a day here with Tom's a pretty decent cook. Of course, Diagon Alley works too. As long as you steer clear of Nocturn Alley, you'll be safe. Oh, and by the way, I left a little surprise for you with Tom. Go check it out. Glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention, Hagrid lowered his voice and said, the wall in the courtyard has been fixed. Here's how you get into Diagon Alley. Find the trash can in the corner of the courtyard, count 3 bricks up, then 2 bricks to the middle, and tap it 3 times with your wand. He gave Kaisen a pointed look as he finished. Got it, Kaisen said with a shrug. Are you leaving now? Harry asked. Sorry, there's work waiting for us at Hogwarts. All right then, see you at school. Yes, see you at school. Hagrid and Kaisen paid Tom 2 silver sickles each and took a handful of flue powder. Following the method he'd read about, Kaisen threw the powder into the fireplace. As the flames turned emerald green, he said, Hogwarts Alchemy Professor's office. Back in his office, Kaisen changed into dry pajamas and tossed his worn clothes into a laundry basket in the corner, knowing a house elf would quietly take them away for cleaning. One long day and night. I am exhausted, he murmured, lying down and closing his eyes. A house elf tiptoed in to place a sleep-inducing aroma diffuser on the bedside table and took the dirty clothes away. The next morning, Kaisen woke up, took a quick shower, dressed neatly, and opened his office door, just in time to run into Dumbledore strolling by. Oh, Kaisen, how was your adventure yesterday? Dumbledore asked with genuine interest. Adventure? You call that an adventure? Why not? Life is all about doing things you've never done before. That process, my friend, is what we call an adventure, Dumbledore explained slowly. Sitting across from him, Kaisen nodded thoughtfully, then shrugged and said, maybe. It was beautiful, of course, but also not so much. I killed 3 people. 3 dark wizards, I know, Dumbledore said gently, his silvery beard glimmering faintly in the candlelight. I meant to discuss this with you and Hagrid yesterday, but when I saw you were already asleep, I decided not to disturb you. I thought you'd be angry. Kaisen studied the old headmaster carefully. A kind person shouldn't be punished for their kindness. Do I seem so rigid to you? Kaisen gave Dumbledore a once-over. At the very least, you look very old. Dumbledore chuckled. Well, I suppose I do. In any case, I don't blame you. They chose to use dark magic for harm, and they should have expected such an outcome. Honestly, you're quite the headmaster. I thought you might be one of those pacifists. That would be rather foolish, Dumbledore replied before turning the subject. Did you meet the boy? Harry Potter? Kaysen nodded. A pretty unfortunate kid. Hagrid said his family vault is quite well off, and that you were managing it before. Why didn't you think to give his aunt and uncle some of that money? His life might have been much better. My apologies, Dumbledore said with a faint smile. An old man may live long, but is far from perfect. That was my oversight. Well, I took care of the matter for you and settled the support payments. Thank you. Just submit a report to the school board later, and they'll reimburse you. That won't be necessary. As they chatted, the two walked to the spiral staircase leading to Dumbledore's office. Looking at the steep steps, Kaysen couldn't help but remark, I've been meaning to ask at your age, climbing these stairs every day, doesn't it bother you? This is the secret to my good health, Dumbledore said lightly. Once inside the office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, pulling a small pouch from his pocket and placing it on the table. Kaysen curiously opened it and took out an irregularly shaped red stone. This is the Philosopher's Stone, created by my old friend Nicholas Flamel, the pinnacle of alchemy, Dumbledore explained. Too bad you're wasting your breath telling me, Kaysen said with a smirk. Because you can create something even more powerful, Dumbledore continued. Nicholas and his wife are ready to embrace death, so they entrusted me with this stone. Of course, that's also because a certain rat in the shadows has set their sights on it. So, what's your plan? Could you make a replica for me? It needs to have real magical properties and similar magical energy waves. I want to use it as bait, but I don't want the fish to actually swallow the hook. Kaysen looked at the blood-red Philosopher's Stone in his hand and clicked his tongue lightly. Not a problem. In Kaysen's eyes, the material known as redstone, often regarded as an endless source of energy, was not much different from a Philosopher's Stone. While its power was not as formidable, the magical waves it emitted were remarkably similar. I knew you wouldn't disappoint in your role as an alchemy professor, Dumbledore said, taking the replica Philosopher's Stone Kaysen handed him, his eyes gleaming with approval. His satisfaction level visibly increased by 20 points. Anything else? Feel free to carry on. Honestly, I'm already regretting it, Kaysen said with a wry smile, rubbing his temples. Regretting what? Upgrading the iron golems. Dumbledore couldn't suppress a chuckle as he noticed the prominent dark circles under Kaysen's eyes. Ah, yes, that's indeed a monumental task. After leaving the headmaster's office, Kaysen sought out Hagrid to continue their campus upgrade project. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Professor McGonagall, was leisurely enjoying jazz music in her office. Upgrading every statue in Hogwarts into iron golems had indeed consumed a considerable amount of time. By the time the project was completed, the new school term was just around the corner. On September 1st, Kaysen stood in his meticulously redecorated office, humming a tune as he carefully ironed his brand-new wizard's robes. It was his first official day teaching, and he placed great emphasis on his appearance. With half an hour left before the students arrived, he had plenty of time. He polished his leather shoes to a gleaming shine, put on the new robes, and studied himself in the mirror. Something felt missing. Glancing down at his bare chest, he realized he needed a brooch. Fortunately, this was a simple matter for him soon. A brooch crafted from a teardrop-shaped diamond the size of half his palm appeared in his hand. It was adorned with intricate gold and redstone embellishments. Once he was ready, Kaysen made his way to the Great Hall, where he ran into Professor McGonagall overseeing the final preparations. She caught sight of the brooch on his chest and allowed a faint smile. Good taste. It was only then that Kaysen noticed the redan-gold color scheme of the brooch matched Gryffindor's house colors perfect. No wonder, it earned him extra approval from the head of the house. Is there anything I can help you with, Professor McGonagall? Not at the moment, she replied, then suddenly fixed him with a stern look. But don't tell me you haven't prepared your introduction speech. No, of course I have. Kaysen quickly waved his hands in reassurance. Escaping McGonagall's sharp gaze, he noticed Hagrid fiddling with a dim lantern nearby. Perhaps it was an issue with the wick, or maybe the glass cover was too dirty, or more likely, the kerosene lamp simply wasn't very bright to begin with. Hagrid, need a hand? A faint glowstone block slowly appeared in Kaysen's hand. Skillfully, he wove a net resembling a basketball bag using small iron blocks and carefully placed the softly glowing glowstone inside. I can't thank you enough. This will be a huge help, Hagrid said as he gingerly lifted the makeshift glowstone lamp. Want to come with me to fetch the new first-year wizards? Just as Kaysen was about to respond, Professor McGonagall appeared between the two of them. Sorry, Hagrid, not this year. Today is the most important day in Professor Kaysen's teaching career. He needs to maintain his composure and appearance. Hagrid scratched his head sheepishly. Right, I didn't think that through. Kaysen offered him an apologetic shrug. All right then, they'll be here waiting for you, Hagrid said. They'll be there, Kaysen replied. Once Hagrid walked off with the glowstone lamp, McGonagall looked Kaysen over carefully, circling him. Not bad. You've clearly put effort into today. Trust from Professor McGonagall tin. Of course, Kaysen replied. As they spoke, the returning students of Hogwarts began filing into the Great Hall, each finding their seat at their respective house tables. Go on, take your seat. Remember, Kaysen, today is your big day. Keep up the decorum. Absolutely, Professor McGonagall. Honestly, you remind me a lot of one of my high school teachers. And how was this teacher? She treated her students like her own children. I respected her deeply. Thank you. Affection from Professor McGonagall tin. Meanwhile, standing on a prominent rock, Hagrid called out loudly, "First-year students, over here." "That's Hagrid," Harry exclaimed as he instantly recognized him, grabbing Ron and pulling him along. It was then that Ron noticed the softly glowing glowstone lamp in Hagrid's hand. "Cool. I've never seen a lamp like that before," Ron said in amazement. "Haha, this was a gift from your future alchemy professor, Kaysen. Trust me, his alchemy skills will blow your minds," Hagrid said proudly. "All right, Harry, and you too, young Weasley, go find yourselves a boat. Remember, 4 to a boat." Before long, Harry and Ron found a boat and were joined by 2 other new students. A round-faced boy with a nervous expression, Neville Longbottom, and a bushy-haired girl with wind-chilled cheeks, Hermione Granger. "Sorry for eavesdropping," Hermione said as soon as she stepped onto the boat. "But about the alchemy professor you mentioned, Edo, you know much about him?" Harry gazed up at the starry night sky, recalling, "Professor Kaysen is a really kind person, and he can actually turn things into gold." "What? Harry, what did you just say?" Ron snapped out of his daydream about life at Hogwarts, coughing in surprise. "I said he can turn things into real gold," Harry said earnestly. "Merlin's beard. Blimey, he must be loaded," Ron exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief and refusing to close. Professor Kaysen's wealth was something Ron quickly got a glimpse of firsthand. As he followed the other young wizards into the Great Hall, Ron looked in the direction Harry pointed and immediately spotted the tall, slender, and handsome professor seated at the staff table. What stood out most was the dazzling brooch glinting on his chest. "That's a huge diamond," Ron blurted out, unable to stop himself. "I told you he was impressive," Harry said proudly, clearly pleased with Ron's reaction. At the staff table, Professor Kaysen noticed the young wizard who had been staring at him and gave a graceful wave. Harry enthusiastically waved back, completely oblivious to the fixed, piercing glare Professor Snape was directing his way. Professor McGonagall emerged, holding the sorting hat, and began the opening speech she had recited countless times before. Soon after, the sorting ceremony officially commenced. "Hannah Abbott." Professor McGonagall read out the first name from the parchment. "Hufflepuff," the sorting hat declared, and the Great Hall erupted into loud applause. Kaysen joined in with fervent clapping. In the nearly 2 months he had spent at Hogwarts, he had come to deeply understand the values of the 4 houses. Gryffindor's bravery, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Slytherin's cunning, but it was Hufflepuff's kindness and loyalty that he admired the most. To him, Helga Hufflepuff's wisdom was in no way inferior to Rowena Ravenclaw's. The ceremony continued. When Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor and Draco Malfoy into Slytherin, Kaysen found it entirely unsurprising. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore rose to his feet. "I know you're all tired after your journeys, so we'll keep this brief. First, the corridor on the 4th floor is off-limits this year unless you wish to die a very painful death. Second, please welcome 2 new professors, Professor Quirrell, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts, and Professor Kaysen Heath, who will be teaching alchemy. As you may have already noticed, the Stone Guardians of Hogwarts have been transformed into Iron Sentinels thanks to Professor Heath. Now, let the feast begin." Just as Kaysen was about to pick up his knife and fork, Professor Quirrell leaned toward him. "Nice to meet you. MQ Quirrell. Just got back today." Kaysen immediately set down his utensils and grasped the outstretched hand warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me Kaysen or Heath, whichever you prefer." After shaking hands, Chilua nodded slightly and stammered, You're an alchemist?" Although Kaysen was puzzled by Chilua's hesitant way of speaking, he simply replied, "I have some knowledge of alchemy." Chilua nodded again, then returned to his seat and fell silent. Kaysen didn't say anything further. To him, Chilua seemed like nothing more than an eccentric, somewhat timid wizard, nothing out of the ordinary. The next day, Kaysen woke up groggily from a hangover. When it came to drinking, he was no match for Hagrid and certainly not Dumbledore. Massaging his temples, he muttered, "Ugh, my head. If I keep drinking like this, I might as well be a dog." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He dragged himself to answer it, and a letter greeted him as soon as he opened it. On the envelope, it read, "Here is your class schedule." Class schedule? Kaysen quickly tore open the envelope and saw that he only had 1 class to teach that afternoon, a 3rd-year class. For someone new to Hogwarts, this seemed perfect. 3rd-year students shouldn't be too difficult to handle. He closed the door, grabbed his alchemy textbook, and began some last-minute preparation. That afternoon, the scene in the alchemy classroom caught Kaisen off guard. Over 20 young wizards from all 4 houses had signed up for the Corsi rare turnout at Hogwarts. After all, some elective classes struggled to fill seats even by combining 2-year groups. It's an honor that you've chosen the alchemy course, and it's also an honor for me, as a new professor, to teach you. Kaisen began briefly before diving into the main topic. My name is Kaisen Heath, and you can call me Professor Kaisen. Outside of class, just call me Kaisen, it's fine as long as you don't make any serious mistakes. I'm not one to deduct points lightly. As he spoke, he wrote his name on the blackboard. The young wizard sat quietly, though a subtle buzz of curiosity filled the room. Kaisen picked up the textbook on the podium and casually flipped to a page, showing it to the students. While the students scrambled to find the corresponding page, he abruptly closed the book. All right, kids, there will be plenty of time to read this book later. For now, let's put it away. I want you to witness the wonders of alchemy with your own eyes, he said with exaggerated expressions and dramatic intonation. As a new professor, if you decide never to return after this lesson, it'll be honest, a heartbroken. The young wizards chuckled good-naturedly. Clearly, their first impression of this new alchemy professor was a positive one, certainly better than the curse-hurling divination professor or the perpetually stern Snape. All thanks to my peers for setting the bar, Kaisen thought to himself before straightening his expression. Now, I'll show you one of the most fundamental yet magical aspects of alchemy, the transformation of matter. With that, he pointed at the wooden podium in front of him and tapped it lightly. Starting from where his finger made contact, the podium began to change. Slowly but surely, it transformed, radiating a dazzling golden glow that illuminated the astonished faces of all the young wizards in the room. In an instant, the dazzling brilliance of the solid gold podium caused every student in the classroom to squint their eyes. Well, what do you think? Kaisen asked with a smug smile. Below the podium, the red-haired Weasley twins were staring intently at the masterpiece. One of them had eyes shining with excitement, while the other eagerly raised his hand. Professor Kaisen, is this really turned into gold, or is it just an illusion? Rest assured, as a professor, I wouldn't fool you with mere tricks, Kaisen replied with a grin. This is 100 pure gold, and as long as I don't interfere, it will remain in this state forever. So, it'll never turn back into wood? Of course not. This is completely different from transfiguration, Kaisen said, raising an eyebrow. If you don't believe me, you can come up and take a bite provided you don't mind the dirt. Before he had even finished speaking, the Weasley twins dashed toward the podium, each claiming a corner and trying to take a bite. Unfortunately, the metal was far too solid, and they couldn't leave a single mark on it. Merlin's beard, can we actually learn to do this? Lee Jordan, the dark-skinned boy, asked in shock. Kaisen gave a mysterious smile. Do you want the truth, or a comforting lie? The classroom immediately erupted with mixed responses, some students shouting for the truth, while others claimed the lie would suffice. All right, I think you can achieve this, Kaisen said with a shrug. Professor, is that the truth or a lie? Angelina raised her hand to press further. I'll let you guess, Kaisen said with a sly grin before quickly changing the subject. But seriously, don't get any ideas about this podium. While many alchemists can turn mercury into gold, only I can perform such seamless material transformations. We all follow one principle: no mass production of gold. After all, gold is also currency. If someone starts producing it recklessly, it'll eventually become worthless. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the students' faces, Kaisen decided to illustrate his point. He tapped the podium lightly, and golden vines began spreading from its corners, securing the structure firmly in place. Noticing the students' envious gazes, Kaisen added mysteriously, consider this a little perk for you all, just don't tell anyone else, all right? His tone resembled that of a professor emphasizing key points in a lecture, but his true intention was clear. Spread the word. Make it known far and wide. As he spoke, golden cubes began forming in his hands, each about an ounce in weight, just enough for every student in the room to receive one. 2 prominent bags bit heavily into the gold bars, and in an instant, a cascade of system notifications burst in Kaisen's mind like fireworks. Favorability from Fred 10, favorability from George 10, favorability from Jordan 10. Just as he was basking in the joy of this surge in goodwill, an unexpected notification jolted him: admiration from Tracy 10. Kaisen immediately turned to look at Tracy, only to see the adorable blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl with skin as fair as snow gazing at him with sparkling eyes. No, 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 he screamed internally. Favorability is enough. Really, just favorability is fine. In the Muggle world, a girl this age probably wouldn't develop a crush on him and would instead steer clear of him, intimidated by his somewhat fearsome demeanor. As the class ended, the 20 young witches and wizards who had received benefits became walking billboards, spreading the news across all of Hogwarts. From the first-year newcomers to Headmaster Dumbledore himself, everyone knew about the new alchemy professor's generous giveaway. Students who had chosen alchemy as an elective were over the moon, while those in other years eagerly anticipated their chance to encounter such luck in their future classes. The most miserable, however, were those in the same year who hadn't opted for alchemy. They all knew that this kind of first day of class benefit was unlikely to ever happen again. Unbelievable. Ron Weasley, the youngest of the Weasley family, wailed all afternoon and into the evening over missing this opportunity. Come on, Ron, it was your brothers. This really isn't necessary, Harry said awkwardly, trying to console him. Harry, you don't get it, Ron replied with a pained expression. I don't want them to suffer, but I don't want them to have all the fun either. An ounce of gold, I've never seen that in my entire life. This peculiar mix of worrying about his brother's hardships while also begrudging their good fortune left Harry with nothing but a helpless smile. Ron meant no harm. It wasn't even jealousy, it was just pure, unfiltered envy. Meanwhile, Kaisen sat in his office, regretting his showy performance in class. Thanks to the students' word of mouth, the entire wizarding world now knew about the alchemist at Hogwarts who could turn a lecture podium into gold. This coin had two sides. On the one hand, he had successfully made a name for himself, much like how Professor McGonagall was renowned for transfiguration and Professor Snape for potions. Kaisen had become the alchemical prodigy of Hogwarts. But on the other hand, this fame would undoubtedly attract the attention of criminals and dark wizards. And then there was the letter from Gringotts sitting on his desk. Dear Mr. Kaisenheath. Kaisen made his decision in an instant. A flicker of flame ignited in his palm, reducing the letter in his hand to ashes. It was merely a promotional letter from Gringotts, urging him to open a vault completely useless to him. Having dealt with his private correspondence, Kaisen rose from his desk and left his office, heading toward the professor's lounge. Partly, he was seeking some company to escape the monotony of being alone in his office. But more importantly, he had been longing for Mrs. Sprout's delightful cookies. Their rich, creamy flavor, perfectly balanced without being overly sweet, always left him craving another bite. As soon as he stepped into the lounge, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, who were deep in conversation, waved him over enthusiastically. Flitwick slid the cookie tray toward Kaisen with a grin and said, You caused quite a stir in your first class today. Minerva and I could barely get through. Our students kept asking if charms or transfiguration could be used to make gold. Picking up a cookie, Kaisen replied with a hint of pride, Apologies for disrupting your lessons, but honestly am quite pleased. I thought my unconventional approach to alchemy might face resistance, but the first class went surprisingly well. You did a great job, Professor Flitwick reassured him. The most important thing is sparking the students' interest in alchemy. Studying a subject you have no passion for is as miserable as marrying someone you don't love. Exactly. Tomorrow, they'll need to teach the fourth years some actual content. I can't keep dazzling them with gold tricks. Kaisen nodded in agreement. Professor McGonagall immediately chimed in. That's what happens when you don't prepare a proper lesson plan. I promise it won't happen again, Professor, Kaisen quickly assured her. As the three of them chatted and laughed, a strong smell of garlic wafted into the lounge. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick suddenly remembered urgent tasks they had to attend to and made a hasty exit, leaving Kaisen awkwardly sitting alone, unsure whether to stay or leave. Professor Quirrell entered, stammering, Professor Kaisen. I'm glad you didn't run away. Why would I? I actually use garlic when I barbecue, Kaisen replied, forcing a smile. Thank you for understanding, Quirrell said, visibly relieved. He then got straight to the point. I heard you can transmute gold. Could you show me how you do it? Seeing the eager look in Quirrell's eyes, Kaisen, though puzzled by his unusual interest, didn't overthink it. He had no right to question why others were curious. It was, after all, their personal business. His gaze fell on a feather quill lying on the coffee table, and he picked it up absent-mindedly. On a microscopic level, countless tiny golden cubes silently seeped into every corner of the quill, displacing the original fibers and causing them to dissipate into the air. The golden particles then rearranged themselves in place, eventually forming a feather quill made entirely of solid gold. Chilo witnessed this astonishing transformation in its entirety, rendered speechless by the sheer wonder of it. His hands trembled as he took the gleaming golden quill, his voice stammering with excitement. This is unbelievable. How did you do that? No magic stone, no mercury? Kaisen shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe it's just a natural talent. Suddenly, an unexpected notification flashed before his eyes. Voldemort's Admiration 10. The discovery froze Kaisen in place. Voldemort? The infamous Dark Lord? He warily scanned the room, noting that the only occupants of the faculty lounge were himself and Chilo. Most of the professors were occupied with their required classes or personal research, leaving few to idle here like him. Swallowing hard, Kaisen's eyes returned to Chilo, who was now fiddling with the golden quill. The system still displayed a rising favorability score from Chilo, making the situation even more perplexing. Quietly, Kaisen released microscopic cubes to conduct a full-scale scan of the lounge, ensuring Voldemort wasn't lurking invisibly nearby. It seemed that this seemingly harmless Professor Chilo harbored secrets of his own. Professor Kaysen, Chilo suddenly spoke. Can you create a philosopher's stone? I think your alchemical skills rival those of Nicholas Flamel. You flatter me. I only have a modest talent and could never compare to Nicholas Flamel. No, don't be so modest, Chilo said, his eyes fixed on the golden quill in his hand. You're much younger than he is, and that's your greatest advantage. Consider this quill a gift, Kaysen offered. Thank you so much. You're incredibly generous, Chilo stammered. After watching Chilo leave, Kaysen waited another 5 minutes before finally letting out a breath of relief. He immediately headed for Dumbledore's office. Standing before the stone gargoyle, he announced, "Cockroach cluster." After climbing the staircase that could exhaust anyone, Kaysen finally reached the wooden door of Dumbledore's office. He paused deliberately to take 2 deep breaths, steadying his rapid breathing. The moment he pushed the door open, Kaysen got straight to the point. Dumbledore, what I'm about to say, don't be alarmed. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. I don't scare easily. Go on, Dumbledore replied calmly, putting his freshly cleaned glasses back on and fixing his serene gaze on Kaysen. Quirinius Quirrell. There's something wrong with him, Kaysen stated bluntly. You are very perceptive, Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod. Of course I am. Back in school, my teachers always said Kaysen suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his brows furrowing. Hold on. You said imperceptive, which means you already knew something was off with Quirrell? Then why are you still keeping him around? Dumbledore slid a steaming cup of tea across the desk, his tone remaining even. Do you remember the day I asked you to help me create a fake philosopher's stone? I needed bait and he's the fish. Do you know Quirrell's true identity? Kaysen probed cautiously, already preparing his next argument. To his surprise, Dumbledore nodded directly. He goes by Tom Riddle, though his other name is far more infamous, Voldemort. Kaysen let out a sigh and slumped back into his chair in resignation. You know everything. But don't forget, this is Hogwarts. The place is full of young witches and wizards. A system notification popped up. 10 satisfaction from Dumbledore. 10 trust from Dumbledore. 10 favorability from Dumbledore. Forgive me, Kaysen, but please trust me. Everything is going according to plan, Dumbledore said with the same gentle gaze. It's not that I don't trust you, Kaysen replied earnestly. I know you're incredibly powerful, but I still don't think you can monitor his every move. Actually, I can, Dumbledore explained. Every portrait in Hogwarts serves as my eyes, not to mention the house elves and the professors. Fine, let's pretend you can, Kaysen muttered. Since you're aware of this now, Dumbledore continued, Kaysen, would you mind lending me a small helping hand? I'd like you to assist the person behind Professor Quirrell in any way you can within the bounds of your conscience, of course. In what capacity? Any capacity. He'll only agree to alchemy-related matters that I'm capable of, Kaysen clarified. Deal. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Curse that butterfly effect, Kaysen said before adding, I have another question just about Quirinius Quirrell himself. In his pursuit of power, he willingly allowed Tom to possess him, Dumbledore said with a sigh. It's unfortunate he chose the wrong path. He's now a full-fledged dark wizard. All right, I was just curious, Kaysen replied, shrugging. Don't think me too heartless, Dumbledore explained further. A fragment of a soul, no matter how powerful it was in life, cannot fully control an intact wizard. Quirrell's current state is entirely his own doing. He sought him out on purpose? I thought the survival of a Dark Lord like him was supposed to be a secret. I never truly believed he was gone in the first place, so I've occasionally shared that suspicion, Dumbledore admitted. Fair enough. Kaysen gave a half-hearted nod, rising to leave the headmaster's office. It's not surprising he reacted that way after all. Who would be thrilled to discover their colleague is an irredeemable villain? After returning to his office, Kaysen picked up a book on basic alchemy and began brushing up on the fundamentals. While he could already perform most material transmutations effortlessly and only needed theoretical knowledge to teach his students, the sections on magic runes and energy manipulation were still incredibly valuable. He pondered how these concepts might be combined with redstone to create something innovative. Suddenly, there was a soft knock at the door. Who is it? It's me, Quirrell, came the familiar stammering voice. Kaysen sighed, stood up, and opened the door. Quirrell entered, carrying a fruit basket and wearing a somewhat awkward smile. He placed the basket on the desk, but his eyes were quickly drawn to the book on basic alchemy lying open on the table. You're still reading books at this level? Quirrell asked, his voice hesitant. As Kaysen retrieved some tea leaves from the cabinet and prepared tea for his visitor, he replied, though these techniques are second nature to me, turning them into simple, comprehensible lessons for students isn't as easy as it seems. Quirrell took the cup of tea, sipped it cautiously, and stammered, well, actually, I came here today because I have a favor to ask. Go ahead, Kaysen said calmly. I'd like you to make a magic stone for me, Quirrell blurted out. Kaysen's hand paused for a moment, causing the tea in his cup to ripple slightly. What makes you think I'm capable of creating a magic stone? He asked with a pointed tone. Eh, a fake one will do, Quirrell quickly clarified. It's on Dumbledore's orders. Kaysen listened as Quirrell haltingly recounted Dumbledore's plan to use a fake magic stone as bait to lure out the Dark Lord. Quirrell emphasized that only the two of them would know the stone was fake, and that even Dumbledore himself wasn't supposed to be told. Internally, Kaysen scoffed. It was obvious they were trying to use a counterfeit stone to exchange for the real thing. The irony, of course, was that the so-called real stone was also a fake he had created. What baffled him even more was how Quirrell and the Voldemort backing him hadn't realized that Dumbledore's plan likely involved fake bait from the start. The sheer absurdity of the situation made him shake his head. This convoluted scheme was as pointless as it was laughable. Well, what do you think? Can you do it? Quirrell asked, his face full of expectation. Sure, I can. But this is just a fake, Kaysen said, pointing to the beginner's alchemy books in the corner of his desk. As long as it has the general shape and magic fluctuations, it's fine. But I've never seen a real philosopher's stone. How am I supposed to know how to replicate it? From the pictures in these books? Quirrell didn't respond directly. Instead, he pulled out his wand and gave it a gentle wave. A perfectly proportioned illusion of a philosopher's stone appeared, floating in midair. This shape? Kaysen scrutinized the illusion closely. Yes. How long will it take? At this size, it won't take long. Kaysen took the illusion of the stone in his hands and examined it carefully. This task was much simpler than the last time he helped Dumbledore create a counterfeit. Back then, he had to replicate an actual object. This time, Quirrell had only provided a model, so all Kaysen needed to do was fill in the details using redstone blocks. Before long, a brand new replica of the Philosopher's Stone was complete. Remarkable, truly remarkable alchemy, Quirrell said, taking the stone with both hands, his tone filled with awe. You might rival the great Nicholas Flamel himself. There's no need for that kind of praise. Would you like another cup of tea? No, thank you. I need to get back to preparing my lessons. After seeing Quirrell off, Kaysen waited for 5 minutes before heading straight to Dumbledore's office. That's the situation. He might be planning to pull a bait-and-switch. Dumbledore nodded. I'm glad you came to tell me this. Was it the right thing to do? It's for the safety of the students, for Hogwarts, and for your own safety as well. Kaysen, you're a fine professor. Dumbledore's gaze remained warm and reassuring. Say what you will. I've got to work on the fourth-year curriculum. Honestly, have you ever considered giving me a different position? Absolutely not, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. I wish you would. The next morning, Kaysen stood in front of the mirror in his office. Deep breath, Kaysen. You've got this. Today, you're teaching a group of beginner alchemy students. Believe in yourself, you can handle them. Unlike the fresh-faced newcomers from yesterday, these fourth-year students had been studying alchemy for a year. Their knowledge might even surpass his own. Kaysen set a simple goal for himself. Don't get exposed. Just don't get exposed, he muttered, taking a deep breath and letting it out sharply. 10 minutes later, he was lying in bed, wrapped in a blanket. Getting up 3 hours early was too ambitious. Better to get some more sleep. Besides, even if I slip up, it's not the end of the world. The sky outside the window was still as dark as ink. Class was in session. Kaysen tapped the solid gold lectern in front of him, ensuring that the expensive desk remained intact and hadn't been secretly chipped away by any mischievous young wizard. The classroom was filled with the sounds of pages turning and the rustling of supplies as the young wizards eagerly opened their alchemy books and pulled compact folding alchemy trays from their pockets. All eyes, filled with anticipation, were fixed on Kaysen at the front of the room. Feeling the students' reverent gazes, Kaysen shifted uncomfortably and stepped down from the lectern. He casually picked up one student's alchemy textbook. Ancient runes. He muttered under his breath, his brows gradually furrowing. The unfamiliar term gave him pause, but after a brief moment, his expression eased. It turned out that ancient runes were a magical script, often referred to as Odin's runes in Norse mythology. These symbols were primarily used in alchemy to carve magical circuits onto materials. Kaysen silently noted with annoyance that the overpriced textbook from Lehan's bookstore had failed to even mention runes. He made a mental note to teach that unscrupulous shopkeeper a lesson at an opportune moment. Returning the book to the student, Kaysen had already devised a plan. For him, the process of imbuing objects with magic through writing was second nature. You've already learned the application of ancient runes? Kaysen asked. Yes, Professor, the students replied in unison. Kaysen nodded and swiftly returned to the lectern. The previous method of filling grooves with mithril was too crude. It merely borrowed the inherent magic of the mithril. I've developed a more advanced technique, which I call enchantment. As he spoke, he took materials from his pocket and skillfully assembled an enchanting platform. a base made of obsidian with 4 fist-sized diamonds embedded at each corner. Casually, he tossed a blank book onto the platform, and the book instantly began to hover in midair. Who wants me to demonstrate the power of this device? Kaizen leaned against the enchanting platform and asked. It can directly channel the magic of ancient runes into objects, making weapons stronger and tools more durable. The classroom erupted with excitement. The students scrambled to present their items, eager to witness the demonstration firsthand. Chaos ensued, with spells flying as students vied for attention. Eventually, one triumphant student emerged and stepped forward to stand before Kaizen. Hand it over, Kaizen said, extending his hand. Professor, it's not that I don't trust you, Cedric quickly added before Kaizen could respond. You know how important a wand is to every wizard, so I just want to double-check it's absolutely safe, right? As he spoke, he carefully handed his wand over. Ash wood, unicorn hair, Kaizen said as he took the wand and examined it skillfully. What's your name? Cedric Diggory, sir. Kaizen stroked his chin. Aren't you in 3rd year? Last year's alchemy professor thought I was progressing too quickly, so they let me join the 4th year class. Ah, very good, Kaizen nodded. What kind of effect are you looking for? You can choose the effect? Cedric's eyes widened in surprise. Alchemy isn't some clumsy craft, Kaizen explained proudly. All you need to do is write down the corresponding runes for the magical effects in this book or your own book, if you prefer. This little guy will automatically absorb runes within a certain range. Can I use this book? Cedric pointed to the floating book in front of him. Go ahead, Kaizen handed him a quill. Cedric took the quill, dipped it in ink, and began writing runes in the book. Although Kaizen couldn't recognize these runes himself, the enchanted table he had crafted displayed transparent informational boxes above each rune. The descriptions clearly outlined the effects: reduced mana consumption, increased spell power, faster spell conduction, and even a function for warming hands in winter. Is that all I need to do? Cedric asked after finishing his writing. Yep, Kaizen nodded. Do you want to enchant it yourself, or would you like me to help? Cedric scratched his head awkwardly. Professor, I have an attachment to my wand, so… Got it, Kaizen said with a knowing smile. Young people tend to be possessive about the things they like. They don't even want anyone else to touch them. Cedric felt even more embarrassed. Though the comment felt a little odd, he nodded in agreement anyway. Kaizen began instructing him. Place your wand on the book, it'll float automatically. Then put your hand on the book and guide your magic to transfer the rune's effects onto the wand. It's very simple. Cedric followed the instructions, and just as Kaizen said, the wand began to float. He started channeling his magic, and everything seemed to be going smoothly until the next moment, when his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. Oh? Kaizen frowned and nudged Cedric lightly with his foot. Hey, Diggory? Cedric! The classroom erupted into chaos, with some students even whispering rumors that Cedric had tried to imbue too many magical effects and that Kaizen had secretly cursed him. Silence! Kaizen raised his voice. Kaizen bent down to carefully examine Cedric, who was lying on the ground. After a moment, he confirmed it was merely a protective feint caused by nearing magical exhaustion, nothing serious. Only then did he raise his head to scold the noisy students. The chatter beneath the podium continued unabated. With a sigh, Kaizen summoned a small golden bell into his palm and gave it a gentle tap. The bell's chime instantly echoed throughout the room, silencing every young witch and wizard and even startling Cedric awake. He bolted upright from the podium. Professor, am I okay? Cedric asked nervously, rubbing his head with a trace of lingering fear in his voice. You're fine. Your magic wasn't strong enough to sustain all the enchantments you tried to cast on your wand. When your body sensed you were close to magical depletion, it triggered a protective fainting state, Kaizen explained. Why am I really that weak? Cedric asked awkwardly. It's not weakness, just your age, Kaizen clarified. Still, you managed to partially succeed with the enchantment. At least now, your wand won't freeze your hand in winter. While you only completed one enchantment, it's a good start. For your bravery in stepping up to the enchantment platform and attempting to enchant your wand, and for the impromptu duel you staged in my classroom before finally standing before me, Hufflepuff earns 10 points. By the end of his sentence, Kaizen's stern expression finally gave way to a smile. Cedric thanked him and was about to retrieve his wand and return to his seat when Kaizen cleared his throat. Do you want to continue enchanting your wand? Really? Can I? Cedric asked, turning back with excitement. Of course, but this is a privilege for the first brave volunteer. No one else will get the same treatment. If you'd like to continue, hand me your wand. Cedric wasted no time and handed over his wand eagerly. Kaizen placed it on the enchantment platform, channeling an immense surge of magic into it, accompanied by glowing runes. The once pale white wand began to shimmer with a radiant, iridescent purple glow. Give it a try, Kaizen said, handing the wand back to Cedric. Cedric instinctively gripped the wand and gave it a small flick. Bang! A massive hole appeared in the classroom floor, revealing the potions classroom below, where a grim-faced Snape glared upward. Cedric Diggory? Snape's piercing eyes immediately narrowed on the culprit. Hufflepuff, minus 10 points. Kaizen quickly stepped forward, conjuring a dark oak plank out of thin air and repairing the hole in a matter of seconds. Ahem. Let this be a lesson to everyone. When testing a wand, always aim at an inanimate object. Never recklessly wave it around like Cedric just did. See? That one flick cost him 10 points. If it were another professor, they might have given you a chance to earn those points back. Unfortunately for you, Cedric, you're dealing with me. Kaisen's mischievous grin hinted at amusement. The Hufflepuff students collectively wilted like winter cabbages, while the Gryffindors burst into laughter at the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, the Slytherins and Ravenclaws maintained their usual air of detached indifference. Noticing the class was nearing its end, Kaisen announced the assignment. Your homework is to study this enchantment platform and write a paper no less than 3,000 words long. If you can replicate an object with similar enchantment capabilities, even better. Class dismissed. With that, he left the enchantment platform where it was and turned to leave the classroom. Just as he reached the door, he slowed his pace and spoke softly. Hufflepuff, 10 points added. Yes, Professor Kaisen is the best. Cheers erupted from the classroom, filling the air with excitement. A recording of a new type of alchemy workstation from Hogwarts has somehow leaked out. This device, referred to as the enchantment table, along with footage of Kaisen enchanting Cedric's wand, spread unexpectedly throughout the wizarding world, whether through a pin sieve, recording magic, or a magical camcorder. No one could say for sure. Kaisen, however, appeared surprisingly calm about this unexpected event. He recalled his experiences in the Muggle world designing custom interiors. Just 2 successful projects had earned him a solid reputation in London, allowing him to choose the most appealing commissions without being at the mercy of those picky clients with heads shaped like sunflower seeds. Now, in the wizarding world, he had become a dazzling new star in Europe's alchemy circles. But fame, as always, came with complications. A stack of letters from various alchemical organizations consumed nearly 2.5 hours of his time, forcing him to seek help from Dumbledore. Sitting on the wide sofa in the headmaster's office, Kaisen handed the letters to Dumbledore, who was attentively listening to his complaints. So, could you help me pick the most reliable organization? Dumbledore examined the signatures on the letters closely. No, Kaisen quickly added. I was hoping you could advise me on how to politely but firmly decline all of them. Any true professional would see through my level of skill instantly. When that happens, this so-called new star will be exposed as a complete fraud, and I might even get expelled from Hogwarts. A glint of mischief flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. You underestimate yourself. You must understand, as an apprentice-style wizard, it's perfectly normal for your approach to differ from that of the academic circles. Wait, when did I become an apprentice-style wizard? Kaisen's eyes widened. How many backstories have you made up for me? Oh, speaking of which, Dumbledore said casually, when I was younger, I used to submit quite a few stories to Muggle publishers, and so, under Dumbledore's careful guidance, Kaisen drafted a response to the European Alchemical Exchange Association, a group reputed to be even more prestigious than the Order of Merlin. After leaving the headmaster's office, Kaisen wandered through the castle corridors, pondering whether he had just been outmaneuvered by Dumbledore, the old fox. On second thought, Dumbledore didn't seem to have any personal gain in this, so perhaps he truly had Kaisen's best interests at heart? As he was lost in these thoughts, a faint sound of sobbing from the staircase pulled him back to reality. Following the sound, he spotted a small figure in a Gryffindor robe curled up on the steps. Hello? Kaisen tried to keep his voice gentle, worried about startling the young wizard. Unfortunately, his concern was justified. Neville jumped in fright, nearly tumbling down the staircase. Thankfully, Kaisen was quick enough to grab the back of his collar and steady him. It was only then that Kaisen got a good look at the boy Neville Longbottom. He remembered hearing the name during the sorting ceremony. Neville hastily wiped his face with his sleeve, smearing tears and snot across it. The sight made Kaisen pause, the handkerchief he'd half pulled out of his pocket frozen in place. After a moment's hesitation, Kaisen decided to offer it anyway. Here, take this. Try not to use your sleeve next time. Thank you. You're so kind, Neville said, taking the handkerchief. Tears began streaming down his face again, despite his efforts to hold them back. 10 affection from Neville. 10 trust from Neville. Thanks for the compliment. Now, would you mind telling me why you're hiding here crying all by yourself? Kaisen asked gently. It's nothing. I just tripped and fell, Neville stammered, clearly avoiding the truth. If you don't want to tell me the real reason, I could always take you to Professor McGonagall, Kaisen said, pausing for effect. He'll find a creative way to let her know you got into a scuffle and ended up losing. That way, you'll still look like a lion licking its wounds. An admirable hero. What do you think? Neville's eyes brightened instantly. Come on, Kaysen extended his hand to him. The boy hesitated on the steps for a long moment, perhaps feeling it would be rude to leave the professor's hand outstretched. Finally, he tentatively took hold of it. Kaysen inwardly groaned fresh snot, but not wanting to hurt the sensitive boy's feelings, he swallowed his discomfort and led Neville toward Professor McGonagall's office. When they entered, Professor McGonagall immediately noticed Neville's tear-streaked face and seemed to piece together what had happened. Kaysen guided Neville to a chair opposite the professor, and once he was sure the boy wasn't looking, he discreetly grabbed a discarded piece of parchment from the corner to wipe his hand. Professor McGonagall caught the gesture and gave him an apologetic glance before schooling her expression into one of stern authority. "Mr. Longbottom, please explain what happened," she said, her tone making Neville flinch slightly. "I'll take it from here." Kaysen jumped in quickly. "I had just come from Professor Dumbledore's office when—" He paused deliberately. "Neville, sorry, I'm still unfamiliar with the school layout." "Where is that again?" "The second floor south corridor," Neville mumbled. "The second floor south corridor," Kaysen patiently guided Neville to recall. "What did you see at the time?" "I saw Mr. Longbottom and a few—" Neville hesitated. "3 Slytherin students." Under Kaysen's gentle prompting, Neville finally revealed the truth. Of course, the version he recounted had been slightly embellished. Neville transformed from a boy crying on the staircase into a brave Gryffindor student who valiantly stood alone against 3 Slytherin students, only to unfortunately lose. The part where Kaysen found him was also altered to depict Kaysen decisively escorting him to Professor McGonagall's office, rather than discovering him on the staircase. Meanwhile, a piece of parchment detailing the actual events quietly appeared in Professor McGonagall's hands. As she listened to the polished version of the story, she silently read the true account written on the parchment. "Wait here for a moment, Professor Kaysen. Mr. Longbottom, please come with me." Professor McGonagall sighed and led Neville out of the office. Kaysen waited patiently, and before long, Professor McGonagall returned alone, bringing him a pot of freshly brewed tea. "Thank you for your trouble, Professor Kaysen." "It's nothing. How was the matter handled in the end?" The students involved were 3 first-year Slytherins: Draco Malfoy and his 2 companions, Goyle and Crabbe. "Malfoy," Kaysen recalled. "I saw that boy at Flourish and Blots. He seemed quite charming at the time." "Slytherin lost 30 points, Professor McGonagall said, "but such punishments are often ineffective. Severus will soon find ways to earn those points back." "Punishments like this don't mean much to students without a sense of honor," Kaysen remarked. Professor McGonagall explained, "Over the years, the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin has become the norm, from dueling spells on campus to verbal sparring in the workplace, often culminating in duels with wands. Honestly, we're all accustomed to it." When Kaysen expressed concern about bullying at the school, Professor McGonagall first asked him to keep it confidential and then revealed a startling truth. These inter-house conflicts were actually part of Hogwarts' teaching strategy, designed to motivate students to excel in their magical studies. "I understand your unease," Professor McGonagall noted Kaysen's discomfort, "but there's no need to worry too much. While it's true that Hogwarts has produced its fair share of eccentrics, the heads of Hufflepuff House throughout the years have taken on the responsibility of psychological healing. It's one reason why Hufflepuff students manage so well both within and beyond the school." "Was it unnecessary for me to bring Neville Longbottom in today?" Kaysen asked seriously. "I understand this was just a simple inquiry, but if similar situations arise in the future, I will still intervene. Hogwarts may use its survival-off thefitist method to improve students' combat abilities, but I cannot turn a blind eye to bullying." Professor McGonagall shook her head slightly. "Not at all. Neville is indeed an exception. He's too timid, so much so that he doesn't even dare to fight back." "Why is that? Is it because of his family background?" Kaysen frowned thoughtfully. "In this generation of young wizards, almost no family has remained intact because of Voldemort. But why is he the one who seems so—" Professor McGonagall mused. "I don't know much about the private matters of the Longbottom family, but it might have something to do with his grandmother. That old lady has a personality so formidable it's intimidating." "Does Hogwarts support home visits?" Kaysen asked tentatively. "I'd advise against it," Professor McGonagall warned immediately. "Unless you'd like to see tomorrow's Daily Prophet headline read, 'Old Mrs. Longbottom wreaks havoc on Malfoy Manor.' I'm well aware of her temper." Kaysen quickly crossed the idea of a home visit off his mental list. "In any case, thank you for bringing Neville in," Professor McGonagall sighed. "To be honest, he might have been better suited for Hufflepuff. Perhaps there, he wouldn't face such unfair treatment." After leaving McGonagall's office, Kaysen temporarily shelved his plan to investigate the late-night attack on the Flourish and Blots employee. Back in his own office, he began to reflect. If these student rivalries were an unspoken rule at Hogwarts, perhaps he could make some changes. He understood McGonagall's perspective. The wizarding world was fundamentally different from the Muggle world, resembling more of a survival-off thefitist society with a lower level of civility. As a professor, he could protect certain students within the school, but students would eventually graduate. What then? Could he expand his influence to protect them throughout the magical world? Even Dumbledore likely couldn't achieve that. If he couldn't shield the weak forever, then the only solution was to help them gain the strength to protect themselves. Take Neville, for example. Being sorted into Gryffindor, the House of Courage, meant that he must have some hidden bravery within him. Perhaps Kaisen could help him bring that out, to give him the confidence to pick up his wand and fight back. That, too, would fulfill his duty as a teacher. A teacher's role is to impart knowledge, guide, and resolve doubts. While he might only be mediocre at alchemy, helping young wizards overcome their fears and learn to defend themselves was another form of guidance. As a professor at Hogwarts, earning the school salary, the least he could do was excel at one of these responsibilities. What does a timid little wizard lack the most? Kaisen pondered, leaning against his desk. Confidence. He thought of Neville Longbottom. The boy, raised by a stern grandmother, had grown up under immense pressure. Kaisen recalled overhearing casual conversations in the staff room how Neville had almost been mistaken for a squib in his early years. This, no doubt, had further fractured his already fragile self-esteem. To build confidence, one either needs a full wallet or real skills. But Neville's academic performance was truly concerning. He was always flustered in potions, hesitant and clumsy in charms, and barely passed transfiguration and defense against the dark arts. Although he showed promise in herbology, this small glimmer of talent seemed insufficient to turn his overall situation around. As Kaisen was lost in his thoughts, a soft knock came at the office door. "It's not locked. Come in," he said. A small figure pushed the door open. It was none other than Neville, the boy who had just been on Kaisen's mind. He was carrying an armful of snacks, all of them sweets. "Neville, may I call you that?" "Of course, Professor. My office is always open to you." Kaisen watched as Neville carefully placed the snacks onto his desk. After setting them down, the boy stood there, nervously fidgeting with his fingers. "And these are?" Kaisen gestured toward the pile of treats. Though he could guess they were a token of thanks, he wanted to hear it from Neville himself. "They're a gift, to thank you, Professor Kaisen," Neville said, his face turning red. "How thoughtful." "Thank you. I'll gladly accept them." Neville gave a deep bow, and was about to leave when Kaisen stopped him. "Neville, if you face something like this again, will you choose to fight back?" The boy froze in his tracks and hesitated. "Fight back?" "Yes. Will you stand up for yourself?" I want to, Professor, but how should I fight back?" Neville's eyes gleamed with hope, as if clinging to a lifeline. "It's simple. Do you know any curses?" Seeing Neville shake his head, Kaisen continued, "No matter what about basic spells?" Neville remained silent. "That's all right too. You're just a little behind others. Promise me this. The next time someone tries to hurt you, even if you don't know any spells, use your fists to fight back. Can you do that?" "I can," Neville replied firmly. "Good. When you succeed in standing up for yourself, come back and tell me." "I will, Professor." Neville hesitated for a moment before adding, "Actually, I've already learned one spell." Kaisen gave him a warm, approving smile. "Well, at least you don't have to use your fists anymore," Kaisen said, looking at Neville in front of him. "What spell is it? The levitation charm?" Neville hesitated before nodding. "But this spell doesn't seem to be of much use." "Everything and everyone in this world has their purpose," Kaisen said, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "Who says the levitation charm can't be used in a fight? You can make someone float up and then slam them hard onto the ground." Neville thought for a moment, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. He nodded earnestly. "I will, Professor." "Good. Go on now. Remember, always fight back. Being weak isn't scary, being cowardly is." Kaisen's last words lingered in the air, as Neville had already walked off briskly. A system notification promptly popped up. Neville's favorability 10. Neville's trust 10. Neville's favorability 10. Neville's trust 10. After seeing Neville off, Kaisen's life returned to its usual calm. The mental burden he had felt due to Neville's earlier struggles dissipated now that the boy had developed a sense of resistance. His daily routine once again revolved around the Great Hall, his office, the library, and the faculty lounge, with the library being his primary focus. In the library, Kaisen immersed himself in the vast collections of alchemical tomes. As his knowledge grew, his teaching became more structured and refined, no longer as improvised as it had been at the start of term. At the same time, he began applying alchemical theories to analyze his own MC ability. The conclusions he reached left him astonished. This power was extraordinary. Even the Philosopher's Stone, often hailed as the pinnacle of alchemy for its unparalleled ability to transmute matter, seemed to him like basic functionality. Its life-extending properties, in the context of alchemy's focus on microscopic material transformations, appeared to be little more than a side effect. This revelation inspired him to set a new goal: to seamlessly integrate the properties of his MC ability with alchemy, creating an upgraded system of alchemical practice. He envisioned this as a groundbreaking contribution to Hogwarts, opening a new door for the young witches and wizards studying there. Time quietly slipped into the second Tuesday of the term. The previous day, with third-year elective classes temporarily suspended to give first-years more time to consider their course options, Kaisen had been able to focus on grading the fourth-year students' assignments. To his surprise, the quality of their work was remarkable. Not only had they analyzed enchantment tables from multiple perspectives, including magical properties, surface patterns, and internal structures, but they had also collectively crafted a functional enchantment table model. In this collaborative project, each of the four houses had played a vital role. Slytherin provided rare materials such as obsidian and diamonds. Ravenclaw handled precise design and assembly. Gryffindor took charge of processing the materials, and Hufflepuff ensured logistical support throughout the process. The final result, presented to Kaisen, was a simplified enchantment table etched with ancient runic circuits, capable of actual operation. Kaisen leaned over the enchanted table in front of him, meticulously examining every detail. He casually picked up a quill from the desk and replaced the book originally on the table with a borrowed runic magic book from the library. After an intense period of focused study, he successfully cast an everlasting ink spell on the quill. Quite impressive, Kaisen thought to himself as he graded fourth-year students' assignments with outstanding marks. The students handle exploring the principles, and I just need to showcase the results. Isn't this the perfect collaboration? Looking at the neatly seated seventh-year students in the classroom, a subtle, meaningful smile appeared on Kaisen's face. He recalled the line, "Do not go gentle into that good night," though he didn't fully grasp its literary significance. At this moment, however, he preferred to adapt it to, "Do not enter the exam room unprepared." "This is our first meeting," Kaisen announced to the seventh-year students while handing out alchemy test papers. "Although I haven't been in this profession for long, I have made a name for myself in the field of alchemy. Scoring an outstanding on my test is no small feat." Unlike his kind demeanor with younger students, Kaisen now displayed the authority of a strict examiner. "I would love to immerse you in the wonders of alchemy, but with the ultimate wizarding level examinations approaching, this is the best I can do for now." Surprisingly, the students showed no complaints. Instead, they immediately picked up their quills and began answering the questions with focus. Taking advantage of the quiet, Kaisen retrieved a small enchanted table and a stack of parchment from his custom-designed ender chest storage ring. He began drafting a detailed paper on the principles behind replicating the enchanted table, intending to submit it along with the table to the European Alchemy Exchange Association's journal. His plan for the next lesson was to include the fourth-year students' names as co-authors, paving the way for their future success. When the test papers were collected, Kaisen glanced at his watch. 5 minutes remained. Though there wasn't enough time to continue teaching, he decided to leave a hint for the next class. "Have you ever seen Hogwarts' newly upgraded iron golems, also known by some as the Steel Knights?" The seventh-year students responded with a peculiar expression, one that reflected a delicate balance between the innocence of academia and the shrewdness of the outside world. As a professor for seventh-grade students, Kaisen understood that in this hectic graduation year, it was unrealistic to have his students engrossed in the pursuit of magical truths and alchemical mysteries. Instead, he chose a more pragmatic path, preparing a special graduation gift for Thema Stellar Resume to pave the way for their future. At the podium, Kaisen's hands moved deftly as he combined iron blocks and pumpkin heads, forming iron golems one after another. "Each of you, take one," he said. "By next week's class, I expect a detailed analysis of their principles. If you can manage to create a replica, even better." He tapped the golden lectern in front of him. "Any questions?" The classroom remained silent. "Good. Class dismissed." As the bell rang, a new group of fourth-year young wizards filed in. Once all the students were seated, Kaisen picked up a stack of papers from the podium. These were, in fact, a compilation of the students' best work. "Line up according to your contributions to the creation of the enchanting table," Kaisen instructed, pointing to the authorship section of the paper. "Sign your name here, and prepare a complete set of personal information written on parchment to hand in by the end of class." "Professor, what is this for?" Cedric asked, puzzled. "This paper will be submitted to the European Alchemy Exchange Association. You are all listed as authors," Kaisen explained. "Naturally, it requires your signatures. But Professor, this is clearly your work." Cedric hesitated. "I said sign it," Kaisen interrupted. "In order of contribution." A Ravenclaw student raised their hand. "Professor, which contribution is greater? Providing raw materials or designing the assembly?" "Without resources, even the best design is just talk," Kaisen replied. "But the exact order is for you to decide." After a brief discussion, the students quickly lined up, signing their names in turn. At the end of the class, Kaisen placed the paper and the students' information into an envelope and headed to the Olary. There, he encountered Dumbledore, who was leaning against the railing, watching the Gryffindor Quidditch team practice. "Perhaps you should consider buying your own owl," Dumbledore suggested. "I tend to lose interest in things quickly," Kaisen shrugged. "If I had one, I'd probably grow tired of it." "You have a rare sense of responsibility," Dumbledore said with a smile. Perhaps. Dumbledore glanced at the envelope in Kaisen's hand. What's that? A paper on enchanting tables written by the students. It's being submitted to the European Alchemy Exchange Association to enhance their resumes. Hogwarts once lost an exceptionally talented student. Fortunately, it now has an equally exceptional professor. Kaisen felt a bit awkward listening to Dumbledore's praise. Are you setting me up with some extremely difficult task? Dumbledore shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. I was simply speaking from the heart. Go ahead and send the letter. I'll head to the kitchen and see if the house elves can whip up something special. Kaisen shrugged and quickly made his way to the Ollery. After sending the letter and returning to his office, he casually tapped a small cube, and a series of positive emotion notifications appeared before him. This was a habit of his ever since he discovered that students' bursts of emotional, pink bubbles would interrupt him during class. He had started turning off these notifications by the third period, only checking them during his free time. Of course, there were times when his forgetfulness got the better of him, and he'd leave them on. As the day's classes came to an end, just as Kaisen was about to brew himself a fragrant cup of green tea, there was a gentle knock on his office door. The door's not locked. Come in. A small figure stepped in, followed by 3 other students. Kaisen raised an eyebrow as he recognized Neville, along with a familiar face. Harry. Come in, all of you. Looks like you're friends? Neville nodded enthusiastically. Kaisen immediately conjured 4 cups, poured some green tea, and used his wand to move the tea set from his desk to the coffee table in the corner. After all, chatting on the sofa was far more comfortable than across a desk. Professor, let me introduce them, Neville said. His face flushed red. This is Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, me new friends. Have some tea. It might be a bit bitter. Kaisen gestured for them to sit. Neville eagerly recounted the day's events. Today, Malfoy came to cause trouble again. So I used a levitation charm to knock him to the ground. His goons tried to punch me, but luckily Harry and Ron showed up in time to chase them off. Malfoy said he was going to tell Professor Snape, and it was Hermione who suggested we come to you. And Professor, I did it. I actually stood up for myself. Kaisen nodded approvingly. You've taken the first brave step, and you've gained loyal and dependable friends in the process. Neville's face turned even redder at this, and Harry and Ron looked down, embarrassed. But Hermione, ever focused, brought up the main concern. Professor Kaisen, Malfoy said he would tell Snape. He'll probably make Neville lose points for Gryffindor. Let him deduct them, Kaisen replied nonchalantly. Didn't Professor McGonagall deduct points from Slytherin last time? It's no big deal. But, Professor. Hermione hesitated, her voice filled with concern for Gryffindor's house points. Gryffindor's points aren't what truly matter, Professor Kaisen said calmly. What matters is that Neville no longer remains the target of bullying. As for the points, consider it a gesture to appease Snape. Hermione shook her head firmly. No, that's not fair. It was Malfoy who started it. Why should we lose points? Leaning back in his chair, Professor Kaisen's tone softened. Let me share an experience with you. When I studied in the Muggle world, from a community primary school to the University of Manchester, every student understood one principle. Conflicts between students should be resolved by the students themselves. Reporting to teachers often doesn't solve the root problem and might even lead to retaliation. Sometimes, only standing up for oneself can truly put an end to bullying. Professor, I'm not sure I understand, Hermione said, slightly embarrassed. Professor Kaisen spread his hands, speaking candidly. My point is simple. Don't place too much importance on losing points. Why should Malfoy not fear losing points for his wrongdoing, yet innocent Neville has to be afraid? Should good people just accept being pushed around? Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. Determination flickered in Neville's eyes. Hermione, though still somewhat perplexed, seemed to be deep in thought. Points are nothing more than an intangible form of honor, Kaisen continued. If you give up standing up for yourself just to protect that honor, then it's not worth having in the first place. You're right, Professor. Neville suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Kaisen smiled and added, even Professor McGonagall would be proud of your courage. Losing 10 or 20 points is no big deal. Even if Snape deducts more. So what? Look at the Weasley twins, they lose points all the time. Yet they're perfectly fine, aren't they? I understand now, Professor, Neville said with a resolute nod. After sending off the 4 young wizards, Kaisen was just about to relax when a silver phoenix Patronus appeared in his office, delivering a message from Dumbledore. He was needed in the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. When Kaisen arrived, he found the other main professors already gathered. Hagrid was soothing a massive 3-headed dog, which seemed particularly restless. Dumbledore reached into his pocket and withdrew a blood-red gemstone. I've called you all here to ask for your assistance in setting up protections. This is the Philosopher's Stone, entrusted to me by Nicholas Flamel. It requires our collective safeguarding. The professors fixed their gazes on the stone, while a peculiar glint flashed in Professor Quirrell's eyes. 10 approval from Quirrell. 10 approval from Voldemort. It seemed the two of them were utterly astonished as they looked at the Philosopher's Stone in Dumbledore's hand. The genuine stone was remarkably similar to the replica in Kaisen's possession in terms of appearance, color, and even its magical orate was almost indistinguishable. Quirrell's shocked gaze darted back and forth between Kaisen and the stone. "I need your help designing obstacles to protect this Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Of course, we'll need to leave a way for someone to get through. I'd rather not turn the school into chaos when it's time to retrieve the stone. And no problem, but I'm not ready for this. I haven't prepared anything," Quirrell stammered nervously. "No rush," Dumbledore reassured him. "Others can set up their parts first, starting from the innermost layer outward." With that, he snapped his fingers, and a formidable blaze of fire instantly engulfed everyone. The next moment, they found themselves in a different room. Dumbledore placed the Philosopher's Stone on a stone pedestal in the center of the room. "Let's begin, shall we? Who wants to go first?" Dumbledore turned and asked. As the other professors remained silent, Kaisen shrugged. "I'll go first." "Kaisen, remember to leave a way for us to get through," Dumbledore reminded him. "All right." Kaisen abandoned his initial idea of setting up TNT and instead arranged a hidden piston door made of obsidian, connecting a redstone circuit to the wall. He configured a row of levers, where only one would actually open the piston door, while the others were linked to dispensers loaded with potions. Next, the other professors took turns designing their obstacles. Snape created a logic puzzle. I promise ITLL put intruders to sleep for a full day. Professor McGonagall set up a giant wizard's chess game, along with flying keys, a magical door, devil's snare, and finally, Hagrid contributed a three-headed dog. After inspecting the entire system, Kaisen noticed that only Hagrid's challenge was genuinely life-threatening. The rest were either too simple or not particularly punishing. It wasn't surprising, though. Hagrid had always been straightforward. Once the task was complete, Kaisen was about to head back to his office for some rest, but Dumbledore quietly called him over to the headmaster's office. The old headmaster pulled out a large box of sweets from a drawer and, like a mischievous young wizard trying to sneak exam answers, asked, "Kaisen, how exactly does one open that piston door of yours?" "To be honest, I just set the circuit randomly at the time," Kaisen admitted under Dumbledore's earnest gaze. "But if you touch the magic circuit with the fake Philosopher's Stone, ITLL open. It works on the same principle as the red stone used to make the fake stone." Under the piercing gaze of Dumbledore's blue eyes, Kaisen finally relented. Those eyes seemed to see straight into one's soul, compelling honesty without a word. "In that case, you'll need one of your redstone creations," Dumbledore said calmly. "For who?" Kaisen raised an eyebrow. "Certainly not you. I remember you can apparate freely within Hogwarts. For Harry Potter. You're really sending an 11-year-old to play hero against dragons and monsters?" Kaisen bluntly pointed out the absurdity of the decision. Dumbledore clasped his fingers together and explained. "Harry has fame, but he needs real achievements, just as you share your alchemical creations with your students." "That's completely different," Kaisen retorted. "And what does Harry need accomplishments for? At his age, they're nothing but burdens he can't possibly handle." Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, his gaze growing profound. "This is based on a prophecy made by Professor Trelawney, our divination teacher." "Huh." Kaisen let out a mocking laugh. "Even in the wizarding world, it's surprising to see someone as wise as you putting faith in prophecies. I don't believe in them blindly, but I respect them," Dumbledore said solemnly. "This could determine whether we can truly defeat Voldemort. His resilience is extraordinary." Everyone thought he was dead. Yet he appeared on the back of Quirrell's head. "I must explore every possibility." "So, even trusting in an intangible prophecy?" "Even a prophecy," Dumbledore affirmed with conviction. Kaisen sighed and conjured a small redstone block, placing it on the table. But Dumbledore pushed it back. "You'd better deliver it to him personally and teach him how to use it. Otherwise, he might find himself utterly baffled in front of a piston door." "Life's tough," Kaisen muttered, vanishing the redstone block with a wave of his hand. Dumbledore added, "And if Quirrell asks you how to open a piston door, answer in a way that's clever yet difficult to recall afterward." "Looks like you'll have to break my vow about drinking," Kaisen said with a pained expression. Dumbledore chuckled and reassured him. "Life is short. Enjoy it while you can. You just chose the wrong drinking partner. The fact that you managed to outdrink Hagrid already proves your impressive tolerance." These words instantly lifted Kaisen's spirits. He eagerly headed toward Hagrid's hut, ready for another round. Watching him leave, Dumbledore thought about the fine wine head unearthed from his old home. It seemed it would have to wait until Kaisen sobered up again, and Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh at the missed opportunity. "Hey, Hagrid. I knew I'd find you here." Kaisen called out to Hagrid, who was bent over, tending to the pumpkins. Hagrid straightened his massive frame and grinned. "Kaisen, how's the teaching going? Are the young wizards giving you a hard time?" "Not really, actually. The students who signed up for alchemy are pretty well behaved. By the way, are you free today? Before long, the two of them were seated in the three broomsticks. Kaysen frowned, repeatedly wiping the sticky table in front of him with a handkerchief. Even the glass he drank from was one he had brought himself. Don't mind the little things, Hagrid said. This place has the real tavern atmosphere. Plus, it's safe, the owner's a powerful wizard. No one dares cause trouble here. Kaysen shrugged and poured himself a glass of whiskey. Fine, after a few drinks, I probably won't care about any of it. He clinked glasses with Hagrid and downed his drink in one gulp. Huh, not as dizzy as usual this time. Looks like my tolerance is improving, Kaysen noted. Hagrid roared with laughter. Of course. Every time I drink with others, they're out cold before I've even started to enjoy myself. You're the only one who can keep up with me. By the way, didn't you say something last time about drinking? Was it with a dog? Did I? Kaysen blinked. No, I must have remembered it wrong. Hagrid quickly backtracked. As the night wore on, the empty bottles began to pile up. Whiskey, vodka, gin, brandy, tequila bottles of all kinds of spirits cluttered the table and were scattered on the floor. Just then, a figure in a black cloak, their face obscured, carefully stepped around the bottles on the ground and sat down at their table. Mind if I join you for a drink? The cloaked figure asked in a low voice. Very much, Kaysen replied, shaking his head in refusal. Then how about a little wager? The figure suggested. I've got something interesting, a dragon egg. I want it in a bet. At the mention of a dragon egg, the previously tipsy Hagrid suddenly sobered up. The cloaked figure continued, Hagrid, I know you're the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, and I've heard you're quite knowledgeable about magical creatures. I have a three-headed dog that's overly excitable, and I don't know how to calm it down. If your advice works, this dragon egg is yours. That's easy, Hagrid replied instantly. Three-headed dogs love music. Play them some soothing tunes, and they'll settle right down and eventually fall asleep. I'd recommend a harp, it's their favorite. Kaysen, still clutching his bottle, squinted at the cloaked figure through his hazy vision. Something about them felt off, but his alcohol-clouded mind couldn't quite figure it out. Giving up, he poured himself another drink and downed it in one go. Before long, the cloaked figure handed the dragon egg over to Hagrid, then shifted their gaze to the now drowsy Kaysen. Professor Kaysen had recently gained fame for crafting his redstone creations, which had caught the particular attention of a figure cloaked in black. In the dim light of the Hog's Head Tavern, the mysterious figure cautiously approached Kaysen to inquire about redstone circuits. I made a small device based on the redstone theory you taught us in 6th grade, the cloaked figure said softly. But the circuit has an issue, and I can't figure out where the actual switch is. Kaysen let out a tipsy hiccup, his thoughts gradually sharpening. He recalled that he had indeed used redstone to craft an advanced alchemical electromagnetic furnace for Snape. Where did you get your redstone? He asked. A 6th-year student gave it to me, the figure replied. They said it was an alchemical product crafted by their professor and told me to treasure it. The fix is simple, Kaysen said. Just cut off the main redstone line and connect a redstone block instead. That's simple. The cloaked figure seemed surprised. Doesn't this resemble the RuneScript pattern? This exchange sobered Kaysen up considerably. First, inquiries about Hagrid's three-headed dog, and now questions about redstone? It was too much of a coincidence. He was almost certain that this cloaked figure was Quirrell. This presented him with an excellent opportunity to subtly guide Quirrell, as per Dumbledore's instructions, on how to bypass the piston door. Before leaving, the cloaked figure placed a dragon egg on the table. Thank you both. Hagrid, this dragon egg is for you. Hagrid eagerly picked up the dragon egg, but his excitement faded when he noticed Kaysen drinking heavily. Did I say too much? Hagrid asked nervously. What do you think? Kaysen shot back, then raised his glass. Don't overthink it. Cheers. The next morning, the bearded tavern owner was wiping his perpetually grimy glasses with an equally grimy rag. That'll be 29 galleons and 6 sickles, he said flatly. I'll round it up for you 30 galleons. Kaysen's hand hesitated mid-payment, momentarily stunned by the reverse rounding. Still, considering that he and Hagrid had occupied the tavern all night, and that both the dragon egg and the galleons were intact, the extra charge seemed fair enough. 30 galleons. Please count them, Kaysen said, neatly arranging the coins on the counter. No need. The old man pocketed the coins and resumed, polishing his perpetually dirty glass. After leaving the tavern, Hagrid could no longer contain his excitement. He grabbed Kaysen's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Kaysen, do you know what this is? It's a dragon egg. I can finally raise a dragon. Hagrid's voice trembled with excitement. All right, I know it's a dragon, Kaysen replied helplessly, feeling dizzy from the shaking. Hagrid carefully cradled the dragon egg, his face glowing with uncontainable joy. I need to get back to my hut right away. I have to hatch this beautiful creature as soon as possible. Oh, Kaysen, could you help me borrow some books from the library? One's about dragon hatching, raising, and identifying dragon species. Kaysen watched as Hagrid circled around him in excitement, his already muddled head feeling even more overwhelmed. Fine, I'll help you. Just please stop spinning around. Back at Hogwarts, Hagrid snuck back to his hut with the dragon egg cradled in his arms, while Kaysen, exhausted, made his way to the castle. He headed straight to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore greeted him warmly. You simply must take a look at this, Dumbledore said enthusiastically, guiding Kaysen to a corner of the office where a magnificent mirror stood. What do you see in the mirror? Dumbledore asked. I see myself renovating Hogwarts, block by block, Kaysen blurted out. Dumbledore gave him a kind smile. Kaysen, if the sorting hat were to sort you, you'd surely end up in Hufflepuff. Why? Because even your deepest desires are so simple and heartwarming. This is the mirror of Arised. It shows the deepest desires of one's heart. However, in your case, I'd rather call it a dream. Honestly, I've never stopped you from renovating Hogwarts. I just hoped you'd start with my office. Kaysen tapped the surface of the mirror, and his reflection mimicked the gesture. Maybe when I have some free time. Teaching isn't exactly an easy job. Would you help me move this mirror to another room? Dumbledore asked. Carry it by hand? Of course not, use magic. Dumbledore placed one hand on Kaysen's shoulder and the other on the mirror's frame. In an instant, the three of them appeared in an empty classroom. This will be an interesting experience for Harry, though I don't intend to give him the mirror, Dumbledore remarked. When will you let him see it? Why not just let him look at it in your office? Kaysen asked. After Christmas, Dumbledore explained. Now isn't the right time to get too close to him. Ah, Christmas. Kaysen suddenly jolted. You mentioning it reminded me haven't prepared any Christmas gifts yet. Kaysen enthusiastically outlined his Christmas gift plans. Everyone at Hogwarts will get something. Neville, Harry, and their friends, of course, can't be left out. I've got gifts prepared for the students too. Fred and George, our resident mischief makers, are getting a little gadget that's explosive but totally safe. Jordan will probably love a new Quidditch robe. Angelina mentioned her broomstick isn't very comfortable, and Cedric? Dumbledore listened with a gentle smile as Kaysen eagerly shared his plans. Kaysen, you are truly full of love. Love? Kaysen shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe. To be honest, I've never met my parents, but I can feel that they're doing just fine. Death is but the next great adventure, Kaysen, Dumbledore said with a meaningful glint in his eyes. Kaysen awkwardly avoided the subject, couldn't very well tell Dumbledore that his parents were indeed doing well in another world, though it did bear some resemblance to the headmaster's idea of a deathly adventure. Anyway, Kaysen changed the topic. While Hagrid and I were having drinks at the Hog's Head, we saw a man in a black cloak who looked like Quirrell. He seemed to have won a bet to learn how to calm the three-headed dog. I, might have also shared how to open the trapdoor with him. How considerate, Dumbledore said with a smile. That saves not only your trouble but also Quirrell's and Tom's. Do you have anything else for me to do? If not, I'll take my leave, Kaysen asked. Just remember to share the trapdoor opening method with Harry and his friends, Dumbledore reminded him. Today, during flying lessons, they gave Madame Hooch and Minerva quite a fright. Mr. Malfoy was left hanging from a tree by Mr. Longbottom's wand, which was a poetic payback for Malfoy hanging Longbottom's remembrall on a tree earlier. Kaysen's lips curled into a smirk, clearly amused by the news. Isn't a fair contest between young wizards perfectly normal? Indeed it is, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling with delight. And two good things came of it. Mr. Longbottom, with the professor's support, has regained some confidence and started standing up to bullies. And Harry has shown exceptional seeker talent, just like his father. The look on Dumbledore's face as he spoke reminded Kaysen of his middle school homeroom teacher, a kind old lady with a warm smile and a gap-toothed grin, full of both wisdom and patience. Well, I should congratulate them properly then, Kaysen said. Speaking of which, Dumbledore added, they're likely on their way to find you. Longbottom, in particular, is eager for your approval, and Harry just left Minerva's office, so I imagine he's heading to yours now. Do I still have time to get back? Kaysen asked hurriedly. I believe Longbottom would wait until curfew, even if it meant risking trouble for wandering at night. Then I better hurry. I do wish you had been one of my students, Dumbledore said, adjusting his glasses. Though I might not have been the best teacher for you. I'll take that as a compliment, Kaysen replied with a shrug before leaving the empty classroom. Kaysen didn't hesitate to use an ender pearl in the hallway, teleporting to the floor where his office was located within a few breaths. From a distance, he could see four little ones crowded by his office door, chattering non-stop. What are you all doing here? Kaysen called out to them. Well, Professor Kaysen, the kids stammered, trying to explain. Never mind, I'm actually glad you came. Kaysen smiled and waved as he opened the office door. Come on in. Once everyone was seated, he fetched some snacks and drinks from the cabinet and placed them on the coffee table. Remembering Dumbledore's advice, he said, give me a moment to finish this first. By the way, would you like to take a look? After your third year, you'll be choosing electives, and you might find alchemy interesting. As he spoke, He pulled out a large redstone lamp block from beneath his desk, skillfully dismantling its casing to adjust the internal redstone circuits. Sure enough, the four little ones were immediately drawn in and gathered around him to watch. Why doesn't this kind of alchemy use runes? Hermione asked curiously. While tinkering with the redstone lamp, Kaisen explained, have you heard of an enchantment table? I prefer using enchantment effects instead of runes. It's more stable and durable that way. What are these red, thread-like things? Hermione pressed further. Kaisen, pleased with her curiosity, took out a piece of redstone to show her. This is an alchemical substance I crafted, called redstone. It's a magical energy crystal that can, to some extent, replace magical circuits. The issue with this lamp is simple: the redstone circuit is broken. This is much better than a pure magical circuit. If a magical lamp had this kind of problem, it would have exploded by now. Can it still be fixed? Ron leaned in to ask. Of course it's easy. Kaisen demonstrated. You just need to find the break and reconnect it. When redstone touches the circuit, it lights up, which makes troubleshooting very convenient. Sometimes, when I build complex redstone mechanisms and don't feel like flipping switches in sequence, I just open the casing and fix it this way. As he spoke, he placed a small piece of redstone onto the circuit near the light emitter. Isn't this redstone alchemy easily damaged? Hermione asked. That's why it needs a casing, Kaisen replied. Oh, that makes sense. Hermione smiled sheepishly. Kaisen quickly repaired the redstone lamp and looked up at the group. I'm guessing you have some good news to share with me? At this, Neville immediately lit up, his face turning red with excitement. In flying class today, Malfoy tried to cause trouble again. He put my remembrall up in a tree, so I put him up in the tree instead, Neville said, beaming like a young hero who had just vanquished a dragon. Well done. Kaisen smiled approvingly. I can see you've regained your confidence. Trust me, when you go home for Christmas, your grandmother will be amazed at how much you've changed. Really? Neville's eyes sparkled with hope. Absolutely. Kaisen gave an immediate response, silently resolving to write a letter to Neville's grandmother. Such an overly strict approach to education was clearly inappropriate. Neville continued sharing the latest happenings at school, especially highlighting the news that Harry had successfully joined the Quidditch team. He's the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history, and Professor McGonagall personally approved it. Neville spoke with such enthusiasm, as if he could go on forever. It wasn't until the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the office windows that the four of them realized how much time had passed. Kaisen waved his wand, conjuring 4 fist-sized redstone cubes on the coffee table. A little gift for you all. I hope you don't mind. These redstones might help you create something fun. Thank you, Professor, the 4 students said in unison. All right, time to go, Kaisen said. Although it sounds a bit cliché, I'll still say it. Study hard. Stretching a little, Kaisen left the office and headed toward the Great Hall. He had heard that lamb chops were on the menu tonight, something he was quite looking forward to. On most days, the professor's table wasn't always full, with all staff usually present only on occasions like the start-off-term feast or the Halloween feast. Tonight, however, it was rare to see even the elusive Snape in attendance. Good evening, Severus, Kaisen greeted. This greeting might sound a little odd. Snape shook his head. I've heard stranger ones. He glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then fixed his gaze on Quirrell's empty seat. Did Dumbledore tell you about Quirrell? Not exactly. I figured it out myself. Impressive, Snape remarked. That day, I was in Hogsmeade picking up potion ingredients. I saw you and Hagrid drinking heavily at the Hog's Head, along with a hooded figure whose face I couldn't make out, likely Quirrell. He seemed to be fishing for information about the 3-headed dog and the trapdoor. Did he ask you? No, he didn't. Honestly, if he needed to ask me about something so straightforward, he'd better get his head checked at St. Mungo's. Agreed. Snape was about to continue when a commotion from the students' tables interrupted him. What's going on over there? Kaisen asked curiously, glancing toward the source of the commotion in the distance. A midnight duel between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Nothing worth watching, Snape responded indifferently. Kaisen focused his gaze. Although he was too far away to catch the exact conversation, he could clearly make out the participants. On the Gryffindor side were Harry, Neville, Ron, and Hermione. Remembering how Hermione had sought advice from him with Neville in his office earlier, Kaisen couldn't help but note how their relationship seemed to have improved significantly since then. On the Slytherin side, Draco Malfoy led the group, accompanied by 2 other students Kaisen didn't recognize. Thinking of Draco, Kaisen couldn't help but compare him to his father. Lucius Malfoy. Lucius carried himself with elegant detachment, embodying the aloofness of high society, while Draco came off as brash and arrogant. If not for their strikingly similar features, Kaisen might have doubted their relation, but he quickly dismissed such irreverent thoughts. Isn't anyone going to stop them? Kaisen turned to Snape and asked. They could, but there's no need, Snape replied coolly. Slytherin and Gryffindor have been at odds for years. It's nothing new, just petty squabbles. At most, Some busybody might step in. A busybody? That squib, Mr. Filch? He's a squib? A particularly stubborn one, Snape explained, uncharacteristically elaborating. Most of the salary Dumbledore's given him over the years has gone straight into the pockets of con artists who prey on squibs, and with that, the drama of the evening faded into quiet. As Kaysen prepared to return to his office, Snape suddenly called out to him, "By the way, come with me to that corridor later. I've brewed that harmless potion you suggested, life water, the one that works through air and skin contact. Now it just needs to be sealed in your alchemical device." "No problem. Shall we go now?" "Right now." The two left the Great Hall and headed straight to their destination. Outside an empty classroom, Kaysen suddenly produced a record player and a stack of records, fanning them out like playing cards as he selected one. "What are you doing?" Snape asked. Hagrid said playing music can put the three-headed dog to sleep. "I'm trying to pick the right one." "That won't be necessary," Snape interrupted, shaking his head and striding forward with his wand drawn. "It's just a beast. A simple stupefy should." I need music." Snape's scream cut him off. "Damn it. Damn beast." Kaysen immediately dropped the records and summoned a piece of obsidian, which split into 3 shards midair and struck the three-headed dog's heads with precision. "Ugh, that beast bites fast," Snape muttered, inspecting the mangled wound on his calf. "You were too careless," Kaysen remarked tactfully. "Spare me the lecture. Just help me up." "Of course." Kaysen reached out and steadied Snape by the shoulder. The latter pulled a vial of vivid red potion out of his robe pocket and poured it directly onto the wound on Kaysen's calf. "Do you have any bandages or something?" Kaysen asked. "I think this should be enough." "But he didn't disinfect it," Kaysen remarked, rummaging through his belongings to retrieve a large piece of wool. He rolled it into a ball and adjusted it slightly. "It's fine," Snape replied, taking the wool and skillfully sprinkling some potion onto it with practiced efficiency. After quickly dressing the wound, the two continued onward, overcoming numerous obstacles until they reached the final challenge. The journey once again confirmed that Hagrid's design challenge held the highest level of difficulty. Unlike the other professors, including Kaysen, who had crafted their challenges as part of a game for Quirrell and Harry, Hagrid's intent was genuinely to ward off intruders. His earnestness was both admirable and exasperating. They began loading potions into the launchers. During the process, Kaysen picked up a vial and examined it closely. "This potion? Genuine," Snape replied curtly. "All right, even if we don't use it this time, we can always recover it later," Kaysen remarked, signaling that they could leave. Back in the classroom where the three-headed dog was, Kaysen cautiously used a feather to test the breathing of each of the dog's heads. Once he confirmed that the massive creature was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. If anything had happened to Hagrid's beloved pet, the half-giant would undoubtedly be heartbroken. "How's your injury?" he asked Snape, turning toward him. "The three-headed dog's teeth are laced with dark magic. Healing potions and Dittany won't work. It'll just have to heal on its own." "Need me to help? Maybe build you a magic-powered wheelchair?" "I promise you won't have to push it yourself." "No need," Snape replied, his lips twitching slightly. "All right, just let the students bring me a sealed letter if you change your mind. They'll let you know if necessary. Want me to help you back to your office?" "No," Snape said, his expression dark as he walked off alone. However, the 2 notifications of increased favorability from Snape that popped up in Kaysen's view betrayed the professor's attempt at feigned indifference. "Classic Tsundere," Kaysen muttered to himself. Back in his office, Kaysen glanced at the schedule on his desk. No classes tomorrow. He couldn't help but marvel at the perks of being an elective course professor. Core course professors had to juggle 7 years and 4 houses, with their schedules packed from morning to night. Meanwhile, elective courses, since students could choose not to take them, were taught with all 4 houses combined, usually only requiring 4 classes a week. Technically, Kaysen could hold all 4 classes in a single day and have the remaining 6 days off, but he didn't. For one, it would be exhausting, and for another, such a work 1, rest 6 schedule would likely attract the attention of a certain enigmatic individual, who might then assign him additional tasks. The thought of Dumbledore's potential reaction immediately dissipated Kaysen's mood for quietly listening to records in his office. Kaysen left the office with a tinge of regret. While he enjoyed the company of music, for now, he had no choice but to begin his nightly wanderings like a student. The thought that Filch wouldn't catch a professor roaming at night made the whole endeavor feel a bit less thrilling. Walking through the dimly lit corridors, Kaysen initially considered using a torch for illumination. However, on second thought, he realized that other wizards usually employed more traditional spells like lumos. Glancing at the pixelated torch in his hand, he found it somewhat lacking in sophistication. After a moment of deliberation, he summoned a glowing crystal, allowing it to float gracefully by his side, instantly elevating the atmosphere. The library was especially tranquil at night. Without Madame Pance's watchful gaze during the day, Kaysen felt far more at ease. Letting the crystal light his path, he headed straight for the restricted section. As someone who had once earned his place at the University of Manchester through sheer ability, ordinary alchemy books no longer satisfied his thirst for knowledge. More importantly, alchemy was the only branch of magic he was truly adept at. Fortunately, alchemy aligned perfectly with his unique abilities. If not for the fact that most of Hogwarts magic could be replicated using blocks, his position as a professor might have been exposed long ago. Still, he secretly speculated that perhaps, in the future, gaining enough favorability would unlock mods, or even command blocks. The thought made him chuckle softly, though the sound came out somewhat strange. "Who's there?" A trembling, raspy voice suddenly called out. "It's me, Kaisenxis, the alchemy professor," Kaisen said, guiding the crystal to illuminate his face. "Mr. Filch, I presume?" "Ah, Professor Heath," Filch croaked. "Do me a favor and don't laugh like that, it's unsettling." "Apologies, I'll keep that in mind. Hope I'm not interrupting your work," Kaisen asked politely. Filch emerged from between the bookshelves, holding a dim lantern. "Not at all. I was just confirming your identity. Some mischievous young wizards like to impersonate professors to fool me." Noticing the faint light of Filch's lantern, Kaisen rubbed his fingers together, and a delicate wrought iron lantern materialized in his hand. "This is our first private meeting, so hey, erase a little gift for you. It's an alchemical creationo fuel needed, and it provides constant light." "Truly? You're not playing a prank on me?" Filch asked in disbelief. "Have people pranked you before?" Kaisen frowned. "Too many times," Filch replied, feigning indifference. "Students from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin all seem to enjoy their tricks. Some candies make your lips swell for a week, and some gadgets give off electric shocks. You should speak to the heads of houses about that," Kaisen said, handing the lantern to Filch. "I assure you, this is no prank." "Thank you, Professor," Filch said sincerely as he accepted the lantern, his gratitude evident. A series of notification sounds echoed in front of Kaisen. Affection from Filch Tin and trust from Filch Tin alternated repeatedly. Watching these positive emotion prompts, Kaisen was momentarily at a loss for words. The sight of this caretaker, who, despite not worrying about food or shelter, was consistently denied equal treatment, expressing such overwhelming gratitude over a simple lantern was truly heartbreaking. "Professor, are you here to catch students sneaking around at night?" Filch asked. No. I couldn't sleep tonight, so I came to read," Kaisen replied, shaking his head. "Then I won't disturb you," Filch said respectfully. "I haven't seen you before, so you must be a very talented wizard. If you'd like to know about any strange rooms or secret passages in this castle, feel free to ask me." "I will, thank you." Carrying his brand new lantern, Filch left the library, his steps noticeably lighter than usual. Watching his retreating figure, Kaisen couldn't help but call out, "Mr. Filch, you might want to get a faux glass. It could help you avoid the tricks of mischievous young wizards, and ensure you don't miss out on the kindness of others." "I'll consider it, Professor," Filch replied. Afterward, Kaisen began flipping through a book in the restricted section titled Forbidden Alchemy. The alchemical techniques described within were not particularly advanced, but the content was rather sinister. The most striking topic was flesh-based alchemy, including the integration of flesh into alchemical constructs. This immediately reminded Kaisen of the concept of wetware from 40 millennia in the future. However, what truly captivated him was another technique: the fusion of alchemical constructs with flesh, granting the human body the abilities of the constructs. This was precisely what he needed. Among the other items he controlled, such as explosive TNT or wither skeleton skulls, their usage only required simple directional control, functioning similarly to dark magic. But what he desired most to integrate was the Ender Pearl. Using an Ender Pearl conventionally required throwing and breaking it to teleport. A process that was highly susceptible to interruption. Being blocked by obstacles was the least of the concerns. Getting hit by a killing curse mid-teleport would truly result in blinking straight into a grave. If he could use the method described in this book to fuse an Ender Pearl into his body, he could teleport freely like an Enderman. This would not only bypass Hogwarts' anti-apparition enchantments, but also eliminate the risk of dismemberment, making it a flawless solution. In Kaisen's hand, a book and a pen suddenly appeared. He quickly transcribed the sections on flesh alchemy from the Forbidden Alchemy text. Once finished, he carefully returned the forbidden text to the shelf and, holding his handwritten notes, prepared to head back to his office. As he made his way back, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly reached his ears, as if someone was fleeing in a panic. At first, he paid it no mind, assuming it was just Filch chasing after students sneaking around at night. But about 20 meters past the staircase, a thought struck him like lightning. The staircase led to Dumbledore's baked classroom, the one housing Hagrid's three-headed dog. "Merlin's beard," Kaisen exclaimed, summoning an Ender Pearl to his hand. Within 3 breaths, he had teleported to the classroom door. As he pushed it open, the figures of 4 young wizards came into view. Just then, a flash of light appeared in the distance, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. "Professor Heath?" Have you seen 4 students sneaking around at night? Filch's voice called out. Kaysen glanced down at the 4 children crouching in front of him, shaking their heads desperately, then at Filch holding his lantern. He shook his head in reply. Is that so? I'll check the other floors then, Filch said in his usual sinister tone. Those mischievous brats won't escape my grasp. With that, he headed toward the staircase. Once Filch was gone, Kaysen grabbed 2 of the children in each hand and, in 2 swift moves, got all of them out of the room. Back in his office, he immediately began to reprimand them sternly. Harry, Neville, Ron, Hermione, explain yourselves. Why were you sneaking around at night? Actually, forget that. Do you have any idea how dangerous that creature is? It could devour 3 of you in just 2 rounds, and the last one would be torn into 3 pieces. It was Malfoy, Ron explained indignantly. He challenged us to a duel, but then he ran off and snitched to Filch. We were afraid of losing points, so, points? That's all? Let Filch take the points, Kaysen said, arms akimbo. Didn't Dumbledore warn you at the start of the term how dangerous that classroom is? Did you just ignore it? What's worse, losing points or losing your lives? The worst Filch can do is give you detention. Are you seriously telling me you'd rather face death than detention? Well, if it's detention with Snape, then maybe. Harry, shut it, Kaysen snapped. You have no idea how serious this is. You completely misjudged the risks of the outcomes. Even if you stumbled into the classroom by mistake, why didn't you run as soon as you saw the 3-headed dog? Did you really think it was sleeping soundly? Even without me saying it, you should understand if that dog attacked, Harry, Neville, and Ron would each be gone in 1 bite, and Hermione, as the last, would be torn into 3 pieces. The more Kaysen spoke, the angrier he became, recalling how earlier that evening he had been helping Snape install potions into the piston door's launcher system. When witnessing the 3-headed dog attacking Snape, Kaysen clearly saw a flash of silvery light from the iron armor charm on the adult wizard's body. However, even with the charm, Snape's protection was still breached. What was even more concerning was that when Kaysen later knocked the massive creature unconscious, the dog transitioned directly from unconsciousness into sleep, indicating it hadn't even had time to eat dinner. If that hungry 3-headed dog had groggily woken up while you were hiding and found 3 main courses and a snack in front of it, what do you think would have happened? Kaysen said angrily. Gryffindor loses points. 20 points each, for all 4 of you. The 4 young wizards hung their heads, experiencing for the first time the terrifying side of Professor Kaysen, who was usually as warm and gentle as a little son. His presence rivaled that of Professor McGonagall, and his sharp words were on par with Snape's. Yet, one particularly sensitive student noticed that beneath the professor's outward fury lay a hint of another emotion. I'm sorry, Professor, Neville said, his head down, his voice trembling with a sob. Neville, Kaysen instinctively wanted to kneel down and comfort him, but he quickly reminded himself to maintain his stern demeanor. Do you know what you did wrong? We shouldn't have gone into that classroom. Not just that, Kaysen continued. You failed to weigh the risks. Which is worse, losing house points or losing your life? And how much blind luck were you relying on? That dog was knocked out by me this afternoon. You had no idea whether it was asleep or unconscious. What if it had woken up hungry? Before he could finish, Kaysen noticed a small puddle forming at Neville's feet. He sighed and softened his tone. All right, it seems you've realized the seriousness of this. Yes. Remember, you need to learn to weigh the risks in any situation. Sounds a bit like Slytherin, Ron muttered under his breath. Each house's traits are strengths, Kaysen pointed out immediately. You can't dismiss Slytherin's qualities just because you dislike them. In the end, Kaysen personally escorted the 4 students back to Gryffindor Tower. Only after watching them disappear into the stone passage behind the fat lady's portrait did his tense expression finally relax. Keeping a stern face is exhausting. How does Severus manage to maintain it all day? Kaysen muttered to himself as he walked back to his office. And now I've lost 2 whole hours of my blood alchemy research. Filch is right, these young wizards really are far too mischievous. Gryffindors especially, and a bit thoughtless too. Kaysen woke up to a brand new day, groggily getting out of bed with a sense of confusion. The reckless antics of those 4 Gryffindor students the day before had forced him to put his alchemy experiments on hold. Calling them mischievous would be an understatement. They were downright brainless. And to think Dumbledore had actually agreed to let Hagrid use such a massive 3-headed dog for guarding duties made Kaysen seriously question whether the headmaster had lost his mind. Still fuming, Kaysen made his way to the Great Hall. Staring down at the typical dry English breakfast before him, he couldn't help but sigh, resigning himself to the thought that this was probably as good as life would get. After finishing his meal, he didn't return to his office but headed straight for the Forbidden Forest. He needed to gather some test subjects after all. Directly stitching an ender pearl into his body wasn't experimentation. It was suicide. On the way, he ran into Hagrid, who was out walking his dog. The massive hound, apparently named Fong, stayed close by Hagrid's side. What are you heading into the Forbidden Forest for? Hagrid asked curiously. I need some live specimens for an alchemy experiment, Kaisen replied. Hagrid instinctively looked up at the sky. Specimens? Would a chicken do? Afraid not. Kaisen shook his head, explaining, we wizards have magic, so the test subjects need to have magical properties as well. Hearing this barrage of technical jargon, Hagrid's head began to spin. To avoid further mental strain, he quickly tugged Fong along and started walking away. Hey, why are you running off so fast? I wasn't done talking. Kaisen called after him. No, that's enough. Hagrid quickened his pace. You sound way too much like my charms professor back when I was a student gave me nightmares. Well, Harry's hoping you dream about them every night. Kaisen said sincerely. Off in the distance, Hagrid suddenly stumbled slightly. By the afternoon, Kaisen had a fruitful haul from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Although he had no clue what most of the magical creatures he caught were called, it didn't hinder his efforts. The strategy was simple. Spot a magical creature, teleport close using an ender pearl, and knock it out cold. For larger creatures, he simply resorted to smashing them with obsidian if he was lucky, twice if needed. Amidst the bewildered stares of passing students, Kaisen returned to his office carrying a chain of cages. He lined them up neatly in a corner, supplied food and water, and then left them alone. Summoning an enchanting table, he placed an ender pearl into it. Soon, a glowing purple ender pearl emerged in his hand. Next, he retrieved a grindstone and began meticulously polishing the enchanted pearl. As the grindstone whirred, the pearl's purple runic symbols and its original structured glyphs started to reveal themselves until a sharp cracking sound suddenly pierced the air. Arg! Professor Sprout, walking down the hallway, jumped at the agonized scream and peeked into the office. Good heavens, Kaisen, your face looks quite dramatic. Is that injury real? Why aren't you off to see Madame Pomfrey? After a moment's hesitation, she forcefully broke open the office door. What greeted her was a disheveled Kaizen whose entire body was covered in alarming abrasions, with hardly a patch of unscathed skin. Normally, wizards are quite adept at treating external injuries. As long as it's not tainted with dark magic, a simple spell or some dittany would do the trick, Professor Sprout remarked, scrutinizing Kaisen's battered appearance. Is this some sort of new trend among you young people? No, Kaisen replied, jotting down symbols on a piece of parchment that he had just gleaned from the grinding wheel. I've been working on a new alchemical method and haven't had the chance to treat myself. Next, I just need to use the enchantment table to embed these symbols into the body. Well, as long as you're all right, that's all that matters, Professor Sprout said, taking a small vial of essence of dittany out of her pocket and placing it on the table. If you don't want the younger wizards to see you in this state, you can handle it yourself. Thank you, Professor. I'll leave you to your magical research then. As soon as Professor Sprout shut the door, a howl of pain erupted from inside the office. Ow! Young people these days, always so dramatic, she muttered to herself. By evening, Kaisen was meticulously dabbing the essence of dittany across his injuries with a cotton swab while poring over the densely packed enchantment symbols on the parchment. Despite the pain coursing through his body, the sight of his progress made it all worthwhile. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Sleep. The next evening, Kaisen placed a failed enchanted magical creature into the cauldron, where house elves would regularly collect such things and take them to the kitchens. His experiment was nearing success. According to the enchantment table theory, every object had its own unique enchantment symbols, and humans were no exception. All he needed to do was integrate the Ender Pearl's enchantment symbols into the gaps within the human symbol set. However, this final step had him stumped. The symbols on the magical creature were so densely packed that there seemed to be no available space for insertion. Am I really going to have to experiment directly on a human body? Kaisen murmured to himself. Am I going to die doing this? Or worse, will it blow up and fill the entire office with blocks? Even when pondering serious matters, his mind couldn't help but conjure absurd jokes. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. With a wave of his hand, Kaisen opened the door to find Harry and Neville standing outside. Professor Kaisen, we're here to apologize. There's no need to apologize to me. As long as you understand what you did wrong, that's good enough. Most mistakes can be corrected, just don't repeat them, Kaisen said, crossing his arms and exhaling deeply. Professor, are you disappointed in me? Neville asked suddenly, looking up. No, I'm not disappointed in any of you. Really? Really? Kaisen confirmed with a nod. That's a relief, Neville said, letting out a breath. From behind his back, he produced a small package. Professor, I prepared a gift for you earlier. I hope you like it, although I'm pretty sure I left it here. Take your time, no rush, Kaisen said gently, as a shimmering ender pearl appeared out of thin air in his hand. Given the dangerous situations you've encountered before, I can see you're not exactly the cautious type. So, take this. If you find yourself in a situation you can't handle, smash it, and I'll appear immediately. This isn't affected by Hogwarts' anti-apparition charm. Neville, blushing, accepted the Ender Pearl but suddenly realized he hadn't brought a gift in return. Sensing Neville's embarrassment, Harry quickly changed the subject. Professor, will you be attending the Halloween feast tonight? Kaysen glanced at the calendar on the corner of his desk and suddenly understood. Oh, so that's why time feels like it's flown by. No wonder Professor Sprout asked me about makeup earlier. She must have thought I was trying out a costume. Will you be going, Professor? Neville asked while carefully stowing away the Ender Pearl. Of course, but I need to freshen up first. I haven't left this office in nearly 2 days, Kaysen said with a shrug and a smile. After the students left, Kaysen put away the book detailing the enchantments for the Ender Pearl and headed to his private quarters. After taking a bath, he stood in front of his open wardrobe, meticulously preparing his outfit. Not long after, Kaysen appeared at the professor's table in a dark purple robe. Originally black, the robe had been enchanted with combat magic after he witnessed a 3-headed dog easily breaking through Snape's defenses. Now, it served as a rather fitting formal garment. Honestly, that's a fine robe, Dumbledore remarked, admiring the shimmering fabric of Kaysen's attire. Perhaps you could help with my socks. You know, at my age, the cold gets to me. I'd love a new pair of warm ones. Not a chance. Fair enough, Dumbledore replied, looking slightly disappointed. As the feast was in full swing, Professor Quirrell suddenly stumbled into the Great Hall, shouting, Dumbledore, there's a troll in the castle. Before anyone could react, he fainted on the spot. Well, I suppose the feast is over for tonight, Dumbledore muttered with mild annoyance, before standing and announcing, all students are to follow their prefects back to their common rooms immediately. No stragglers. Professors, begin searching the castle and locate the troll. My guess is Quirrell let it in himself, crying wolf to cover his tracks, Kaysen murmured. I'm delighted to tell you that your guess is correct, Dumbledore replied quietly. Good grief, Kaysen sighed, drawing his wand and strolling in the direction Quirrell had come from. Searching for a troll in a castle, as vast as Hogwarts, was no small task. It might take all night. But with the students safely evacuated, the worst the troll could do was cause property damage. This, however, presented Kaysen with an excellent opportunity to showcase his expertise in architectural magic. He was already looking forward to an impressive display of restoration and construction for the entire school to witness. The moment the Ender Pearl shattered, Kaysen appeared in a dilapidated corridor. The scene before him immediately set him on edge. Harry was curled up in a corner, Neville lay on the ground groaning in pain, his broken leg clearly causing him agony. Yet, at the sight of Kaysen, a flicker of hope lit up in both their eyes. Professor, watch out behind you. A sharp warning rang out before he could react. Kaysen turned swiftly, spotting Ron clinging desperately to the troll's neck, if the thick area between its torso and head could even be called that. In the corner, Hermione lay unconscious. The troll's beady eyes locked onto Kaysen, who had suddenly appeared. Its simple mind couldn't grasp what was happening, but instinct drove it to swing the massive wooden club in its hand. Clang! The club came crashing down on Kaysen. An impact like that should have been fatal, but thanks to his repeatedly enchanted robes, it felt no worse than a light tap on the head. The protective enchantments held firm. Professor, are you all right? The students asked, their voices filled with worry. Kaysen shook his head. Ron, get out of there. Relieved by Kaysen's arrival, Ron leapt nimbly off the troll's back, scooping up Hermione and retreating to a safe distance. Once he ensured the students were out of harm's way, Kaysen began luring the troll toward the far corner of the corridor. Reaching a spot where the students wouldn't be caught in the crossfire, he quickly pulled out a glowing white cube, forcefully pressing it into the troll's chest. Without hesitation, he threw an Ender Pearl and teleported back to the students. Boom! An explosion echoed through the corridor, but a hastily summoned obsidian wall shielded them from the flying fragments of flesh and bone. Ugh, this thing stinks, Kaysen muttered, wrinkling his nose. With a student slung over each arm and another on his back, he hurried toward the medical wing, Ron trailing behind him. After handing the 4 young wizards over to Madame Pomfrey, Kaysen immediately sought out Dumbledore. You should give Quirrell some Veritaserum, Kaysen said sternly. A troll nearly killed 4 students. Who knows how many more he's let in? Dumbledore placed a calming hand on his shoulder. Relax. I've confirmed there was only this one, and you've already dealt with it. That had better be true. But I still suggest keeping Quirrell under control, Kaysen insisted. If you're hesitant, I could always bag him in the middle of the night, and make sure he doesn't leave a wheelchair until Christmas. Dumbledore looked at him, surprised. It's rare to see you so aggressive. You're usually quite laid back. He's already bold enough to let a troll loose in Hogwarts. What else might he be capable of? Kaysen said heatedly. Am I supposed to call him an innocent man at this point? He's clearly an enemy. I understand, Dumbledore replied. But you can rest assured. Kaysen stared at Dumbledore's calm and collected demeanor, unusually silent for a moment. His voice carried a restrained anger. Under your control? And what about what happened today? Today's incident was an accident, Dumbledore replied calmly. If you keep this up, you'll regret it one day. Perhaps, Dumbledore responded nonchalantly. But until then, I am still the headmaster of Hogwarts, and I have the authority. Before he could finish, Kaysen's fist struck Dumbledore's already slightly crooked nose with a heavy blow. Without another word, Kaysen turned and strode out, slamming the office door behind him with a deafening bang. Ah, that familiar force, Dumbledore muttered, holding his nose with a thoughtful expression. If he had hit just a little harder, he might have managed to straighten it. Seething with anger, Kaysen stormed toward the hospital wing. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. 10 satisfaction from Dumbledore. 10 trust from Dumbledore. 10 favorability from Dumbledore. Is this some kind of masochistic tendency? Kaysen shivered and quickly dismissed the thought. He slipped into the hospital wing and, while Madame Pomfrey wasn't paying attention, sneaked into Quirrell's room. As he debated whether to use an anvil, obsidian, or simply a wither skull to deal with Quirrell and the Voldemort on the back of his head, a low voice sounded behind him. Kaysen, Severus. Kaysen turned and whispered. We need to talk, Snape said. If Dumbledore sent you, I'm sorry, but at least let me finish this first. Snape nodded silently, considerately turning his back. Kaysen wasted no time flipping Quirrell into a prone position and ultimately chose obsidian. He smashed it along Quirrell's spine, pulverizing it, and gave the back of his head at least 10 extra strikes. Snape, disturbed by the bizarre sound, finally grabbed his arm to stop him. As they left the hospital wing, Snape, walking ahead, suddenly remarked, that won't be much of a problem for Madame Pomfrey to handle. I wasn't really trying to kill him, Kaysen explained. All right, I thought about it, but I still have some self-control. I don't know Dumbledore's exact plan, but I respect it. I just wanted those two to stay in bed for a few more days. The longer they're out of commission, the quieter Hogwarts will be. I must admit, you're a genuinely good person, Snape said, almost begrudgingly. I'll take that as a compliment, Kaysen replied. As you wish, Snape said, but don't overthink it. Dumbledore has never claimed to be a perfect saint. Did you know he has a nickname? The White Dark Lord. I had mentally prepared myself for that. I also understand that a traditionally good person couldn't possibly become the headmaster of a wizarding school, let alone deal with the Ministry of Magic. I just hate his. I can't quite put it into words, but his arrogance nearly got 4 young wizards killed. And yet, he keeps insisting it's all part of the plan, all under control. I lost my temper. Maybe I should find a time to apologize to him. Snape chose to stay silent, acting as a listener. When he saw Kaysen land a punch squarely on Dumbledore's nose, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Honestly, you've done something I've always wanted to do, Snape remarked. Maybe. But do you want to know why I did it? Was it also for the safety of the young wizards? No. Resentment from an overworked employee toward the boss? Not that either. It's a bit more complicated. All right. Kaysen shrugged and didn't press further. As Snape walked ahead, he suddenly spoke. Dumbledore asked me to confirm that you only intended to temporarily incapacitate Quirrell, while venting some frustration. My task is complete now. I noticed you don't have any classes next. Maybe you should find a way to relax. Wow, is this you trying to comfort me? If that's how you want to take it, then yes. Thanks. Maybe you'll find a little room to renovate, like Hagrid's hut. I've always wanted to flatten and rebuild it. Do as you please. Back in his office, Kaysen collapsed into his chair, propping his feet up on the desk. He realized he'd been too impulsive. He should have checked on Harry, Neville, and the others before dealing with Quirrell. Now, he had no plans to visit the hospital wingling wasn't his strong suit. If Madame Pomfrey questioned him about who might have had a grudge against Quirrell, he'd probably burst out laughing. As he was savoring his comfortable position, a knock came at the office door. Come in. It's unlocked. Dumbledore entered, a bandage and a splint on his nose, holding a fruit basket in his hand. Seeing the headmaster, Kaysen quickly lowered his feet from the desk, feeling a bit awkward. Kaysen, I owe you an apology for my arrogance. Dumbledore placed the fruit basket on the desk. You didn't hurt me. You should apologize to Harry, Neville, Hermione, and Ron. That kid's a true Gryffindor, trying to choke a troll by its neck even though it's thicker than his waist. I've already apologized to them. Now, I'm here to apologize to you. My arrogance hurt a truly great professor who genuinely cares about Hogwarts and its students. Don't look at me like that, it's making me uncomfortable, Kaysen said, squirming slightly. Dumbledore shook his head. All right. Kaysen straightened up and changed the subject. I don't know the specifics of your plan, but for now, Quirrell is out of commission. He won't be causing any trouble until his spine recovers. I'm glad you didn't kill him outright. I considered it, but then I remembered what you said about Voldemort being so tenacious. Keeping him under observation right under our noses might not be a bad idea. Thank you for your understanding. A week later, Kaisen sat gloomily in his office, fiddling with the enchanting table in front of him. He had clearly underestimated Madame Pomfrey's medical skills. Quirrell, whom he had beaten to the brink of incapacitation, had returned to the defense against the dark arts classroom just a week later. Snape was equally frustrated, though for a different reason. After serving as a substitute professor for only 1 week, the coveted position had slipped through his fingers once again. Kaisen forced himself to push aside his irritable thoughts about Quirrell and focus on the enchanting table before him. After a full week of research, he was finally ready to infuse the power of the Ender Pearl into his own body. Carefully, he took out several pieces of lapis lazuli and arranged them meticulously on the enchanting table. This process was far more delicate than the crude quantity over quality approach he had used when enchanting wands and wizard robes. Self-enchantment required utmost caution. Any mistake could be fatal. He placed a book on the enchanting table, and it immediately began to levitate. Wisps of glyph-like symbols floated out from the book's pages, intertwining with the magical energy and gradually forming a glowing purple light. Suddenly, there was a faint pop, followed by an earth-shaking boom. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's heart tightened at the sound of the explosion. "Lady in White, do you know what just happened?" he asked a visiting portrait. The Lady in White left her frame to investigate and quickly returned. "There's been an explosion in the alchemy office. Professor Kaisenxis is missing." Dumbledore's normally calm expression turned grave. "Let's hope he's all right." Rising from his seat, he apparat directly to the alchemy office. The scene before him was astonishing. The office was in utter ruins, and Kaisen was flickering like a ghost from one corner of the room to another, not through some sophisticated duplication spell, but rather due to uncontrollable rapid teleportation. "Dumbledore, help me. I can't stop." Kaisen's voice echoed from every direction. Dumbledore drew the Elder Wand and pointed it with precision. A stronger spatial force anchored Kaisen in place, pulling him back each time he attempted to teleport. "By Merlin," Kaisen gasped, clutching his chest in relief. "Looks like you'll need to remodel this office." "Before that," Dumbledore said, settling onto a chair that was barely intact, "would you care to explain what kind of experiment you were conducting?" Kaisen casually tossed an ender pearl to Dumbledore. "Take a look at this. This is an alchemical creation. What does it do?" "Smash it and see." Dumbledore nodded, throwing the pearl to the ground. With a resonant hum, Kaisen instantly appeared where the pearl had shattered. "Truly remarkable alchemy," Dumbledore remarked with admiration. "But you still haven't explained why it resulted in this level of destruction." Kaisen's expression suddenly turned conflicted, as if he had thought of something troubling. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled a small booklet out of his pocket. It was a notebook where he had transcribed notes on the fusion of flesh and alchemy from forbidden alchemical texts. Dumbledore carefully flipped through the booklet, his face serious. "You should have called me. Experiments like this are incredibly dangerous. I've already conducted numerous tests," Kaisen quickly explained, "and the success rate has reached a fairly significant level." "How significant?" "As high as 24%. Dumbledore shook his head with a sigh. "I sincerely hope you'll value your own life as much as you value the lives of young wizards." Kaisen shrugged, trying to lighten the mood. "Relax, I was just joking. The actual success rate is definitely not that low." "I hope so," Dumbledore said with a sigh. "Can I lift the restriction on you now?" "Pretty much. I think I can control myself now." Dumbledore drew his wand and gave a light tap. Instantly, Kaisen felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. With a mere thought, he appeared behind Dumbledore. "Not bad at all," he remarked. "Yes, quite impressive." From that day on, Kaisen's life seemed to switch to an easier mode. The most noticeable change was that his dreaded commuting time was reduced to mere seconds. Although, at first, he often accidentally apparat to the potions classroom below the alchemy classroom, which was rather awkward. But these minor inconveniences were soon overshadowed by new developments. At that moment, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, was sitting on the sofa in the corner of his office, with a large trunk in front of her. "I'm glad you agreed to see me," Madame Hooch said. "It saved me the trouble of sending these back to the manufacturer." "What is this?" Kaisen asked curiously. "A full set of Quidditch balls, a quaffle, 2 bludgers, and a golden snitch. The Quidditch Cup is coming up, and I need to make sure they're all properly tuned before the matches." Kaisen carefully took the trunk and opened it. The golden snitch immediately tried to flutter away but was securely trapped by the trunk. As he inspected each ball closely, he suddenly asked, "Madame Hooch, aren't Quidditch balls supposed to have anti-hex enchantments?" "Of course," Madame Hooch replied, "especially the bludgers. They're so heavy that if they go out of control and hit a player, it could cause serious injuries." Kaisen's expression turned grave. "Then I have bad news for you. These balls have had their protective enchantments removed." He immediately carried the balls to the enchantment station, and within a minute, he had reapplied protective magic to all of them. Thank you so much, Professor Kaysen, Madam Hooch said, lifting the trunk. If anything went wrong with these balls, it would have been a disaster. Madam Hooch, I'm afraid it's not just a possibility of something going wrong, Kaysen said with a serious expression, but a certainty. Kaysen's gaze swept swiftly over the Quidditch balls, his expression turning serious. I just inspected the magical circuits of this set of balls. They're incredibly sturdy. No ordinary student could erase such magicite, can only be the work of a highly skilled professor. This means someone in Hogwarts has ill intentions. Will this affect the start of the Quidditch Cup? Kaysen, while operating the enchantment station, explained to Harry, concerned about Madame Hooch's judgment. I sought Dumbledore's permission to inspect all the equipment used in the games. Not just the balls, we'll need to check every broomstick as well. Most brooms have anti-jinx enchantments, but if someone can tamper with the game balls, the brooms could also be sabotaged. After completing the enchantment on the golden snitch, he turned to Oliver Wood and said, Mr. Wood, the golden snitch has been re-enchanted. Thank you, Professor. Bring all the brooms over. I'll inspect and re-enchant each one, Kaysen said as he retrieved a quill and began inscribing anti-jinx runes in his notebook. The brooms passed over the enchantment station one by one, each glowing purple before returning to their respective owners. Slytherin team members, please come over to have your brooms inspected as well. The Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, stepped forward and extended his hand. Professor Kaysen, am Marcus of the Flint family. Pleasure to meet you, Marcus, Kaysen replied, shaking his hand. Please bring your brooms forward. Professor, we Slytherins might not really need. Kaysen interrupted firmly. In my eyes, you're all young witches and wizards in need of protection. I won't take any risks, and I don't want any of you thinking of yourselves as future dark wizards. Dark wizards won't spare you just because you're from Slytherin. As he enchanted the Slytherin brooms, he continued, I've never equated Slytherin with dark wizards. Don't blindly align yourselves with some dark wizards, just because they were once Slytherins. They won't offer you the same sense of allegiance. Once the work was done, Kaysen packed up the now shrunken enchantment station and said briefly, play well, before vanishing on the spot and reappearing in the professor's stands. Dumbledore smiled and said, You've been a big help, Kaysen. A small effort, Kaysen replied darkly, his gaze briefly flickering toward Quirrell in the front row. I just hope the one with ill intentions doesn't give me a reason to catch them. Professor Flitwick reassured him. Don't be like that, Kaysen. Remember, Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Oh, let's hope so, Kaysen muttered. The Quidditch match concluded successfully, with the Gryffindor team declared the winner by the referee. Kaysen followed Dumbledore down from the stands, unable to resist commenting, a bunch of people flying around on broomsticks, zipping back and forth. It's so hard to even see what's happening. Is this really that entertaining? Dumbledore smiled and replied, That's the unique charm of Quidditch. You might want to borrow a few books on the subject from Madam Pants. I believe you'll come to appreciate its intricacies over time. I still prefer building things, Kaysen shrugged. You will, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. And as I've mentioned before, you can start with my office. Sure, when I have the time. Kaysen returned to his usual leisurely pace, enjoying the unhurried rhythm of walking. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure ahead. Severus, your leg still hasn't healed? Kaysen asked quietly, observing Snape's limping gait. It's a wound tainted by dark magic. After all, Snape replied. How about I make you a cane? Kaysen casually draped an arm around Snape's shoulders, lifting slightly to ease his step. If you're not fond of wheelchairs, I could craft a walking stick, something like an English gentleman's cane. Or perhaps a scepter, if that suits you better. Not far behind them, for young students were quietly trailing along. I can't believe it, Professor Kaysen actually gets along so well with Snape? Ron said, his face full of disbelief. Professor Kaysen is friendly with everyone, but why even Snape? Harry muttered, a hint of irritation in his voice. Harry, you just won the match. Why do you look so unhappy? Ron asked, puzzled. Of course I'm not happy. Professor Kaysen is being deceived by a dark wizard. Harry whispered urgently. I saw Snape in the library stairwell the other day, pulling up his pant leg to pour red potion on a wound. It looked like it had been caused by some kind of beast. You mean the injury from the three-headed dog? Hermione said thoughtfully. But that doesn't prove he's a dark wizard. Wait, do you all remember what was beneath the three-headed dog? Harry asked, glancing at his friends. Neville shook his head. Sorry, I don't have the best memory. Ron looked puzzled. There was something under the dog? A trapdoor, Hermione answered. Exactly, Harry said firmly. The three-headed dog is there to guard whatever's under that trapdoor. It must be something important that Dumbledore is hiding down there. Are you saying Snape got bitten because he was trying to get whatever the three-headed dog is guarding? Harry asked hesitantly. Judging by the size of the wound, it does look like it was caused by a three-headed dog, Neville analyzed. But the injury isn't that deep. Maybe his pants were thick enough, or he used a protective charm. Hermione frowned. But Professor Kaysen mentioned before that he could subdue the three-headed dog. Maybe that trapdoor is just a coincidence. Or maybe Professor Kaysen is one of the people protecting that object too. Neville suggested another possibility. The group debated back and forth before deciding to go straight to Professor Kaysen for answers. Professor Kaysen welcomed the four young wizards warmly in his office and poured them some tea. The green tea last time was a bit bitter, he explained, so I opted for black tea today. Now, you're here to ask about Snape, aren't you? Yes, Harry said earnestly. Professor Snape is definitely up to something. Kaysen gently corrected him. First, it's important to respectfully refer to him as Professor Snape. Fine, Professor Snape is definitely up to something, Harry amended. Kaysen shook his head. If you're asking about that injury, I can explain. The mechanisms protecting that object were designed as a series of interconnected defenses by several professors, including myself, Professor Snape, and Professor McGonagall. Snape got bitten by the three-headed dog while we were testing the mechanisms together. It's not part of any conspiracy. The four young wizards fell into a brief silence, but Harry quickly latched onto a new lead. Then, Professor, who removed the protective enchantments on the Quidditch ball in our brooms? I know who, Kaysen sighed, but I can't say. If that person finds out you're investigating them, they would truly kill to keep their secret. You said he, so that means it's not Professor Snape, right? Hermione remarked astutely, sipping her tea. Kaysen looked a bit exasperated. This is all Dumbledore's idea. Honestly, I've always opposed this kind of absurdity. Dumbledore? The four exclaimed in unison. No, you've misunderstood, Kaysen quickly clarified. I'm complaining that Dumbledore knows there's a dark wizard at Hogwarts but hasn't taken action. Instead of letting you keep guessing, I'd rather tell you the truth, so you can stay far away from that person. Kaysen knew all too well that these brave Gryffindor students wouldn't heed his warnings. Since Dumbledore was certain that Harry would eventually face Voldemort, giving them some clues in advance as a precaution was better than leaving them to seek out Quirrell in desperation. Quirinus Quirrell, he finally revealed the name. Professor Quirrell? Ron frowned incredulously. You mean the one who stammers all the time and smells like garlic? Exactly, Kaysen replied calmly with a shrug. Hermione's brows furrowed deeply. But Professor Quirrell, he doesn't seem like. Are you just making this up to distract us? Do you think villains walk around with "I'm a bad guy" written on their foreheads? Kaysen gave a faint, wry smile. Take me, for example. If I didn't tell you, would you ever guess I have to eat 4 young wizards every day to maintain my youthful appearance? That joke's a bit dark, Harry said, unable to suppress a small grin. But somehow it's actually funny when you say it, Professor. Kaysen straightened his expression. Don't mind the joke. What's important is this. Stay away from Quirrell. He's not a good person. But Ron still looked puzzled. Someone like Professor Quirrell, what bad things could he possibly do? For instance, Kaysen said meaningfully, looking at them, the troll on Halloween night. He's the one who let it in. Kaysen continued his earnest appeal. This matter is now under Dumbledore's control. There's no need for first-year students like you to get involved. So I sincerely ask you stay away from Quirrell during your free time. Seeing Ron's lingering doubt, Kaysen added, why don't you ask your twin brothers? Let them tell you what Professor Quirrell used to be like, and why he's turned into the strange person he is now. Well, be careful, Professor, Neville said seriously with a firm nod. I hope so, Kaysen sighed. After sending the 4 students away, Kaysen reclined briefly on the sofa, drained the remaining tea from his teapot in one gulp, and then stood up to head to the headmaster's office. Lemon sherbet. At the password, the stone gargoyle outside the office slowly moved aside. Inside, Dumbledore had already prepared 2 cups of green tea, evidently well aware that Kaysen disliked sweet things, and that he himself couldn't resist adding sugar to black tea. Thank you for accommodating my taste, Kaysen said, taking a sip of the green tea. Is there something on your mind? Dumbledore asked warmly. It's about Harry and the others, Kaysen said directly. They've gotten wind of the fact that there's a dark wizard in the school. To prevent them from doing anything reckless, I decided to tell them the truth. The truth? I outed Quirrell, Kaysen admitted bluntly. When Kaysen left the headmaster's office, he didn't forget to slowly raise a middle finger toward Dumbledore. Outwardly, he showed no disagreement with the headmaster's casual remark. Let them be. He did respect the wisdom of this man who had lived for over a century, but deep down, he was already brewing a little plan of his own. Since Dumbledore was in charge of the bigger picture, Kaysen figured he should have some room for personal maneuvering, as long as it didn't disrupt the overall plan. Besides, these small schemes of his could cause trouble for Quirrell, which was a delightful bonus. The last time, his physical attack had left Quirrell lying in Madame Pomfrey's care for an entire week before being discharged. This time, he planned to try something new, though not right now. At the moment, he was busy preparing for the awards banquet for the 7th-year students. Their research papers on iron golems had yielded faster results than the 4th-year studies on enchanted platforms, and all the authors had received invitations to a banquet hosted by the European Alchemy Exchange Association. As evening fell, Kaysen stood by the Black Lake, dressed in a shimmering, water-blue wizard's robe that glowed faintly with magical light. He carefully inspected the attire of the dozen or so seventh-year students in front of him. Castley, where's your brooch? And that loose thread needs to be taken care of. He conjured a delicate brooch and handed it to her. This group photo is going to be featured in the Alchemy Journal and the Daily Prophet. Mars, your shoes need a shine, right? If it feels uncomfortable, you can fold your collar out. It works fine with your outfit. He pointed out each detail one by one. Once the inspection was complete, Kaysen glanced at his watch, his tone warm yet tinged with a bit of regret. It's a pity you're already in your 7th year. Time is tight, so we could only work on a relatively basic topic like iron golems. However, this co-authored paper will serve as an important stepping stone for your future. Since I've only had the privilege of teaching you for a year, this is the best compensation I can offer. He took a deep breath. In 1 minute, you'll be standing in the banquet hall of the Ministry of Magic, facing alchemy authorities, Daily Prophet reporters, and high-ranking officials from the ministry. Are you ready? Keep your spirits up, ladies and gentlemen. For the sake of your own futures, Kaysen said in a deep, steady voice. We will, Professor, came a tearful reply from the classroom. It was Castley, the sentimental young witch. Perhaps she was moved by Kaysen's concern for their futures, or perhaps she was lamenting why it took until their 7th year to have such an exceptional mentor. Kaysen walked over to Castley and handed her a handkerchief. Castley, do you need to fix your makeup? You'll want to leave a good impression later. Castley shook her head, wiped her tears, and tucked the handkerchief into her pocket. Watching this, Kaysen shrugged helplessly. As long as you're happy. The time had come. Kaysen pulled out a stack of pre-arranged portkeys from his pocket. One for each of you, and remember to carry yourselves with poise. The semester is coming to an end, and while I can't teach you much more, at the very least, I can guide you through this evening. He handed out the portkeys one by one, and when he reached Castley, the emotional witch suddenly gave him a hug. All right. I hope this makes you feel better, Kaysen said gently, patting her on the back. I will, Professor, Castley replied softly. Once everyone had their portkeys, a surge of mysterious spatial magic transported them instantly to a grand and opulent venue. Thanks to his prior experience practicing interpearl enchantments in his office, Kaysen adjusted almost immediately. Although the students lacked such experience, they diligently followed Kaysen's advice and maintained their composure. Not a single one faltered. Before long, a group of reporters equipped with magical cameras approached. Kaysen motioned for the students to arrange themselves properly, and a lively group photo was captured. Upon reviewing the photo, Kaysen ensured that everyone looked presentable, with no inappropriate details in sight. He sincerely shook the photographer's hand, saying, Impressive photography skills. Professor, what should we do next? A student quietly asked from just behind Kaysen's right side. Stay calm, observe the situation, and watch as I handle them with ease, Kaysen replied with a confident smile. The next day, Kaysen looked at the front page of the Daily Prophet. The photo of him and his students was prominently displayed. The article described them in glowing terms, with elegant praises that even made Kaysen feel slightly embarrassed. Well, this is a bit overwhelming, he muttered to himself with a faint smile. It had been some time since the last alchemy gala, yet the spectacular performances from the 7th-year students were still the talk of Hogwarts. However, amidst the lively discussions, Harry noticed some peculiar details. In the library, Harry lowered his voice as he spoke to his friends. Ever since we found out in Professor Kaysen's office that Professor Quirrell was the dark wizard in hiding, the atmosphere has been suffocatingly tense whenever the two of them are in the same room. And I can't help but feel like Professor Kaysen is deliberately targeting Quirrell, taking every possible chance to do so. That's completely understandable, Neville chimed in immediately. Professor Kaysen is a righteous and powerful wizard. Of course, he wouldn't tolerate a dark wizard. Hermione, busy jotting down notes for her essay, raised a cautionary point. I get that, but if Professor Kaysen keeps pushing Quirrell like this, what if he snaps and resorts to something drastic, like assassinating Professor Kaysen? You clearly haven't seen how strong Professor Kaysen is, Neville countered passionately. That day, he blasted a troll to pieces with just one spell. I'm not questioning his abilities, Hermione said, putting down her quill, but Quirrell might possess some extremely dangerous dark magic. Speaking of which, Harry interjected, Professor Kaysen himself knows how to use dark magic. I saw him in Nocturn Alley once. He used a spell with a skull symbol to take down 3 dark wizards who were threatening Hagrid. That can't be dark magic, Neville insisted. There's no way Professor Kaysen would use that. But there was a skull, Harry pointed out. Even so, it wasn't dark magic. Seeing Neville's stubbornness, Harry sighed and gave up on arguing. Wait, Ron interrupted, looking confused. Weren't we talking about Professor Kaysen giving Quirrell a hard time? How did we get onto dark magic? Meanwhile, one of the subjects of their discussion was acting out the very scene they had been debating, right in the Great Hall. As Quirrell finished his lunch and prepared to leave, Kaysen rose from his seat at just the right moment, colliding with him. The impact sent Quirrell sprawling to the floor, while Kaysen stood firm and unshaken. At that moment, Quirrell finally reached his breaking point. He recalled how Kaysen had been polite to him in the staff lounge not long ago, but ever since Halloween night, the man had treated him like a completely different person, though he remained kind to everyone else, including Hagrid and Filch. Fuming with rage, Quirrell moved faster than even the Voldemort on the back of his head could react. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket. "I challenge you to a duel." Kaysen tilted his head slightly and caught the floating handkerchief. "Name the time." "Tonight, in the Great Hall, in front of everyone. I'm going to defeat you." Quirrell roared. The Voldemort on the back of his head uncharacteristically remained silent, as if he too wanted to use this opportunity to test the skills of this newly prominent alchemy professor. "Not stuttering now, are we?" Kaysen casually tucked a handkerchief into his pocket. "Suit yourself. Set up your stage, and make sure someone comes to get me when you're ready." Dumbledore. I'd like to ask you to be the official witness for this duel." Quirrell suddenly stammered, seemingly remembering something, and looked pleadingly at Dumbledore, who was elegantly sipping lemon water. "Oh, of course, if that's what you wish," Dumbledore agreed cheerfully. "This evening in the Great Hall before dinner. I'll be here waiting for you," Quirrell shouted, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Kaysen. Kaysen merely shrugged off Quirrell's outburst with indifference. He had considered giving the man a lesson, but with so many young wizards present, he decided on a subtler response. With a swift, unapologetic gesture, he raised a long middle finger, as bold and imposing as Mount Everest rising from the ground. Satisfied with his statement, he left the hall. Fuming, Quirrell stormed back to the defense against the dark arts office, while the commotion in the Great Hall gradually settled. "I figured this day might come, but I didn't think it'd be so soon," Neville mumbled through a mouthful of bread. "I have to find Professor Kaysen." Harry sprang to his feet after only 2 seconds of thought and dashed toward the staircase at the side of the hall. "Wait for us." Neville quickly dropped the rest of his bread, while Hermione sighed and picked up his forgotten remembrall and homework. Ron trailed behind, clutching 2 half-eaten drumsticks in hand, claiming they were extra snacks for Professor Kaysen. When the 4 young wizards arrived at Kaysen's office, they found it packed to the brim. Students from 3rd year and above had crowded both inside and outside the office, leaving the hallway completely jammed. Ron immediately spotted the Weasley twins among the crowd. "Professor Kaysen, just say the word, and we guarantee Quirrell won't leave this office," one of the twins shouted. "Professor, the twins are too weak. I know dark magic." "Professor Kaysen, I made an alchemical gadget that'll blow Quirrell's mind." "Professor Kaysen." Ron wiped his greasy mouth, his eye twitching as he asked, "Do you think we can even squeeze in there? Should we still go in?" Hermione asked worriedly, gazing at the sea of people crammed together, shoulder to shoulder. The scene was enough to make anyone with social anxiety hesitate. "Of course we're going in," Harry declared before diving into the crowd. His small frame weaved through the gaps between people with surprising ease. Neville, though sturdier than Harry, found himself struggling against the wall of 3rd-year students blocking his way. The scene inside the office was even more chaotic. Professor Kaysen had to climb onto his desk to try to restore order. This unexpected situation gave him a surprising realization of just how popular he was among the students. "Everyone, listen to me." Professor Kaysen raised his voice. "I really appreciate your concern, but please believe me, I don't need a dueling assistant, I don't need a dueling proxy, and I certainly don't need any of you to assassinate Professor Quirrell. I can handle this myself." After much pleading from Professor Kaysen, the students finally began to disperse. Eventually, only he and 4 young wizards remained in the office. "I hope you're not here to help me assassinate Quirrell," Kaysen said. "Of course not, Professor," Hermione quickly clarified. "Yeah, even if we wanted to, we wouldn't have the skills for that," Harry added with an awkward laugh. "I sincerely hope you don't even entertain the thought," Kaysen said sternly. When asked about his confidence in the duel, Kaysen appeared calm. "I'm fairly confident. To be honest, even if Quirrell hadn't issued the challenge today, I would have. Letting him roam freely around the castle is far too dangerous. If this duel can confine him to the hospital wing, it'll at least contribute to Hogwarts' safety." The duel Quirrell had scheduled came quickly. From the moment he dropped a handkerchief, since he wasn't wearing Glovesto the time both participants stood on the dueling stage, only 6 hours had passed. At 6 in the evening, a dueling platform suddenly appeared in the center of the Great Hall. Kaysen and Quirrell each held their wands pointed at their chests. Standing between them, Snape read out the dueling rules before signaling for both to bow. Even on Hogwarts' dueling stage, basic courtesy between opponents was expected. This wasn't some wrestling ring. After bowing, the two turned and walked to opposite edges of the platform. At Snape's signal, they turned to face each other again. Quirrell was the first to strike. slashing his wand upward to summon a massive formidable-long serpent that lunged at Kaisen. Unfazed, Kaisen waved his wand, and a precise, even flame engulfed the serpent in an instant. With a simple sidestep, Kaisen allowed the flaming serpent to miss him entirely, crashing down off the platform. Kaisen shrugged at Quirrell, making a gesture like a little bear spreading its paws, as if silently saying, "That's it? Not even close." Quirrell's wand flicked swiftly, and a series of spikes erupted from the ground, spreading toward Kaisen. Unbothered, Kaisen scratched his chin casually and tapped his wand lightly. Instantly, the entire dueling platform transformed into obsidian. The spikes, losing their foundation, collapsed into dust and scattered into the air. Just as he admired his handiwork and looked up, a silent red spell streaked through the air toward him. Knowing Quirrell's temperament, it could be a disarming charm, a stunning spell, or, more likely, a bone-breaking curse. This time, Kaisen didn't take any chances. He lowered his wand and simply waved his hand upward. A wall of obsidian shot up from the ground, blocking the spell before shattering into fragments. Quirrell's attacks were relentless. A massive dragon made of fiery red flames roared as it charged at Kaisen. Snape, recognizing it as the Fiendfire curse, immediately jumped down from the platform and looked toward Dumbledore. The headmaster, however, merely waved his hand dismissively and continued to watch with interest. Facing the dangerous magical flames, Kaisen remained outwardly calm while his mind calculated rapidly. In his imagination, the dueling platform became overlaid with a transparent three-dimensional grid. Holding his wand in one hand and conjuring water with the other, he prepared to eliminate the Fiendfire by filling its space with water, like overwriting a computer file, simple and direct. As the fire dragon swelled, nearly touching the ceiling of the Great Hall, Kaisen acted swiftly. He tossed a block of water toward one corner of the platform and pointed his wand at the ceiling. In an instant, a massive cube of water materialized out of thin air, extinguishing the dragon in a flash. Recalling that the goal of this duel was merely to ensure Quirrell spent a few days in the hospital wing while also adhering to Dumbledore's instructions not to endanger lives, Kaisen ruled out using the Wither Skeleton's skull. TNT seemed too trivial. Then he thought of the perfect choice, the End Crystal. With a tap of his wand, a hovering purple cube surrounded by a white frame appeared in midair. The End Crystal shot toward Quirrell, exploding with a deafening boom. Quirrell was sent flying and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. For a moment, the Great Hall was silent. Then it erupted in a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. "Oh ho 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 ho!" Kaisen stepped down from the platform and approached the spot where Quirrell had collapsed. Looking at the unconscious defense against the dark arts professor, he estimated that his colleague would likely be confined to the hospital wing for at least 1 or 2 weeks. However, this presented an opportunity. He knew someone who would be more than happy to take over the classes in the meantime. Back in his office, Kaisen uncharacteristically retrieved a bottle of champagne from his cabinet and made his way to Hagrid's hut. The following morning, Hagrid was up early, heading out with a bundle of red ribbons in hand. With Christmas approaching, though Hagrid never quite understood why wizards celebrated the holiday, decorating the Christmas tree was a tradition he couldn't ignore. For the pine trees in the Forbidden Forest, however, the red ribbons in Hagrid's hands were nothing short of a death sentence. Any tree marked with them was doomed not to see the new year. With no classes to teach, Kaisen leisurely strolled through the castle, warmly greeting the young wizards and witches he encountered along the way. Upon returning to his office, he meticulously went through the student roster, carefully jotting down each student's Christmas gift list on a piece of parchment. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express echoed as the train prepared to depart, though, being magically powered, it didn't technically need to emit steam. Holding the ticket Dumbledore had specially prepared for him, Kaisen boarded the train. It was a kind gesture from the headmaster, allowing him to experience a journey that all young witches and wizards had once taken. Of course, the trip had another purpose. He was on a home visit mission and planned to deliver holiday gifts to his Muggle friends. Having already moved all his belongings to Hogwarts, he was ready to spend the Christmas break there. Kaisen found the visit to Neville's home particularly necessary. He had long considered writing a letter to Neville's grandmother about the boy's personality, but he preferred face-to-face discussions. Sitting together over hot tea and delicately flavored pastries seemed a far better way to communicate. However, on the train, even though Harry and Ron staying at Hogwarts had left some compartments open, Kaisen chose not to sit with Neville, as he didn't want to make the student feel uncomfortable. When the train finally arrived at platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, Kaisen immediately spotted the witch Professor McGonagall had mentioned, a stern-looking elderly woman clad in intricate wizarding robes and wearing a wide, brownish-green pointed hat. Apart from her preference for elaborate attire, in contrast to McGonagall's more understated style, the two shared an almost identical air of authority. Professor Heath, Augusta Longbottom approached Kaisen with a look of gratitude in her eyes. "I'm Neville's grandmother. That boy has written me an entire box of letters all about you. Thank you for taking care of this poor child. Kaysen is fine, Mrs. Longbottom, he responded quickly. Actually, the main reason I'm here today is to discuss Neville's personality with you. Has the boy caused you trouble? Augustus' brow furrowed slightly. Not at all. Kaysen waved his hand in reassurance. Quite the opposite, in fact. He's too obedient, too mild-mannered, so much so that he hardly seems like a Gryffindor student. Augusta nodded thoughtfully. He's always been like that. Far too timid. To be honest, I originally thought he'd be sorted into Hufflepuff. Just as Kaysen was about to speak, the sound of quick footsteps interrupted him. Neville appeared before them, slightly out of breath. Would you care to join us for a simple meal at our home? Augusta extended the invitation. It would be my honor, Kaysen replied warmly. Augusta took Neville by the hand and placed her other hand on Kaysen's shoulder. In an instant, the three of them appeared on a small island. Kaysen gazed at the grand, ancient Longbottom Manor in the distance, momentarily tempted to comment on its design, but wisely held his tongue. The manor was vast, though it seemed to house only the three of them at the moment, aside from the house elves, discreetly tending to their duties in hidden corners. This stark contrast helped Kaysen better understand Augusta's commanding demeanor. In an environment like this, anything less than strength might have left her vulnerable to exploitation by distant relatives or neighbors. As soon as they settled in the sitting room, Augusta gave Neville a single glance, and he obediently retreated to his bedroom. Please, go ahead, Professor Heath. Well, Kaysen adjusted his posture, adopting the confident air he once used in negotiations with demanding clients in his previous career. That scene just now perfectly illustrates the issue. Mrs. Longbottom, under such overwhelming pressure from you, this child can hardly breathe. As a Gryffindor, his courage is slipping away. Surprisingly, Augusta didn't react defensively, as many stubborn clients of Kaysen's past might have. Instead, she sighed and nodded resignedly. Do you think I don't know this? But to be honest, and I don't mean to speak poorly of Neville, he really doesn't seem to excel at anything. Kaysen was forced to endure nearly an hour of Neville recounting stories from his childhood, everything from his birth to the embarrassing moments leading up to his first year at school. As he listened, Kaysen gradually pieced together a heartbreaking cycle of cause and effect. Neville's slightly clumsy magical aptitude had drawn disapproval from the Longbottom family. In an attempt to awaken his magical potential, they resorted to high-pressure methods, which only further damaged Neville's confidence and hindered his ability to perform magic. Carefully analyzing the situation, Kaysen realized that blame could not entirely rest with one side. The Longbottom family's desire for an heir with exceptional magical talent was understandable, but Neville, being so young and inexperienced, could hardly be held accountable for his natural abilities. In truth, he might not have been lacking in talent at all, simply lacked self-confidence. When Kaysen traced the root of the problem, he finally identified the true culprits: Voldemort and his followers. This revelation cleared Kaysen's mind, freeing him from the mental entanglement that had plagued him. Soon, a house elf brought out dinner. As Kaysen looked at the lavish spread of dishes covering the table, he couldn't help but marvel at the wealth and influence of these old pureblood families. This meal, prepared for just 3 people, rivaled the standard of a banquet for the entire Hogwarts teaching staff. The dinner was warm and pleasant, but Kaysen's sharp eyes noticed that whenever Neville looked at his grandmother, his face would still betray a hint of timidity and apprehension. To ease the atmosphere, Kaysen deliberately shared stories of Neville's accomplishments at Hogwarts with some artistic embellishment. He highlighted Neville's heroic feat of nearly knocking the Malfoy heir unconscious with a single wand. Kaysen wanted to make Augusta Longbottom realize that Neville could excel in both combat and herbology when not burdened by undue pressure. After dinner, Augusta and Neville insisted on escorting Kaysen to the apparition point at the manor's gates. Kaysen politely declined, saying, "This is far enough. When it comes to education, there's no need to go out of your way to encourage him, just keep things normal. As long as there's no suppression, he'll thrive. Perhaps you could take some inspiration from the Weasleys at the Burrow." "They'll make time to visit the Burrow," Augusta replied. "Although I believe this Christmas they're off visiting their eldester, was it their second son? Professor, can't you stay just one more day?" Neville asked timidly. Kaysen apologized with a regretful tone. "I'm really sorry, but this Christmas I have far too much work to do. I need to review the 4th year's enchantment essays, oversee the students receiving their honor certificates, and manage the renovation and expansion of my office. On top of that, I still have to prepare everyone's Christmas gifts. While I've got them ready, I still need to pack them, write cards, and send them out. Have you prepared a lot?" "Of course. Gifts for you, the professors, and even my muggle friends. I need to head back to my previous residence to pick up their gifts first. Honestly, it's been exhausting," Kaysen explained, nodding as he spoke. No sooner had he finished speaking than, with a loud whoosh, Kaysen disappeared from sight, leaving behind only a few flickering purple sparks that slowly dissipated in the air. Professor Kaysen can bypass the apparition wards? And that wasn't porky magic either? Mrs. Longbottom whispered in astonishment. Nothing Professor Kaysen does surprises me anymore. Remember, he once took down Quirrell with a single spell. Quirinus Quirrell? That skilled dark arts practitioner? Mrs. Longbottom remarked with rare admiration. He's quite formidable, isn't he? Quirrell? Oh, he's definitely talented. Among the younger generation, he's even stronger than most Aurors. Mrs. Longbottom, with Neville in tow, stepped into the manor. Meanwhile, Kaysen had already returned to his residence at 222 Baker Street in London. He glanced at the pile of Christmas cards overflowing from his mailbox and let out a wry chuckle. Soon after, he fetched a large batch of Christmas gifts from the post office and began preparing his return gifts. Let's see, Kaysen muttered as he inspected each gift. Mrs. Martha's gift is just so pink. And Peanuts sent me, well, a bag of peanuts. Luckily, I prepared peanuts as a return gift too. Oh, and Sherlock's signed trench coat still as narcissistic as ever. Kaysen took out a sewing kit and carefully covered Sherlock's signature with a small patch of fabric. Then, on the left collar, he embroidered his own name. Standing in front of the mirror, he examined himself from every angle, not forgetting to glance at the neighbor's house. Unsurprisingly, no one was home. Those two were always so busy. After sorting out the gifts for his muggle friends, Kaysen instantly returned to his alchemy office at Hogwarts. He placed all the prepared gifts into his ender chest and slipped on the small ring embedded with the chest's magic. Then, he headed toward the Owlery. With Christmas approaching, the owls were already swamped with deliveries, and Kaysen's arrival only added to their workload. He began distributing the gifts one by one. A broomstick protection kit for Harry, delivered straight to his dormitory. A memory bracelet for Neville. A new robe for Ron since the Weasleys couldn't afford one. An alchemy primer for Hermione if she takes my class in 3rd year. She's definitely becoming the class representative. A broomstick cushion for Angelina. An enchanted quill for Professor McGonagall, and a dry shampoo machine for Severus. Surely Slytherins aren't afraid of water. But since he dislikes washing his hair, it's lucky he has a friend like me. Lastly, there was the golden beer stein for Hagrid. Always complained that regular mugs were too light and lacked heft. The poor owl tasked with carrying this heavy gift flapped its wings desperately, struggling for quite a while before it could take off. Kaysen reluctantly pulled out the enchantment table and cast a levitation spell on the owl's box, giving the poor creature enough buoyancy to wobble away with the gift. The last gift to take care of was Dumbledore's 2 brand new pairs of woolen socks he had carefully selected from the Muggle world. Kaysen added a warmth charm to them on the enchantment table, packed them up, and sent them off with the owl. The next day, Kaysen woke up and eagerly began unwrapping the Christmas presents he had received. Professor McGonagall had gifted him a Gryffindor lion brooch, clearly noticing his fondness for pins. Snape's gift, however, surprised Casona's small vial of rare Felix Felicis. Holding the golden luck potion, Kaysen couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The dry shampoo machine he had sent Snape paled in comparison. Most of the other gifts were variations of accessories Kaysen often used, but Neville's and Dumbledore's gifts stood out. Dumbledore had sent him an advanced alchemy book, while Neville's gift was a set of dark red robes. The fabric felt as smooth as water, and the patterns on the robes resembled flowing lava, radiating a comforting warmth perfect for winter. The highlight of this Christmas for Kaysen was Hagrid finally agreeing to let him renovate the hut. Kaysen dashed out of the castle and quickly helped Hagrid move all his important belongings, including various keepsakes and the prized dragon egg. Once everything was safely relocated, Kaysen tossed an ender crystal into the air. With a loud boom, Hagrid's old hut was reduced to a deep crater. I thought you said you were renovating, not demolishing? Hagrid said awkwardly. Don't worry about the details, Kaysen waved dismissively. So, what kind of new house do you want? Nothing too big, just a little larger than before. I need a bedroom, a living room, and definitely a kitchen. A washroom would be a nice addition. Most importantly, it should look cozy. Kaysen got to work immediately. With a few swishes of his wand, the soil on the ground was cleared away. He planted several grooved oak beams as support pillars, laid the foundation using a mix of lava and water, and then covered it with spruce wood flooring. Once that was done, he called Hagrid over. Come check out the layout. It's amazing, Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. Could you make the fireplace pink? In theory, yes, but I won't, Kaysen replied. All right, Hagrid conceded. Where's the door? Over there, Kaysen said, pointing to one side. Kaysen pointed to the foundation facing north to south and stood near a load-bearing pillar on the right side. Gesturing with his hand, he said, there will be a 3-meter-high door here. You won't have to bend down to walk through anymore. What comes after the door? Hagrid asked curiously. The entryway, Kaysen replied. We'll have a shoe rack, an umbrella stand, and coat hooks here. Can I skip that part? Hagrid asked. Technically, yes, but I wouldn't recommend it. It would look really strange, Kaysen explained patiently. And what's beyond the entryway? Faced with Hagrid's endless questions, Kaysen couldn't help but chuckle. The living room, of course. Don't you know even the basics? Castles don't have these kinds of details, Hagrid shrugged. Besides, I haven't been to many other places. Fair enough, Kaysen continued with the layout. The entryway and living room will follow the usual setup. Do you want a fireplace in the living room? Of course, as long as it's not pink, Hagrid replied firmly. Kaysen immediately started building a fireplace at the back of the foundation using raw stone blocks. He placed magma blocks at the base, lit them, and enclosed the fire with iron bars. He also installed a stone button next to it and demonstrated to Hagrid. Look, press this to extinguish the fire, and press it again to light it. That's amazing, Hagrid exclaimed in awe. Kaysen then arranged a coffee table and a circle of sofas around the fireplace, including an oversized sofa specially made for Hagrid. Moving on, he set up the kitchen and bathroom with standard layouts, ensuring everything was organized. When they reached the second-floor bedrooms, Kaysen, a top graduate of the University of Manchester's civil engineering program, fell into deep thought. Although the physics of the MC world didn't apply, his professional instincts wouldn't let him design something completely illogical. In the end, he opted to use solid blocks instead of floor tiles, resulting in a second-floor thickness of 1 meter. To maintain visual balance, he increased the ceiling height for both the first and second floors. In one of the bedrooms, Kaysen had a spontaneous idea. He broke through a window to create a protruding balcony, which also served as a sunshade for the front door below. To ensure structural integrity, he added supporting pillars, making the design more cohesive. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Elegant. So elegant. Kaysen stepped back to admire his work. Just then, Hagrid walked into his new home, carrying his dusty belongings. It doesn't feel quite so elegant anymore, does it? Came a voice behind Kaysen. He turned to see Dumbledore smiling. Kaysen shrugged. Living happily is what matters most. After completely renovating and rebuilding Hagrid's hut, Kaysen returned to his usual laid-back lifestyle. Reflecting on the promise he had made to Neville at Longbottom Manor, he realized he hadn't exaggerated truly had expanded Hagrid's house, prepared gifts for the students, and even sent return presents to his Muggle friends. Every promise he made, he fulfilled without exception. The Christmas holiday flew by in the blink of an eye. Despite having 4 days off each week, Kaysen still felt as though he hadn't fully recovered. As the young wizards rode the steam-billowing Hogwarts Express back to school, Kaysen was seated in Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall held a form in her hand. It was the leave application Kaysen had submitted for taking fourth-year students to attend the European Alchemy Exchange Association. Compared to the application he had previously submitted for seventh-year students, McGonagall's attitude this time was noticeably more cautious. Her gaze shifted between the form and Kaysen, her expression revealing a mix of emotions: concern, helplessness, and even a hint of approval. You really don't have to do this, McGonagall said. Letting these students share in your achievements, giving them unearned recognition. You're their professor, not their parent. This shouldn't be your responsibility. Kaysen looked at McGonagall, puzzled as to why she seemed so conflicted. But his priority now was to get the application Approved needed to inform the students of the good news today and personally guide them on proper attire tomorrow. After all, in his eyes, these fourth-year students were still immature kids, some of whom were still playing in the dirt or doodling on parchment. If left to their own devices, they'd hardly become elegant young gentlemen. Some might even show up with pumpkin juice stains on their collars from breakfast. I still don't agree with your approach, McGonagall eventually said. I know you're trying to enhance their resumes, but you're essentially letting them ride on your coattails. It's unfair to you. I don't think it's a big deal, Kaysen replied with a casual shrug. I give them the finished products, and they analyze the principles and write the paper stats, helping me out too. Honestly, I can't be bothered to write those papers myself. McGonagall nodded and signed her name on the application form. I truly wish you were one of my students. I'll take that as the highest compliment, Kaysen said, beaming as he grabbed the form and hurried out of the office, heading straight for the alchemy classroom. As he stepped onto the podium, he noticed that the young wizards in the room all looked drowsy and half asleep. The classroom felt as if the air had frozen. Cedric, the fourth-year alchemy class representative personally appointed by Kaysen, slowly pulled out a copy of the Daily Prophet from his pocket. Under the focused gaze of the young witches and wizards, he placed the newspaper solemnly on the podium. Kaysen picked it up, glanced at it, and a look of disappointment crossed his face. This is it, he said, pointing at the headline with a tone dripping with sarcasm. The news was as plain as could be. Dumbledore had supposedly forced the new alchemy professor to share their research findings with students, all to boost Hogwarts' reputation. It was a complete reversal of the usual trope of unscrupulous professors stealing credit for their students' work. Kaysen scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over the students. Honestly, do any of you think this newspaper has any credibility? This is clearly an attack on Dumbledore by someone with an agenda. I can understand Gryffindor and Hufflepuff not seeing through it, but Ravenclaw and Slytherin, do you all look like you're buying into this nonsense? At this, The Slytherin and Ravenclaw students unconsciously straightened their backs, their proud expressions making Kaisen shake his head in exasperation. Soon, realizing how absurd their reactions must have seemed, they quickly adjusted their demeanor. All right, Kaisen said, waving a hand dismissively. This is a matter between Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. It's not for us to meddle in. I called you here today to announce something important. Your enchanted platform papers have passed the European Alchemy Review. Prepare yourselves tonight and make sure to wear your chosen robes tomorrow so I can inspect them. We'll be leaving directly this weekend. Any objections? The young witches and wizards shook their heads in unison, signaling their agreement. Good, then we're done here. With that, Kaisen left the classroom, clearly with more pressing matters to attend to. On his way back to his office, Kaisen happened to run into Dumbledore. Why are you staring at me like that? Dumbledore asked, tilting his head. You've just been slandered by that lousy journalist, and yet here you are, strolling around without a care? Oh, gossip is endless, but if you don't listen, it won't bother you. I don't have the energy to concern myself with such harmless trifles. Since when were you so magnanimous? What else would you expect? Still staring, Dumbledore sighed. After all, I am a renowned wizard. Every move I make carries weight, and in situations like this, I can only swallow my pride and move on. Oh, how pitiful. The elderly wizard with the long white beard gave a knowing smile and gently rested a hand on Kaisen's shoulder. That's exactly the response I was hoping for. Kaisen's mouth twitched involuntarily. He regretted asking that question and quickly tried to change the subject. Actually, Dumbledore, I've always thought of you as a remarkably magnanimous person. You're as towering as Mount Everest and as sweet as the Alps. Dumbledore gave Kaisen a warm pat on the shoulder. That's exactly it, Kaisen. To me, you are like the sun radiating warmth, selflessly shining over everything at Hogwarts, caring for the students, uniting the professors, and also— Wait. Kaisen quickly raised his hands in a halting gesture. No matter what you say, I'm not going to. Didn't you want to turn your office into a private tower before? Are you saying you agree? Dumbledore clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head at a contemplative 45-degree angle, feigning a profound expression. If that Rita Skeeter were to have an unfortunate accident, say, being attacked by a group of intruders in her own home, I'd need her address. What address? Dumbledore feigned ignorance with remarkable speed. Kaisen rolled his eyes in exasperation and decided to seek answers elsewhere. Meanwhile, Dumbledore's trademark mischievous smile crept onto his face. To him, this was the perfect opportunity for a little payback after all. When he had been mercilessly criticized by the press, he hadn't been able to retaliate. Now, with the powerful yet straightforward Kaisen at his disposal, it seemed like a gift from fate. As Dumbledore was quietly plotting, a knock came at the door. Professor McGonagall entered and, upon seeing the newspaper in Kaisen's hands, immediately understood the situation. You don't need to get involved in this, Kaisen. Dumbledore has already gone to the Ministry of Magic to negotiate with Fudge and Skeeter. What? He was just chatting with me in the corridor a moment ago. Wait, did he ask you to go after Skeeter? No, absolutely not, Kaisen denied, though his tone betrayed a lack of confidence. Under Professor McGonagall's scrutinizing gaze, he reluctantly confessed, all right, fine. Dumbledore promised to let me turn my office into a private tower. I thought as much. Professor McGonagall sighed. And how exactly do you plan to handle this? Confront her in person? I need her home address, Kaisen said eagerly, looking at McGonagall with anticipation. McGonagall pressed her lips together. Technically, I shouldn't be doing this, and truthfully, I don't know where she lives. However, she paused. You could write her a letter. The public owls in the Ollery are enchanted with name spells. They can find the recipient even without an address. Armed with this information, Kaisen immediately returned to his office. He pulled out a piece of parchment and, after a moment of thought, wrote, "Reveal your true self in 3 seconds." Then, he took out an ender pearl and carefully set up a mechanism. Once the envelope was opened, the pearl would shatter. Humming to himself, Kaisen sat gloomily in his office after sending off the public owl. His gaze occasionally flicked toward a special baseball bat in the corner, one of the Weasley twins' proud creations. The uniqueness of this bat lay in the fact that every swing triggered an explosion, which was precisely why he had confiscated it in the first place, deeming it too dangerous. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, Kaisen picked up the bat, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. At the same time, Rita Skeeter was wrapping up her day at the Daily Prophet office. Once home, she began her routine mailbox check and noticed an unusual letter, one that seemed to contain a spherical object. Being a seasoned journalist, Rita was always prepared. She expertly maneuvered a human-sized blast-proof barrel from the corner of her room, its front reinforced with a pane of explosion-resistant glass. Using magic, she carefully levitated the letter into the barrel and began opening it with caution. Bang! Kaysen suddenly appeared inside the blast-proof barrel. Smugly removing her lace gloves, Rita tapped the glass with a victorious grin. You think I wouldn't anticipate someone using a reverse portkey to come after me? Without a word, Kaysen tapped the inner wall of the barrel twice with the baseball bat. With a resounding thud, a 21 opening instantly appeared. The bat emitted a series of ominous pops and crackles. Moments later, a battered and bruised Rita Skeeter found herself being dragged into a nearby wooded area by Kaysen. Holding a diamond shovel, he quickly dug a 212 deep pit. Dear Ms. Journalist, welcome to your new home, he said, tossing her into the hole and starting to fill it with soil. This soil is loose and breathable. With a wizard's constitution, she'll wake up tomorrow morning and climb out just fine, Kaysen muttered to himself as he shoveled. It's already past Christmas anyway, and it's not like it's going to rain. With the matter seemingly resolved, Kaysen returned to Hogwarts, ready to report the outcome to Dumbledore. But just as he was about to begin, a torrential downpour suddenly began outside the window. Rain in December in England? Kaysen exclaimed in horror, before vanishing in a flash of purple sparks and thunderous noise. After all, while Rita was certainly an annoyance with her newspaper drivel, she hardly deserved a death sentence. Wow, I was wrong. I swear I'll never mouth off in the papers again. I mean it. Rita Skeeter, covered in mud, sobbed uncontrollably in the rain-soaked forest. Kaysen, expressionless, put away his shovel and disappeared swiftly into the downpour. Anyway, she didn't get a good look at me when she was hit with the baseball bat. She probably won't report it to the Ministry of Magic, Kaysen thought to himself. Back at Hogwarts, he shook the water off his raincoat and headed straight for Dumbledore's office. The office expansion request form, already filled out, was casually placed on the headmaster's desk. That Rita Skeeter? Dumbledore asked. At least for a while. She'll behave herself. Dumbledore nodded and signed the form. Do you need me to help you find a construction crew? No need. I'll handle it myself. Just remember, the new building needs to match Hogwarts' black stone wall aesthetic. Don't worry about that. I'm a professional. Back in his office, Kaysen was humming a tune while sketching the design for his new office when a knock on the door interrupted him. Come in. Neville led the way inside, followed by Harry and the others. Kaysen quickly rolled up his design sketches and brought out a teapot. Ron, wearing a new robe, settled on the sofa, enjoying some snacks. Neville, wearing his remembrall bracelet, looked a bit dejected after all. The wizard robe he had gifted Kaysen wasn't being worn, and there seemed to be no progress on the promised office expansion. Neville, why the long face? Professor, didn't you say you were going to expand your office? Sorry, I've been procrastinating. I'm still in the sketching phase, Kaysen said quickly, showing him the design. And the robe I gave you. It's raining outside. I can't risk ruining the new robe, can I? After a bit of effort, Kaysen managed to reassure the sensitive Neville, convincing him that he neither disliked the gift nor was unwilling to spend the night at the Longbottom estate, though the latter was a small white lie, as Kaysen truly didn't enjoy sleeping at other people's homes. So, tell me, why are you all here today? Professor, do you know Nicholas Flamel? Hermione asked. Nicholas Flamel? I don't think his name is mentioned in the textbook I gave you, Kaysen said, recalling the beginner's guide that included only basic theories and simple experiments. It wasn't in that book. Hermione shook her head. I really should ask everything in one go next time, Kaysen sighed. Where exactly did you come across his name? The four kids exchanged a knowing glance. Professor Kaysen leaned back in the chair behind his desk, watching the young wizards in front of him with amused interest. Learned it from Hagrid, the children answered in unison. Hagrid, huh? Kaysen's eyes lit up. By the way, you visited Hagrid's new house? How was it? He suddenly seemed intrigued. Do you know who built that house for him? Oh, never mind. You probably wouldn't guess it was me. Before I became a professor at Hogwarts, I was an exceptionally skilled custom home designer. Well, more like a renovation expert. Professor, please stay on topic. Hermione interrupted with a sigh, clearly exasperated. She studied the professor, who seemed almost clumsy in his attempt to shift the conversation, and suddenly thought he resembled a first-year student. In her opinion, Professor Kaysen's diversion tactics were far less convincing than Harry's classic, I finished my essay but forgot to bring it, which could even fool Professor McGonagall. All right, Kaysen said, putting on a more serious expression. Nicholas Flamel was an extraordinarily talented alchemist. The only philosopher's stone in the world was created by him. He used it to make the elixir of life, and it's said he's lived for nearly 700 years. At this point, he suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Don't you collect chocolate frog cards? If that's the case, then the thing hidden under the trapdoor must be this so-called philosopher's stone. Hermione speculated earnestly, which almost made Kaysen laugh out loud. He had to hold back after all. The so-called philosopher's stone was just red stone, and he had given each of them a piece. But there were more pressing matters to discuss now. Are you still investigating the trapdoor? Or are you still looking into Quirrell? The young wizards suddenly looked uneasy. So, Professor, do you have any tea? Maybe some Earl Grey? All right. Where are you with this investigation? Kaysen sighed and asked. Hermione explained. When we were having tea with Hagrid, we accidentally let it slip that Quirrell is a dark wizard. Hagrid didn't believe us, so Harry got all worked up and said Quirrell wasn't just a dark wizard, but was also trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone from the fourth-floor corridor. Hagrid panicked and kicked us out, but not before accidentally mentioning Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel's plan. And then? Do you know what's hidden in there now? Or what their plan is? Hermione narrowed her eyes. Why do you want to know our plan? So you can come up with a counterplan to sabotage it? Will you tell me? The four young wizards exchanged another glance and replied in unison, Nope. After a quick, whispered discussion among themselves, they suddenly stood up in perfect synchronization. Goodbye, Professor Kaysen. Watching them leave his office one by one, Kaysen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Gryffindors indeed. After sending the four little ones off, Kaysen finally felt the weight lifted from his shoulders. Now, he only needed to focus on leading the fourth-year young wizards to attend the awards ceremony. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the weekend had arrived. Early that morning, as Kaysen opened his eyes, he noticed a portkey placed by his bedside, accompanied by a letter from the European Alchemy Exchange Association. The tone of this letter was noticeably warmer than the last, clearly indicating that the association's prominent figures held great admiration for this young scholar who frequently published papers. By evening, Kaysen had the young wizards line up before him, carefully inspecting each one's appearance. Then, they made their way to the banquet hall of the Ministry of Magic. Scanning the room, Kaysen noted with satisfaction that the infuriating Rita Skeeter was absent from the group of reporters. Ever since their last confrontation, the journalist had vanished, leaving only a brief statement in the Daily Prophet announcing her indefinite leave. Good riddance. I've never liked her, Kaysen said, leaning against a massive Roman-style column as he spoke to Ollivander, who stood beside him. As the head of England's only wand-making family, Ollivander's presence here was only natural. By the way, Ollivander said with a smile, in addition to the award ceremony, today is also your investiture. It's a little surprise we prepared for you. Does that mean I'll have 2 more titles to my name? Exactly. One is the Hermes Medal. You know Hermes, the legendary founder of alchemy. It's the highest honor in the field of alchemy. The other is the Order of Merlin. Although ever since a certain black bought himself a first class, the prestige of the award has diminished. Some people even consider receiving the Order of Merlin an embarrassment now, though that's mostly the ministry's fault. After the brief awards ceremony, Kaysen, nudged by Ollivander, stepped onto the platform. You know I'm not good with speeches, then don't make one. Alchemists aren't exactly known for their eloquence. Another brooch for the collection, Kaysen muttered smugly, checking his reflection in a mirror before heading to the classroom. Today, he would be teaching the third-year students. Having covered the basics of alchemy, it was time to assign them some practical projects. While the term Totem of Immortality might sound intimidating, it wasn't nearly as dramatic as it seemed. It was merely a term of praise. Standing at the lectern, Kaysen began. Now that you've learned the fundamental principles of alchemy, I've prepared a short project for you. Don't worry, it's quite simple. Kaysen clapped his hands, and a peculiar device suddenly appeared on the podium, a glowing azure cube encased in crystal and resting atop an obsidian base. Let me show you the magic of this little contraption, Kaysen said, gesturing to the young wizards. The students immediately understood and shuffled their desks and chairs to the edges of the classroom. With a flick of his hand, Kaysen conjured several iron blocks and swiftly assembled a small iron pyramid in the center of the room. He placed the glowing device, the beacon, at the top of the pyramid and inserted an emerald into it. In an instant, a brilliant white beam of light shot out from the beacon. Do you feel anything? Kaysen asked, noticing the confused expressions on the students' faces. He scratched his chin awkwardly. Try jumping. The Weasley twins were quick to respond. They crouched down and leapt with all their might to crash directly into the ceiling. Wait, where did I put that picture? Oh, here it is. A bit blurry though. Thank you, Mr. Weasley's, for that spectacular demonstration, Kaysen said, resuming his explanation. I call this device the beacon. It provides an amplification effect within a certain range, allowing you to jump higher, run faster, and more. It has other powerful effects too, like accelerating magical energy recovery, enhancing spell potency, and boosting vitality. One of the Weasley twins raised a hand. Professor, why not use a different amplification effect? That would require more precious materials for the base, like gold blocks, diamond blocks, emerald blocks, or alloy blocks, Kaysen explained. But I have to consider the structural integrity of Hogwarts. Probably wouldn't want my alchemical creation to smash through the floor and crush Professor Snape teaching downstairs, would you? The classroom erupted into laughter. Although Professor Snape always looks rather gloomy, he's still innocent, Kaysen added, just as a wave of disappointed sighs swept through the room, especially from the Weasley twins. Next, It'll explain the structure of this device. You'll need to write a paper on its principles by midterm, which will count towards your final grade, Kaysen continued. Of course, this thing is quite complex, so I don't expect you to fully understand it. As long as your paper is thoughtful, that's fine. And no copying unless you're as in sync as the Weasley twins, in which case, you'll need to come to my office and explain your reasoning. Now, close your textbooks and come take a look at the inner workings of this beacon, Kaysen said, suddenly producing a schematic. Wait, Professor, isn't this a bit too aggressive? A student asked nervously. Aggressive? Not really, Kaysen replied. Clang. Kaysen and the young wizards left the alchemy classroom looking rather disheveled. Despite the somewhat bumpy process, they had finally gotten a glimpse of the mysterious nether star inside the beacon. Before leaving, Kaysen handed each young wizard a miniature version of the beacon. Enchanted with a special spell, these could only be used by their rightful owners and would instantly turn into useless stones if passed to someone else. These small beacons could serve as amplifying pendants, a little gift for the children. By evening, Kaysen, now freshly cleaned up, headed to the Great Hall. Noticing that Quirrell's seat was still empty, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied hum. After dinner, he caught sight of Hagrid acting rather suspiciously, though Hagrid thought he was being discreet. His moves were anything but subtle. Kaysen immediately decided to follow. Let me guess you found some fine liquor? Kaysen asked directly. Not liquor, something even better, Hagrid replied mysteriously. You'll see when we get there. Hagrid's hut had been newly redecorated. Though it no longer matched its previously simple style, it now exuded a warm and cozy atmosphere. The two of them settled on the sofa by the fireplace, and Kaysen soon understood what Hagrid had. Meanta dragon egg was resting quietly there. Your dragon egg must be close to hatching, right? Forgive me, I know nothing about magical creatures, Kaysen inquired. Almost, Hagrid said excitedly. This'll be my first time witnessing such a marvelous life coming into the world. Before he could finish speaking, a knock at the door interrupted him. Standing outside were four familiar faces, none other than Harry and his friends. Hello, Hagrid. Ah, hello there. But let me make one thing clear. I hope you're not here to convince me that Quirrell is a dark wizard, Hagrid said as he welcomed them in. We're not, Harry explained a bit awkwardly. I just came to apologize for shouting at you last time. No need at all. I've nearly forgotten about it. Really, it's no big deal, Hagrid replied with a wave of his hand. The young wizards gathered around the fireplace, only then noticing Kaysen sitting on the sofa. Ah, you finally noticed me? Took you long enough, Kaysen teased with a smile. Well, it's hard to miss the contrast between your outfit and that pink sofa, Ron remarked bluntly. Can't be helped. That's all thanks to Hagrid's unique taste in pink. This comment sparked a round of laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Hagrid brought out a tray of rock cakes. Kaysen picked one up, paired it with some milk warmed by the fire, and crumbled the cake into the milk. It was a method of eating he had discovered by chance. Surprisingly, the rock cakes became quite delicious after being soaked in milk. Hagrid's homemade biscuits, though slightly overbaked, were otherwise impeccable, made with generous ingredients. The four young wizards, seeing Kaysen enjoying them heartily, each grabbed a glass of milk and began moving toward the fireplace. Just then, Ron's gaze froze on something near the hearth. Is that a dragon egg? Ron stammered. That's right, Hagrid replied with a grin. It's a secret between the six of us, so you have to keep it to yourselves. Of course, of course. Harry, Neville, and Ron nodded eagerly in agreement. Hermione, however, remained level-headed, frowning as she asked, Hagrid, where are you planning to raise this dragon? I read in a book that a three-month-old dragon can snack on elephants. For a moment, the hut fell silent. Hermione turned to Professor Kaysen for support, as he seemed to be the most reliable person in the room. But Kaysen looked utterly puzzled. Why are you all looking at me? I've never seen a dragon either. I thought at most it would be the size of an elephant, or maybe something like a three-headed dog. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. Maybe I could keep it in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid muttered under his breath. Sure, Hermione replied sarcastically, if you don't mind it eating all the creatures in the forest, and then turning its attention to Hogwarts. That's not an option either. Hagrid turned to Kaysen. Is there some spell to make it smaller? A dragon's magical resistance can deflect even curses. Otherwise, dragonhide gloves wouldn't be so prized, Hermione said, delivering a triple blow that left Hagrid on the verge of tears. Kaysen patted Hagrid's shoulder in an attempt to console him. Don't be upset, Hagrid. Even if you can't keep it forever, witnessing its birth is already a rare and special experience. The reassurance had the opposite effect, and Hagrid burst into loud sobs, pulling Kaysen into a tight hug. With his head buried in Hagrid's chest practically the size of his own torso, Kaysen looked utterly resigned as he muttered to Neville, Good thing I'm not wearing your robes today. Neville nodded in sympathetic agreement. Suddenly, Harry's ears perked up. Wait, I heard something outside. It's not even curfew yet, Kaysen said with a sigh. Hagrid wiped his tears and went to open the door. Moments later, he returned with the young wizard Draco Malfoy. His arrival instantly brought a tense atmosphere to the room. Malfoy cast a disdainful glance around. Is there a problem? Is this a restricted area? His eyes swept over each person in turn. The towering Hagrid, the insufferable Potter, the barely competent Longbottom, though he grudgingly remembered losing to him once out of carelessness, the impoverished Weasley, and finally, the Granger girl, whom he didn't even bother acknowledging. His gaze then landed on Professor Kaysen, taking in the tear-soaked robes. A flicker of pity crossed his face. Poor Professor Kaysen. Draco cast an unusual, almost pitying look at Kaysen, a rare expression for the young Malfoy, and one that made Kaysen feel distinctly uncomfortable. At that moment, he wished more than ever that he was skilled in cleaning spells. Under Draco's unsettling gaze, Kaysen kept his composure as he removed his wizard's robe, revealing the black shirt underneath. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Someone asked with clear hostility in their tone. Kaysen cleared his throat just in time to interrupt the brewing tension. Harry, technically speaking, this is Hagrid's house. Hagrid shrugged. I don't mind. All young wizards are welcome here. You're not so bad, big guy, Draco said in an unusually polite manner. The four of them reluctantly shifted on the sofa to make room for Draco. You still haven't answered the question. I was coming back from the Quidditch pitch when I overheard you talking about dragons, so I thought I'd check it out. No dragons, though. Instead, I found... Draco glanced at Hagrid. You crying your heart out, big guy. Hagrid awkwardly wiped at the corners of his eyes. You can just call me Hagrid. All right, Hagrid, Draco nodded. I came because of the dragon talk, but once I got in here... He suddenly paused, his gaze falling on the fireplace, his voice shifting slightly. Is that a dragon egg? It is, and it's about to hatch, Hagrid said, sitting on the sofa and watching the egg in the fireplace with eager anticipation. What are you up to now? Neville asked stiffly. Can't I just like dragons? Draco shot back. Before anyone could respond, the dragon egg in the fireplace gave a faint tremble. Hagrid immediately grew flustered, looking to Kaysen for guidance. Should I put out the fire? Will it hurt the little one? Kaysen, clueless about dragons, hesitated. It was Draco who spoke up. You can put out the fire now. When everyone turned to look at him, Draco rolled his eyes. It looks like a Norwegian ridgeback egg. It's better if there's no fire when it hatches, though it probably wouldn't hurt it too much if there is. Hagrid nodded and pressed a button to extinguish the flames, revealing 2 glowing magma stones underneath. It was only then that Draco noticed the fireplace was quite unusual, requiring no fuel to operate. Among the 7 people in the room, Hagrid, Harry, and Hermione knew very little about alchemy. Ron, limited by his family's circumstances, had only picked up scraps of knowledge. Neville's family had drifted away from the magical world's core in recent years, leaving no room for expertise in alchemy. Draco's gaze finally landed on Kaysen's alchemist, who had been trained from a young age, but seemed to have the least understanding of his own craft. Kaysen treated precious alchemical objects like ordinary switches, handed out rare creations to students without a second thought, and occasionally showed off without even realizing it. In this room, Draco was the only one who truly appreciated these things. Professor Kaysen, Draco ventured, summoning his courage, do you still take commissions for fully customized work? Kaysen braced himself for the professor's cold and cutting remarks, the kind that often revolved around 6-figure sums and galleons, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. However, the professor's response only made the corners of his mouth twitch uncontrollably. I don't have plans for more custom work at the moment. I want to focus on renovating Hogwarts first, Kaysen said, then added, too bad Dumbledore won't let me blow it up. I'll just have to take my time with the designs. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound interrupted the conversation. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the dragon egg sitting on the obsidian countertop. The cracks expanded visibly, and soon, an ugly little dragon head poked through the shell. Kaysen, Hagrid, and Draco were all captivated by the sight of the tiny, ungainly dragon. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends huddled together, whispering urgently. Hogwarts has a strict no-dragons policy. What do we do? Hermione murmured. Should we warn Hagrid? Neville asked. No way. Malfoy's here. He'll definitely use this to blackmail us. Ron objected firmly. Then what? Just stand by and watch? He'll figure it out sooner or later. Hermione pressed. Do any of you know the memory charm? She suddenly suggested. Neville, catching on, reached for a rock-hard piece of rock cake on the table, seemingly planning to handle the situation with brute force. Wait, Harry quickly stopped him. Why don't we just ask Professor Kaysen for help? And Neville, put that rock cake down. That's not the memory charm. That's the killing curse. As they continued their hushed deliberation, Draco cut in abruptly. What are you lot whispering about over there? Nothing. They all replied in unison. Draco turned to Hagrid. What are you planning to do with it? A Norwegian ridgeback could outgrow this house in a month. I'll ask Dumbledore to help find a dragon sanctuary, Hagrid replied. My family owns a sanctuary, Draco offered. I can contact Charlie. He works at a dragon reserve, Ron said at the same time. The tension between the two was palpable, and the air seemed to crackle with hostility. Kaysen, sensing the shift in mood, glanced at his watch and intervened. Curfew's almost here. If you don't want to get caught by Filch, you'd better head back now. I'll escort you. The group returned to the castle, and as they neared the Slytherin common room, a commotion broke out behind them. Neville and Ron immediately drew their wands, ready to teach Draco a lesson. Harry and Hermione were caught off guard, and Kaysen looked equally baffled. Noticing Kaysen's puzzled expression, Neville explained, Malfoy called Hermione a mudblood. Kaysen remained silent, enveloped in an unyielding quiet. The air in the corridor felt thick and heavy, as if frozen in place, with even the sound of breathing amplified in the stillness. Draco felt a strange pressure weighing down on him and instinctively swallowed hard. What does mudblood mean? Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. Although they both suspected it wasn't anything good, they were still unfamiliar with some of the wizarding world's more specific terms. Ron frowned deeply and explained. It's a vile, hateful term used to insult muggle-born wizards and witches. The explanation not only made Harry and Hermione understand the gravity of the word, but also made Kaysen realize the seriousness of the situation. This was clearly a case of personal attack and blood status discrimination. However, as a new professor, he was uncertain about the appropriate level of punishment. I'll need to involve Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape to handle this matter. Do any of you object? At the mention of Snape's name, Draco visibly shrank back, though he stubbornly maintained his silence. Meanwhile, the 4 Gryffindor students glared at Draco with burning anger, silently agreeing to Kaysen's decision. Wait in my office for now, Kaysen instructed, and before the words fully left his lips, his figure disappeared in a flurry of purple sparks. But I thought apparition wasn't possible at Hogwarts? Draco blurted out in confusion. Don't ask questions you shouldn't, Neville snapped coldly. Soon enough, a groggy Professor McGonagall and a potion-brewing Professor Snape were brought to the alchemy office by Kaysen. The 5 young wizards sat on either side of the coffee table, the tension in the room palpable. Explain what happened, Snape demanded without preamble. Ron immediately turned to McGonagall and recounted the events in detail. We were coming back from Hagrid's place tonight when Malfoy kept arguing with Hermione. Then, out of nowhere, he called her a mudblood. The mention of the slur caused the temperature in the room to plummet. Kaysen quietly moved to the fireplace and pressed a skull-shaped switch, causing the flames to roar to life. Before the visibly furious McGonagall could speak, Snape's cold, piercing gaze fell on Draco. Draco Malfoy, is this true? Unable to meet his professor's eyes, Draco's evasive expression betrayed the truth. Slytherin will lose 20 points, Snape declared without hesitation, and you'll serve a detention. We've all been quite busy lately, McGonagall said, glancing at Kaysen, who was absently fiddling with a quill. I have time. How long should the detention last? Kaysen offered. A week, including labor during free periods. Snape replied flatly. Very well, it starts tomorrow. Kaysen agreed with a nod. Before long, after escorting the last person out of his office, Kaysen did not lock the door and retire for the night as usual. Instead, he dragged his weary body to the Hogwarts library. Although Snape's point-awarding behavior had caused some inflation across the 4 houses' scores, making it difficult to gauge the true severity of the 20 points deducted, Kaysen, being a responsible professor, decided to personally devise an appropriate punishment for Draco. An hour of research later, Kaysen returned to his office. In the corner of the room, he placed a red stone block roughly 1 cubic meter in size. From a drawer, he retrieved a delicate little file. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Tomorrow, Draco would have to grind this entire block of red stone into fine powder, or he wouldn't be leaving detention anytime soon. The following evening, Draco stood before the massive red stone block, which was heavier than he was, and then glanced down at the slender file in his hand. In disbelief, he looked up at Kaysen. Professor, you're not serious, are you? Of course I am, Mr. Malfoy, Kaysen replied, his hands folded neatly on the desk. Detention isn't supposed to be enjoyable. Reluctantly, Draco crouched down and began the arduous task of grinding the stone. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, Professor, is this the legendary redstone? I mean, I'm only a first year, but I've heard the 5th years bragging about it all the time. Kaysen hummed non-committally in response. Do you usually use it to create alchemical constructs? I heard its powder can be used for magic circuits, which are a completely different system from runic circuits, Draco continued, trying to make conversation as he worked. Kaysen tapped his fingers on the desk. Remember, this is detention, not a tutoring session. Draco immediately fell silent, focusing on his task. But it wasn't long before Kaysen spoke up again. Runic circuits channel magic to produce spells, and this process can be done using an enchanting table. Redstone circuits, on the other hand, act more like switches used to activate runic circuits. And how are they different from magic circuits? Draco seized the opportunity to ask. Faster, stronger, tougher. Kaisen replied curtly. Keep grinding. As Kaisen flipped through the book in his hands, he suddenly added, Mr. Malfoy, your detention lasts 7 days. If, by then, you've only managed to finish this one block. Draco's movements instinctively quickened. It means you'll have 6 more blocks of equal size to deal with, Kaisen finished calmly. Merlin's beard, Professor. You wouldn't be that cruel, would you? Draco's hands moved even faster, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The red stone was soft in texture, and the sound it made when filed wasn't harsh. Through the door, it even resembled a soothing white noise. Late at night, Kaisen, parched with thirst, got out of bed and drained the glass of water on his bedside table in one gulp. Then, he stepped out of his bedroom to check on things. He found Draco kneeling in the corner of the office, the file still clutched in his hand, fast asleep leaning against the wall. Kaisen returned to his room and brought back a blanket, carefully draping it over Draco without waking him. He deliberately hadn't prepared a bed for the student, nor did he send him back to the dormitory. To Kaisen, this was a valuable opportunity for Draco to understand the consequences of hurtful words. The morning sunlight shone on Draco's face, prompting him to open his eyes in a daze. The nightmare from the previous night lingered vividly in his mind, not a vision of blood or darkness, but a massive red stone and a small file that had instilled a deep sense of dread. He tried to stretch his stiff body and looked down to see that only about a third of the red stone had been filed away. Anger surged within him, and Draco kicked at the red stone in frustration. However, the impulsive act quickly filled him with regret. The stone, though relatively soft, was still far too hard for bare feet. Ouch, he yelped in pain, instinctively stepping back, only to trip over the blanket that had slipped off him. His foot caught, and he fell backward heavily. Though the thick wool carpet cushioned the impact, the accumulated frustration overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but cry. Kaisen, standing outside the door, heard the commotion. He waited for the sobbing to subside before entering. Setting a bottle of restorative potion and breakfast a sandwich with pumpkin juice on the coffee table, he said, drink the potion, or you'll catch a cold after sleeping here all night. Starving, Draco eagerly bit into the sandwich, only to feel a sharp pain in his throat as he swallowed had already caught a cold. Kaisen sat down on the sofa opposite Draco and examined the red stone's progress. At this rate, it'll take about 21 more days to finish your detention. Draco glared at him with a mix of anger and fear, but Kaisen merely shrugged, as if it were perfectly normal to be viewed as a hated jailer. Do you regret it? Kaisen suddenly asked. Regret what? Draco looked up, wincing as he continued eating. Do you regret using such filthy language to insult Miss Granger? Draco lowered his head and resumed eating without answering. Do you even know what mudblood means? Kaisen pressed. Draco shook his head. Draco lowered his head and mechanically responded, I understand, but Kaisen could not tell whether the boy truly grasped the meaning behind those words. Make sure to take this bottle of energy potion after you eat. I've prepared 14 bottles, but at the pace you're going, we'll need to get 7 more from Madame Pomfrey, Kaisen said calmly. In other words, this punishment will last for another 20 days. At these words, the emotions Draco had barely managed to suppress broke loose again. Tears fell uncontrollably onto his sandwich, the salty drops quickly soaking into the sweet bread. Let this be a lesson you won't forget, Mr. Malfoy, Kaisen continued. After your meal, you can choose to freshen up here or return to your dormitory and then attend your classes. Once your afternoon lessons are over, you'll complete the labor Professor McGonagall assigned before coming back here to grind the red stones until you've finished 7 pieces. Draco raised his head, trembling, with a hint of pleading in his voice. Can I take leave and stay here to finish grinding? If you do that, the other students will gain more mastery over spells than you, Kaisen pointed out matter-of-factly. You wouldn't want to be defenseless in the next wizard duel, would you? We'll come back after class. Good. If you don't, you'll have no choice but to ask Severus to fetch you. After Draco left, Kaisen waved his hand to gather the red stone powder from the corner. It would be directly useful for 5th-year lessons. Not long after, as morning classes ended, Draco quietly returned to the office to resume his punishment. Meanwhile, Kaisen sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping a freshly brewed pot of green tea, as though the boy wasn't even there. This routine continued for a week and a half. Draco was nearing the end of his task, with only 1 red stone left to grind. As the punishment seemed close to being over, Kaisen believed things were finally taking a positive turn. But just then, for Gryffindor kids unexpectedly showed up, completely shattering his optimistic outlook. Looking back, if it hadn't been for that interruption, he might have almost believed everything was going to improve. Almost. Kaysen took a deep breath and began to piece together the events. Let's go over this again, he said, turning to Draco, who stood in the corner with tears streaming down his face. Draco, you were quietly grinding red stones in the office first, correct? Draco and the 4 Gryffindor students nodded in unison. Then the 4 of you came looking for me and found the office door unlocked. Draco said, "Come in," and you entered? The 5 young wizards nodded again. After that, Draco continued grinding his red stones, and Ron. Kaysen glanced at the soda in Ron's hand. You were sitting on the couch drinking a random cola you found somewhere. Never mind, that's not important right now. Anyway, Draco didn't provoke you. But Ron kept making rude remarks until Draco got angry, and then all of you drew your wands and started dueling? Once more, the 5 of them silently nodded. Kaysen sank into the only surviving couch in the corner, pressing his thumb to his temple, his tone weary. If that's the case, why didn't you take it outside to fight? My office door wasn't locked. You could have come back in after you were done. We were afraid the professors or Filch might catch us, Harry mumbled. Harry, let me ask you this, who am I? You're Kaysen, Harry blurted out, then corrected himself. Professor Kaysen? Exactly, am also a professor. Kaysen rapped his knuckles on the broken flash figurine on the coffee table in front of him. I understand that you're afraid of the other professors, but why am I the one you don't see as a professor? This figurine was something I painstakingly hand-carved. There was an awkward silence before Ron blurted out, because you're a nice guy. Ridiculous. Kaysen finally lost his temper for real. Though his office had been destroyed many times before, and he had always renovated it, this time was different. With a flick of his finger, the broken flash figurine crumbled into dust. All right, you 5 exceptionally talented young wizards, Kaysen said, standing up. They'll start planning my new office renovation. As for you, they'll be handing you over to Professor McGonagall. He turned to Draco. Draco, while this wasn't your fault, we still need to address the redstone issue. Do you want to wait until I've renovated my office to come back and continue grinding? Or would you prefer to take your punishment with Professor McGonagall to settle it? Professor McGonagall, Draco answered without hesitation. Good. Now, all of you, follow me. The 5 young wizards hung their heads and trudged behind Kaysen as he led them to Professor McGonagall's office. There, 5 young wizards witnessed with their own eyes as a highly respected professor transformed astonishingly into a lioness. After reporting his complaint, Kaysen was confident Professor McGonagall would give him a fair resolution. He left her office appearing calm, but in reality, he was scheming. Taking advantage of Dumbledore's absence, as he went to the kitchens for a snack, Kaysen slipped into the headmaster's office. It was there he stumbled upon an unpleasant discovery. A fine bottle of wine, which should have been labeled Professor Kaysen, bore the name Dumbledore instead. This won't do. Without hesitation, he stuffed the bottle into his coat and turned toward Hagrid's hut. At Hagrid's hut, Kaysen witnessed the 3rd dramatic event of the day. The dragon Hagrid had been raising had grown to nearly the size of a table and was now intently figuring out how to swallow chunks of lava from the fireplace's base. This little felano, big fella Norbert's growing so fast, Kaysen remarked. Hagrid raised an eyebrow. She's not Norbert. Norbert's the Norwegian Ridgeback. Oh, then is this Fang? Fang's over there gnawing on a bone. He's my boarhound. Well, maybe my memory's failing me, Kaysen said, shifting the subject. So, what are you planning to do with her? At this rate, she'll be sizing you up for dinner in a few days. Don't say Thatch is a good girl, Hagrid said, though he paused thoughtfully. But you're not wrong. She's getting too big. Ron and Malfoy gave me a couple of Dragon Reserve cards a while ago, so I've been looking into which one offers better conditions. Hagrid pulled out a thick stack of papers. This might have been the first time Kaysen had ever seen so much paperwork within 5 meters of Hagrid. Pick whichever one you like, Kaysen said nonchalantly, pulling the wine bottle out of his coat. But right now, I don't want to hear those 2 brats' names. They wreck my figurines. Wow, isn't that the wine Dumbledore brought back from France? Hagrid exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean Dumbledore's? As of 20 minutes ago, this is officially part of Kaysen Heath's collection. You went to Dumbledore's office? Hagrid asked, stroking his beard. Kaysen gave him a puzzled look before reassuring him. Relax. You don't say anything. I don't say anything. Who's going to know? Besides, he has no proof. But Dumbledore treasures those 2 bottles. I heard he even tells them bedtime stories. Hagrid swallowed hard. Kaysen swiftly uncorked the bottle and poured 2 glasses. After a moment of hesitation, Hagrid took one. Ah, good stuff. Right. But Dumbledore. Forget about Dumbledore. There are so many people who know the password to his office. He won't know it was me. Late at night, a tipsy Kaysen pushed open the door to Hagrid's hut. The winter snowflakes didn't sober him up. If anything, they tempted him to dive head first into the snow. Oh, by the way, Hagrid suddenly said, did you know the 2 statues guarding Dumbledore's office door are sentient? That sentence hit Kaysen like a bucket of ice water, instantly sobering him up. The alcohol fumes seemed to evaporate in the cold wind. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hagrid simply stirred his two thick fingers. She could hardly admit had been eyeing Dumbledore's prized wine himself for quite some time. Glug glug, glug glug glug. Kaysen idly watched as the white-bearded old bartender at the Hog's Head poured some whiskey into his glass. As for the brand, he didn't really care just as long as it wouldn't upset Dumbledore's stomach. This time, Kaysen decided against using the password to openly enter the headmaster's office. Instead, he used ender teleportation to arrive just below the windowsill outside the office. Steadying himself, he gripped the edge of the windowsill and carefully hoisted himself up to peek inside. This precaution was necessary. Teleporting straight in and finding Dumbledore already sitting there would be quite the awkward encounter. A quick glance inside revealed an empty room. Perfect. With cat-like agility, Kaysen pushed the window open and slipped inside. From his waistband, he retrieved 2 bottles of liquor and meticulously placed them on the desk with such precision it looked as if he had used a ruler. According to Hagrid, these were bottles Dumbledore cherished too much to actually drink, so they shouldn't raise any suspicion. Just as Kaysen stretched lazily, preparing to teleport away, something in the corner of the room caught his eye. A peculiar sight. Half a person was sticking out of a cabinet, specifically the lower half. Dumbledore's upper body was completely wedged inside the cabinet. What was even more surprising was that the person in the cabinet had noticed him the moment he entered. So lively. Which young wizard might this be? Dumbledore's muffled voice called out. Come give me a hand, I'm stuck in this blasted cabinet. Kaysen let out a small sigh of relief at least the headmaster hadn't identified him yet. But he had no intention of helping. After all, with Dumbledore's magical prowess, he could easily free himself with a mere thought. No wand required. The best course of action now was to make a quick escape, though teleportation was no longer an option. Swiftly, Kaysen climbed back onto the windowsill, kneeling as he pulled out a water block, ready to perform a daring Hogwarts diving stunt. But before he could leap, Dumbledore's voice called out again from the cabinet. No need to rush off, Kaysen. Who else but you would sneak in to steal the poor headmaster's precious collection? Kaysen's expression instantly transformed into one of sheepish charm. Ah, headmaster. What a surprise. How did you end up stuck in there? He hopped back into the room and grabbed hold of Dumbledore, pulling with all his might as if uprooting a stubborn carrot. At the same time, he carefully used magic to separate the cabinet from the parts where it had trapped the older man. After all, Dumbledore was no spring chicken, and Kaysen didn't want to risk causing any harm. With a satisfying pop, Dumbledore was finally freed. Thank you, Kaysen, the headmaster said. Kaysen slumped into a chair, sulking, and asked curiously, how did you know it was me and not some mischievous young wizard on a flying broomstick? For one, the 2 fellows at the entrance informed me you had come by earlier to take 2 of my bottles, Dumbledore replied leisurely. Secondly, Kaysen, you've underestimated your own nerve. While the young wizards might be bold, sneaking into the headmaster's office is still quite beyond their reach. All right, since you're free now, I should be going. Professor McGonagall is pressing me for my lesson plans, you know? After hearing this explanation, Kaysen stood up from his chair with deliberately exaggerated slowness, then shuffled dramatically toward the office door, as if demonstrating some special stealth technique. Kaysen, do I seem senile to you? Dumbledore crossed his arms over his chest, watching Kaysen's performance with amused interest. Just as Kaysen was about to step out of the doorway, the headmaster's voice floated over. Oh, fine. Kaysen immediately spun around and plopped back into the chair opposite Dumbledore in one fluid motion. Is there something I can do for you? Thank you for not choosing to disapparate directly out of here. Oh, is it still an option? I'm afraid not. All right then. What is it? Dumbledore picked up 2 bottles of wine from his desk and moved toward a cabinet in the corner. Time adds depth to wine. You might want to store a few bottles yourself. Even ordinary wine can improve with age. I'll keep that in mind, Kaysen nodded. By the way, where did these 2 bottles come from? The Hog's Head. Dumbledore suddenly paused, then changed direction and unceremoniously tossed the bottles into the trash bin. Is there something wrong with their wine? I used to enjoy it, Kaysen asked, his lips twitching slightly. Nothing at all. If you're happy with it, keep drinking. You must have something you need me to do, don't you? No, of course not. Why would I? Do I strike you as someone who takes advantage of others, only giving when there's something to gain in return? Dumbledore shrugged. Then why did you stop me from leaving? Because your frog-like movements were simply too entertaining to miss. All right, Kaysen, you can go now. Just as Kaysen was about to leave, Dumbledore spoke again. Oh, by the way, is Hagrid drunk? Yes, he is. Why? And you? You scared the alcohol right out of me, but at least I'm still sober, Kaysen replied, turning with a shrug. Well then, as Hagrid's faithful drinking companion, you might need to cover for him tonight. Patrolling the Forbidden Forest? Sure. Tonight at 10. You've got 2 hours to prepare, Dumbledore said, glancing at the small clock on the corner of his desk. Kaysen nodded in agreement and left the headmaster's office. 2 bottles of wine and a night patrolling the Forbidden Forest. It seemed like a fair trade. At 10 o'clock, Kaysen stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, frowning slightly as he looked at the 5 young wizards brought to him by Filch. May I ask why you are all here? Mr. Filch, what's going on? This is Professor McGonagall's punishment for them, Filch explained humbly. Originally, they were supposed to patrol the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, but now the task has been reassigned to you. All right. Kaysen nodded. Thank you, Mr. Filch. Turning to the young wizards, he said, stay close to me and don't fall behind. Since you're here as punishment, we'll just stick to the outer edges of the forest today. After Filch departed, Kaysen waved his wand and conjured 5 small lanterns, handing them to the students. He also summoned 3 glowing stones that began to orbit around him. That's so cool. The young wizards exclaimed in awe. If it weren't during punishment, I might even let you touch them, Draco. Could you please take your hand off them? Kaysen's words were barely out when Draco eagerly reached out to touch one of the glowing stones. Kaysen tightened his grip on his wand, keeping the glowing stones in a vigilant state, ready to transform them into hard obsidian at any moment to counter any potential threats. He then pulled out a rope for the students to hold onto, ensuring the group stayed together. Draco immediately claimed the spot closest to Kaysen, while the other 4 Gryffindor students, though wanting to be near the professor as well, refrained from competing with Draco out of pride. Professor, is there any chance we might encounter danger? Harry, who was at the back of the group, suddenly asked. Probably not, Kaysen reassured him. This punishment was arranged by Professor McGonagall. While Dumbledore can be unpredictable, Professor McGonagall is someone you can rely on. Draco visibly relaxed at this. Kaysen continued. All right, let's finish the patrol quickly so you can return to your warm beds. But Draco, you'd better not repeat your previous mistakes. Never again, Professor. Draco shivered at the memory of his earlier punishment involving grinding stones. As the group of 6 walked and chatted, Kaysen kept the young wizards engaged in conversation to distract them. The magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, though intelligent, could easily discern that a powerful adult wizard accompanied by 5 young ones was not a group they could afford to attack. Their simple reasoning quickly led them to conclude that this team was not prey. Kaysen pulled a pocket watch from his coat and glanced at it. The hour hand was already pointing to 12. It'll take us another 2 hours to get out of the Forbidden Forest, he said, turning to the students behind him. I hope none of you have classes tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, we do. We have an 8 a.m. class, Harry replied grimly. Well, maybe you can ask Madame Pomfrey for some invigorating potions, Kaysen suggested. They're great for shaking off morning grogginess thaw. Of course, only if you don't mind the embarrassment of having smoke puff out of your ears. Maybe, Neville murmured under his breath. He looked up, his gaze passing over Ron, Hermione, and Draco ahead of him, finally resting on Professor Kaysen, who was leading the way. At that moment, Kaysen suddenly tilted his head upward, guiding the glowing stone he held to float toward a particular direction. In the dim underbrush, a shadowy figure flickered into view. The figure seemed to realize it had been spotted and stepped slowly out of the Bushissa centaur, broad-shouldered and strong, with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a horse. Kaysen gripped his wand tightly, ready to cast a spell at any moment. I am Kaysen Heath, a professor at Hogwarts, he said in a low voice. And you are? I am Ronan, a centaur, the figure replied. We have long lived deep within the Forbidden Forest, keeping to ourselves and avoiding conflict with wizards. Kaysen nodded. Let's keep it that way. Now, Mr. Ronan, why aren't you in the depths of the forest and instead here, near the outer to middle rings? Tonight, Mars shines unusually bright, Ronan explained. This signals unrest in the Forbidden Forest. Mars, calamities and misfortunes? Kaysen asked. Ronan nodded in confirmation. Though our astrology differs from that of wizards, our interpretation of Mars is similar. Recently, several unicorns have been killed in the forest. It could be the work of a powerful, malevolent creature or someone with dark intentions. Kaysen kept his eyes on the centaur, while speaking lightly to the students behind him. A shame we didn't hear about this an hour ago. We could have headed back to the castle earlier. But better late than never. Thank you for the warning, Mr. Ronan. He began to guide the young wizards backward cautiously. Ronan, observing their retreat, remarked, We centaurs have no intention of attacking you. Ahoo, Kaysen responded noncommittally. He only lowered his wand once Ronan had turned, and the sound of hooves faded into the forest. Let's get out of here, Kaysen said to the group. I don't know if what the centaur said is true or not, but I'm not taking any chances. The 6 of them abandoned their original route, instead heading straight in the direction pointed by the Big Dipper. Along the way, they built makeshift bridges to cross rivers and cleared paths over slopes. It wasn't until much later that Kaysen let out a deep sigh, filled with regret. If only had known, he wouldn't have insisted on taking a straight path. Retracing their original route back would have been much simpler. Under the moonlit Forbidden Forest, a figure cloaked in black knelt on the ground, greedily lapping up the silvery blood flowing from the neck of a dying unicorn. It was supposed to be an uneventful night. The patrol team had planned to take the main path, while this mysterious figure had deliberately chosen a remote, desolate area. However, everything changed when Kaisen made an impulsive decision to take a direct route, leading to an unexpected encounter in the shadowy woods. The moment the cloaked figure turned and noticed Kaisen and his group, Kaisen immediately ordered the young wizards to scatter and hide. He knew without a doubt that this was no ordinary inhabitant of the Forbidden Forest, like Ronan the Centaur. This was a dark wizard, one who had to be eliminated without hesitation. Kaisen launched an attack without delay. 3 withering skulls, exuding an aura of death, hurtled toward the cloaked figure. The dark wizard reacted hastily, using his wand to deflect one of the skulls, but was forced into a desperate roll to evade the other 2. The skulls exploded upon impact with the ground and a tree, leaving a trail of decay in their wake. The once towering tree was reduced to a charcoal-like structure in the blink of an eye. Professor Kaisen of Hogwarts, dabbling in dark magic? How ironic, the cloaked figure rasped. To destroy dark wizards like you, I only regret not knowing the killing curse. Kaisen retorted coldly, his demeanor unrecognizable from his usual self. Hidden in the shadows, the 4 young Gryffindors watched in shock. Their normally warm and sunny professor now radiated an icy fury, his gaze sharper and more menacing than Snape's when grading Neville's troll-level essays. The battle intensified in an instant. The dark wizard unleashed a jet of sickly green lighten, Avada Kedavra, curse only for it to be intercepted by a summoned obsidian wall. The wall shattered into countless razor-sharp fragments, which shot toward the dark wizard like arrows. In response, the cloaked figure conjured a cursed flame, a blood-red blaze that consumed the shards entirely. Kaisen quickly shifted tactics, sending several ender crystals hurtling through the fiery barrier. The resulting explosions sent shockwaves rippling through the inferno, momentarily disrupting its form. Yet the dark wizard's body glimmered with an eerie light, protecting him from being obliterated on the spot. "Stay here and meet your end," the dark wizard sneered, pulling out a damaged glass Cupa portkey shimmering with spatial energy. The moment the man in black took out the key to the door, he vanished abruptly. The uncontrollable wall of fire immediately began to spread wildly. "Professor, can you use the method you used on the dueling platform?" Hermione shouted, poking her head out. "The scale of these flames is far too large. That method won't work." Kaisen replied as he swiftly pulled out a piece of parchment and began sketching intricate runes with a feather quill. Summoning an enchantment table, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "When I catch that guy, he'll pay for this." He placed the rune-covered parchment into the floating magical book on the enchantment table. The pages flipped rapidly, and a magnificent purple barrier of magic enveloped the blazing sky. Vanishing curse. As Kaisen closed the book, the overwhelming flames disappeared without a trace. If not for the ashes of trees reduced to cinders across the area, the young wizards might have believed it was all just a nightmare. Suddenly, a golden-red flash of fire appeared, and Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick stepped out. Kaisen, now utterly drained, trembled as he barely managed to hold his wand. His bloodshot eyes glanced at the approaching figures before he collapsed into unconsciousness. "Professor!" Harry and Neville rushed out from their hiding place just in time to catch Kaisen before he fell. Dumbledore's face briefly flickered with anger before it softened into calmness. "He's only exhausted his magic, Severus." Snape immediately stepped forward, brusquely pushing Harry and Neville aside. He pulled out 2 vials of magical potion from his robes, skillfully tilted Kaisen's head, and carefully poured the potion into his mouth. Professor McGonagall's eyes were red as she surveyed the devastated battlefield. That vile dark wizard. How dare he? She shuddered to think what might have happened if Hagrid had been leading the group today. Meanwhile, Flitwick and Sprout remained on high alert, searching for any lingering embers. The other 3 young wizards hurried over, anxiously asking about Kaisen's condition. Snape gave a brief assessment. Magic depletion. The potions will restore him, but his mental strength is spent. He won't be able to teach for at least a week. Dumbledore nodded. Take him to his office to rest. Harry had intended to suggest the hospital wing, but stopped himself, remembering that Quirrell was there. With another flash of fire, the group appeared in the alchemy office. After settling Kaisen, only Dumbledore and Snape remained. As Dumbledore prepared to leave, Snape asked where he was going. "To find my old alchemy textbooks from my student days. It seems I'll need to substitute for a week." "I think that won't be necessary." The previously unconscious Kaisen suddenly struggled to sit up and spoke defiantly. "I could have done this myself, you know," Kaisen said, lying on the bed, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Hermione, sitting on a small stool, skillfully peeled an orange and held a segment up to Kaisen's mouth. Despite his reluctant expression, Kaisen opened his mouth and accepted the care. Through the open door, He could clearly see the other young wizards bustling about in the office. Harry was diligently cleaning the office, combining magic and muggle cleaning methods as he wielded a wand in one hand and a cloth in the other. Neville, stationed at the doorway, was busy washing fruits. Interestingly, he meticulously cleaned not only apples and pears, but also fruits like oranges and bananas that required peeling. When asked why, he explained that he was concerned the unwashed peels might contaminate the other cleaned fruits. Outside the office door, Ron scurried back and forth, carrying fruit baskets inside. He carefully recorded the names of the senders and the messages on the accompanying cards, neatly arranging the baskets on a desk. In the corner, a blonde young wizard was intently heating a potion bottle in a hot water bath, occasionally using a mercury thermometer to ensure the temperature stayed precisely at 37.5 degrees Celsius. Seriously, I'm not even injured. You guys really don't have to go to all this trouble, Kaisen said dryly, pinned to the bed by their determined gazes. Professor Snape said. Hermione began, picking up the conversation. I suspect Severus is still holding a grudge over the Christmas gift I gave him, but I could tell he actually used it. Have you noticed his hair? I knew it. His hair's been looking so much better since we got back from the Christmas break. Hermione nodded in sudden realization. Kaisen, like a cunning wolf, tried to tempt her. Well, that's my masterpiece. Want to learn? I can teach you Onion lessons at the alchemy workbench in the office. None of the other young wizards get this kind of privilege. Tempting as that offer is, I'll have to decline, Hermione said with difficulty. The conversation soon shifted to discussing their next class. Learning they still had 20 minutes before they needed to leave, Kaisen resigned himself to the brief yet seemingly endless wait. By the time he counted to 15 minutes and 26 seconds, Draco came briskly walking in, holding a bottle of potion that had just reached a precise temperature of 38.9 degrees Celsius. Draco had meticulously calculated the temperature factoring in the heat conductivity of the glass bottle, the specific heat capacity of the liquid, and his walking speed so that by the time it was delivered, it would be exactly 37.5 degrees Celsius. Just leave it here. You can go now. Draco's face fell instantly, but this time, he uncharacteristically refrained from saying anything unnecessary. He simply placed the potion on the bedside table in silence and left. Kaisen silently thanked Severus and his ancestors going back 18 generations. Though it was because of him that Kaisen found himself in this predicament, at least his potion-making skills were reliable. Wait, was that a hint of garlic? Surely he hadn't minced Quirrell and added him to the mixture? After much pleading, Hermione finally allowed Kaisen to sit up slightly and extend an arm from beneath the covers to reach for the potion. However, as soon as he took the first sip, the bizarre taste made him grimace in pain. He still remembered how the potion in the morning had tasted like fizzy orange soda. Now, Kaisen lay helplessly on the bed, feeling as though his sweat had already left a human-shaped imprint on the sheets, while the heavy blanket continued to smother him. Drinking this overly warm potion only made life feel unbearably long. But at least the time was almost up. Kaisen thought to himself, those little first years think they can come up with a spell to keep me stuck in bed? If even Dumbledore couldn't manage that, what chance do they have? 20 minutes passed quickly, but instead of leaving, Hermione and the others opened the office door and ushered in a group of people in an orderly line. What's going on? Kaisen asked, baffled. Hermione clasped her hands behind her back and said in a serious tone, to ensure you stay in bed and recover properly, we've brought in some reinforcements. The first to enter was Angelina, a third-year Gryffindor. Seeing the student who had sent him thick gloves for Christmas and constantly reminded him to dress warmly, Kaisen immediately shook his head in horror. If she stayed, he'd likely end up buried under 2 or 3 more layers of blankets. Next came Cedric from Hufflepuff, a third year who had been handpicked as the fourth-year alchemy class representative. He was upright yet adaptable, and most importantly, easy to talk to. Perhaps he could be persuaded to let Kaisen catch a little breather. Cedric, you stay, Kaisen said with a relieved smile. Just you will do. Let the others go. Cedric nodded in agreement and moved to stand in the corner of the room. But Hermione wasn't finished. She called for the next person to come in. What's happening here? Kaisen asked, his confusion growing. Hermione replied with a meaningful smile. With your personality, do you really think one person is enough? Kaisen watched as one young wizard after another walked into his office, his eyes nearly welling up with tears. He carefully observed each student, their personalities and daily behaviors flashing through his mind in quick succession. As soon as Tracy, a third year, entered the room, she began exuding an overwhelming admiration, practically radiating pink bubbles of affection. Kaisen immediately crossed her off the list of suitable candidates. When Castley, a seventh year, was about to step inside, he remembered she had a class that afternoon and promptly sent her back to the classroom without hesitation. One by one, the young wizards came in, only to be dismissed just as quickly. Finally, when the Pettier sisters appeared at the door, Kaisen's attention sharpened. The twin sisters, one in Gryffindor and the other in Ravenclaw, were both first years. What struck Kaysen as unusual was how different the sisters seemed today. Normally inseparable, always hand in hand even when rushing up the stairs to avoid being late, they now stood apart. One had her hands clasped behind her back, while the other hugged her arms awkwardly, only to lower them slowly as if realizing the stance lacked grace. "They're the ones," Kaysen declared, slapping the desk. "Cedric and the Pettier sisters, these three will do." Hermione looked like she wanted to suggest adding more people, but, seeing the situation, reluctantly nodded in agreement. She quickly went out to dismiss the remaining students, then hurried off with Harry and the others to the classroom. Once the office was down to just the four of them, Kaysen finally let out a sigh of relief and stretched. Suddenly, 2 bottles of milk appeared in his hands, one of his recently unlocked magical items. He tossed the milk to the Pettier sisters, who caught them in perfect sync and drank them down in one gulp. As the Pettier sisters transformed back into their true forms, the Weasley twins, Cedric's expression twisted in disbelief. Kaysen, curious, asked, "How did you convince the Pettier sisters to give you their hair? They're so protective of it." The Weasley twins, changing back into their own clothes, exchanged a knowing look. "That's not important," one of them said with a mischievous grin. "What matters is, this milk of yours is incredible." They added, "We're here with Cedric to rescue you from your current predicament. Honestly, Harry and the others are treating you like a fire salamander." "No, scratch that, even a fire salamander wouldn't survive this kind of heat." Kaysen felt uneasy and threw off the covers. He glanced at the Weasley twins. All right, you're not the Patil sisters anymore. Doesn't it feel weird using that formal tone?" "Hee, not really. Yeah, Professor McGonagall always says it's a kind of style." "Exactly, a style called politeness." In the corner, Cedric was still stunned by the audacity of the Weasley twins. Kaysen, dressed in his pajamas, sat comfortably on the small sofa in the bedroom and pressed on. All right, but you still haven't answered my question. Where did you get the Patil sisters' hair? Did you seduce them?" The twins exchanged a glance and remained silent. Kaysen sighed. "I sincerely hope it was seduction and not some bizarre potion or, worse, a blunt object followed by a pair of scissors." Faced with Kaysen's interrogation, the twins finally spoke. "The empty classroom at the end of the third-floor corridor, Professor." "Don't worry, they're perfectly safe." Kaysen stiffened, got up quickly, and started getting dressed. "I'll deal with you two later. You'd better pray to Merlin that they only took a nap." "Actually, I should be the one praying." Soon enough, the students of Hogwarts witnessed a peculiar sight. Professor Kaysen, who was supposed to be resting in his office, storming through the castle wearing nothing but a trench coat over his pajamas, Tom and Jerry slippers on his feet, followed by Cedric and the Weasley twins. Merlin's beard. Hermione would absolutely lose it if she saw this. A Gryffindor student loitering in the corridor remarked. "Should we tell her? We're only doing this for Professor Kaysen's well-being." "Yeah, for his health, definitely not for some silly prank." With that, the student pulled out a remembrall and recorded the entire scene. When the four of them finally reached the classroom, the Patil sisters were diligently practicing magic. One was attacking, the other defending, their duel unfolding in a methodical, turn-based manner. "Huh, Professor Kaysen, what are you doing out here? And dressed like that?" Parvati Patil asked, confused. Kaysen turned to the Weasley twins. "Care to explain?" "We told you, they're perfectly safe here. As long as they don't injure themselves while practicing magic. Everything else you imagined is entirely on you, Professor. Not our fault." The twins explained in perfect sync. Kaysen was speechless and decided to cut to the chase. "Then how exactly did you get their hair?" The Patil sisters immediately turned their gazes toward the Weasley twins. "Oh. The twins suddenly looked at Kaysen. "Professor? What's going on here?" "Well, I think you two should pay for stealing their hair," Kaysen said with a sly grin. He gave Cedric a quick nudge and whispered, "Run for it." With that, he and Cedric swiftly fled the scene. As they left, Kaysen not only locked the door, but also blocked it tightly with obsidian. "Perfect," Kaysen said, dusting off his hands with satisfaction. Professor, isn't this a bit harsh?" Cedric asked hesitantly. "Harsh?" Kaysen pressed his ear against the obsidian to listen for any sounds from inside. "I think it's just fine. Besides, do you really believe 2 first-year witches can hurt the twins?" Cedric shook his head. "Not a chance." Soon, Kaysen knocked off the 2 pieces of obsidian, freeing all 4 of them. The twins were unharmed, while the Petal sisters stood before Professor Kaysen, ready to face his questioning. "Let's hear it. Did you skip class?" Kaysen asked, fixing his gaze on the sisters. "Professor, we didn't skip class. We had permission," one of them quickly explained. "Permission slip? Here it is." They handed him a note. Kaysen glanced at the note. "Medical leave? And yet you're out here practicing magic?" "Professor Snape is just too terrifying," the sisters admitted. "Would honestly rather endure Professor Quirrell's garlic breath than deal with him, but he's far more competent than Quirrell," Kaysen replied, handing the note back to them. Since the note is signed, I'll let it slide this time. But don't try to deceive your professors again. Seeing that the Petal sisters intended to continue practicing magic in the empty classroom, Kaysen decided to temporarily set aside their sick leave status. He strolled back to his office and reclined comfortably in his chair. Now this is the life, he sighed contentedly. Professor, would you like some fruit? Cedric asked, carrying a tray of freshly washed fruit. No, I've been eating fruit all day. You all enjoy it, I'll just read for a bit, Kaysen said, waving him off. As he was savoring this moment of leisure, Hermione dashed over with her companions right after class, their hurried knocking breaking the tranquility. Bang, bang, bang. Kaysen sat up abruptly. What's going on? You three, go check it out. No need to check, it's Granger and her friends, George said, then suddenly noticed something. Wait, where's our potion? He pulled an empty bottle of polyjuice potion from his pocket. Kaysen quickly tossed in a strand of hair. Hey, race your chance to enjoy Hermione personally feeding you fruit. Pick someone quick, I'm out of here. With that, he vanished from the office. George was the fastest to act, pouring the potion into Cedric's mouth before he could react. The twins pinned Cedric down and said in unison, brothers for life. Meanwhile, Kaysen arrived at Dumbledore's office. So, hey, race the situation, I shamelessly sold those three out and decided to hang out here and read. Got any novels? Second shelf, Dumbledore said, stirring his coffee. But I've enchanted them. You can't see the cover, see, I'll have to pick by instinct. It's like a lucky draw. Most people use magic to make life easier, but your magic always seems to remind you to embrace life's simplicity, Kaysen remarked, unusually offering a compliment. Thank you for putting it so kindly, Dumbledore replied with a wry smile. Most people who find out about this just give me pitying looks. I'm not sure why. The Count of Monte Cristo? Kaysen pulled a book from the shelf. I haven't read this one before. Then you're in luck, Dumbledore chuckled. The last time Phileas came looking for a book, he ended up with a treatise on advanced mathematics. Poor him, Kaysen said with a hint of helplessness. Right now, I just want to kill time until curfew. Those young wizards are way too enthusiastic, I can't handle it. Dumbledore took a slow sip of his coffee and shook his head gently. You have no idea how many people envy your current situation. Well, I suddenly feel a bit smug, Kaysen replied, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. Want to go back and take their enthusiasm yourself? Ahem. Well, let's not mix things up. Before Kaysen could finish his sentence, he heard Dumbledore chuckle softly. Are you laughing at me? No, of course not. Then what were you laughing at just now? I just found the cover of this book rather amusing. Time passed slowly in the headmaster's office. It wasn't until curfew that Kaysen finally left, looking visibly relieved. Following Dumbledore's instructions, he headed toward the Hogwarts kitchen. After a full day of Hermione's relentless, healthy eating supervision, his taste buds were parched, craving something greasy and indulgent. Good evening, Professor Kaysen. What can I get for you? A house elf in Hogwarts uniform asked respectfully. Something junky, Kaysen replied bluntly. The house elf's eyes widened in horror. Oh no. The Hogwarts kitchen would never serve junk food. All right then, how about some fried chicken or something similar? Please pack it up, Kaysen quickly amended. The chatty little elf enthusiastically prepared the food while chatting non-stop. Before long, Kaysen left the kitchen with a bulging paper bag. After spending most of the day confined to bed, he had come to deeply appreciate the importance of physical activity. Back in his office, he was greeted by another version of himself, the unfortunate Cedric. If the Weasley twins had been around, there would undoubtedly have been a third person, but for now, only two Kaysens stood in the room. Kaysen patted Cedric on the shoulder and conjured a glass of milk with a flick of his wand. You've had it rough. Not at all, Professor, Cedric replied, shaking his head. Kaysen's eyes lit up. You actually enjoyed it? Great. Then let's do it again tomorrow. Skip the milk. Wait, what? Professor, I was just being polite, Cedric said, his expression faltering. Can't hear you. Huh. The best today was Hufflepuff, Kaysen thought as he sat at his desk. Especially Cedric, who earned a whopping 47 points for the house. A week later, when Kaysen finally recovered and returned to the podium, he paid extra attention to Cedric's performance. Throughout the class, he found various appropriate reasons to reward Hufflepuff with points, all thanks to Cedric's exceptional efforts. By the time the bell rang, Hufflepuff's hourglass had gained 47 more gemstones, a significant amount, but every single point was well-deserved. After wrapping up his final lesson of the day, Kaysen walked briskly to his office. This time, there was no need to skulk around or worry about students staring at his thin trouser legs with concerned eyes. He was relieved to finally be rid of the uncomfortable thermal underwear. As he pushed open the office door, a package sitting on the windowsill instantly caught his eye. Given the timing, it was clearly not a Christmas gift. Kaysen cautiously examined the mysterious parcel and quickly made the same choice as Rita Skeeter would have. He constructed a sealed obsidian blast-proof space and carefully dismantled the package using small, precise tools. Pressing his ear against the obsidian, he ensured there were no sounds of explosions or traces of dark magic before removing the protective barriers. Inside the package was a redstone figurine in a running pose, with a golden lightning bolt polished from a galleon emblazoned on its chest. A card was attached, signed with 4 names: Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville. The thoughtful gift deeply moved Kaysen. He carefully placed the miniature, Flash, figure on the corner of his desk, even enchanting it with a durability charm for extra protection, and then encased it securely under a glass dome. Just as he leaned back in his chair to admire the gift, a knock came at the office door. "Come in." A fifth-year Ravenclaw student stepped inside. "Professor Kaysen, this is your Milet, just arrived from the Ollery." "Thank you, James. How have you been lately?" James placed the envelope on the desk. "I heard you're fully recovered. It's great to have you back teaching us. Things were all right while you were gone, but Professor Dumbledore, well, we always feel a bit reserved around him. Not that he teaches poorly, of course, just not as entertaining." Naturally, Kaysen nodded, looking very much like a student accustomed to being critiqued. "What does Dumbledore know about alchemy anyway?" "Don't worry, Professor. I won't let him hear that," James said with a grin. "Honestly, it wouldn't be a problem if he did. Can I tell him then?" "Better not." "Understood, Professor." James smiled, nodded, and thoughtfully closed the door behind him as he left. Kaysen glanced at the envelope in his hand, the emblem of the European Alchemy Exchange Association stamped prominently on it. He quickly tore it open, pulled out the letter, and skimmed through it. The association was inviting him to give a lecture on the enchantment table in France. The venue was the Grand Hall of the French Ministry of Magic, scheduled for 7 p.m. this Saturday. The letter specifically mentioned that alchemy master Nicholas Flamel would also be in attendance. This news left Kaysen unusually silent. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward his wardrobe as he began pondering what formal attire he should wear for such an important occasion. He rummaged through every corner of the wardrobe, but all the clothes inside were either ones he had already worn to other events or casual, everyday outfits. Suddenly, an idea flashed into his mind. He immediately dashed to Dumbledore's office, pushed the door open, and blurted out, "Dumbledore, how tall are you?" Dumbledore, who was sipping coffee, froze for a moment before replying, 5 feet 11 inches, about 1 meter 80. "Why? Stand up and let me see," Kaysen urged. Setting down his coffee cup, Dumbledore stood up. "What's this all about?" he asked. "The European Alchemy Exchange Association invited me to France for a lecture, but I need a new set of formal robes. The ones I have are all used," Kaysen explained, then added, "and there's no time to visit a tailor." "All right, fine. The truth is I don't have enough money. By the way, Dumbledore, I know what the last alchemy professor was paid, so you'd better reimburse me those galleons next term." Dumbledore tried to deflect. "Why not borrow from Severus? Or use alchemy? I'm not interested in crashing the magical economy. That would make the Alchemy Association furious with me. As for Severus, he's 6 centimeters taller than me. That guy definitely wears lifts in his shoes." Kaysen complained, dragging Dumbledore back to back to compare their heights. In the end, Dumbledore took him to see a set of ready-made robes he had purchased last autumn. However, when Kaysen laid eyes on them, he was stunned by their extravagant ornate patterns, gem embellishments, hidden gold threads. Each robe seemed to gleam as if it were alive. "Are you a reincarnated Niffler?" Kaysen couldn't help but quip. "Do you think they look bad?" Dumbledore asked. Just as Kaysen was about to leave, his eyes fell on a small pouch sitting on the headmaster's desk. He sauntered over, opened it, peeked inside, and casually declared, "Ahem, I'm taking this. 70 galleons for an urgent robe? Isn't that daylight robbery?" Kaysen complained to Ollivander as he adjusted the robe he was wearing, which shimmered with a faint purple magical glow, in the Grand Hall of the French Ministry of Magic. Ollivander simply smiled without responding. He knew well that Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions offered special discounts for young wizards, making them seem cheaper. However, this time, Kaysen's robe had been rushed to completion with extra hours of work, so a bit of overtime charge was entirely justifiable. Nevertheless, when faced with a dispute between an old acquaintance and a rising star in alchemy, he wisely chose to remain silent. "By the way, is your speech ready?" Ollivander asked, skillfully changing the subject. "This isn't like the usual award ceremonies. You could treat it as a lecture or even a thesis defense." "I haven't prepared anything. Honestly, I haven't even written a thesis," Kaysen shrugged. "Why do you think I've only ever been a supervising professor?" "Wait, you were serious about that? I thought you were just being modest," Ollivander said, looking genuinely surprised. "What else? Do you enjoy writing papers?" Kaysen retorted. "Transforming knowledge into written words does have its charm, though. You should give it a try. I'm sure you'll fall in love with the process." Ollivander nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll give it a shot when I have the time. At that moment, a staff member from the French Ministry of Magic approached and guided Kaysen to the stage in the Grand Hall. A podium was set up there, with a massive magical holographic projection device sponsored by Nicholas Flamel glowing behind it. In the audience below, a thin, elderly man with wild white shoulder-length hair, Nicholas Flamel himself, smiled and said, "Please, go ahead, Professor Kaysen. I've noticed your students call you that." "You're certainly not one of my students, Mr. Flamel," Kaysen replied quickly, waving his hand modestly. At the same time, he summoned a standard enchanting table and began his lecture. He explained the principles behind the enchanting table in detail, covering everything from runic inscriptions to the possibilities of direct spell enchantments. He even shared an amusing anecdote about how a sword enchanted with roaring flames turned out to be useless for cutting butter. After the lecture, Kaysen grabbed a glass of wine from the self-serve bar to soothe his throat. He couldn't help but reflect on how much more challenging it was to lecture these alchemical luminaries compared to teaching young wizards. Just then, he noticed Nicholas Flamel approaching him. When Kaizen saw Nicholas Flamel visiting, he momentarily held his breath. It wasn't out of reverence for the legendary alchemist, but rather out of fear that even a careless exhale might knock over the frail-looking old man. "Honestly, have you ever considered crafting yourself a magical wheelchair or something?" Kaizen asked cautiously. Nicholas Flamel shook his head slowly. "Of course not. The secret to staying healthy in old age is plenty of exercise, and that applies to young people too." Kaizen nodded in agreement, turning to the shelf to grab a bottle of vodka. He poured a glass for the old man and, on a whim, mixed the vodka into his own whiskey glass. The resulting concoction was so unpleasant that he silently vowed never to try such an experiment again. "This morning, Dumbledore sent me a letter," Nicholas Flamel began, patting his robes as if searching for something. "He spoke very highly of you, a remarkable young man." "You're just going to search like that?" Kaizen asked, watching the old man's movements. "What else should I do?" Flamel continued rummaging. "Most people would stop me immediately, worried I might strain my back. Of course, some simply trust one wouldn't lie about something like this. Well, if you want to search, go ahead." "Actually, I should be honest. I didn't bring the letter with me today," Flamel admitted, finally ceasing his search. Kaizen stared speechlessly at the old man. No wonder he got along so well with Dumbledore. They were clearly kindred spirits of mischief. "But all that was just an icebreaker," Flamel said as he settled into a seat beside Kaizen. "To ease the awkwardness between us. I came here to ask you something. Dumbledore told me you can transmute objects into gold without needing a philosopher's stone or any elaborate alchemical rituals. Is that true?" In response, Kaizen pulled a feathered quill from his pocket. Under Flamel's watchful gaze, he pinched the feather lightly, and golden hues began to spread from his fingertips, transforming the entire quill into solid gold. The old alchemist took the golden quill in his hands, inspecting its texture and hardness carefully. "Thank goodness I met you at this age," he said with a sigh. "If I'd encountered you when I was younger, before creating the Philosopher's Stone, I might have given up on myself entirely." "I thought it would inspire you to work harder," Kaizen replied. Flamel waved his hand dismissively. "Don't believe everything the alchemy textbooks say about me. I'm not that magnanimous. Honestly, the reason I've come this far is partly because I have decent talent, and partly because that talent brought me admiration and praise wherever I went. If I'd faced nothing but mud and scorn, the name Nicholas Flamel would have faded into obscurity long ago." Kaizen raised an eyebrow. "I'll keep that in mind. Did Dumbledore show you the Philosopher's Stone?" Nicholas Flamel asked directly, getting straight to the point. "I've seen it, and he even had me forge one," Kaysen replied curtly. "You forged one? For him?" "Yeah." Kaysen paused before continuing. "Do you want to hear his name? If not, I won't bother saying it." "You don't need to say it. I already know who he is." Flamel waved his hand dismissively. "How did you forge it?" Kaysen pulled out a red stone from his pocket. With this, Flamel took the red stone, weighed it carefully in his hand, and the tension on his face gradually eased. "It's just an energy crystal. If creating a philosopher's stone were as easy as making gold, I'd have found a rope and hanged myself long ago." "It does look convincing," Kaysen explained. "For someone like you, a true maker of philosopher's stones, it's easy to tell the difference. But for anyone else, this imitation is perfect bait." "Did Dumbledore tell you what he plans to do with the philosopher's stone?" Flamel asked. "He didn't say, and I didn't ask. When Dumbledore is done with it, you should take it from him," Flamel said with certainty. "That's the philosopher's stone we're talking about." "You make it sound so simple," Kaysen frowned. "And besides, does Dumbledore even understand alchemy? The philosopher's stone in his hands won't reach its true potential. Besides, he's never been one to value material possessions. I could tell from his letters that he holds you in high regard." "Trust me, he'll agree." Kaysen agreed with the first part. Dumbledore indeed had no clue about alchemy, but the second part left him puzzled. The headmaster might claim to care little for material things, but his luxurious robes, plush chair, and crescent-shaped glasses made of mithril suggested otherwise. Not to mention the way he docked new professor salaries at the start of term. Last time, all Kaysen did was sneak 2 bottles of his wine, and he was sent to the Forbidden Forest to deal with dark wizards. If he asked for the Philosopher's Stone, who knew what the price would be? Trust me, Flammel continued, your future will undoubtedly require a Philosopher's Stone. Even if it eventually crumbles into dust in your hands, that's far better than it gathering dust, only used to brew elixir of life or turn lead into gold. I understand. He'll try to convince Dumbledore, Kaysen nodded. After all, if an alchemy master like you sees such potential in me, I should at least live up to it. And how do you plan on doing that? If Dumbledore isn't willing to hand over the Philosopher's Stone, Kaysen sighed deeply, I might just have to bag him while he's sleeping. That really won't be necessary, Flammel hurriedly interjected. After a moment of silence, Kaysen nodded. Well, remember what you've said. That's for the best. Flammel shook his head. Though I know you'll probably forget it as quickly as you heard it. Talented people like you are all the same. Dumbledore was no different when he was young. And that other one. He trailed off, as if he couldn't remember or didn't want to continue. Turning away, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked off. I hope my temper won't stay this strange in the future. Must be all that alchemy training, Kaysen murmured to himself, watching the old man's figure disappear into the distance. The dinner party progressed quickly. There were only a handful of young people present. Besides Kaysen, the youngest attendee was already 33. It was destined not to be a raucous celebration lasting until the early hours. Guests sipped on some wine, occasionally picking up a few delicate cakes or pastries. Before long, they began to take their leave one after another. A staff member guided Kaysen to the suite prepared for him by the French Ministry of Magic. As he pushed open the door, the opulent and dazzling decor immediately reminded him of the finest Muggle hotels. Exhaustion urged him straight into the bathroom, where the warm cascade of water nearly lulled him to sleep in the bathtub. Eventually, he managed to drag himself to the bed, where he instantly succumbed to slumber. The next morning, the aroma of breakfast roused him from his deep sleep. Normally, Kaysen was a little grumpy upon waking, not to the extent of snapping at people, but enough to show no kindness to anyone delivering breakfast. But when he saw the exquisitely prepared French breakfast before him, his demeanor changed instantly. Compared to the dry bread, rock-hard bacon, and watery, flavorless scrambled eggs of Hogwarts, the meal before him was nothing short of a masterpiece. Does your French wizarding school need an alchemy professor? Kaysen asked the ministry employee standing nearby, quite seriously. The employee's face lit up with excitement. If you're interested, I'm sure Beauxbatons would gladly reassign their current alchemy professor to care for the Abraxans just to welcome you with open arms. Shall I write them a letter right now? He was already reaching for parchment and a quill. No, there's no need. I was just making an offhand comment, Kaysen quickly interjected, waving his hands. I was mostly expressing my heartfelt admiration for French cuisine. The ministry employee suddenly remembered Kaysen was from England and gave him a sympathetic look. He then retrieved another breakfast plate from the trolley and handed it to him. Thank you, kind sir. May Merlin bless you. Kaysen called out, watching the breakfast hero depart as he happily dug into his double portion. After finishing his meal, Kaysen prepared to head downstairs for the activities organized by the Alchemy Association. It was a rare occasion to have all the alchemy masters gathered in one place, and they planned to do some team-building activities in the Muggle areas of France. When Kaysen asked for the location of Gringotts to exchange some galleons for francs to buy souvenirs for his students, he was informed that the association had already exchanged a large amount of galleons into francs in advance. Hearing this, Kaysen calculated to himself, in that case, I can even get gifts for the professors as well. Finally, he announced, I'll create a fan group, feel free to join if you have any ideas. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled bangs echoed continuously from Professor Kaysen's office. Filch was leading the four from Gryffindor to Professor McGonagall's office when the strange noise emanating from Professor Kaysen's office caught their attention. I should really bring this up with Dumbledore, Filch muttered with a frown. Professor Kaysen isn't even at Hogwarts, yet his office keeps making these eerie noises, like someone is constantly throwing things inside. Could it be that one of Professor Kaysen's alchemical items malfunctioned? Hermione asked cautiously. Filch paused mid-step, then shook his head. Even so, Dumbledore needs to know first. Don't tell me you lot think you know anything about alchemy. Actually, I know a bit about alchemy, Hermione began, only to be cut off by Filch. Your alchemy knowledge is nothing compared to Professor Kaysen's. That lamp he gave me is still burning. Hasn't needed fuel for half the term. Hermione nodded but still seemed uneasy. Mr. Filch, I understand your admiration for Professor Kaysen, but these sounds are really strange. Filch pressed his ear to the door, listening to the rumbling sounds that came in waves. It does sound alarming. I'm going to fetch Dumbledore. You lot stay right here, and don't even think about running. If you do, I'll head straight to Professor McGonagall to deal with you." With that, he hurried off in the direction of Dumbledore's office. "Should we make a run for it?" Ron suggested. "George and Fred always say there's an unwritten rule at Hogwarts. Breaking the rules is fine so long as you don't get caught." "Unfortunately, we've already been caught," Hermione said regretfully. While they talked, Harry and Neville had already started trying to unlock the door with a spell, but the door, equipped with a redstone lock, didn't budge. Suddenly, an idea struck Harry. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a red cube. "Hermione, do you know a disassembly charm? Last time we almost turned Professor Kaisen's office upside down, and he let it slide. Now you want to dismantle his door lock?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Dumbledore will be here any moment, and this door will be opened one way or another. Instead of him using powerful magic to force it open, we could use redstone and at least put the casing back afterward," Harry explained. Reluctantly convinced, Hermione drew her wand and cast a spell on the lock. Soon, the outer casing of the lock fell away, revealing a complex redstone circuit inside. It was an intricate mechanism of levers, pressure plates, and buttons, with the lock core made of obsidian blocks and pistons. "So, how do you plan on opening this thing?" Ron asked. "Remember what Professor Kaysen taught us?" Harry held up the redstone cube. "We just need to use redstone." Harry pulled out a small piece of redstone and pressed it against the circuit made of redstone dust. As the redstone dust emitted an eerie red glow, the lock, constructed of pistons and obsidian, slowly retracted into the wall. "I must have some talent in alchemy, don't I?" Harry turned around and flashed a proud smile at Hermione and the others. "Yes, now please, future alchemy master. Open the door," Hermione replied with a nod. Harry obliged and opened the door. In the next moment, a massive pile of gifts came cascading out like an avalanche, burying the four of them instantly. Just then, Filch arrived on the scene with the belated Professor Dumbledore. "Well, it seems you've all been buried in a sea of happiness," Dumbledore remarked, bending down to pick up a large gift box adorned with an elegant ribbon and card. "This one is from Kaysen for you," he said, handing the gift to Filch. Filch's hands trembled slightly as he took the gift, but just as he was about to open it, Dumbledore stopped him. Wait until Kaysen returns, and let him give it to you himself. Your surprised smile will be just as much a gift to him." "You're right, Professor Dumbledore," Filch said quickly, setting the gift down. By now, the young wizards had cautiously climbed out of the pile of presents. Neville was holding onto the outer casing of the lock, which had fallen to the floor. They all craned their necks to look toward the corner of the office, where a luxurious dark green chest was continuously spewing out gifts. Dumbledore used magic to move the obstructing gifts aside, studying the scene thoughtfully. I recall Kaysen's ring and that chest looking almost identical, just a bit smaller. All right, has everyone satisfied their curiosity?" Dumbledore turned to the young wizards, who wore sheepish expressions. "It's time for the fashionably late Professor Kaysen to experience this surprise as well." With that, Dumbledore waved his hand, arranging the scattered gifts neatly back into the office. However, a newly emerged gift quickly disrupted the order. "Quick, lock the door, or there might be another flood soon," Dumbledore urged Harry. Harry swiftly used the redstone to activate the circuit, taking advantage of the 3 seconds while the lock head retracted to shut the door. He even made sure to reattach the lock casing properly. Under Dumbledore's persuasion, Filch had to abandon his plan to lead Harry and the others to Professor McGonagall's office. The hallway outside the Alchemy Professor's office returned to silence until evening. With a soft whoosh, the sound of an ender teleport echoed through the corridor. This was followed by a series of thud, thud, thud noises, and finally, a confused voice exclaimed, "What happened?" Kaysen stood in the hallway, gazing at the office that was almost completely covered with piles of gifts. Letting out a sigh, he muttered to himself, "I really overestimated the ender chest. Next time, I should just go for a larger one." With a wave of his wand, magic swirled around him as he began organizing the scattered heaps of presents. The next day, during the Alchemy Association class, Kaysen stood at the podium and explained, "This time, the team-building activity was a trip to a Muggle city in France, so I didn't prepare any magic-related gifts for you. That would be as dull as an Englishman traveling to France just to eat at an English restaurant." He turned to the side and said, "Cedric, could you please help distribute these gifts?" After speaking, Kaysen sat down in the chair at the podium, thinking to himself that if Cedric took his time, the class might pass without much effort. However, to his surprise, Cedric managed to distribute all the gifts in just 2 minutes and quietly returned to his seat. "You really didn't have to be that fast," Kaysen said awkwardly as he stood up, picking up a piece of chalk. "Don't any of you want to enjoy a bit of downtime during class?" Faced with a unanimous shake of heads from the students, he sighed and announced, "All right then, since you all love my class so much, let's have a quiz." "What?" The students gasped in surprise. After class, Kaysen returned to his office, feeling quite satisfied as he carried the stack of quiz papers. The gifts for the students had been distributed in the morning, and now it was the professor's turn. Carrying a basin-sized gift box, he went from one colleague's office to another. When Snape received a complete set of balance weights, he even cracked a rare smile. When he reached Filch's office, Kaisen explained, "I noticed that young wizards often dirty the castle walls, so I specifically prepared this for you. It has a built-in infinite magic circuit. Just press the red button, and the blue glowing strip will clean any stain it touches." Thank you, Professor Kaisen," Filch said, his hands trembling as he accepted the gift box. The final stop was Dumbledore's office. Kaisen carried a box containing no less than 200 pairs of wool socks as he climbed the long staircase, only to find the office empty. "Where's Dumbledore?" he wondered aloud, glancing around the room until his eyes landed on the headmaster's liquor cabinet. Hmm. Kaisen hummed softly as he walked over to the cabinet, quickly locating 2 bottles of what looked like very expensive wine. He casually grabbed the matching enchanted wine box, thinking to himself that these fine bottles wouldn't last through the night in his hands. We must see Dumbledore. Harry and Neville stood anxiously in front of the stone gargoyle, guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office. The 2 Gryffindor students quickly realized that the usual methods wouldn't open the passage. Not long after, Hermione and Ron came running up, out of breath. "Professor Kaisen's office is empty too," Hermione said between gasps. "None of the other professors believe what we're saying." Harry's eyes suddenly lit up. "Wait, why do we have to rely on the professors? Can't we just do it ourselves?" Hermione immediately reminded him. "Remember what Professor Kaisen said. Always weigh the risks and benefits. Between the Philosopher's Stone and our lives, what do you think Head want us to choose?" "And you?" Neville asked earnestly. "Even knowing Professor Kaisen might want us to prioritize our lives, what would you choose?" "The stone," Hermione replied without hesitation. "Not because it's valuable, but because I can't let such a powerful alchemical object fall into the hands of a dark wizard like Quirrell." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Without further hesitation, the 4 young wizards sprinted toward the 4th-floor corridor. When they reached the classroom where the 3-headed dog was kept, they found the door wide open, and soft, melodic music drifted from within. Harry cautiously peeked inside and saw the massive 3-headed dog sound asleep. He let out a sigh of relief. "It's asleep. Let's go in." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hagrid was politely declining Kaisen's offer of wine. "Wine's not for me, Kaisen," Hagrid said honestly. "It's too light, might as well be grape juice. Give it a try. You might enjoy the freshness," Kaisen suggested. Hagrid shook his head. "To be honest, I just don't see the appeal of fancy drinks like this. It feels like a waste for someone like me to drink it." "Don't say that," Kaisen quickly replied, waving his hand. "The most important thing about drinking is to enjoy it. If you let the so-called value of the wine ruin the experience, then that's the real waste." Hearing this, Hagrid was so touched that his voice grew thick with emotion, and he moved as if to give Kaisen a hearty hug. Seeing this, Kaisen quickly conjured 2 wine glasses with magic and said hurriedly, "No need for hugs. If you think the wine's too light, why don't we get some stronger spirits instead?" "All right," Hagrid said thoughtfully as he headed toward the door. "Maybe I should practice controlling my strength. I've noticed you lot don't seem too eager for my hugs." "That's because your hugs are genuinely life-threatening, Hagrid," Kaisen reminded him. "An adult wizard might survive, but don't ever try it on the younger ones, they might burst like a pumpkin." The 4 young adventurers had reached the final level of the challenge, leaving only Harry and Neville. Neville assisted Harry in dismantling the outer casing of the piston door, revealing a tangled network of redstone circuitry inside. Carefully, Harry placed the redstone blocks onto the circuit. With a crisp click, the piston door slowly opened. "All right, let's go in," Harry said with a sigh of relief. The structure of the door was almost identical to what Professor Kaisen had explained in class. If not for the sheer improbability of such a coincidence, Harry might have suspected that Kaisen had foreseen him coming here. The 2 walked side by side through the doorway, their attention immediately drawn to a figure in the distance and the mirror behind them. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, good evening," Quirrell greeted them, his back to them. But the voice that emerged wasn't his usual one. "Do you have a speaker hidden under that turban?" Harry retorted without hesitation. Though Quirrell hadn't shown any overt hostility yet, Harry felt no inclination to be polite to the dark wizard. "Relax, Quirrell. Let me out. Let me see him." The eerie voice spoke again from behind the turban. Obediently, Quirrell nodded and began unwrapping the turban, layer by layer, revealing a pale, sinister face with no nose on the back of his head. "Mr. Potter, the last time I saw you, I gave you 2 gifts, your parents' deaths," Voldemort sneered as he turned his gaze to Neville. "As for you, Mr. Longbottom, your parents were brave, but foolish. They chose the wrong side and paid the price." "Shut up," Neville roared, losing his composure entirely. Unlike Harry, who still clung to a thread of rationality, Neville was consumed by rage. He had seen the horrific state of his parents at St. Mungo's, a result of being tortured by Death Eaters with the Cruciatus Curse. I can understand your anger on behalf of your parents, Voldemort continued, unfazed. But before we indulge in sentiment, you must help me locate the Philosopher's Stone that Dumbledore has hidden here. Afterward, I shall grant you a long-overdue gift, merciful deaths, so you may reunite with your parents. We'll never let you get the Philosopher's Stone. Stupefy, Harry shouted, swiftly drawing his wand and firing off a spell like a gunslinger in the Wild West. The spell, however, was effortlessly deflected by the magic emanating from Voldemort through Quirrell. You're very much like your father, Voldemort mocked. He also thought he could fight me with sheer force. At this, Neville drew his own wand, instinctively casting the spell he was most adept at. A surge of upward force struck Voldemort. Pathetic, like a muggle's magic, Voldemort sneered dismissively. Your parents were far stronger than you. Master, should I kill him? Quirrell asked. Keep him alive. A hoarse voice rasped from the back of his head. We still need Mr. Potter to help us retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror. If he refuses to cooperate, well, let Mr. Longbottom persuade him. Praise your wisdom, Master, Quirrell said, turning to Harry with a mocking smirk. Come now, dear little Harry. Before that meddling Kaisenxis started causing me trouble, didn't you quite like me? Why the cold stare now? You're not worthy of saying that name. Harry snarled through gritted teeth. That day on the dueling platform, Professor Kaisenxis should have killed you on the spot. Quirrell's expression twisted in fury, as though the mere mention of Kaisenxis' name was the ultimate insult. He furiously yanked up his sleeve, revealing grotesque scars on his arm. Look at this, he screamed hysterically. This is the black magic your so-called noble Professor Kaisenxis left me with in the Forbidden Forest. If it weren't for my great master, I'd be dead by now. That Kaisenxis who created such dark magic is no saint. Quirrell suddenly snapped, slamming his heavy leather boot into Harry with vicious kicks. Each strike was accompanied by guttural growls of excitement, as if Harry had become a stand-in for Kaisenxis himself. In the corner, Neville was quietly attempting to use Transfiguration Hiss, second worst subjecto, turn the Remembrall bracelet on his wrist into a knife. If magic couldn't harm Quirrell, perhaps a mundane weapon could. Mr. Longbottom, you're not as meek as you appear, are you? Voldemort's icy voice echoed from the back of Quirrell's head. Quirrell immediately turned to Neville. You all seem to adore that so-called Professor Kaisenxis, don't you? Where is he now? Can he save you? He sneered cruelly. He can only weep like a coward. When he sees your corpses, he'll cry his eyes out. With a flick of his wand, a streak of silver light slashed across Neville's cheek, drawing blood. Quirrell stomped down hard on Neville's wrist, crushing the bracelet beneath his boot. You're not worthy to speak of him, Neville said hoarsely, lifting his head with difficulty, eyes blazing with hatred. Quirrell was about to lash out again when Voldemort's voice interrupted him. Do you remember why we're here? Stop wasting time. Yes, Master, Quirrell responded obediently. At that moment, Harry suddenly realized something. Fighting through the searing pain, he reached into a hidden pocket in his robes and pulled out a dark green pearl. With all the strength he could muster, he hurled it to the ground. Crack. Hum. With his face slightly flushed, Kaisenxis appeared suddenly in front of Harry, holding half a glass of wine. The effects of the alcohol made him momentarily forget where he had obtained the Ender Pearl. Following the direction Harry was struggling to point at, Kaisenxis turned and saw Quirrell trembling as he gripped his wand. Kaisenxis downed the remaining wine in one gulp and casually tossed the glass to the ground. The sound of shattering glass marked the instant the battle erupted. Quirrell unleashed an Avada Kedavra curse, but Kaisenxis' enchanted crafting table flashed in his hand, quickly casting a vanishing curse to neutralize it. Quirrell retaliated with his signature Movia blazing curse that transformed into a giant serpent. However, the fiery spell was far less potent than during their encounter in the Forbidden Forest. Kaisenxis clapped his hands together with a sudden force, instantly flooding the entire chamber with luminous blue water source blocks. With only 14 seconds of effective action time, Kaisenxis knew he had to act quickly. Even though Harry and Neville were also trapped in the water, his priority was to deal with Quirrell. For Ender crystals shot toward Quirrell, who was choking on water and unable to cast spells. The shockwaves exploded in the water, and blood from Quirrell's mouth billowed like smoke in the currents. Kaisenxis summoned a bright green creeper head and placed it over Quirrell's head. Without hesitation, he swung his pitch-black longsword, slicing Quirrell into cylindrical sections with 4 sharp strikes. He then withdrew all the water from the chamber. Cough, cough. Professor Kaisenxis, where's Quirrell? Harry asked weakly as he struggled to stand. Over there. Stay back, Kaisenxis replied, turning to check on the unconscious Neville. He used a sponge to clear the water from Neville's lungs. Neville jolted awake, and Kaisenxis calmed him while applying Dittany to his wounds. After confirming that Harry was temporarily unharmed, Kaysen suggested taking them to the hospital wing. Using a levitation charm, he controlled Quirrell's remains while carrying the unsteady Harry in his arms. Though Harry mentioned that Dumbledore was not at Hogwarts, Kaysen's primary concern was ensuring the students' safety. The three of them, along with Creeper, retraced their steps and returned to Snape's logic puzzle challenge. As they arrived, Kaysen closely examined the potion bottles on the table. "Something's off," Harry suddenly spoke up. There were supposed to be 3 bottles of fire protection potion here. One large bottle was drunk by Quirrell, and the other 2 were used by Neville and me. But when Severus set up this challenge, he only placed 1 potion here, Kaysen said quietly, his brow furrowed. This discovery triggered a few vague suspicions in his mind, but now was not the time to delve into them. "Let's get out of here first." Kaysen led the group forward. At the giant chessboard, they found Ron unconscious. For the final stretch, Kaysen built a staircase out of blocks, guiding everyone through the trapdoor and back to the classroom where the 3-headed dog was. Inside the classroom, Hermione and Dumbledore were waiting for them with smiles. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Kaysen said as he handed the floating Quirrell over to the old headmaster, "I'll take them to the hospital wing first." With that, he supported Harry with one arm and Ron with the other, leading Neville and the following Hermione towards the hospital wing. After confirming that the 3 young wizards only had minor injuries and would recover after a night's rest and some potion, Kaysen made his way to the headmaster's office. Inside, Dumbledore was present, and Quirrell lay unconscious in the corner. "They're fine, just surface injuries," Kaysen answered Dumbledore's inquiry before walking over to Quirrell. "What are we going to do with him?" "The Ministry of Magic will send someone shortly," Dumbledore replied. Kaysen let out a cold laugh, stepping on Quirrell's chest and forcefully pulling off the creeper mask from his head. He then reached into Quirrell's pocket and pulled out the fake Philosopher's Stone 2.0. Dumbledore, playing along, retrieved the fake Philosopher's Stone 1.0 from its hiding place in the Mirror of Erist. "Look at this, both are fakes. All your elaborate efforts for nothing," Kaysen mocked. "Kaysen, you want die a peaceful death," Quirrell snarled through gritted teeth. "The reality is, they'll keep on living, but your days are numbered." Soon, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, arrived with 2 Aurors. Fudge greeted Dumbledore and Kaysen with a fake smile, showing no sign of his previous intent to lock Kaysen in Azkaban for a couple of months to cool off. "Such a hypocrite," Kaysen muttered under his breath. Fudge pretended not to hear and continued addressing Dumbledore. "I truly didn't expect that the professor teaching defense against the dark arts for nearly an entire term would turn out to be a dark wizard. Dumbledore, how could you make such an elementary mistake? Perhaps you should have heeded my advice and let the ministry have more oversight at Hogwarts." "This isn't just any ordinary dark wizard," Dumbledore interrupted. "Look at the face on the back of his head, that's Voldemort." Fudge's smile froze instantly. "What? No, Dumbledore, you've clearly gone senile. The Dark Lord is dead," he exclaimed, shaking his head in frantic denial. "You only need to take one look," Dumbledore said calmly. "You've seen that disfigured face, twisted by dark magic and corrupted by power. The Dark Lord was defeated 11 years ago in Godric's Hollow by Harry Potter, killed by that child. This is nothing more than an ordinary dark wizard." Fudge swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "I won't use the killing curse on him, nor will I let the Dementors give him the kiss. An ordinary dark wizard Azkaban can hold him. He's not the Dark Lord, just a reckless, audacious dark wizard who dared to cause trouble right under your nose." Dumbledore sighed deeply, his disappointment in Fudge palpable. If Fudge had been willing to order the Aurors to use the killing curse on Voldemort, the situation wouldn't have been so direct, would at least mean he accepted that Voldemort was truly alive. But now, from Fudge's trembling expression, Dumbledore could see that while he was aware of Voldemort's resurrection, he chose to feign ignorance to safeguard his position as Minister of Magic. Locking Voldemort in Azkaban was tantamount to letting him escape. "You can look at his face," Dumbledore said with a final glimmer of hope. "I've seen it," Fudge said decisively. "I recognize that face's Quirinus Quirrell." "Dumbledore, you're losing your mind." With that, he motioned to the 2 Aurors behind him to drag Quirrell's body away. Kaysen frowned and glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded helplessly. The next moment, a decayed skull-like form flew toward Quirrell. It didn't explode, but instead merged into his flesh. Quirrell's body disintegrated rapidly, crumbling like charred wood. A wisp of black smoke rose from the remains, slowly dissipating into the air. "Kaysen Heath." "No, Professor Heath," Fudge said, his tone carrying a hint of relief. "Since you killed a dark wizard, the ministry will let it go. It's better if you just call me Mr. Heath." Fudge's face darkened, but he said nothing more. He left Hogwarts in haste, accompanied by the 2 Aurors. Kaysen stood by the window, watching the 3 figures disappear into the distance. He spoke, "That Fudge. Years ago, he wasn't like this," Dumbledore said, sitting in his chair. "Not exactly brave, but at least—" He trailed off. "You did the right thing," Kaysen said quietly. Even if you hadn't acted, I would have arranged for someone to deal with Quirrell and Azkaban. Letting enemies slip through your fingers is foolish, especially two of them. Hmm. Oh, by the way, when I was in France recently, I met Nicholas Flamel, Kaysen said. Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging the comment while already contemplating an excuse to avoid the conversation. He asked that you return the Philosopher's Stone to him once you're done with it. What else did he say? Kaysen retorted. What does Dumbledore know about alchemy? What use could the Philosopher's Stone possibly have in his hands? These words made Dumbledore's face flush slightly. Looking a bit embarrassed, he removed his glasses and took out a velvet cloth to carefully clean them. When this term ends, Dumbledore paused briefly. You still remember the salary of the last professor of alchemy, don't you? As he spoke, he reached into his robe pocket, pulled out an irregularly shaped red gemstone, and placed it on the desk. Here it is. Take it. Kaysen picked up the Philosopher's Stone. This time, the feeling was completely different from before. He could clearly sense the stone's magical energy surging toward him. Can you feel that magical fluctuation? Dumbledore asked with interest, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. It can't hurt, Kaysen murmured. Looks like you'll need to study this so-called Philosopher's Stone more closely. That's a matter for later, Dumbledore reminded him. Right now, your focus should be on the Endofterm exams. Don't forget. I know, Kaysen nodded. He'll check on those 4 troublemakers in the hospital wing first. When he reached the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey informed him that Ron had already woken up. Kaysen breathed a sigh of relief. Though he hadn't brought a fruit basket, he conjured 4 carnations with magic and walked into the ward. Congratulations, he said to the 4 young wizards. You managed to survive under the wand of a dark wizard. Harry smiled faintly, seemingly unaffected by Quirrell's physical attacks. Professor, about the back of Quirrell's head? Harry hesitated. You guessed it right. It was him, Kaysen said softly. Harry and Neville's faces immediately darkened. But he's dead now, although perhaps not entirely. Not entirely dead? Wait, what are you talking about? Ron asked, bewildered. Kaysen shrugged. Go ahead, Harry. Though not everyone might believe you. Harry took a deep breath. Voldemort isn't dead. He was on the back of Quirrell's head. The room fell into an eerie silence. Really? Ron and Hermione asked in unison, their eyes turning to Kaysen. Kaysen confirmed. It's true. Though he's gone this time, it's possible, just like 11 years ago, that he hasn't truly perished. But don't spread this around, it could cause unnecessary panic. But Professor, why not tell everyone the truth? If you were high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic, I'd gladly support disclosure. But for now, even Dumbledore only told Fudge about it to rally forces to defeat him, not to create chaos. Did Fudge agree? Ron asked. Kaysen responded with a resigned expression, making the 4 young wizards hang their heads in disappointment. As Kaysen prepared to leave, he poked his head back into the room and added, Oh, by the way, you didn't take my advice to heart. Between the Philosopher's Stone and 4 lives, your choice wasn't exactly correct. So, Gryffindor loses 40 points, but don't worry, with your abilities, you'll earn them back in 2 classes. Kaysen left with his usual understated demeanor, neither seeking credit nor recognition. As for why he only deducted 40 points symbolically, he knew the reason well, had already mentally prepared himself, and no amount of point deductions could truly change anything. Back in his office, he took out the Philosopher's Stone and examined it closely. Its glow seemed slightly dimmer than when Dumbledore had first handed it to him, though the change was hardly noticeable. Could it turn to dust while in my possession? He muttered to himself. Would Nicholas Flamel come after me for that? With this concern lingering in his mind, he carefully placed the stone back into his pocket and instead pulled out a stack of fresh parchment, preparing the final exam questions. Time flew by, and as the holidays approached, Hogwarts was enveloped in a conflicting atmosphere. The younger students oscillated between the excitement of the upcoming break and the nervousness of the looming exams. However, their anxiety wasn't rooted in real fear after all. Failing an exam only meant a retake, and despite the rumors of being held back a year, such cases were almost unheard of in modern Hogwarts. It was more of a tale to frighten first years than an actual threat. The 7th years, on the other hand, were a stark contrast. Their faces were etched with tension, leaving little room for holiday cheer. Some even began to feel genuine fear. This was their final set of exams, and once over, their days at Hogwarts would become a distant memory. They were about to shed their carefree student lives and step into the mundane realities of adulthood. In the 7th year alchemy examination room, Kaysen collected all the completed test papers and stood at the podium, lightly straightening the edges of the stack. So, tell me, he said with a smile, how many points do you think I should give you? Maybe you'll take your suggestions into account. The room fell silent, and no one made a move to leave. Placing the papers back on the podium, Kaysen sighed softly, hands on his hips. All right, off you go. You still need to prepare for your NEWTS, don't worry. I'll make sure you're satisfied with your grades. Charles Mig was the first to step forward. He approached the podium and gave Kaysen a hug. Kaysen spoke gently. Don't get too sentimental. Once you walk out of this door, you'll find this feeling will fade quickly. After all, I'm just a fleeting presence in your life, nothing too significant. No, Professor, Charles Mig replied earnestly as he released the hug. You're much more than just a passerby. I'll always remember you. Take it easy, Kaysen said with a smile. There are only a few thousand wizards in England. Who knows, maybe one day you'll run into me buying ice cream in Diagon Alley. But when that happens, I'd still prefer it if you called me Professor. I quite like the title. We will, Professor Kaysen, said Casley, who was the second to approach him. Don't go crying all the time after leaving Hogwarts, Kaysen told her, then turned to another student. As for you, since you're returning to your family, there's nothing more for me to say, just be a good person. Lame stood at the podium as Professor Kaysen spoke to him earnestly, addressing the Ravenclaw student of Muggle heritage. Once you leave Hogwarts, you must take good care of yourself. The discrimination you face within the school is nothing compared to what awaits in the broader wizarding world. Remember, if you encounter danger, run. Stay close to wizards with similar backgrounds and avoid recklessly mingling with pureblood circles. They may appear to value your connections, but in truth, they might covet your life. Don't let yourself be deceived, and don't bring disgrace to Ravenclaw. After watching the last student leave, Kaysen stretched his stiff back and returned to his office to grade papers. The mountain of exams ranged from 3rd to 7th years, and it took him until evening to finish. He carefully double-checked the final score, neatly sealed the papers, and placed them in the corner of his desk, ready for the house elves to deliver them to Madame Pants for archiving. These exams were no easy task, he muttered, standing up to stretch. He grabbed a novel and retrieved some snacks from the cabinet. After preparing tea, snacks, and the book, he settled into his chair, pressing a button to recline comfortably, ready to read. Suddenly, there was a crisp crack from the magical stone in his pocket. Startled, he quickly pulled it out. Over the past few weeks, the gemstone had been channeling magic into his body in a strange and continuous manner. This immense power not only expanded his magical limits, but also unlocked nearly all the original blocks and even potion recipes of the MC world, though he wasn't sure if they could rival Snape's expertise. At this moment, the magical stone seemed to have been completely drained of its power. Its vibrant crimson hue faded, leaving behind a pale, lifeless fragment that soon crumbled into fine powder. When the powder touched the novel on the desk, the book began to absorb it, eventually transforming into a golden, glowing manual. What in Merlin's name? He exclaimed, tapping the remaining powder with his wand. The powder immediately climbed along the rosewood wand, seeping into its core. Half of the magical stone's powder was absorbed by the wand, while the other half was drawn into the book. The transformation seemed benign, though the wand now appeared to lack some complementary function. Opening the mysterious manual, he found the first page was not filled with ordinary text but a dazzling depiction of a starry sky. By Merlin, this is, he whispered, as a system prompt appeared. Magical stone powder and mana salt obtained. Mystical era module successfully unlocked. Author's note. Rest assured, all settings related to the mystical era will be explained gradually as the story unfolds. Since we're combining Hogwarts, Minecraft, Thaumcraft 4, and Thaumcraft 6, there will be some custom modifications, Kaysen said softly, his fingers gliding over the pages of the arcane manual, their depths as mysterious as a starry sky. Don't worry about anything confusing popping up out of nowhere. I'll unfold all the mystical elements like a story. His fingers wandered over the starry pages and finally rested on the brightest star. With a faint hum, an image of a glass lens framed in gold shimmered into view against the celestial backdrop. Kaysen tapped the image, and the starry expanse began to ripple, revealing a crafting recipe. For gold ingots surrounding a glass pane in the center. Below it, a description read, Arcane Lens. Assisting you in glimpsing the true nature of the world. As someone who had only heard of the Thaumcraft mod before his journey, Kaysen had no choice but to meticulously study the arcane manual. After careful analysis and piecing together the context, he finally understood the function of the arcane lens. It wasn't just an observational tool, it potentially had extraction capabilities, such as drawing out the 4 primal elements of alchemy: earth, water, air, and fire. It's been years since I last used a crafting table, he muttered, setting one up in the corner of his office. Instead of simply placing blocks like in the game, he began a more scientific crafting process, grinding the glass pane into a circular shape, forging a delicate golden frame for the lens, and assembling the components with great precision. However, the finished product showed no reaction. Perplexed, Kaysen flipped through the arcane manual again. This time, he noticed 6 faintly glowing crystal fragments at the bottom of the page. Curious, he touched a red fragment, and a prompt appeared. Fire Essence Crystal. Clicking on the remaining fragments revealed more prompts. Water Essence Crystal, Air Essence Crystal, Earth Essence Crystal, Order Essence Crystal, and Chaos Essence Crystal. What the hell is all this? Kaysen muttered in frustration, summoning a bottle of life water from his cabinet and taking a swig of the vodka-like, fiery drink. The questions raised in just one day far outnumbered those he'd encountered in his entire life. After thoroughly examining the page, he reached two conclusions. These essence crystals could be mined in nature, for instance. Common quartz was actually a water essence crystal. Secondly, a regular crafting table wouldn't suffice. He'd need a special device called an arcane workbench. And where am I supposed to get an arcane workbench? He growled, flipping back to the starry page and resuming his exploration by clicking on various stars until his attention landed on a less conspicuous one. The crafting method for the arcane workbench was actually to transform a regular workbench with a wand? Kaysen stared at the instructions in the magic manual, utterly confused. Transfiguration? He shook his head with a wry smile that was definitely not his strong suit. Resigned, he pulled out his wand and half-heartedly tapped the workbench beside him. To his surprise, the workbench immediately began to change. The warm wooden hue shifted to a dark brown, and the surface was now covered with a layer of deep green velvet. That's bizarre. Kaysen stroked his chin in silence for a moment. This makes no logical sense. Glancing around and catching sight of his own enchanted, glowing wizard robes, he chuckled at himself. All right, fair enough. It makes sense. Standing up to inspect the transformed workbench more closely, he noticed that, in addition to the regular workspace, the surface now featured 6 small grooves, clearly designed to hold magical crystals. Looks like I'll have to start mining after all, he muttered to himself. Just then, a knock came at the office door. Knock, knock, knock. It's open, he called out. Jordan from Gryffindor House peeked in. Professor Kaysen, the Nocturn party has started, and the House Cup competition is kicking off. Aren't you coming to watch? Oh, I'll be right there. Kaysen glanced at his watch, stuffed the magic manual into his pocket, and hurried out of his office. At the faculty table, Dumbledore gave him a curious look. Have you run into some trouble? Working on a new research project? What makes you say that? Kaysen asked. You're someone who cares about appearances, yet you came to the party without even changing your robes. Fair point. I forgot, Kaysen admitted. Dumbledore, I've been meaning to ask, do wizards have a history of mining? Specifically, mining for magical minerals? Dumbledore thought for a moment. Not much, really. Wizards primarily use magical plants or the flesh and blood of magical creatures for alchemy, as you likely know. As for mining, the only notable example would be mithril. But ever since your enchanting table became widely used, even mithril mining has almost come to a halt. Kaysen awkwardly rubbed his chin, and Dumbledore offered a reassuring smile. It's not your fault. Why do you ask? I was wondering if wizards have ever mined for crystals, Kaysen replied. Unfortunately, no. Crystals are typically purchased from the Muggle world, and in very limited quantities. They're mostly used by seers for private purposes. Professor McGonagall, sitting nearby, interjected. If you're interested in crystals, you might want to speak with Professor Trelawney. She has quite a collection. Good idea. They'll do that. Kaysen nodded in agreement. As the students gradually took their seats, Snape glanced up at the emerald green banners adorning the Great Hall ceiling, a smug smile creeping onto his face. In his mind, there was only one rightful victor of the Hogwarts House Cup, Slytherin, and there was only one appropriate color for the banners, green. However, the moment Dumbledore stood up with a peculiar smile on his face, Snape's grin froze. He knew Dumbledore far too well. Just from the way the headmaster stood, Snape could already tell what was coming. Sure enough, Dumbledore began to speak. Before we commence the feast, I have a few words to say. This year, Hogwarts faced the threat of a dark wizard. Thankfully, Gryffindors Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. Snape's expression immediately soured. Years of working alongside Dumbledore had taught him one thing. Whatever the headmaster was about to say next was bound to give him a massive headache. Kaysen sat in his seat, cracking his knuckles as his gaze drifted toward the Gryffindor table. 4 little students. Dumbledore had just awarded them a whopping 250 points. He discreetly glanced up at Dumbledore on the high platform, then at Snape's grim expression, before ultimately deciding to focus on the dinner in front of him. After the feast, Kaysen returned to his office and carefully crafted a crystal ball stand from obsidian. He hoped this gift would please Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher. He recalled how the tarot cards he had brought back from France last time hadn't been particularly well received, even though Trelawney insisted on giving him a death prophecy in return. That experience had made Kaysen avoid the divination classroom for quite some time. Hopefully, this time the death prediction will be gentler, he murmured to himself as he raised his hand to knock on the door. Before his knuckles could touch the wood, the door suddenly opened. The inner eye told me you needed help, Trelawney said, staring straight ahead. Though you've arrived sooner than I expected. Ah, a gift? Kaysen stammered, momentarily at a loss for words as he handed over the obsidian stand. Thank you, Trelawney said, turning to retrieve a massive, murky crystal that seemed to swirl endlessly within. Uruguay, Minas, Gerais, Nocturn Alley, and now here, she muttered, shoving the crystal into Kaisen's arms. Thanks, Kaisen replied awkwardly, nodding. It was only then that he noticed her peculiar state. She was in one of those genuine prophetic trances, just as Dumbledore had described when referring to her inherited gift of prophecy. As Kaisen left, clutching the enormous crystal, he ran into Professor McGonagall. It was only then that he remembered he could use magic, and with a wave of his hand, the crystal floated into the air. Trelawney gave you that? McGonagall asked in surprise.
Yes.
Well, that's a first. She's actually been useful for a change. Back in his office, Kaisen took out a miniature diamond pickaxe and gently chipped off a small fragment of the crystal. He tested it in 6 different slots on his arcane workstation before placing the fragment in the Chaos Magic crystal slot. Chaos represents the uncertainty of the futurino wonder it's used for divination, he murmured to himself, setting the massive crystal in a corner of the room. He marked the Chaos crystal's position on a piece of parchment, then pulled out a world map, circling each location. Trelawney had mentioned all famous crystal mining sites. But considering he could use crystals to directly locate mineral veins, he thought, perhaps a quick trip to a Muggle crystal market would be enough to gather all the materials he needed in just an hour. It seems these magic crystals are incredibly rare. I'll have to venture out on my own to find them, Kaisen mused, stretching in his chair before pulling out his arcane manual and diving back into his studies. The next morning, he quickly freshened up in the washroom. With droplets still clinging to his face, he eagerly returned to his desk. A night of intense research had indeed paid off, especially when he discovered a crucial method to upgrade a magic wand. Taking a gold coin from his pocket, Kaisen deftly shaped it with his fingers, crafting a refined wand tip in no time. Carefully attaching it to the top of his wand, he admired his handiwork. Although the enhancement didn't seem remarkable at first glance, the manual had assured him this was the key to creating a truly complete wand, or rather, a staff. Next semester's lessons are all set, he thought with a sly grin. Hogwarts was unusually quiet at this hour. The students were orderly making their way to the Hogsmeade station, ready to head home for the holidays. Kaisen tucked the staff into his sleeve, had a quick breakfast in the dining hall, exchanged pleasantries with a few colleagues, and then operated directly to Nocturn Alley. The alley was lined with shops, most of which seemed barely alive. The reasons were obvious. Dark wizards were often strapped for cash yet had a penchant for theft, and the area saw little foot traffic. Only a few resilient shopkeepers could sustain their businesses here, with Borgin and Burks being the most notable. Kaisen noticed that even the foul-smelling, vagrant dark wizards avoided getting too close to the shop, as if harboring a deep-seated fear of its owner. The door creaked loudly as Kaisen pushed it open. You really ought to oil that door, he remarked to Borgin, who was standing behind the counter, a faint look of discomfort crossing Kaisen's face. At once, Professor Kaisen, Borgin replied with an ingratiating smile. My reputation precedes me? Kaisen raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. What can I do for you, Professor? I need magic crystals, any kind will do. But he'll need to inspect their composition and might take a small sample. With a flick of his wand, Borgin summoned 3 massive magic crystals onto the counter. Kaisen pulled out a miniature diamond pickaxe, delicately chipping off a fragment from each crystal. He then analyzed them meticulously on his portable arcane workbench. Shortly, he concluded, Sorry, Mr. Borgin, these crystals won't work for my purposes. But since I've taken samples, I'll compensate you. Borgin held up 3 fingers, and Kaisen promptly placed 3 galleons on the counter. It wasn't until Kaisen had left the shop that Borgin pocketed the coins, muttering under his breath, as expected of an alchemist. After leaving Borgin and Burks, Kaisen stood in the middle of the road with his hands on his hips, contemplating his next destination. Suddenly, a commotion nearby caught his attention. A stern-looking middle-aged wizard was furiously waving his wand, casting banishing spells to drive away a ragged young wizard. The young man clung tightly to a crystal the size of a basketball, within which swirled a mysterious white mist. Once the shopkeeper had returned inside, the disheveled wizard pulled out his wand, clearly preparing to disapparate and flee. Kaisen, quick to react, called out, Wait, sir. As the man turned to him with a puzzled look, Kaisen hurried forward and asked, That crystal of yours, could I take a small piece of it for an experiment? The down-and-out wizard hesitated for a moment, before gently placing the crystal on the ground. Help yourself. Wasting no time, Kaisen pulled out a small hammer, chipped off a shard, and placed it on his arcane workbench. After analyzing the results, his eyes lit up. An order magic crystal. Name your price. The man tentatively held up 5 fingers. Kaisen opened his ender chest ring to check his savings, his expression turning slightly awkward. 500 galleons? Let me see. Would you accept an installment plan? I'm the alchemy professor at Hogwarts. You can trust me. Thinking about how most of his salary had been spent on drinks, Kaisen cursed under his breath. Damn you, Dumbledore. Then, An idea struck him. How about this 5,000 galleons, and I'll head straight to Gringotts. Actually, 500 is fine, the wizard hastily interrupted. Kaysen immediately poured out some coins from his ring. Here's 320 galleons. How about we head to Hogwarts for the rest? He clung tightly to the crystal, as though afraid the man might change his mind. After the wizard agreed, he disapparated first. Kaysen, on the other hand, used ender teleportation to return to his office and safely store the crystal before meeting the man outside the castle. Along the way, he couldn't help but grumble about Dumbledore's stinginess with salaries. When they arrived at the headmaster's office, the wizard seemed a bit uneasy. "They'll wait here," he said. Kaysen nodded and casually uttered a vague password. It was one of the special phrases Dumbledore had set up, distinct from the usual candy-themed passwords, designed specifically for opening the office in the presence of outsiders. Throughout the entire wizarding community of Britain, only a few people, aside from the staff at Hogwarts, were aware that Dumbledore's office password was cockroach clusters. As soon as Kaysen stepped into the headmaster's office, Dumbledore cheerfully pulled out 100 galleons from his desk drawer and neatly stacked them on the table in front of him. "The man downstairs, his name is Remus Lupin. He's a werewolf," Dumbledore said directly. "Oh," Kaysen replied, stuffing the galleons into his pocket as realization dawned on him. No wonder the shopkeepers in Nocturn Alley were so cold toward him. "Could I ask a favor of you?" Dumbledore asked kindly. "What are your plans for the holiday?" "Traveling around. I'm planning to collect magical crystals." Dumbledore's eyes glimmered with wisdom. "In that case, why not use the remaining galleons to hire him as a bodyguard for 2 months? During full moons, he'll find a secluded place on his own. You won't need to worry about that. You know him well?" "He was my student." "That's not exactly special. Who in the wizarding world of England hasn't been your student?" "He was one of my closer ones, part of the group I formed for a club." "Got it," Kaysen nodded. "As long as he's not some shady dark wizard, I'm fine with it." "Thank you," Dumbledore said with a smile. But when he noticed Kaysen still standing there, he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What are you waiting for? 100 galleons isn't enough. What did you buy from Remus?" "A magical crystal." "How big?" "About the size of a basketball." Dumbledore stood up, clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed out toward the forbidden forest. "What was his asking price?" Kaysen thought for a moment. He held up 5 fingers. 5 galleons? "That's reasonable." Dumbledore turned back, giving Kaysen a peculiar look. Kaysen awkwardly rubbed his nose and stayed silent. 15 galleons? 50. Seeing Kaysen remain quiet, Dumbledore sighed. "Just tell me, how much did you pay?" 500 galleons." Dumbledore's expression was a complex mix of disbelief, exasperation, and pity. Finally, he took out a pouch and poured out 600 galleons. The extra 200. "Consider it a favor to help an old man look after one of his former students." "How about that?" "Of course," Kaysen said, pocketing the coins. But then he hesitated. Why not just give it to him directly? Dumbledore lowered his voice. "He has a rather fragile sense of pride. Not sure if milk would work for him." Kaisen muttered to himself, nodding thoughtfully as he exited the headmaster's office. He then handed over 180 galleons to Lupin. "Please, double-check it." "No need. You're a professor at Hogwarts. I trust you." Lupin gave a shy smile, tugging at his slightly tattered wizard robes as he prepared to leave. "Wait a moment, Mr. Lupin," Kaisen called out, weighing the remaining galleons in his hand. "He'll be traveling around the world this holiday to search for magical crystals. Would you mind taking on a small commission, say, becoming my bodyguard?" Just as Lupin was about to politely decline, a thin thread of magic seemed to slip into his ear. Before he realized it, he had already nodded and agreed. "Sure, but I don't need much. Patent galleons will do." Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy pouch of coins came hurtling toward his face. "Watch out." Kaisen instinctively reached out to intercept it, but Lupin had already caught the pouch with surprising agility. "Not bad reflexes," Kaisen remarked, relieved, as he adjusted his collar awkwardly. "Seems like you're perfect for the job. Let's head out right away. I need to make a stop first. Only problem is, I can't bring anyone along when I apparate. Maybe we could ask Hagrid? He's got—" "No, no, not Hagrid," Lupin interrupted hastily, his tone unusually urgent. Kaisen, quick to pick up on Lupin's discomfort, smoothly changed the subject. "All right, then let's go to London. You can choose the exact location. I know Baker Street well. There was a detective there once who, investigated me." "Perfect. I live at 222. After leaving the boundaries of Hogwarts, Lupin placed a hand on Kaisen's shoulder and operated them to 222, Baker Street. As they arrived, Kaisen immediately said, "Don't get too comfortable yet. I've got your first task. Head to Diagon Alley and buy 2Z9 flying broomsticks with the galleons in that pouch." "Wouldn't one be enough?" Lupin asked hesitantly. "No, it has to be 2. Kaisen's voice echoed from the garage. followed by the roar of an engine as he drove off. Lupin glanced around the opulent house, its value undoubtedly astronomical. He looked down at the heavy pouch of galleons in his hand and shrugged helplessly. Dumbledore was right, he murmured softly, sending this one to scour the world alone for resources. With that, he flicked his wand and apparat directly to Diagon Alley. Pulling his hood up carefully, he made his way straight to a Quidditch supplies shop. Before long, he was back at 222 Baker Street, carrying two brand new Z9 broomsticks. The house was still eerily quiet. It seemed Kaisen hadn't returned yet. Placing the brooms in a corner, he sank onto the long sofa in the living room. Weariness soon overtook him, and he dozed off with his head tilted back. Not long after, Kaisen arrived, carrying an assortment of self-heating meals and water. With practiced efficiency, he stored the supplies into his ender ring before entering the house through the garage. His eyes immediately fell on Lupin, who was fast asleep on the sofa. Moving quietly, Kaisen approached and pressed a mechanism beneath the sofa, which unfolded seamlessly into a comfortable bed. He gently draped a blanket over Lupin, then noticed the two Z9 broomsticks in the corner. Taking the brooms upstairs, Kaisen began his modifications. The Z9 was indeed impressive, with straight-line speed that even outpaced the Nimbus series, but its ergonomic design left much to be desired. Compared to the comfort of the Nimbus, the Z9 felt like the difference between a touring motorcycle and a sport bike. However, the Z9's greatest strength lay in its magical circuitry, concentrated in the tail, rendering the broomstick shaft almost ornamental. He got to work, adding a cushion seat, a speedometer, a magical navigation system, and control handles. His upgrades transformed the standard Z9 into a magical fighter jet comparable to a modified Suzuki Hayabusa, complete with a folding feature for easy storage in the ring. When he returned downstairs, he found Lupin awake, fiddling with the bed-to-sofa mechanism. There's a button on the lower left. Just press it, but make sure to. Before Kaisen could finish, there was a loud thud followed by Lupin's startled yelp. Oh, Merlin's beard. Kaisen hurried over with a tissue. Next time, let me finish explaining. The sofa doesn't have a damper installed yet. Wiping his nosebleed, Lupin asked curiously. Where have you been, sir? Just call me Kaisen, he replied, handing over one of the modified Z9s. I picked up some supplies for outdoor survival. Looks like we'll be camping for a few days. And check this out. Lupin took the broomstick, his eyes widening in awe. By Merlin, is this still a Z9? Custom-made, of course. So, when are we heading out? Lupin asked, cautiously mounting the broom. As a wizard familiar with the Z9's reputation, he knew better than to test its speed indoors, lest he wanted to risk blasting a hole through the house, or turning himself into Lupin Pancake or Lupin Jam. Tomorrow afternoon's flight. Lupin awkwardly hopped off the broomstick, staring at it in confusion. Kaisen seemed to pick up on his puzzlement and quickly explained. Since we're taking a plane, why bother buying brooms, right? Well, according to the usual adventure playbook, after we land, we'll probably need a local guide to drive us around. On the way, we might run into wild animal attacks, roadblocks set up by rebels, or even the guide might get greedy and turn on us. We've never been to that place before, so apparition or teleportation won't help. With these brooms, we'll be ready for anything. After rattling off this explanation, Kaisen felt parched. He grabbed a half-full glass of water sitting on the cabinet and took a sip. Suddenly realizing the water had been there for 2 months, he casually set the glass back down and poured himself a fresh glass of milk, gulping it down in one go. Old water, no big deal, he muttered to himself, then poured another glass of milk and handed it to Lupin. You should try some, it's good for you. Lupin thanked him and drank it all in one go. Kaisen silently observed him, thinking that perhaps the results wouldn't show until the next full moon. It's getting late, Floramy. Let's grab some dinner, Kaisen said, leading Lupin to the garage. The two got into the car, taking the driver's and passenger seats. There wasn't much choice in the two-seater sports car. Nice ride, Lupin commented. You, a wizard, know about cars? That's why I said it looks nice. Good eye, Kaisen replied with a grin, starting the engine. What are we eating? Wherever we end up, London's big enough. What does London have? French cuisine? For some reason, this question struck them both as hilarious, and the car filled with laughter. They eventually settled on an unusually quiet Chinese restaurant, where they were the only customers in the entire dining hall. Lupin stared at the basket of chopsticks, momentarily wondering if these sticks were some kind of dual wand magical artifact, or maybe this was Dumbledore's secret hideout. It wasn't until he saw Kaisen skillfully picking up food with the chopsticks that it dawned on him. These are utensils? He asked. Yeah, there's a fork in the drawer if you'd prefer that. Lupin found a fork, his face flushing red. This awkward moment was likely to follow him for the rest of his life. Back home, Kaisen tossed him a set of keys. Second floor guest room, comes with a private bath. Get some rest. Lupin glanced at Kaisen, who was barely staying upright from exhaustion. He wanted to say something but ultimately just muttered, thanks, and quietly headed upstairs. Kaisen returned to his bed, sinking into a state of temporary death-like slumber. The next morning, the two began discussing their plans for the day. So, what's on the agenda today? Heading to a military surplus store to pick up some outdoor gear. Trust me, you don't want to be wearing robes or coats in a mine. They quickly found a military supply store. Kaisen efficiently picked out 2 sets of heated base layers, black camouflage military coats, and boots. Try these on, Kaisen said, tossing a set of clothes to Lupin. Lupin caught the clothes, glanced at the price tag, and frowned. Honestly, I think my current coat is fine. Plus, we agreed I'd handle the expenses on this trip. Exactly. The galleons are with you, and I'm using pounds at the moment, Kaisen replied with a casual shrug. But these clothes stitched together with a few scraps of fabric are definitely not worth this price, Lupin muttered, lowering his voice as he glanced warily at the shopkeeper. Wizard clothes aren't the only ones with magic muggle clothes have their own, too. They call it technology. Trust me, they're useful. When it comes to this, I know better. All right, fine. After finishing their shopping, the two enjoyed a simple lunch. As Kaisen bit into a burger, he firmly declared his mission to defend the honor of English cuisine, refusing to tolerate any disparagement. Later, they boarded a flight to Uruguay. Lupin gazed out at the sea of clouds through the window and was about to ask about the flight duration when he turned to see Kaisen already fast asleep. Late at night, the plane finally landed. How long was the flight? Lupin asked. About 14 hours? Kaisen replied, looking at the pitch-black night sky. Let's head to the hotel first. Hopefully, they speak English here. What? They don't speak English? Not every country speaks English. What's so surprising about that? Then how are we supposed to communicate? Don't worry, trust my foreign language skills. Uruguay used to be a Spanish colony, so they speak Spanish. I happen to take a few Spanish classes and Collegiate should be enough, Kaisen said confidently. Reality, however, quickly proved otherwise. Faced with the taxi driver's rapid Spanish, Kaisen could only mumble an awkward, "Donde esta?" After a series of wild hand gestures, mimicry, and some help from a kind passerby who translated, the two finally found their hotel. Once they secured 2 rooms, Kaisen hastily took a shower and collapsed onto his bed. The more he had slept on the plane, the more exhausted he felt now. All he wanted was a good night's sleep, even entertaining fleeting thoughts of wanting to die from sheer fatigue. The next morning, in the hotel restaurant, Lupin and Kaisen sat across from each other, enjoying breakfast. Should we head straight to the mine? Lupin asked as he sliced into the food on his plate. No rush, Kaisen replied, his mouth full of food, making his words slightly muffled. We'll check out the Muggle Crystal Market first. If we can't find anything there, we'll head to the Wizard Marketplace in Uruguay. If all else fails, the mine will be our last resort. All right, Lupin nodded. By the way, about the language issue, I couldn't sleep last night, so I dug out my old Spanish textbook from college and brushed up a bit. I should be able to manage basic conversations now. Hearing this, Kaisen immediately waved to a passing waiter and attempted to order a bottle of champagne in clumsy Spanish. Lupin couldn't help but chuckle. Your pronunciation is probably as good as when foreigners read those English essays we wrote for Li Hua. The waiter soon returned with a bottle of champagne in an ice bucket. Kaisen poured them both a glass and raised his. Let's toast in advance to finding the crystals. But we haven't found them yet, Lupin reminded him. What's wrong with celebrating in advance? Kaisen grinned. The two exchanged a glance, then raised their glasses in unison. Fair enough, cheers. After leaving the hotel, they flagged down a taxi. Kaisen immediately began showcasing his linguistic skills, using overly dramatic Spanish to ask the driver to take them to the most famous local crystal market. Sir, you can just speak English, the driver responded in fluent English. But your Spanish isn't bad, little Shakespeare. Kaisen's face turned bright red, so much so that Lupin, sitting beside him, couldn't resist pulling out his wand to inspect him, just to make sure it was pure embarrassment and not some sort of blood-boiling curse. Relax, being called Little Shakespeare is kind of a compliment, Lupin said, patting Kaisen on the shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. Kaisen rolled his eyes. Try learning several foreign languages only to find out the words you are using are so outdated even the locals' grandmothers wouldn't recognize them. See how you'd feel. I only know English and a bit of runes, Lupin admitted, quickly waving his hands dismissively. Being able to write in runes is enough, it's not like it's a spoken language anyway. When they arrived at their destination, Kaisen made sure to take down the phone number of the English-speaking driver. In front of them stood a massive building resembling a raw shopping mall. Inside, it was filled to the brim with crystals from Uruguayan mines, so abundant they seemed almost free. Kaisen approached a female shop owner and politely said, "Dear madam, would you mind if I chipped off a small fragment of this crystal? If it meets my requirements, they'll offer you a price you can't refuse. Of course, if it doesn't, they'll still compensate you fairly." Excuse me, sir. Would you mind if I tapped your crystal? Kaisen asked tentatively. The shopkeeper was clearly enraged by the question. Without hesitation, he grabbed a stick and swung it at Kaisen's head. Sir, please refrain from hitting my head with a stick. It's extremely unsafe. Kaisen shouted as he dodged. Lupin, look at my companion here. Hey, may be skinny, but he's all muscle and bone. I promise hell use his studded Doc Martens to kick your rear end. Before Kaisen could finish his sentence, a wooden stick came flying from behind and struck him squarely on the back of the head. Bloody hell. You absolute wanker. Sod off, you bastard. They'll kill you. Kaisen cursed in a flurry of British expletives, turning to flip the shopkeeper off. His sudden outburst left the shopkeeper momentarily stunned. Is he frozen in fear? Kaisen whispered to Lupin, tilting his head slightly. Not sure, but Luke's reaching into his pocket. Think he has a weapon? Lupin replied cautiously, keeping a sharp eye on the shopkeeper. Sure enough, the shopkeeper pulled out a switchblade. Doesn't look friendly, Kaisen muttered under his breath. Strictly speaking, we're the intruders here, Lupin pointed out. Thanks for the reminder. Kaisen shot back, pulling two thick wooden sticks about 40 centimeters long from his pocket. Let's settle this with a good old-fashioned brawl. But the situation escalated quickly. The shopkeeper put away the switchblade and replaced it with a .44 caliber revolver. Now what? Should we hit him with a spell? Kaisen whispered. Lupin quickly analyzed the situation. Too many people around, and there are cameras. More importantly, we're unregistered wizards here. By law, we should have reported to the Ministry of Magic and gone through the proper channels. Breaking the rules like this would land us at least 20 years in trouble. 20 years? He's pointing a gun at us, and we can't even fight back? Using magic in front of muggles is worse than blowing up the ministry with dark magic in a wizarding area. Plus, we're undocumented in Uruguay's magical communitino legal protection. Then let's just apparate out of here. They probably won't recognize us, right? Your face is too recognizable. Even if Dumbledore helps smooth things over, you'd still face a hefty fine back in Britain. Let Dumbledore worry about the money. Can you run fast? Faster than you. All right, on 3, 1. Bang. A gunshot ripped through the air, but fortunately, it was aimed at the ceiling. At the same moment, Kaisen's wooden stick struck the shopkeeper squarely on the head. Run, Lupin. If the Aurors don't catch you, the police will. Tossing aside the stick, Kaisen grabbed Lupin's arm, and the two bolted, disappearing down the street in seconds. This place really has a simple and honest vibe, Kaisen muttered as he and Lupin stumbled out of the mall in a disheveled state. Before they could even catch their breath, the sound of police sirens wailed from not far away. Oh, great. Back to the hotel? Before Kaisen even finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. Lupin, fumbling nervously, pulled out his wand and, with a loud bang, disappeared from the scene as well. Back at the hotel, Kaisen handed Lupin a bottle of water. Take a sip, then we'll head straight to the magical marketplace in Uruguay. Why didn't we just go there in the first place? Lupin asked, downing the water in one gulp, clearly exasperated. Kaisen unfolded a map and began to explain. Legit wizards usually go there to mine. Crystals are mainly used for divination. I figured it'd be more convenient to go straight to the source. Using 2 fingers, he zoomed in and out on the map until all of Uruguay was displayed. We just need to find a densely populated area with no building stats, likely where the wizards gather. Lupin stared in amazement at the magical transformation of the map. How is that even possible? Talent and hard work, Kaisen replied with a glint in his eye. Got it. The two made their way to the hotel rooftop, where Kaisen took out a soft violet glow, a concentrated magical essence from an invisibility potion. Extracting the magic directly is more convenient than drinking the potion. Even your clothes turn invisible this way. Before long, 2 invisible figures were flying on broomsticks, descending into a remote mountain range far from the city. Lupin glanced around. So, this is Uruguay's wizarding hub? The productivity of the wizarding world is pretty limited. They still rely heavily on the Muggle world. It's rare to see a settlement like this in the middle of nowhere, Kaisen said while consulting the map. If it's not some underground base for a secretive organization, then this must be it. Soon enough, they stumbled upon a settlement made up of massive treehouses, with a marketplace bustling in the central clearing. Uruguay doesn't have a huge population, but there sure are a lot of wizards, Lupin remarked in surprise. After wandering the market for quite some time, they finally had to ask a vendor, why don't you have any magical crystals here? What do you need those for? If you want them, just go pick some from a Muggle mine. Cast a disillusionment charm and you're good to go. They're not worth much, the vendor replied, disappearing briefly before returning with a giant stone sphere. Cut this open, and there you have crystals inside. Recalling their earlier misadventures, Kaisen quickly stopped Lupin, who was ready to pay. Just give him a token amount. After some haggling, Lupin handed over 3 galleons, and the deal was done. Kaisen quickly moved the stone egg to the side and carefully took out his diamond pickaxe, tapping it gently. With a crisp crack, The stone egg split open, revealing a glimmering crystal inside. He immediately chipped off a piece with the pickaxe and placed it on the arcane workbench for closer examination. Aqua magic crystal, huh? Just as he was delighting in his discovery, a hint of unusual purple caught his attention. He then chipped off another small piece of crystal, this one glowing faintly green, the Terra magic crystal. Kaizen was about to leap up with excitement when Lupin swiftly pressed a hand on his shoulder. What's wrong? Kaizen asked, puzzled. Are you worried I'll ask the shopkeeper where this came from? Lupin didn't answer directly. Instead, he replied with a knowing look. If you found something valuable, don't make a fuss. Wipe that grin off your face. It's better to act disappointed before asking. Realizing the strategy, Kaizen cleared his throat and adjusted his expression before walking over to the shopkeeper. Excuse me, where was this stone egg discovered? The amethyst mines. Any muggle around here could tell you that. The shopkeeper replied nonchalantly. Kaizen pulled out his map and disabled the feature marking human locations with red dots. Could you mark the exact spot for me? The shopkeeper picked up a quill and drew a point on the map. Right here. The surface crystals are all taken by the muggles. If you want the good stuff, you'll need to go deeper into the mines. After thanking the shopkeeper, Kaizen and Lupin mounted their Z9 broomsticks and flew straight toward the mines. Upon arrival, they cast invisibility spells and, under the confused gazes of the workers, changed into camouflage outfits before sneaking deeper inside. As they ventured further, the miners' lamps became increasingly sparse. Kaizen cast a night vision spell on both of them, and soon they discovered numerous stone eggs similar to the first one. Let's focus on finding the green magic crystals, Kaizen suggested. I read a book about crystal cultivation at Hogwarts. You only need a single basic crystal seed to start. Using a cutting spell, Lupin worked alongside Kaizen, who wielded his diamond pickaxe. Together, they cracked open stone egg after stone egg. They found plenty of aqua magic crystals, but green magic crystals imbued with power were much rarer. After some thought, Kaizen suddenly had a realization. Since it's called the Terra magic crystal, it must be deeper underground. No sooner had he spoken than there was a sharp crack, followed by Kaizen's ecstatic shout. Wow! A green legend! In the evening twilight of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Kaizen and Lupin stepped into a local hub of the magical community. As they passed through a massive wooden door, the sight before them lit up their eyes. This magical world was livelier and more vibrant than any they had visited before. Even though the local wizards still didn't speak much English, the streets were alive with a festive bonfire party, the flames casting flickering light over the joyful figures of wizards passing by. The two found their way to a tavern and chose an open-air seat on the second floor. Lupin soon returned with 2 enormous mugs of beer that were almost intimidating. He carefully inspected the drinks, ensuring their safety, before finally settling into his seat. Kaizen, on the other hand, was engrossed in reading a letter in his hands. It was the fruit of the connections he'd cultivated during his time in Uruguay. When you're far from home, having more friends means more paths to take. As a somewhat renowned alchemist, Kaizen had made quite a few acquaintances, even in South America. The letter detailed the location of the entrance to Brazil's magical world, as well as the exact positions of the crystal mines in Minas and Quilas. This beer is pretty good, Kaizen remarked, setting the letter aside and taking a hearty swig. Much crisper than butterbeer. To his surprise, his mug magically refilled itself, and the number 1 appeared etched onto the glass. When do we set out? Lupin asked. Tomorrow, but looking at this view, Kaizen said, gazing down at the roaring bonfire below. I almost don't want to sleep. Fine, but someone has to stay sober, Lupin reminded him. As the night wore on and the drinks flowed, their conversation grew deeper. Kaizen vented about Dumbledore's stinginess with professors' salaries, shared stories of mischievous students, and commented on the haughty personalities of his colleagues. Meanwhile, under the influence of the alcohol, Lupin finally decided to reveal his secret. I'm a werewolf wizard, Lupin said, meeting Kaizen's slightly tipsy gaze. You might already know this from Dumbledore, but I wanted to tell you myself. It's not about the truth, it's about the honesty friends owe each other. Kaizen brushed the hair out of his eyes with one hand, deep in thought about the earlier conversation. What's with the milk? He asked. That milk is an antidote. It can break curses, including black magic, and neutralize almost any foreign force. After I learned from Dumbledore that you're a werewolf, I specifically prepared it for you. Kaizen caught the peculiar glint in the other's eyes and decided to demonstrate. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered briefly before pulling out a bottle of fire-resistant potion and sliding it across to Lupin. Drink this. It's a fire resistance potion. Lupin downed the potion in one gulp. Kaizen grabbed his hand and, with his other hand, conjured a flame, holding it beneath Lupin's palm. Not bad, huh? After drinking it, you could even swim in lava, Kaizen said smugly. Impressive craftsmanship, Lupin remarked. Now, drink this milk too. Kaizen pushed a glass of milk toward him. After finishing the milk, Lupin hesitantly touched the flame as Kaisen indicated, but immediately recoiled in alarm. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he stared at the empty glass, pale and shaken. Is this stuff really effective? You're not tricking me, are you? Kaisen shook his head and explained, I wouldn't lie to you, but I haven't studied werewolves extensively. I'm not sure if you're infected with lycanthropy or if you've fully transformed into a werewolf. If it's the former, the milk will work. If it's the latter, it won't. Lupin's heart sank. Years of research had made it clear to him that he was fully transformed. This miraculous milk was useless to him. But you're lucky you ran into me, Kaisen said, taking a swig of his drink. In a way, even in the second case, I can still help you. Suddenly, he and his glass vanished, reappearing behind Lupin in an instant to steady him. How's that for teleportation magic? This is an apparition, Kaisen muttered as he casually returned to his seat. Impressive. If you're in the second category, I have other ways to help. Saying this, Kaisen placed a grinding wheel on the table, pressing one hand against it while turning the handle with the other. Stop. Are you out of your mind? Lupin cried in horror, rushing over to pull Kaisen's bleeding hand away from the grinding wheel. He quickly applied Dittany to heal the wound and used his wand to cast a powerful vanishing spell to clean the blood off the table, ensuring no one could use it for a curse. Kaisen clenched his fists, the blood on his palm having already stopped. He shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his expression. You shouldn't have stopped me. You should have seen the magical runes the grindstone scraped off me. Every one of us has magical Runshaman runes. Wizard runes? The reason I can teleport is because I enchanted myself with an Ender rune. If you can find a way to overwrite or remove your werewolf rune, you'll revert back to being a normal wizard. Lupin nodded slightly. All right, I understand. But I sincerely hope you'll discuss these things with me when you're sober next time. And please, stop using yourself as a test subject. Kaisen nodded with his eyes closed and tilted his head back to take another swig of his drink. At that moment, two figures blocked the light shining on the table. Both Kaisen and Lupin looked up to see a chubby man with a grin and a thin man with a dour expression standing in front of them. Each held a wand in hand, their demeanor radiating hostility. Excuse me, are you Kaisen Heath, the alchemist from England? The grinning man asked. Never heard of him. Kaisen slurred, letting out a tipsy hiccup. Who are you talking about? The grinning man took a newspaper clipping from his companion and placed it on the table, showing a photo of Kaisen. Isn't this you? Nope, he's better looking than I am. You're saying that's not you? Nope. Really not you? Nope. That's bloody you. Disarm him. The moment the chubby man swore, Lupin's wand flashed with a red light, swiftly disarming him. The thin man reached for his wand, but Lupin froze him in place with an unfamiliar spell before deftly relieving him of his wand as well. Rising to his feet, Lupin loomed over them and said coldly, Trust me, gentlemen. You don't want to experience the Cruciatus curse. Kaisen continued sipping his drink nonchalantly, watching the scene unfold. While the Cruciatus curse was an unforgivable curse, it wasn't exactly rare in the wizarding world. You could buy the incantation in Nocturn Alley for 3 galleons, and it was also documented in Hogwarts' restricted section. Most wizards knew how to cast it was just that some chose not to use it, while others simply couldn't execute it effectively. Noticing the strange glint in Lupin's eyes, Kaisen was certain he fell into the former category, someone who disliked using it, but definitely knew how to wield it with precision. Before long, the two wizards slinked away with their tails between their legs, not even daring to retrieve their wands. Lupin walked to the edge of the terrace, watching the two wizards' figures vanish into the night before letting out a small sigh of relief. He turned to look at Kaisen, his brows slightly furrowed. Why were those two after you? Probably because I'm a genuine alchemist capable of creating gold, Kaisen mused. Someone got greedy and happened to know I was here. In that case, it seems tonight's gathering will need to end early, Lupin sighed. We can head over to the Muggle side instead. Either way, anything involving you needs to be handled very carefully. Noticing Lupin's slightly tipsy state, Kaisen reached out to steady him. Hold on, let me help you. Want some milk? The whole point of drinking is to enjoy this wonderful feeling. Milk would just ruin it, wouldn't it? Lupin chuckled, shaking his head. After settling the bill, the two were just about to leave the wizarding gathering spot when they unexpectedly ran into the same pair of wizards, one stocky, the other thin. Kaisen squinted. Does this place have an anti-apparition charm? Lupin nodded, his wand tracing a line on the ground. A blood-red streak of fire instantly flared up. They just set this up. Trust me, you don't want to experience what it's like to cross through fiery hurdles. Then please trust us as well. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The lead wizard hadn't even finished speaking when a withered skull shot forward and struck him hard in the chest. A fierce battle erupted in the blink of an eye. Lupin commanded the fiery hurdles to engulf the 2 attackers and followed up with an explosive curse that obliterated one of them. In a matter of moments, the tide turned. leaving only the stocky and thin wizards, now unarmed and defenseless. Lupin raised his wand, but ultimately chose not to deliver a killing blow. Instead, he cast an obliviate spell to erase their memories. In the days that followed, the two traveled tirelessly. They spent one day mining 20 kilograms of fire mana crystals in the Minas Caves, and another day acquiring 2 wind mana crystal eggs in Kiras. By the campfire, Lupin examined the 6 crystal fragments in Kaisen's hands. Looks like you've collected them all. Kaisen nodded and set up an arcane workbench. He carefully placed the 6 types of mana crystals into its slots, along with 4 gold ingots and a glass panel. Before long, he had crafted a Magitech lens. He then resized it to the form of a monocle and put it on. Very stylish, Lupin remarked with a grin. I know I'm stylish, Kaisen replied, adjusting the monocle as he studied Lupin through it. But don't move. The lens quickly displayed 3 pieces of information: human, magic, and beast. Kaisen flipped open his Magitech manual, and a new page was instantly filled with the elements revealed by the lens. What a pity, Kaisen said, gazing at Lupin and shaking his head helplessly. What is it? Lupin asked. That bottle of milk is useless. We'll have to figure out another way. It's fine. I've long since gotten used to it, Lupin replied calmly. Suddenly, Kaisen turned to him. How long until the full moon? About 2 days, give or take, Lupin answered after a moment of thought. Got it. Without hesitation, Kaisen placed a grinding wheel on the ground, pulled out a magic manual, and sat cross-legged. Do you trust me? Lupin glanced at Kaisen, then at his own hands. Without hesitation, he sat down and placed his hand on the grinding wheel. Hold still, Kaisen instructed as he pressed down on Lupin's hand with one of his own and spun the grinding wheel with the other. Symbols of magic fluttered into the air like butterflies, each one absorbed into the hovering magic manual. As he glanced at Lupin's bloodied hand beneath the grinding wheel, Kaisen remarked, Your book's pretty impressive. You know, you can scream if you want to. When I first got hit with this thing, I yelled like Tom the cat. No need, Lupin replied through gritted teeth. I think I can handle it. Once the magic manual closed with a snap, Kaisen pulled out Dittany and bandages to treat the wound. Using a magic monocle for assistance, he carefully analyzed the symbols, sorting them into categories of human, magic, and beast. Is it complicated? Lupin asked, flexing his now-healed hand. Not too bad. Let's give it a try, Kaisen replied, placing an enchanting table on the ground. 3 lapis lazuli stones shimmered within it. He nudged Lupin onto the platform, and the ladder was immediately lifted into the air by a swirl of magic. What's going on? Kaisen didn't respond right away. He flipped through the floating book above the platform, which revealed Lupin's 3 symbols. Kaisen muttered, his expression shifting to one of surprise. What is it? Lupin asked. Nothing, Kaisen said, shaking his head. He was too embarrassed to admit that Lupin had endured pain unnecessarily. The grinding wheel was originally meant for crushing ender pearls, and this was his first time using it on a person. He hadn't realized the enchanting table could directly display someone's symbols. All right, come down, Kaisen said, helping Lupin off the platform. Pack up. We're going to see Dumbledore. Dumbledore's helped you with this kind of ritual magic before? Lupin asked. No. Then how did you manage it? I enchanted myself. Then why not just enchant me directly? It's just the 2 of us, and you succeeded on your own. I trust your skills, Lupin said. Kaisen frowned. I can take responsibility for my own life, but how could I take responsibility for yours? Besides, you and Dumbledore are on good terms. What's there to be afraid of? As he spoke, he packed up the enchanting table and grinding wheel, his expression turning serious as he looked at Lupin. If one of your most outstanding students left Hogwarts only to achieve nothing and spend half their life struggling at the bottom of the wizarding world, how would you see them? Kaisen asked heavily, his gaze fixed straight ahead. They must have endured a lot of suffering they shouldn't have had to. What else should I think? Kaisen continued, trust me, Dumbledore would feel the same. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the money to hire you as a bodyguard. Lupin shook his head, a trace of mockery tugging at the corner of his lips. Hire me? It sounds more like charity than payment, as if you can't handle these things yourself. Come on, Kaisen shot back without hesitation. You've been selling 5 galleon crystals for 500 galleons, and you're still talking about moral purity? Take it or leave it. Besides, when it comes to wizarding matters. Before he could finish, Lupin's face flushed faintly. Kaisen shifted the tone, reminding him, body enchantments are a life-threatening endeavor, with only a 10% success rate in the truest sense. Noticing Lupin's hesitation, he added, Are you still worried about the time difference between Brazil and England making him fall asleep? Hogwarts #1 Night Owl isn't joking around with you. As he spoke, Kaisen suddenly placed a firm hand on Lupin's shoulder. Seeing the confusion in Lupin's eyes, he explained, I know you can't apparate, but I'm more concerned you'll try to run. The world is vast, and dragging you back wouldn't be easy. Lupin sighed, drawing his wand and giving it a flick. All right. With a soft pop, the two appeared in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked at the pair as they entered, his gaze lingering warmly on Lupin before a gentle smile spread across his face. You finally decided to see me. Lupin sat down, visibly uneasy, and got straight to the point. Professor, if one of your once brilliant students lost their luster after leaving Hogwarts and struggled at the bottom, what would you think of them? Without hesitation, Dumbledore replied, they must have suffered a great deal they shouldn't have had to. Kaisen let out a sound of agreement, standing to place an enchanting platform in the middle of the office. Lupin took a deep breath and stepped onto the platform, soon lifted by magical energy. With a 10% success rate, I'm putting my life in your hands, Lupin said. Dumbledore turned to Kaisen. Didn't you say last time that the probability was slightly higher than 24%? Don't sweat the details, Kaisen replied, flipping through an enchanting book. This should have been the grindstone's job, but unfortunately, you're human. Those symbols will regenerate along with your body during the restoration process, so the grindstone is useless. We'll have to use the enchantment platform to forcibly erase them. As he spoke, he began meticulously comparing symbols, carefully marking those belonging to the beast. After finishing everything, Kaisen paused in place, turned, and inspected Dumbledore through his monocle. Nice glasses, Dumbledore remarked. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm what a normal person's symbol should look like, Kaisen replied, pausing briefly. Would you like to try the grindstone? I'm always willing to sacrifice for my students, Dumbledore said, extending his hand without hesitation. Never mind, Lupin, Kaisen said awkwardly, summoning an enchanting table. I'll treat you to a drink after this as compensation for grinding your hand. He gestured for Dumbledore to step onto the enchanting table. Once Dumbledore's symbol appeared in the enchanted book, Kaisen carefully ensured there were no beast-related characters before he let out a sigh of relief. He then immediately performed the enchantment for Lupin. In an instant, Lupin felt a certain force being extracted from his body. He had never experienced such a full and vibrant state before. His internal magic surged with unusual activity. However, the moment he stepped off the enchanting table, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. What happened? Kaisen asked, just as he finished stowing away the enchanting table and noticed Lupin lying on the floor. Dumbledore crouched down and examined Lupin with his wand. No serious harm. His body originally held both magic and the werewolf toxin. Now that the toxin has been removed, the remaining magic isn't enough to sustain him. He just needs a few days of rest. Oh, I see. Kaisen nodded, glancing at the golden apple that had suddenly appeared in his hand. Well, since it's here. He took a crisp bite, the sound echoing. Sounds delicious, Dumbledore commented dryly. Mem, it's like a healing potion. Want to try it? Kaisen offered the golden apple to Dumbledore. Shouldn't you give it to Remus instead? Then you can chew it up and feed it to him. I can't bring myself to do that, Kaisen said, handing the bitten apple to Dumbledore. After tidying up the scattered books, he leisurely left the headmaster's office, but not before glancing back at the unconscious Lupin on the floor. Human magic, I truly am amazing, he declared. With Lupin's Tier 1 incident resolved, only the Tier 2 issue remained, returning to his own office. After being away for so long, who knew what kind of chaos awaited him there? For all he knew, the ender chest might have turned into another gift fountain like last time. Sure enough, when he pushed open the office door, it was a complete mess. It took him most of the day to gather and reorganize everything. Once done, he cleared a small area in the office. His previous crystal-growing experiment had discovered that so-called magical crystals were actually ordinary crystals that absorbed magic. This meant that even if he successfully grew crystals, they would just be regular ones without any magic. However, after staying up late studying the mage's manual, he finally uncovered the method to create magical crystal shards. By using a wand to transmute a cauldron into an alchemy cauldron, he could produce shards of magical crystal. Shards it is. Worst case, I'll just combine them, no big deal. Kaisen quickly encountered an awkward problem. The alchemy crucible he had just crafted was as sturdy as a fortress, but it had an unexpected flaw. Ordinary perpetual fire couldn't generate enough heat to sustain it. Heat would continuously transfer from the high temperature area to the low temperature area, and if the rate of heat loss surpassed the heat provided by magma blocks, the flames would pitifully extinguish. The solution was detailed in the Mage's Handbook, a spell called Radiant Light, a true perpetual energy source capable of continuously emitting both light and heat. Learning this spell turned out to be surprisingly similar to solving a chemistry problem. It required deducing theoretical formulas through the combination of various elements. Once the theory was mastered, the spell could be cast using the available elements. However, Kaisen hit another roadblock. His current repertoire of elements was far too limited. Earth, water, air, fire, chaos, order, along with human, magic, and beast elements, were simply not enough. Isn't this just a prison? Kaisen slumped into his chair, his face filled with frustration. Late into the night, he stepped out of his office and began scanning his surroundings with a monocle to gather new elements. But instead of aimlessly scanning everything, he focused on collecting basic elements first, then returned to his office to fully dedicate himself to element synthesis. Before long, following the guidance of the Mage's Handbook, Kaizen constructed a deconstruction workbench. This machine could break down ordinary blocks into basic elements, and luckily, blocks were one resource Kaizen had in abundance. However, manually operating the deconstruction workbench was far too labor-intensive, so he decided to build an automated system. Using chests, hoppers, minecarts, rails, and redstone circuits, he assembled a fully automated deconstruction setup. The only problem was that his office was far too small to accommodate all this equipment. Quietly stroking his chin in thought, Kaizen quickly made up his mind. He packed up all his essential belongings, and a shimmering end crystal slowly appeared in his hand. Bang! Dumbledore, who was in the middle of juicing a golden apple, was startled by a sudden explosion. His hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the golden apple onto Lupin's face. However, the unexpected event saved him some effort. Had intended to use the golden apple juice to wake Lupin up, but the explosion did the job just fine. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Lupin glanced at Dumbledore and asked, "What happened? I don't even need to sniff to know who's behind this." Dumbledore silently took a bite of the apple in his hand, shook his head with a resigned expression, and left the headmaster's office. Lupin quickly followed. The two made their way to the Alchemy Professor's office on the south side of the third floor. As they pushed the door open, they froze in their tracks. A massive space, comparable in size to the Black Lake, stretched out before them. Dumbledore immediately apparat outside the castle to inspect the situation. He breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that Kaizen hadn't caused the southern side of the castle to bulge awkwardly outward. Instead, Kaizen had seamlessly expanded the foundation and the first through fourth floors, maintaining Hogwarts' signature black brick and stone aesthetic. Back inside the castle, Dumbledore noticed that the first floor was temporarily empty, while the second floor had been transformed into a spacious classroom, complete with a sign on the door that read Alchemy Classroom. Following the staircase beside the lectern led them to the jaw-dropping office they had just seen. What surprised Dumbledore even more was the design of the fourth floor. Unlike the expansive lower levels, this floor had a more modest area and was turned into a cozy living suite. Lupin exclaimed in amazement, "This layout is identical to 222, Baker Street." Indeed, from the living room to the bathroom, the study to the bedroom, and even the kitchen and terrace, it was all meticulously arranged. "In terms of enjoying life, I'm no match for this," Dumbledore remarked with a sigh. Soon after, Kaizen added a slightly protruding, large floor-to-ceiling window to the third-floor office, offering a direct view of the inky Black Lake. With carefully arranged lighting fixtures, the office took on an entirely new look. "Well, have you two finished touring my new office yet?" Kaizen's voice echoed in the vast space. Dumbledore chuckled helplessly. "An office so big it echoes. It's all right. I plan to build a lot more in this office," Kaizen replied. "It looks decent, but you've still forgotten about my headmaster's office," Dumbledore said, a hint of mock grievance in his tone. "We'll get to it next time, I promise." "Next time for sure," Kaizen replied. "Really? You promise?" Dumbledore asked skeptically. "Of course. Trust me on this." "All right, I trust you. I'm off to bed." "Remus, you should stay at Hogwarts for a while, at least until the full moon," Dumbledore said, ambling away. "Me? Where am I supposed to stay?" Lupin asked, puzzled, as he watched Dumbledore's retreating figure before turning to Kaizen. Kaizen pointed upstairs. "The layout's the same as 222, Baker Street. Go find it yourself." Lupin stepped forward and gave Kaizen a big hug. "Thanks." This was the first time in a long while that he had made such a gesture. After helping Lupin upstairs, Kaizen stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing up at the moon in the sky. The three-quarters full silvery disk was clearly visible, and his monocle automatically fed information about the moon phases into his mind. Unfortunately, it couldn't scan the moon's elemental composition. Turning away, he pulled out his structure workbench and began meticulously assembling redstone components, working on building a fully automated deconstruction machine. By the time Lupin groggily came downstairs from the fourth floor the next morning, he was greeted by the sight of an enormous, awe-inspiring machine. Even though it was encased entirely in a meter-thick layer of glass, its grandeur was still unmistakable. Meanwhile, Kaizen had dozed off in the corner of the office, slumped in a boss chair. With a gentle wave of his wand, Lupin levitated Kaizen back to his bedroom on the fourth floor before heading off in search of food. It wasn't until evening that Kaizen finally woke up. "Ugh, my internal clock is completely messed up. No more overtime tonight, I'll need a bottle of life and death water," he muttered, rubbing his eyes as he descended the stairs. Seeing the fully automated deconstruction machine steadily producing elements, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. All those redstone tutorials had finally paid off. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, he noticed the pristine full moon quietly rising in the eastern sky. No rush to sleep yet, Kaisen murmured. Leaving the castle, he found Lupin jogging by the edge of the Black Lake. It's a full moon tonight, Kaisen said. Lupin turned with a slightly nervous expression, much like a student anticipating their exam results. I thought there were still a few days to go. I kind of forgot, Lupin replied, scratching his head awkwardly. That's because the full moon comes earlier here, moving from Brazil to England, Kaisen explained, sitting down beside Lupin and gazing out at the tranquil lake. Yeah, it's almost time, Lupin said, suddenly growing tense. Kaisen, you should stay away from me. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that if the Wolfsbane potion hasn't fully worked, there's no need for that. I have complete confidence in my craft, Kaisen assured him. Despite his words, Lupin still shifted away slightly, deliberately keeping his hands pressed beneath him just in case he lost balance during the transformation. It would at least give Kaisen enough time to draw his wand. The sun soon dipped below the horizon, and the silver-white full moon hung high in the night sky. Lupin gazed up at the moon, a single tear silently slipping down his cheek. The next morning, Kaisen was busy in the alchemy office, his staff sweeping through the air as rows of neatly arranged alchemical crucibles materialized. Turning to Lupin, who was seated on the sofa, Kaisen spoke with a grave expression. No, this research cannot be made public yet. Even though the enchantment platform therapy is simple and I've already made the design open source, the risks are too high. Setting aside the enchantment of my own spells, the therapeutic editing enchantment has only succeeded once with you. What if someone dies? Lupin, holding a paper he had polished overnight, replied without looking up, haven't you already included a risk warning? It clearly states that I was only cured with the help of you and Dumbledore. If someone insists on attempting it themselves, the risks are understandable. Kaisen continued arranging the crucibles, explaining, the problem isn't just that. The editing function of the enchantment platform is far too powerful. Think about it, if I can delete someone's beast mark, what would those dark wizards with malicious intent do? They might capture muggles or weaker wizards, adding or removing marks at will to satisfy their twisted desires. Couldn't a simplified version of the enchantment platform work? Lupin suggested. Kaisen shook his head. Knowledge is like a curse. Once you point the way, people will figure it out on their own. As soon as they understand that marks can be edited, someone will inevitably delve into this field. Then why did you even write this paper? Lupin asked, puzzled. If you never intended to publish it in the first place, I said it can't be published now, not that it will never be, Kaisen replied without elaborating, focusing instead on completing his experimental setup. 60 crucibles were neatly arranged, equipped with bases, an infinite water source, and an item transfer system on the upper level, awaiting the final step. With a snap of his fingers, the bases of all the crucibles lit up simultaneously with a radiant glow. Moving to the control panel, he pulled down a massive lever, and quartz fragments began flowing through the pipes into the crucibles. Next door, the elemental deconstruction machine continuously fed materials into the system. Soon, fragments of magical crystals were sorted and collected into various containers. A flawless start, Kaisen said with satisfaction, admiring his creation. Lupin, however, persisted. You still haven't answered my question. Kaisen conjured a glowing enchantment book in his hand. In Muggle terms, removing the werewolf mark could be compared to programming. I can create a black box installation package, so users wouldn't need to understand the underlying principles. This reverse enchantment book is designed to remove werewolf marks, but it still needs testing. You need test subjects? Lupin asked. I prefer to call them clinical volunteers. I can help you find some. I know plenty of werewolves like me. Kaisen nodded, his expression serious, and said, all right, but remember Dumbledore's warning, cautious of those werewolves who are addicted to the feeling of commanding a pack. Don't worry, I'll be careful, Lupin replied. With that, he immediately left Hogwarts to search for volunteers. Kaisen returned to his office and immersed himself in studying the elemental knowledge detailed in the magical manual. He remained at his desk for most of the day, fully absorbed, until evening, when Lupin finally returned, bringing along a middle-aged wizard. The wizard was thin and weathered, his face bearing signs of a hard life, and his demeanor radiated a mix of timidity and eagerness to please. And how should I address you? Kaisen asked, standing to greet him and extending his right hand. Marcus. Just call me Marcus, the man replied. He wiped his hand on his trousers before lightly shaking Kaisen's hand. Mr. Marcus, are you aware of the purpose of your visit here? Kaisen asked. I am. Remus explained it to me, Marcus said quietly. Rather than living aimlessly like this, I might as well. I don't condone any thoughts of self-harm, Kaisen interrupted firmly. You might think I can't understand your pain, but as long as you're alive, there's always hope. For instance, right now, Kaisen led Marcus to the corner of the room where a magical enchantment station was set up. He had divided his office into a workspace and an office area using glass panels. Taking out a book containing the enchantment to remove the werewolf curse, he placed it on the station. Lupin, can you check if the headmaster is available? Kaysen asked. And if he's not? Lupin inquired. Then bring Fawkes here, Kaysen replied. Marcus looked uneasy. Is it really necessary to trouble the headmaster? It's absolutely necessary, Kaysen explained. There shouldn't be any issues, but precautions are always wise. Before long, Dumbledore arrived, carrying his large phoenix, Fawkes, with Lupin accompanying him. Kaysen adjusted his monocle and carefully examined Marcus's state. Human, magic, beast. He began channeling magic, activating the runes on the enchantment book and guiding them into Marcus's body. A golden apple appeared in Kaysen's hand at some point, ready as a safeguard in case of any unexpected incidents. I feel a bit tired, Marcus said, his voice weak. He looked more drained, but there were no other signs of abnormality. Kaysen continued to observe through his monocle. Human magic, he smiled. Congratulations, Mr. Marcus. Marcus didn't react immediately. It wasn't until he saw the relieved smiles on the faces of the other three in the room that he began to grasp what had happened. We'll know the full effects by the next full moon, Lupin said, stepping forward to give Marcus a warm hug. I thank you, Marcus stammered, too overwhelmed to form a coherent sentence. In the following month, Kaysen successfully cured 6 werewolves using enchanted books. Including the previously treated Lupin and Marcus, the total number of cured werewolves reached 8. This groundbreaking achievement quickly garnered widespread attention. The Daily Prophet dedicated 2 full pages to a detailed explanation of the treatment method involving the use of an enchantment table and enchanted books, albeit with some technical details omitted. The article also announced an important update. On the upcoming full moon, Professor Kaysen would set up a booth in Diagon Alley to distribute enchanted books for free and personally guide werewolves on how to use the enchantment table and books. At the Ministry of Magic, Auror Office Head Rufus Scrimgeour held a serious discussion with Kaysen about security arrangements. This is the security plan for the distribution of the enchanted books, Scrimgeour said. Diagon Alley is the most densely populated wizarding area in England. If these werewolves cause a riot, or if the treatment fails, leading to transformations and attacks during the full moon, our Aurors and strike teams will act immediately. If necessary, we are prepared to use lethal force. You must agree to this and refrain from resisting or encouraging resistance. Kaysen nodded in understanding. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that most werewolves have poor travel capabilities, I would have chosen a more remote location. Strong werewolf wizards like Remus Lupin are rare. Most can't even pass the apparition test. On the day of the event, Kaysen set up a simple booth in Diagon Alley, featuring a counter, an enchantment table, and boxes filled with enchanted books. Soon, a large number of werewolf wizards gathered around the booth, but with Aurors maintaining order, the scene remained calm. The werewolves who had a history of wrongdoing did not appear. Those who came were individuals longing for a chance to change their fate. As the last werewolf's curse mark was removed, an exhausted Kaysen stretched and yawned. The Aurors then escorted the former werewolves in groups to prearranged rooms at the Ministry of Magic for final observation. When the full moon rose, not a single individual showed signs of transformation. The hero behind it all, the young professor from Hogwarts, had already returned to his quarters and fallen into a peaceful sleep. The next day, as he stepped into Flourish and Blots, he recalled his previous book-buying experience. Speaking of which, the last time I bought alchemy-related books here, the clerk gave me a simplified textbook. It didn't even include the basics like runes. From that moment, I swore that the next time I saw him, I would make sure to teach him a harsh lesson. The bustling Flourish and Blots bookstore was packed with people. The store owner stood trembling between Kaysen and Lupin, regretting his decision to approve his employee's leave request the day before. Amidst the crowded store, Kaysen and the owner found a quiet corner to sit down. Lupin, on the other hand, leaned casually against a bookshelf, flipping through a book with little interest. Yesterday, I treated some werewolf wizards across the street from your shop. You've seen today's Daily Prophet, haven't you? Kaysen asked directly. Front page headline hard to miss. The owner nodded in agreement. Kaysen pulled a book from his pocket titled Cleansing Werewolf Curses, an enchanted guide. This book is priced at 1 galleon. I'd like to sell it through Flourish and Blots. The owner hesitated, looking conflicted. 1 galleon? For such a valuable book? Have you thought about pricing it higher? Look over there at that hack performing his books are selling out even at 10 galleons each. Werewolves can barely afford a single canute. 1 galleon is enough to help those who want to rid themselves of the werewolf curse or those accidentally infected, Kaysen explained, patting the owner on the shoulder. Besides, it's a no-cost business for you. He'll supply the books directly. After reaching an agreement, Kaysen produced a long box filled with enchanted books. The owner, astonished, accepted the box and immediately began placing the books on the shelves. Kaysen and Lupin exchanged a knowing smile. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden commotion broke out in the store. Professor Kaysen? That's Professor Kaysen, someone exclaimed. Kaysen turned around, puzzled, to see that nearly half the older students in the shop were now staring at him. Lupin, who had been about to step out, froze in his tracks as well as eyes fixed on a figure he recognized all too well. In an instant, the young wizard surged forward like a tidal wave, surrounding Kaysen completely. He intended to use a teleportation spell to leave, but a fleeting moment of politeness caused him to miss the opportunity. The chatter of questions around him rose and fell, leaving Lupin, standing nearby, momentarily stunned. However, Lupin quickly regained his composure, standing by Kaysen's side with a contemplative look as he observed the familiar figure. Professor Kaysen, I never expected to see you here. A tall, red-haired man pushed through the crowd, placing a hand on the heads of the Weasley twins as he greeted him politely. Hello? Kaysen replied, slightly confused. Hello. I'm Arthur Weasley, the father of these two mischievous boys. Thank you so much for looking after them. It's nothing. Their talents speak for themselves. This scene caused the Malfoy father and son, who had initially been planning to approach for a conversation, to halt in their tracks, as though the presence of the Weasley family was some sort of contamination. However, as Lucius Malfoy exited Flourish and Blots, a sly smile crept across his face, recalling how he had successfully used that dark magic notebook to scheme against the Weasley family. Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart, who had been enthusiastically performing at a nearby table, suddenly noticed that 2/3 of his audience had disappeared, leaving behind only a few wide-eyed young wizards. Losing his enthusiasm for the performance, he began walking toward the crowd, curious to see who had stolen his spotlight. As Kaysen struggled to handle the young wizard's barrage of gossipy questions, a hand suddenly extended toward him. Instinctively, he shook it and looked uponly to be met with a wide grin exposing 8 teeth. And you are? Gilderoy Lockhart, the wizarding world's most best-selling author. He launched into a series of boastful spell demonstrations, finally landing on a piece of concrete information. Recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Yes, my Order of Merlin, 3rd class. It was awarded to me 3 years ago for saving a werewolf. What was his name again? Lockhart faltered for a moment, clearly struggling to recall details from the fabricated story. Thinking quickly, his eyes darted to a crumpled newspaper on the ground. I believe the wizard's name was Remus Lupin. I also taught him a method to remove the werewolf curse using alchemy. This morning, I read in the paper that an alchemist cured him using that very method. Quite heartwarming, isn't it? Lockhart rambled on, secretly plotting to cast an obliviate spell on both the werewolf and the alchemist later that evening, so he could claim the title of founder of the enchanted book therapy method for himself. Kaysen and Lupin exchanged glances, each reading a trace of bewilderment in the other's eyes. The group of young wizards surrounding Kaysen fell into a hushed silence. They instinctively took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Lockhart. Ever since Professor Kaysen had sent Quirrell to the hospital wing for most of the semester after a duel last year, the students had learned a valuable lesson. While Professor Kaysen was usually gentle, he was utterly terrifying when angered. Among the crowd, for unassuming young wizards knew this all too well. 2 of them had already discreetly drawn their wands, plotting to give Lockhart a double dose of Savior's Reckoning later. The accused, Kaysen, stared intently at the slick-haired, overly groomed wizard before him, his mind already devising a plan. Someone like Lockhart deserved a very special kind of lesson. For a moment, Kaysen even considered burying him in the ground for a few days, perhaps by autumn. A crop of mini Lockharts might sprout. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Unlike the composed and courteous Kaysen, Lupin's response was far more direct. In an instant, he struck. A sharp burst of magic, pinning Lockhart forcefully against the wall. I am Remus Lupin, he said coldly. Care to explain when exactly we've met? His words elicited a wave of smug grins from the surrounding students. You're Remus Lupin? Lockhart stammered. Lupin nodded, his expression unyielding, and pressed further. You claim you taught me enchanted book therapy? 3 years ago? From the side, the Weasley twins chimed in teasingly. 3 years ago, Professor Kaysen was still studying under his mentor. Wait, I misspoke. Lockhart frantically backpedaled. I meant I taught that to an alchemist. All eyes immediately turned to Kaysen. He awkwardly scratched his chin and began walking toward Lockhart, adjusting his monocle as he scrutinized the man. Human magic? Is this guy even human? Strange. Clearing his throat, he spoke up. Am Kaysen Heath the alchemist you're referring to? Lockhart's expression crumbled in an instant. Struggling to maintain composure, he forced a weak smile. This is all a misunderstanding, you see? Just a joke, really. You're right. It is a misunderstanding, Kaysen replied with a snap of his fingers. A diamond shovel materialized in his hand. He waved to the surrounding students and conjured more diamond shovels, passing them around. Take these, find a secluded spot, dig a hole, and bury him for a while so he can cool off. Let's see if he dares to spout nonsense again. The young wizards exchanged amused glances before accepting the shovels. In unison, they responded gleefully, understood. Wait, don't bury him yet, a voice said. Add water to the dirt first, make it into mud. That way, it'll be more secure. The students around quickly sprang into action. Someone snatched Lockhart's wand. Discussions erupted everywhere. How should we bury him? Head down or feet down? How do you not know? Of course, head down. Lockhart's eyes widened in confusion as he stared at the group of students. Just then, someone shouted, Jordan, where are your socks? Stuff them in his mouth. Fast forward to the first day of school. Kaysen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the alchemy office, gazing into the distance. Honestly, the fact that he managed to dig himself out of the mud is pretty impressive. Standing nearby, Dumbledore listened as Kaysen continued. I appreciate your understanding. At this point, I've given up, just like Severus has. Still, a hypocritical clown is better than last semester's quarrel. In that sense, you've made some progress this year. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. And it's only for a year. Next year, you won't have to see him again. Because of the curse on the defense against the dark arts position? Exactly. Unless the caster dies, the curse persists, Dumbledore explained. The real problem is that no one else applied for the position besides Lockhart. I considered Lupin, but he's still piecing his life back together. I'm curious, though, what gave that guy the nerve to apply? Well, he signed a magical contract before they buried him in the ground. Too late to back out now. Kaysen leaned in closer to Dumbledore. By the way, remember what you promised me before the holidays? Let me think. Dumbledore stalled. Was it about the woolen socks I left on the windowsill? Kaysen quickly caught up to the headmaster as he turned to leave. Lockhart didn't interview in your office. What does that have to do with anything? Didn't I give you the Philosopher's Stone? That's a separate matter, Kaysen said firmly. The Philosopher's Stone is one thing. A professor's salary is another. In the end, after persistent reasoning and negotiation, Kaysen successfully secured himself a substantial salary. Meanwhile, at the edge of the faculty table, Lockhart sat absent-mindedly poking at his food. From the initial euphoria of accepting the position to the harrowing experience of being buried in the dirt with only a breathing tube at Flourish and Blots, he could already sense just how grim the year ahead as a professor would be. Kaysen's teaching style was truly one of a kind. With just a casual wave of his hand, he could gather a crowd of eager young wizards. Such scenes often made people wonder, was this professor's approach too unorthodox, more akin to cultivating a secret underground force than being a proper Hogwarts teacher? As Kaysen's attention was drawn by the screeching sound of metal in the dining hall, his gaze landed on the source of the noise. Lockhart. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it was time to challenge this arrogant colleague to a good old-fashioned wizard duel. After all, there was always someone available to substitute for defense against the dark arts, and Snape had been eyeing the position for ages. Just then, two small figures flickered at the edge of his vision. After confirming that none of the other professors had noticed the anomaly, he casually stood up and followed the figures out of the Great Hall. Harry and Ron are missing, Hermione said anxiously. This must be reported to Dumbledore immediately, Kaysen responded without hesitation. A missing student is no trivial matter. But, Professor, will they be expelled? Neville asked nervously. Before anyone could answer, Kaysen suddenly noticed an unidentified flying object in the sky. Peering through his monocle, he quickly identified it as an alchemical creation. When he recognized the figures in the driver's seat, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hermione, I'm afraid Gryffindor might be starting this year in the negatives. He promptly apparat to a rundown wooden shack, just in time to see the car plummeting like an out-of-control ghost. With a swift incantation, he conjured a massive spiderweb in midair, perfectly absorbing the car's momentum. As the web disappeared, he saw exactly what he had expected: two familiar figures. Professor, your glasses are so cool, Harry said as he climbed out of the car, flashing an ingratiating smile. I wanted to tell you that last time at Flourish and Blots. I'm well aware of that, Kaysen replied with a nod. Now, would you care to explain why you were driving a flying car? If your reason is compelling enough, I might consider deducting only 100 points. The barrier at platform 9 3/4 was sealed off. We had no other choice. Or, Professor, you could just go ahead and take the points, Hermione interjected. Hermione? Oh, I see. Kaysen scrutinized the two boys in front of him, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. The entrance to platform 9 3/4 suddenly closed, and instead of going back home to ask Mrs. Weasley for help, you two decided to drive this poor alchemical car straight to school. Brilliant plan. As he spoke, he clapped his hands lightly, as if applauding Harry and Ron for their heroic feat. Quite the experience, quite the solution. So 200 points from Gryffindor. Ever since Dumbledore had casually awarded Gryffindor 250 points at the end of last term, Kaysen had started to let loose a little. After all, with the way Snape and Dumbledore manipulated the house points, Hogwarts' point system had long succumbed to serious inflation. One more or less wouldn't make much of a difference. So, Professor, does that mean this is over? Harry asked hopefully. Of course not, Kaysen replied, shaking his head as he casually settled into the slightly shabby alchemical car. Professor McGonagall will definitely hear about this. He glanced around the interior of the car. Was this made by Mr. Weasley? Yes, Ron said proudly, puffing out his chest. Not bad craftsmanship, Kaysen remarked. Now I see where the twins get their talent for alchemy. He turned to Ron. By the way, where does your family live? Devon, Ottery St. Catchpole, just outside the borough. After fiddling with the controls in the driver's seat, Kaysen stepped out, and the car began to rise into the air. As it gained altitude, it gradually turned invisible and set off in the direction of the Weasleys' burrow. If you hurry, you might still make it back in time for dinner, Kaysen advised. I suggest you move quickly. Professor McGonagall's punishments don't wait. By the time the four young wizards sheepishly returned to the Great Hall, Kaysen was already back at the staff table, recounting the entire incident to Professor McGonagall. This explained why the house points hourglass, which had been empty at the start of the term, suddenly had a gap big enough to deduct 200 points. She had initially thought it was a malfunction, but now she knew it was the result of Gryffindor's little treasures causing trouble. As an enraged Professor McGonagall stormed toward the Gryffindor table, Kaysen quietly slipped back to his office to prepare for the next day's lesson for the new batch of third years. Instead of diving straight into advanced concepts like fundamental transmutation and material transformation, he decided to start with something simpler: puppetry. While still challenging for beginners, it was engaging enough to capture their interest, which was the key. He opened the magical guidebook to the section on puppets and began studying it carefully though. Truth be told, it was more of a last-minute preparation. He personally preferred the efficiency of industrialized automated machinery to creating intelligent puppets for mundane tasks. After all, the charm of redstone circuitry was unparalleled. The next day, Kaysen stood at the front of the classroom beneath his office, surveying the 40 or so heads in front of him. How many students are there in your year across all four houses? He asked. 41, came the reply. And how many of you are here? He continued. 41. They answered in unison. Kaysen nodded and tapped the golden lectern he had salvaged from the old alchemy classroom. Thank you. But no, there's no gold being handed out this time. After speaking, Kaysen pulled a small, dark purple iron golem from his pocket. Though this miniature version looked identical to the iron golems standing guard in the castle, it was far more advanced in intelligence. Creating combat-type iron golems requires a special talent and involves some advanced principles, which are indeed a bit beyond the scope for third-year wizards, Kaysen explained, holding the small golem in both hands. That's why I brought this more intelligent version. Once made, it functions like a simplified house elf, capable of handling various simple tasks for you, from fetching books in class to assisting with alchemy. Noticing the eager anticipation from the young wizards below, Kaysen took out an alchemy cauldron. This is different from Professor Severus's potion cauldrons, but its usage is somewhat similar. With a snap of his fingers, a sparkling light appeared before each student. Then, with a wave of his wand, over 40 alchemy cauldrons floated down in an orderly manner from upstairs. Did Severus ever remind you not to put classroom ingredients into your mouths? Seeing all the students nod in unison, he nodded in satisfaction. Good, that saves me from giving too many warnings. Kaysen waved his wand again, and a collection of element vials and purple metal blocks flew down from upstairs, landing steadily on each student's desk. Alchemy involves some principles that can be hard to grasp. I hope what comes next won't overwhelm you too much. He began to explain the steps in detail. First, fill the cauldron with water using the bucket. Then, pick up that piece of purple mysterious metal. This is a material I recently developed, which will soon be available in alchemy supply shops along with my new paper. The element vials contain human, motion, and soul elements, and they will also be released at the same time. As for the origins of these elements, well, that's a topic for more advanced studies. Next, Kaysen guided the students in using a potion-making-like process to add the various materials to the cauldron in sequence. Amazingly, the cauldron spat out fully formed miniature golems. Although we don't fully understand the underlying principles, this is the nature of alchemy, Kaysen concluded. Just like how the Philosopher's Stone can turn materials into gold, though no one knows why. From its inception, alchemy has been full of contradictions. Anyone can replicate the results of their predecessors by following the steps, yet the deeper principles remain elusive. But that's normal after all. Magic itself is inherently subjective and defies logic. Compared to other magical disciplines, alchemy and potion making are already quite logical in their approach. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the young wizards left the classroom, each carrying their own empty puppet shells. Kaysen, however, held two puppets with implanted cores, one of which had come to life just the day before, earning himself a younger puppet brother today. Returning to his third-floor office, Kaysen resumed his focus on refining his half-finished elemental distillation machine. The device contained an assortment of elemental crystals and blocks, which, through a precise distillation process, were transformed into elemental liquids. These liquids flowed through an intricate network of pipes into glass containers. This was the very source of the elemental vials he had distributed to his students during class earlier. Kaizen meticulously worked on the final step, calibrating the assembly line for sealing. With careful precision, he pulled the control lever, setting the machine into smooth and quiet motion. Once he confirmed everything was running perfectly, he exhaled in relief and began enclosing the entire apparatus within a protective glass casing. What followed was a relatively relaxed period. After all, with only 5 classes a week, his workload was manageable. At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed Kaisen's mind. It was time to pay Lockhart a visit and stir up some trouble. A week later, an unusual rumor began circulating quietly within the Hogwarts campus. It was said that both the alchemy and defense against the dark arts professor positions were cursed, and the 2 professors holding these roles were fated to be at odds. Much like 2 tigers unable to coexist, the professors occupying these positions were rumored to engage in an annual duel, with the victor remaining at Hogwarts while the loser either left wounded or met a grim fate by the end of the school year. This rumor first emerged among the older students. Before Kaisen became the alchemy professor, the defense against the dark arts position had already seen frequent turnover, sparking speculation among the student body. Kaisen's first year at Hogwarts added fuel to the fire, as it ended with Professor Quirrell's demi-C fact that lent an air of credibility to the legend. Now in his second term at Hogwarts, Kaisen once again found himself at odds with the current defense against the dark arts professor, a conflict that had already resulted in the latter's temporary departure. Observant students began piecing together the pattern. Why did defense against the dark arts professors rarely last long? Why was the professor in the year before Harry Potter's enrollment the only one to resign rather than meet a dire fate? The answer, it seemed, lay in the destiny of the alchemy professor. That year, the alchemy professor retired early due to illness, but still managed to force the defense against the dark arts professor to step down within half a year. By 1991, Kaisen directly caused Quirrell's death, though that was a consequence of Quirrell's own actions. This year, with Kaisen's destiny proving even stronger than his predecessors, the new defense against the dark arts professor narrowly escaped death before even officially assuming the position. Lockhart's predicament was nothing short of comical, had been buried upside down in the ground. Though the weather was clear, every bird that passed by seemed to hold a grudge against him, unanimously choosing him as their target for relieving themselves. This absurd tale became a popular campus legend at Hogwarts, circulating among the young witches and wizards until it eventually reached the hands of the Weasley twins. For once, the mischievous twins took things seriously. They meticulously crafted a document with a level of dedication far surpassing that of their usual essays. The document contained an elaborate backstory, a fabricated history of Hogwarts, a collection of wild rumors, and even testimonies from ghosts and professors. This carefully constructed masterpiece was then cleverly slipped under the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. When Lockhart picked up the document, he naively assumed it was an anonymous love letter from an admirer. With a flourish, he used a letter opener to break the wax seal, ready to bask in the glow of adoration. However, as he began reading, his signature rosy complexion turned ghostly pale. As a Ravenclaw, Lockhart shouldn't have been rattled by such a campus myth. But he suddenly realized a deeply unsettling fact. During his 7 years at Hogwarts, there had indeed been 7 different defense against the dark arts professors, while the alchemy professor had remained the same until retiring 2 years ago. This coincidence made beads of cold sweat form on Lockhart's forehead, dampening the parchment in his hands. He sat frozen in his chair for a full minute, waiting for the numbness in his legs to subside. Finally, he staggered to his feet, dragging his tingling legs like static on a television screen, and began a laborious trek to the headmaster's office, plagued by the growing suspicion that he, like last year's alchemy professor, might be Dumbledore's next victim. Bursting into the headmaster's office in a fluster, Lockhart's usually immaculate hair was plastered to his scalp with sweat. He thrust the document toward Dumbledore, who sat composed behind his desk. "Is this true?" he asked, his voice trembling. Dumbledore examined the document carefully before responding. "As a Ravenclaw, how could you believe such nonsense? But I've never seen a defense against the dark arts professor last more than a year," Lockhart insisted. "Trust me, it's all just baseless speculation," Dumbledore said calmly, drawing his elder wand from the sleeve of his robe. 10 minutes later, Lockhart emerged from the headmaster's office, seemingly reassured and no longer believing the absurd tale of a curse between the alchemy and defense professors. However, as he rounded the corner of the hallway, a black leather notebook caught his eye. "So, are you technically my senior?" Lockhart wrote this question on the page with his quill, waiting eagerly for a response. "Yes, I enrolled in 1938. By that timeline, I am indeed your senior." The words appeared on the page. Lockhart twirled the tip of his quill against his nose, hesitating for a moment before deciding to ask the question that even Dumbledore had attempted to erase from his memory with Obliviate and Confundus charms. Despite Dumbledore's careful preparation, he had underestimated Lockhart's resourcefulness. Though widely regarded as a fraud who plagiarized others' achievements, Lockhart's ability to operate undetected in the wizarding world for years, with only one slip-up, was a testament to his cunning. After leaving the headmaster's office, Lockhart astutely recognized that he had been subjected to a Confundus charm. In response, he skillfully applied an advanced use of the Obliviate charm on himself, successfully dispelling the effects. However, this act also dredged up an unsettling school legend he had tried to forget. "There's a rumor about Hogwarts," Lockhart wrote, his quill trembling slightly. "They say the defense against the Dark Arts Professor and the Alchemy Professor are cursed to clash. Is it true that by the end of the school year, only one of them can survive? Why do you think that?" The response appeared in the diary. "Because I'm the defense against the Dark Arts Professor," Lockhart replied. "Since my school days, I've never seen anyone hold this position for more than a year. Last year's professor didn't even make it to the final exams before, well, you know." Tom Riddle smirked privately within the diary. This professor's naivety far exceeded his expectation. She was practically a pawn waiting to be moved. "What I'm about to tell you, don't be alarmed," the diary wrote back. "Is it true?" Lockhart's heart began to pound. "It is." Lockhart slumped back in his chair, overwhelmed. But suddenly, as if hit by a stinging hex, he sat bolt upright, his eyes fixed on the diary. However, the diary continued, "When I was a student, there was a defense against the Dark Arts Professor who also served as my mentor. We were close, and he discovered a method to counter the curse. He ultimately retired peacefully. Can you tell me this method?" Lockhart scribbled urgently. "It's quite simple," Riddle wrote, his plan already fully formed to manipulate the gullible professor. "Before the Alchemy Professor has a chance to act against you, strike first. Defeat them, and then perform a ritual spell." According to the bumbling professor's description, the young Alchemy Professor was not only talented and powerful in magic, but also possessed extraordinary charisma. Beneath Lockhart's insincere words, it was clear that this Alchemy Professor far surpassed the inept man before him. Voldemort had already devised a meticulous plan in his mind to first use ritual magic to seize the Alchemy Professor's body and magical power, then drain the life force of this bumbling professor. He would return to his beloved Hogwarts in his complete form. "When you say defeat, you mean," Lockhart wrote with trembling hands. "Kill him with the killing curse." The cold words appeared on the page. "The body must remain intact and fresh." "No way." Lockhart's forehead began to bead with cold sweat again. The young Tom in the book looked at the cowardly professor with disdain. "Then what do you intend to do? Wait to be cursed until you're broken and crippled? Or perhaps die outright on the platform?" I can't. I can't kill anyone." "No, I won't listen to you," Lockhart stammered, trembling as he tried to close the book. "Not killing is also an option. I have another way." New words appeared on the page at just the right moment. Lockhart immediately paused his attempt to shut the book. "What is it?" "First, you must trust me completely." "I can do that." "Good. Now, place both hands on the book." Lockhart obeyed. "Channel your magic into it." After a moment of hesitation, Lockhart complied. Then, everything came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, in the alchemy office, Merlin's beard. Can this even be called an office? Neville stood wide-eyed, staring at the massive machines encased in enormous glass covers that filled the room. "Last Christmas, I said I'd renovate. This is the result," Kaisenxis replied, his voice carrying over from where he sat near the floor-to-ceiling windows. Neville jogged over to the desk, panting. "Professor, do you always walk this far?" "I usually apparate, but a little walk now and then doesn't hurt. We even played ice hockey here with Lupin over the holidays. By the way, why are you here alone today?" "Professor, could you not tell them?" "Of course," Kaisenxis nodded. "Professor, I want to learn alchemy," Neville declared earnestly. "I figured as much. But I suggest you wait until your third year. Alchemy isn't like potions. It requires a strong foundation in magic. Learning it in your second year could be dangerous. Take Cedric, for example. Last year, he joined the fourth-year class as a third-year student, and he kept falling asleep. A lack of magical strength can cause problems in alchemy, especially with the enchanted alchemy I teach." Professor, I don't quite understand." "That's all right. We'll start with the basics." Kaisenxis waved his hand, summoning boiling water heated by shimmering light, and brewed a pot of tea for the two of them. "In alchemy, the element I value the least in terms of magical power is redstone," Professor Kaisenxis said as he pulled a small, fingertip-sized piece of redstone from his pocket and gently placed it on his desk. "Although I've shown it to you before, redstone still requires activation. You can think of it as a kind of infinite energy source that only needs an initial charge." He lightly pushed the redstone with his finger and continued, "For instance, if you create an alchemical construct powered by redstone, It will require a certain amount of magical energy to operate. Let's call this amount X. Once ordinary redstone is infused with X amount of magic, it can continuously output that same level of energy. Kaizen slid the redstone toward Neville. However, even just this X amount of magic would drain more than half the magical reserves of a second-year wizard like you. If you don't believe me, give it a try. Neville took the redstone and immediately noticed it was different from the ones Professor Kaizen had given them before. It lacked the peculiar magical pulsation and appeared much dimmer. Clearly, the previous ones had already been activated. Taking a deep breath, Neville began channeling magic into the redstone. By the time it finally lit up, his palms were sweaty, but his gaze remained determined. Kaizen picked up the glowing redstone and looked at Neville with a hint of approval. Not bad. You've got some talent. Now, tell me, why do you want to learn alchemy? I want to make gifts for Harry and the others, Neville said shyly. They're my good friends and have never looked down on me. Kaizen's eyes curved into a smile. Barely passing. But your magical reserves are stronger than most second years. I'll agree to teach you, but there's one condition: you can keep the gifts a secret, but you mustn't hide the fact that you're learning alchemy from them. Progressing in secret isn't very fair to your friends. It might make them feel you're not being honest. What should I do then? Neville asked hesitantly. Maybe you could help explain? No need to go to such lengths. Just tell them directly. If it comes to it, I can play the bad guy and only take you as my student, Kaizen said casually. Don't worry, they won't hold it against me. Neville nodded gratefully. Thank you, Professor. But I think I'll come up with another reason. You've already been so kind to take me as your student. With that, he turned and started running back. Watching Neville's retreating figure, Kaizen chuckled to himself. Thinking about how the boy would have to run this far every day for lessons, he mused, should I build them a portal? Nah, exercise is good for the body. Just as he was amused by the thought, the red crystal ball on his desk began to glow, emitting a crisp beep 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 sound. He casually pressed the crystal ball, and a faint glow flickered through the redstone circuitry on the ceiling. The door in the distance opened with a soft creak. Disguised as Lockhart, Tom instinctively glanced toward the spot where the alchemy professor's desk used to be in his student days, but he froze in shock. There was now a Quidditch pitch in its place. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he stepped into the office. What greeted him was a breathtaking sight. Behind glass walls in the corner stood several massive machines, operating with precise yet silent efficiency. Even with his outstanding grade in alchemy, he couldn't discern their purpose, let alone understand their principles of operation. What are you doing here? Kaizen questioned coldly, leaning lazily against his chair as he eyed the visitor cloaked in Lockhart's skin. To mend our friendship, Tom replied, relying on the memories he'd gleaned from Lockhart to understand the tension between the two professors. He forced a smile, one that seemed oddly out of place on Lockhart's flamboyant face. Oh, I'm truly honored, Kaizen sneered. The great best-selling author, Gilderoy Lockhart. Why aren't you out in the wild, finding some poor werewolf to treat with your enchanted book therapy? Or is it because you can't? Shall I teach you? That is, if your wrinkle-free brain full of smiles is still capable of learning. I'm very sorry. That's precisely why I'm here today to apologize to you. Kaizen clicked his tongue in annoyance, but for once, he gave Lockhart a closer look. Suddenly, he noticed a new tag appearing above the other's head. Human, magic, soul. This made him wary. This tag hadn't been there during breakfast, and its sudden emergence in just half a day was highly unusual. What is your real purpose here? Kaizen straightened in his chair, gripping the armrests as his tone turned serious. To seek your forgiveness, Tom said with an air of sincerity, though his thoughts were far from genuine. His original intention was to gauge the alchemy professor's strength. If Kaizen were only marginally stronger than Lockhart, Tom had planned to strike immediately. However, upon stepping into this office, he realized the situation was far beyond his expectations. The office was vast, almost comparable in size to the Black Lake. Most striking of all was a chandelier-like contraption hanging from the ceiling, its hollow center unmistakably resembling the muzzle of a massive cannon. While it was common knowledge that alchemists were extravagant, using alchemically crafted quills for writing and equipping their offices with protective mechanisms, what lay before Tom now was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Kaizen leaned lazily against his chair, observing Lockhart through his monocle. In his calculations, making a rash move would be no different from courting death unless he could guarantee a single, decisive strike that left no room for his opponent to react. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed unlikely to come to that. After careful observation, Kaizen had ruled out the possibility of a dark wizard. While Hogwarts faculty included several highly skilled witches and wizards, even Dumbledore himself had once been a formidable figure, cutting a swath from London to Paris in his youth. They were, at their core, still human wizards. This led Kaizen to a clearer conclusion. The new defense against the dark arts professor was likely possessed, much like Professor Quirrell had been the previous year under Voldemort's influence. Tom shook his head, and the once flamboyant, ostentatious face of Lockhart now bore an unexpectedly calm and composed demeanor. This stark contrast only solidified Kaisen's deduction. As Tom turned to leave, Kaisen let out a soft, knowing hum. It wasn't until Tom was about to touch the office door that Kaisen finally raised his hand. In an instant, a sinister gale swept through the office, and the air became thick with a dark, oppressive energy. Startled, Tom turned back to see Kaisen still lounging casually by the floor-to-ceiling window. However, in the palm of his outstretched hand swirled a pitch-black vortex, as though it could devour everything in its path. In that moment, Tom realized he had gravely underestimated his opponent. This alchemy professor was no feeble pushover. Without a second thought, he bolted toward the door. But just as his hand grasped the doorknob, an overwhelming gravitational force yanked him backward. In a desperate split second, Tom whipped out his wand and cast Avada Kedavra with lightning speed. The deadly green light collided with a suddenly materialized obsidian shield, absorbing the curse. Simultaneously, the strange gravitational pull dissipated. Tom wasted no time, quickly casting 2 layers of protective shielding charms on himself, his eyes fixed warily on Kaisen, who was now rising from his chair. Kaisen leisurely drew his wand from his sleeve, twirling it between his fingers. "I knew it," he said with a faint smirk. "You're not Gilderoy Lockhart. That buffoon couldn't even dream of casting a killing curse." Tom gripped his wand tightly, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "What if I don't resist and let you capture me? Would you let me go then?" "Not necessarily. Depends on my mood," Kaisen replied casually. "I might just plant you in a flower pot." "Avada Kedavra!" Tom roared, sending another deadly green light hurtling forward. Yet, when the killing curse struck the massive floor-to-ceiling window, it failed to leave even a single crack. "What's this? Are you just a fraud?" A voice suddenly came from behind. "Actually, to be fair, Lockhart's got one up on you. At least he has his own body. And you? A soul? A wandering ghost?" Tom spun around abruptly, only to see Kaisen standing leisurely behind him, hands clasped behind his back. What was more unnerving, though, were the strange chains made of interlocked hexagons and triangles that had somehow already encircled him. Cursed flames. Instinctively repelled by the bizarre chains, Tom immediately summoned Fiendfire, intending to burn them away. However, these chains, formed from orderly elemental crystals, were the perfect counter to the chaotic, destructive nature of Fiendfire. In an instant, a burst of water materialized, extinguishing the raging flames without a trace. Tom's face turned pale as he swallowed hard. This sense of helplessness reminded him of an ancient memory when Dumbledore had visited the orphanage. The old man had casually waved his wand to set his cupboard ablaze. Although the man before him wielded entirely different means compared to Dumbledore, the feeling of being scrutinized like an experiment or a pet was eerily similar. "Now, are you going to tell me who you are?" Kaisen asked as he stepped closer. "If I don't say anything, no one will ever know," Tom replied with a malicious grin. Kaisen began pacing around him, deep in thought. "Everything you've done leaves traces. Let me guess, Lockhart's body shows no abnormalities, so you must have used some kind of special object as a medium to possess him, right?" "You're guessing? Seems like I hit the mark." "That object's still on Lockhart, isn't it? Look, we're civilized people. Just tell me, and I won't have to strip him down. Let's keep this dignified." "It's not my dignity on the line, it's yours and Lockhart's. What does it have to do with me?" Kaisen nodded as he spoke, electricity crackling and sparking in his hands. "Honestly, I really regret not knowing the Cruciatus curse," Tom muttered with a sarcastic smirk just as the lightning was about to strike Lockhart's body. "I've already told you if I don't want to. No one will ever know who I am or where I came from." Before the words even finished, Lockhart's body shuddered violently. The cunning and intelligence in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a blank, dull gaze. Staring at the grim-faced Kaisen, lightning still crackling in his hand, Lockhart gulped nervously. "I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding here." Kaisen examined Gilderoy Lockhart closely through his monocle. In the next instant, with a flick of his wand, a surge of violent magic shredded Lockhart's clothing to pieces. The monocle scanned Lockhart's bare body repeatedly, but no abnormalities were detected. "Stay right here and don't go anywhere." Kaisen seized Lockhart's wand and summoned an iron cage to imprison him. Without hesitation, he vanished in a hum of ender energy, reappearing in the defense against the dark arts office. The portrait of Gilderoy let out a piercing scream, which Kaisen silenced with an annoyed wave of his hand, flipping the frame face down. "This guy made a portrait of himself before he even died," he muttered mockingly as he rummaged through the office. Finding nothing of interest, he teleported back to the room, where his attention was immediately drawn to a crystal ball on the desk, glowing with a faint red light. The moment he pressed the crystal ball, the door creaked open, and 4 young Gryffindor students stepped inside. "Perfect timing," Kaisen called out to them. Keep an eye on him and fix his clothes. I'm going to find Dumbledore." Before they could respond, he disappeared in a burst of violet sparks. "I always knew Professor Kaysen and Lockhart would have a showdown like this," Ron remarked as he looked at the caged, naked figure. Harry nodded in agreement. "I'm starting to believe that old rumor now." Kaysen reappeared in the headmaster's office, snatching a hazelnut pastry from Dumbledore's hand. "Stop snacking," he said, taking a bite of the pastry himself. "Come to my office. Lockhart's been possessed by something strange." Dumbledore glanced wistfully at the half-eaten pastry, then stood up and placed a hand on Kaysen's shoulder. The two of them materialized in the alchemy office, where the four students were still lingering at a safe distance from Lockhart's cage. "Children, could you fetch Professor Snape for us?" Dumbledore called out to them. The four exchanged uneasy glances and collectively shook their heads. Dumbledore shot Kaysen a meaningful look, to which Kaysen shrugged. "If even you can't convince them, I'm definitely out of luck." After some insistence from Dumbledore, Kaysen finally said to the students, "Give it a try. Severus isn't that bad, you know." Reluctantly, the four agreed. "Ever thought about becoming headmaster?" Dumbledore asked casually. "Not yet," Kaysen replied. "But if you're offering to step down, I wouldn't mind taking on the responsibility." The two approached Lockhart, and Dumbledore nodded for Kaysen to release the cage. Magic mended the tattered clothes, which were then draped back over Lockhart. Trembling from head to toe, Lockhart looked helplessly at the aggressor and his backer, a deep sense of despair welling up inside him. "Stop pretending to be pitiful. Do you even remember how you ended up in my office?" Kaysen asked coldly, crossing his arms. "I don't know." Lockhart's voice trembled noticeably. Dumbledore spoke gently. "Try to recall, Lockhart. Whatever you can remember will be helpful." Lockhart shivered and stammered. "I remember after leaving the headmaster's office, I found a book in a corner of the corridor. Inside the book, there was a memory. I asked it whether the curse on the defense against the dark arts professors and alchemy professors at Hogwarts was real, and it said it was. So I asked how to break it. The memory suggested I kill Kaysen," Lockhart added hastily, "but I never had any intention of doing that." "How very reassuring," Kaysen said sarcastically, shrugging. No, that's not it," Lockhart explained in a panic. "When I was about to close the book, it mentioned another way. It told me to pick up the book and pour magic into it. The next thing I knew, I was here. Professor Heath attacked me as soon as he saw me, beat me up like this and locked me in a cage." At this point, Lockhart broke down crying again, looking utterly pathetic. Dumbledore pressed further. "Then, Lockhart, do you know who that notebook belonged to? Was it a man or a woman? A Hogwarts wizard or an ancient sorcerer? Any idea about the time period or their age?" "I don't remember anything," Lockhart said, trembling. "It doesn't seem like a standard memory charm. It's as if my memories were extracted rather than erased." He suddenly realized his disheveled appearance and began hurriedly adjusting his clothes. "Are you telling the truth?" Kaysen eyed him suspiciously. Dumbledore turned to Kaysen. "He is indeed telling the truth." "Kaysen, what are your thoughts on this?" After a moment of thought, Kaysen replied, "I think the person isn't very old, probably around the age of a 6th or 7th year student, and most likely male. He struck me as an ordinary 6th year wizard trying to appear overly mature. But that kind of maturity seemed forced, like a child imitating adulthood. It reminded me of Chinibi, you know, that adolescent phase where they feel destined for greatness. Furthermore, I suspect he comes from a pureblood family or a muggle aristocratic background. That restrained and aloof demeanor reminds me of that insufferable client Andrew Edward. And of course, Lucius Malfoy. I think I already know who that person is," Dumbledore said with a long sigh. Kaysen reacted quickly, and a physical version of earplugs suddenly materialized in his hand. A creeper head was directly placed over Lockhart's. "Tom Riddle. You know him," Dumbledore said, his tone tinged with resignation. "Not him? Is it possible for him to actually die?" Dumbledore slowly shook his head. "In any case, we now know that Tom is currently possessing a book. It appears to be something he created in his 6th or 7th year. It may contain a fragment of his memory or personality, like a painting." "No," Kaysen suddenly interjected. Dumbledore looked at him inquisitively. "It's not a personality or memory. It's his soul," Kaysen said gravely. "What makes you say that?" Kaysen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he removed the monocle from his eye and handed it to Dumbledore. "Humans, magic, MC. What does this mean?" Dumbledore asked curiously, peering through the lens. "Don't mind those details," Kaysen replied, putting the monocle back on. "The important thing is that when Voldemort possessed Lockhart, Lockhart's entry included a line about a soul." "A soul," Dumbledore murmured to himself, then sank heavily into his chair. "He is beyond redemption." Kaysen poured Dumbledore a cup of tea, gesturing for him to elaborate. Dumbledore's expression grew somber. "He killed someone. If it really is a soul, that means he had already murdered an innocent person back then. Through this cruel act, he split his soul and created a Horcrux that's the secret to his immortality and the source of his descent into madness. A Horcrux? By killing an innocent, the soul is split, and a fragment is bound to an object, protected by ritual magic. Even if the body is destroyed, the soul fragment cannot pass into the afterlife, leaving him as a wandering spirit. Who did he kill back then? Moaning Myrtle. She's the ghost haunting the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor of Hogwarts. Kaysen sipped his tea thoughtfully. You're right. This man is truly beyond saving. At that moment, the crystal ball on Dumbledore's desk began to glow red. After pressing it, a distant door opened, and Snape strode in. He appeared momentarily surprised by the spacious office, but quickly cast a flying spell to approach the desk, pulling up a chair and sitting down. As he sipped his tea, he glanced curiously at Lockhart, who was still disoriented under the creeper head. Meanwhile, on the other side of the office, four young students were embarking on a long walk. Next time, I should bring my broomstick, Harry muttered under his breath. That actually makes sense, Ron agreed. What's the matter? Snape sat in the chair, his sharp gaze fixed on Kaysen. Did you accidentally knock Lockhart senseless and now need me to save him? Kaysen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, remaining silent. Dumbledore, standing nearby, looked visibly awkward. Originally, he had summoned Snape to prepare Veritaserum to complement his own legitimacy for a dual-layered investigation. However, now that the target's identity had been confirmed, Snape's presence seemed unnecessary. Don't tell me I came here for nothing, Snape said, glaring at the still silent Dumbledore. Of course not, Dumbledore replied, standing up. Let's discuss this in the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, four students finally arrived at the desk, panting heavily. But before they could catch their breath, Dumbledore, Kaysen, and Snape disapparated, vanishing from sight. Are they messing with us? Using us for their amusement? One of the students grumbled. This has to be Snape's idea. The others nodded in agreement. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat in his signature chair, his expression serious. The secret to Voldemort's immortality has been uncovered. It's an extremely dark alchemical creation, a Horcrux. I see, Snape nodded. So, we just need to find the Horcrux. I don't believe Tom made only one Horcrux, Dumbledore interrupted. A single Horcrux wouldn't be enough to turn him into that half-human, half-specter form. Kaysen and Snape exchanged a resigned glance, clearly exasperated by Dumbledore's cryptic, half-revealed explanations. Bridget Winlock discovered a magical number, Dumbledore added. 7? He made 7 Horcruxes? Snape immediately caught on. Dumbledore nodded in confirmation. This is only speculation. But with his pride and twisted nature, if he were to create multiple Horcruxes, he would undoubtedly choose a number with magical significance. How many do we know of so far? Snape pressed. One of them is a diary, Kaysen explained. Lockhart found it and ended up possessed by Voldemort. Although I subdued him in the office, Voldemort's soul suddenly left Lockhart's body. I searched him and the entire office, but the diary had vanished. A Horcrux, a fragment of a soul, has little magical power beyond manipulation. How could it just disappear? Snape frowned. That fool Lockhart followed Voldemort's instructions and poured his own magic into the diary, Kaysen replied. A complete and utter fool indeed, Snape sneered in conclusion. After a long while, Kaysen left the headmaster's office and returned to the alchemy office. The first thing he did was deal with Lockhart, helping him remove the creeper mask from his head before sending him on his way. In the office, 4 young wizards were quietly seated, which was surprisingly unusual. Each of them held a novel they had found under the coffee table and sat obediently on the sofa, engrossed in their reading. As Kaysen took his seat, 3 of the wizards immediately looked up at him, while Neville remained absorbed in his book. Professor, I want to learn alchemy, the 3 of them exclaimed almost in unison. Without much explanation, Kaysen pulled out 3 redstone blocks from his desk drawer and placed them on the table. Each block was slightly larger than the one Neville had used earlier that day. Light it up to a reasonable degree, and you'll pass, he said. The trio eagerly grabbed the redstone blocks and began channeling magic into them with all their might. Neville glanced at the larger and brighter redstone blocks in his companion's hands, feeling a bit disheartened. Kaysen observed their efforts before beginning his usual round of creative exaggeration. Not very promising, he said. Forcing yourselves to learn alchemy now could lead to injuries. However, I can help you lay a solid foundation. He bent down and retrieved several alchemy notebooks from under the desk, including Neville, who had attended class earlier. Each of them received a notebook. Professor, even if we can't practice, can we at least sit in and observe the lessons? Hermione asked. Actually, there's no need for that either, Kaysen replied. I'll be using a more inhumane teaching method. As he spoke, he pulled out 4 thick textbooks on runes. Each one was more massive than an Oxford dictionary, nearly as large as a bench in the Great Hall. Oh my goodness! Ron stared wide-eyed at the colossal books, which looked more like weapons than study materials. Kaysen glanced at his watch. It's almost curfew. You should head back now, he said. Can we stay here overnight? Ron asked hopefully. No, I have to go on patrol tonight, Kaysen replied. Wait, professors go on night patrols too? Harry asked curiously. Kaysen gave Harry a light tap on the head. A professor's patrol cannot be called a nighttime stroll, but you can try using your invisibility cloak and see if I can spot you. All right, Harry muttered, shrinking back slightly. The four students then headed toward the door. Meanwhile, Kaysen used an ender teleportation spell to instantly transport himself to the abandoned bathroom on the second floor. He gently knocked on the door. Miss Moaning Myrtle? Or should I say, fellow student? May I come in? The only response was the gurgling sound of water in the pipes. Kaysen knocked on the door again. Who are you? A sharp voice came from the bathroom. Kaysen Heath, the alchemy professor at Hogwarts. Oh, I know you. Come in. Kaysen pushed open the bathroom door, revealing a translucent, grayish-white ghost sitting idly on a toilet. Should I call you Moaning Myrtle, or Miss Myrtle? Do I look old to you? Myrtle's voice suddenly rose. Of course not. Kaysen quickly waved his hands in explanation. I just wanted to show my respect. Don't pretend, Myrtle sneered as she floated closer. No one in this school respects me, nor do I deserve it. I'm neither talented, nor pretty, nor smart. Why would you think that? Kaysen interrupted her self-deprecation. Myrtle floated in front of Kaysen, her grayish-white face filled with bitterness. Do I even need to think it myself? Just standing in front of strangers is enough for those cruel words to come out of their mouths. She stared directly at Kaysen. Take you, for instance. Look at me. What kind of person do you think I am? Kaysen tilted his head slightly, a habit of his when observing others. After a brief pause, he replied, a kind person. Kind? Myrtle clearly hadn't expected that response. Why would you think I'm kind? From what you've described, the students at Hogwarts haven't been very nice to you. Yet I've rarely heard of you pulling pranks or hurting anyone, Kaysen said earnestly. Even though most ghosts can't pull off Peeves-level mischief, they can still scare or insult people. But you, instead of retaliating against undeserved insults, choose to retreat to this bathroom to calm yourself. If that isn't kindness, what is? A rare hint of color appeared on Myrtle's pale face. Maybe you're right. Could you say more? Of course. You just haven't realized your own strengths. For instance, your intelligence. You were a Ravenclaw student, chosen by the Sorting Hat and recognized by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. You have every ability to become the person you want to be, rather than waiting for others to notice the qualities they overlook in you. Thank you. But I'm still ugly, wear glasses and cry all the time. Myrtle's brief moment of cheerfulness quickly faded again. Aren't all teenagers like that? Kaysen said patiently. From my perspective as an adult, you look perfectly fine. What's wrong with wearing glasses? I wear glasses too. As for crying, one of my students last year, Cassidy, cried often as well. Now she's working in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic. I know Cassidy. Myrtle's eyes lit up. She's a good person. Kaysen discreetly wiped a bit of sweat from his forehead. Teenagers were certainly hard to comfort, but luckily, he had some knack for it. You really are a gentle person. I almost feel like coming back to life just to take your class, Moaning Myrtle said as she slowly sank into the toilet bowl, leaving only her translucent head floating above the water. Thanks for the trust, Kaysen nodded slightly. You're also very polite. So, what brings you here to find me? I don't believe anyone would visit a ghost without a reason. Myrtle's two braided pigtails swayed gently in the air, drifting like underwater plants. My question might be a bit offensive. You might get upset when you hear it. Since you're so polite, I'll forgive you this once. Go ahead and ask. Kaysen took a deep breath. How did you die? Surprisingly, Myrtle let out a long sigh of relief at the question. That's not offensive at all. For me, death is like a second life, almost like a birthday, something worth celebrating. Well, lucky me. I guess I picked the right question. Indeed, Myrtle began her story. When I died, there was this obnoxious girl who made fun of me mercilessly. I don't know where she is now. Maybe she married a troll, or maybe she choked on a bagel that day. Her voice carried a clear tone of resentment. Anyway, I wish her nothing but the worst with all the magic in my heart. That day, I was crying in this very bathroom when I suddenly heard a boy's voice, deep and magnetic. He sounded like a handsome guy. Too bad the setting was all wrong. Seeing as this is the girl's bathroom, I turned around to tell him off, and then, I died. That's it? Kaysen asked, stroking his chin. That's it. Although there's one more thing, Myrtle added. At the time, I saw two large, yellow-orange eyes like those of a massive creature. That's a useful clue. So, how exactly did you die back then? What was your body like? Peaceful, terrifyingly peaceful. I looked like I had just fallen asleep, Myrtle replied, her tone tinged with regret. I really wish I had died in a more grotesque way. That would have scared that awful girl even more. If only ID died as horribly as the Bloody Baron or Sir Nicholas. When Kaysen pressed her about the identity of the awful girl, Myrtle flatly refused. I'm not telling you her name. I hope she's long dead in some forgotten corner. I just want her name to vanish from this world entirely. Why are you asking all this? Myrtle turned the question back on him. To uncover the truth about your death, find the culprit, and protect the young wizards and witches who are here now, Kaysen explained. You're a good person, Myrtle said with a smile, staring intently at Kaysen. Your actions suit that face of yours. Thank you for the compliment. You're welcome, just like you complimented me. If you ever want to hear such unfiltered praise, feel free to come find me. When it was time to say goodbye, Kaysen was exceptionally polite and warm, almost turning back with every step as he left the bathroom. Of course, aside from the necessary farewell glances, his eyes never lingered anywhere in the bathroom for too long. Since the sign outside the restroom clearly read women, Kaysen realized his actions were already inappropriate. Yet, like a detective, he meticulously scanned every corner of the restroom, a behavior that was admittedly quite unusual. If only that guy were a wizard, then I wouldn't have to sit here staring at this damn blackboard, Kaysen muttered under his breath, slouching in the armchair. The next day, after class had ended, Kaysen gathered the draft papers scattered on the lectern. He carefully aligned the corners of the sheets and casually folded one into a reinforced paper airplane, which he effortlessly tossed into the trash can. Without missing a beat, he used ender teleportation and instantly appeared near Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. At Hogwarts, when it came to magical creatures, Professor Kettleburn was undeniably the foremost expert. However, he had a peculiar teaching style. He would cram all 5 years' worth of lessons into a single day and then spend the remaining 6 days traveling far and wide. As a result, he was often hard to track down. Fortunately, there was a second-best expert on magical creatures. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, Hagrid, wearing an apron, opened the door. I'm baking some rock cakes, come on in and have a taste. I'd be even happier if you took some with you, Hagrid said warmly, ushering Kaysen inside. Sitting on the couch and munching on a cake, Kaysen asked, Hagrid, do you know much about tires? Of course I do. Why do you ask? If you had to choose, would you rather eat a cake that tastes like tires or a tire that has the texture of cake? Hearing the question, Hagrid's face turned a bit red as he discreetly removed the plate of cakes from the coffee table. How about I get you something else? Maybe a treacle tart? Then I'll have a glass of milk instead. Of course, how could I forget the milk? After swapping the refreshments, Kaysen let out a sigh of relief, his thoughts drifting to last year's three-headed dog. He couldn't help but wonder if the creature's chew toys had been Hagrid's rock cakes. While the texture was certainly unique, at least the aroma wasn't bad. Well, another school year has begun, Hagrid said, sitting on the couch and gazing out the window. Honestly, I think the sunlight over the Black Lake feels brighter than ever. Hagrid, do you know of any magical creature with huge yellow eyes that can instantly kill without damaging the body? Kaysen asked, taking a tactical sip of his tea. Hagrid furrowed his brows, scratching his unruly hair as he thought for a moment. Yellow eyes, deadly in an instant, and leaves the body intact. There are only 2 creatures I know of that fit that description, a nundu and a basilisk. Both can kill with their eyes, but the victim has to look directly into them. Why are you asking about this? Kaysen rubbed his chin, deciding not to tell Hagrid about Voldemort's Horcrux resurgence just yet. Instead, he replied, I'm investigating the cause of death of Moaning Myrtle, the ghost from the abandoned bathroom on the 2nd floor of the castle. Oh, Hagrid suddenly grew uneasy. Why are you suddenly interested in that? That incident. I know a bit about it. Do you know how I got expelled from Hogwarts? Seeing Kaysen's curious look, Hagrid quickly added, let me be clear, I didn't kill anyone. I was framed. The person who accused me was a big deal Bacthena real star at the school, very famous. He took a sip of tea, as if to steady himself. Back then, Myrtle Warren died in that bathroom. When the school launched an investigation, that person reported to the school that it was my pet, Aragog, who did it, Hagrid said indignantly, biting into a rock cake. But that's impossible. First of all, Aragog promised me he wouldn't harm anyone. And even if he did, Warren's body wouldn't have been left intact. What's Aragog? Kaysen asked. He's an acromantulan A-type giant spider. He lives in the Forbidden Forest now. Kaysen sipped his tea, recalling the acromantula specimen he had seen in Snape's office. He thought to himself, Voldemort exposing the existence of acromantulas to the school might be the only good thing he's ever done. And then? Go on. Hagrid leaned back in his chair, his expression darkening. That's how it went. The Ministry of Magic didn't care about Warren's intact body. She was Muggle-born. Her parents knew nothing about the wizarding world. The Ministry just wanted to wrap things up quickly and reassure wizarding parents that Hogwarts was safe again. By the way, this happened ages ago. Why are you suddenly looking into it? Hagrid asked. Kaysen pulled out a small diamond pickaxe, chipping a piece off a rock cake and soaking it in milk. At first, I just wanted to find out what killed Myrtle. But now I have another reason. You want to clear your name of this baseless murder accusation? Oh, thank you, Kaysen. No problem. About the Nundu and the Basilisk, though, you have any detailed information on them? Or know which book might? They'll put together something for you later. Thanks a lot. Hagrid leaned forward, his hand large as a fan gently patting Kaysen on the shoulder. His voice carried a note of sincerity. I'm the one who should be thanking you. You're doing me a huge favor. I don't have magic as strong as yours, and my brain doesn't work as fast. While I can't help much in other areas, at least I know a thing or two about magical creatures. He paused for a moment before continuing. I can't just let you investigate the true culprit alone, trudging through the castle in wind and rain to clear my name, while I sit here eating rock cakes and sipping coffee. I know I might cause trouble in other ways, but for the things I can do, I have to step up. He added, of course, it's not entirely for you. You're just part of it. My main concern is for Moaning Myrtle, the victim, and the young wizards who might become victims too. Kaysen wanted to pat Hagrid's shoulder in response, but the coffee table got in the way. Instead, he reached over and gave Hagrid's large head, which was almost touching the table, a light pat. Hearing a rare tremor in Hagrid's voice, Kaysen wisely refrained from saying more and quietly left. After all, even a big guy like Hagrid deserved to keep some dignity. Back in his office, Kaysen picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the words Nundu and Basilisk on the blackboard. He stared at the board for a long time, but aside from straining his eyes, he got nowhere. Deciding to set the deductions aside for now, he tucked the chalk behind his ear and pulled a bottle of fermented grape juice from under his desk. As he rummaged through the cupboard for a wine glass, the red crystal ball on his desk suddenly lit up. He pressed it absent-mindedly, and the office door opened. This time, it was Neville who entered. He had wised up and was riding a broomstick that looked suspiciously like Harry's Nimbus 2000, gliding into the room at a leisurely pace. It wasn't as fast as a Quidditch player's speed, but it was far more efficient than walking. Hello, Professor, Neville greeted. Here for a lesson? Or is there something else? Kaysen instinctively reached for another glass to pour some fermented grape juice, but quickly realized it wasn't appropriate and swapped it for tea instead. After sitting down, Neville pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket and spread it out on the desk. I designed this for Harry. When he's playing Seeker, he has to wear both goggles and glasses, which is uncomfortable. I want to make him a pair of glasses that are windproof and won't fall off. Kaysen leaned in to examine the parchment. It was more of a concept sketch than a design, just a simple round frame drawing with a few notes about its intended effects. Good idea. Have you prepared the materials and runic design? On the back, Professor. Kaysen flipped the parchment over and took a look, nodding approvingly. Not bad. You've learned well. Neville scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Actually, I consulted the runes professor for help. Neville worked late into the night in his office, meticulously grinding crystals into lenses, casting the frames with mithril, and carefully assembling the pieces. Once the basic components were completed, he gently placed the semi-finished product into an elegant glasses case, stretching his sore back. All that remained was to enchant the lenses with the appropriate prescription magic and perform the deep-layer enchantments. I'll walk you back to the lounge. You don't want Filch catching you again and assigning more chores, Kaysen said, putting on his coat. As Neville rode his small broom to the door, Kaysen used an ender-like teleportation spell to appear beside him. As for the upcoming enchantments, I suggest you replan the runic symbols, Kaysen said seriously. Only work on them once a day, and tackle just a small section each time. Overextending your magic would have dire consequences, and Hermione won't let you hear the end of it. That kind of situation only ever happened to you, Professor, right? I should be fine, Neville replied lightheartedly. I'm not worried about Hermione punishing you. I'm concerned about the risks of magical exhaustion. I understand, Professor. As the two walked down the corridor, Kaysen's monocle suddenly flashed 3 words: magic, flesh, soul. He immediately grabbed the back of Neville's collar, pulling him behind him protectively as his wand materialized in his hand. In an instant, countless glowing stones illuminated the entire corridor. Who's there? Show yourself, Kaysen barked, but the corridor remained eerily empty. Stay here and don't move. Close your eyes, he instructed, summoning 4 iron golems to form a protective barrier around Neville. It might really be those 2 creatures Hagrid mentioned. Whatever happens, do not open your eyes. Kaysen narrowed his gaze and crept cautiously toward the corner. Both the Nundu and the Basilisk, as Hagrid had described, were lethal upon eye contact. As long as he avoided their gaze, he should be able to subdue them. However, the words, flesh and soul, unsettled him. Could Voldemort have possessed one of the creatures? Suddenly, a startled cry shattered his concentration. What the bloody hell is that? It was the voice of the Weasley twins. Close your eyes. I'm coming, Kaysen shouted, teleporting to the source of the commotion. The sight before him was alarming. One of the Weasley twins had already been petrified and lay on the ground as a statue, while the other was cowering in a corner, shielding his eyes with his arms, his wand firing curses wildly in all directions. "Weasley, stop!" Kaisen called out. "Professor Kaisen?" Fred lowered his arm, revealing his face adorned with a pair of exaggerated glasses. "George. Has he been petrified?" His voice trembled with worry as he glanced at his twin brother, now a lifeless statue on the floor. When Kaisen helped George up, he noticed the exaggerated glasses on George's face. Ignoring this detail for the moment, he quickly used his monocle to assess George's condition. Human, magic, rock. "Looks like he's still alive," Kaisen said. "Take George with us. Let's find Neville. He's here too." All right. Fred, visibly relieved to hear his brother was still alive, waved his wand to cast a levitation charm, causing George's body to float in the air as he followed closely behind Kaisen. Soon, the three of them reunited with Neville. After dealing with the Iron Golem, the group headed straight to the Gryffindor Tower. Kaisen clearly had no intention of tutoring Neville at the moment, and Neville wisely stayed silent. Once they woke up the fat lady in the portrait, one by one, they climbed into the common room. "Neville, go back to bed," Kaisen said. "Keep this matter to yourself for now. We'll talk about it in the morning." Neville hesitated, but eventually nodded, and quietly headed toward the staircase leading to the boys' dormitory. Kaisen placed George on the sofa and turned to Fred. "Who attacked you?" "George might have seen it." "I didn't." "And what's that thing on your faces?" Night vision glasses," Fred explained. "Using lumos while sneaking around makes it easy to get caught. Prepare to lose some house points." Kaisen rubbed his temples and, in the blink of an eye, vanished, leaving behind a faint trace of purple light. Fred was still in a daze when a loud rumble filled the room. Moments later, Kaisen reappeared in the common room with a groggy Dumbledore in tow. "Take a look, is this a petrification curse?" Dumbledore pulled out the Elder Wand and cast the counter curse for petrification on George. After a moment, he shook his head. "Strictly speaking, this isn't a petrification curse cast by a wizard." Hearing this, Fred, who had been about to drape the glasses over George's petrified statue, froze in terror, his face pale as he looked at the two of them. "Is he going to die?" "Don't worry. He's still alive. Madame Pomfrey can cure him," Dumbledore reassured. At this point, Kaisen took out a glass of milk, scrutinizing the petrified George closely. Noticing that George hadn't even had time to open his mouth before being turned to stone, Kaisen laid him flat on the sofa and began pouring milk into his ear. "Kaisen, what are you doing?" Dumbledore asked in disbelief. "This is alchemy. You wouldn't understand." "Don't interrupt me," Kaisen replied, focusing on his task. He began altering the milk's properties. Soon, the liquid milk transformed into a white light, which he slowly injected into George's chest. The next moment, George gasped awake. Cough, cough. I'm alive," he exclaimed, his face filled with lingering fear. Dumbledore quickly stepped forward, bypassing Kaisen's explanation, and asked directly, "What did you see?" "A giant snake." "Kaisen, you need to come with me." Dumbledore adjusted his slipping half-moon spectacles and reached out as if to pat Kaisen on the shoulder. Before Kaisen could finish his sentence, Dumbledore had already initiated his apparition. With a faint hum, the two of them disappeared from the spot instantly. "We're not losing any points, are we?" George asked, rubbing his nose, relieved to have narrowly avoided trouble. Before his words had fully landed, there was another loud hum. Professor Kaisen reappeared in the Gryffindor common room. "Gryffindor loses 100 points for you two sneaking out at night." With that, he casually grabbed the night vision goggles the twins had made and vanished once more. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked on in surprise as Kaisen pulled out a large blackboard from his ring in an instant. "It seems you're quite attached to this thing, though I am still puzzled as to how you managed to pull out such a massive blackboard." Kaisen had no intention of explaining after all. He couldn't reveal that his so-called Office 2.0 was essentially a massive ender chest, allowing him to retrieve items freely through the ring, or even transport people. "Don't focus on the details," Kaisen said, getting straight to the point. "We now have two key pieces of information. First, the hidden object I spotted in the corridor with the monocle was indeed a basilisk, and Voldemort is possessing it. This is confirmed by the soul-related keywords I saw. Second, enchanted lenses can partially counteract the basilisk's lethal gaze, but regular prescription glasses are ineffective. Moaning Myrtle is a prime example. Are you planning to give every young wizard a pair of glasses?" Dumbledore asked, raising an eyebrow. "And then let the basilisk petrify them, only for it to smash them to pieces with its tail?" Feeling slightly awkward, Kaisen wiped the glasses he was crafting by hand. "This is different. I've designed a special mechanism. The basilisk's eyes, are they a manifestation of death element concentration?" "Basilisks and Medusa are not the same," Dumbledore explained. A basilisk's gaze without malice isn't fatal, but one possessed by Tom is another matter entirely. No wonder I couldn't detect any death elements, Kaysen murmured, suddenly understanding. So the basilisk transmits death elements through its eyes? After Dumbledore confirmed this, Kaysen brought out an enchanting table and quickly inscribed runes onto the glasses, adding enchantments for magic resistance and delayed shattering. Dumbledore drew his wand and lightly tapped the glasses. Let's give it a duplication charm. The glasses immediately split into two pairs, one as the original and the other as its duplicate. Kaysen placed the primary pair of glasses on the table, his movements swift as he pulled a box from his pocket. Carefully, he placed the duplicate glasses inside, followed by arranging a comparator, redstone circuitry, a redstone torch, and a piston in order. The intricate mechanism sprang to life immediately. The comparator detected the items in the box, outputting a redstone signal that extinguished the redstone torch, leaving the piston motionless. In front of the piston, he set up a bubbling water mechanism using soul sand and dropped an ender pearl into it. The pearl bounced continuously in the turbulent water, pulsating as if it were alive. Kaysen believed this deathly element resembled the basilisk's deadly gaze. To ensure absolute success, he had deliberately taken the twins' night vision glasses, figured that layering two types of magic would increase the likelihood of achieving the desired effect. With one hand gripping the glasses and the other holding the death element synthesized earlier from chaos and life elements, Kaysen enthusiastically explained the mechanics of the setup to Dumbledore. Despite the complexity of the alchemical apparatus, Dumbledore, though clearly puzzled, maintained his composed demeanor, quietly observing. I know you don't understand. If you have any questions, just ask, Kaysen said bluntly, seeing through Dumbledore's confusion. What's the purpose of all this? Dumbledore inquired. Good question. Kaysen pointed to the primary glasses on the table. We're using the death element to simulate the basilisk's lethal gaze. As he spoke, he waved his hand, releasing a stream of death element energy. The moment the energy passed through the glasses' lenses, most of it was absorbed, and a second later, the glasses shattered with a loud crack. Simultaneously, the duplicate glasses in the box also broke apart. With no items left, the comparator ceased its signal output, reigniting the redstone torch, which activated the piston. The piston struck the ender pearl in the bubbling water with precision, shattering it. In a sharp snap, Kaysen instantly appeared at the location where the pearl had been destroyed. Got it? Kaysen asked expectantly, looking at Dumbledore. Dumbledore slowly pieced his thoughts together. You're planning to use this setup along with the specialized glasses to weaken the basilisk's deadly gaze, so it only petrifies its victims. Then, by triggering the device when the glasses shatter, you'll teleport the petrified student to a safe location within a second. Exactly. Kaysen nodded in confirmation. Dumbledore sank back into his chair, adjusted his glasses and murmured, Nicholas Flamel was right, I truly know nothing about alchemy. You've already said that once, Kaysen reminded him. I'm merely marveling every time I meet someone as exceptionally gifted as you. I can't help but admire the profound wonders of magic and life, Dumbledore said with a deep sigh. Indeed, I agree. Dumbledore elegantly sipped his cappuccino, his eyes glinting with wisdom. You're surprisingly honest, Kaysen said casually. It's one of my virtues. But hey, race the issue, the Ender Pearl only works for me. It's useless for anyone else. Dumbledore gave him a meaningful look. You're not planning to experiment on me, are you? Unless you'd rather I tested on a young wizard? Kaysen countered. In the end, Dumbledore sighed in resignation and agreed to the proposal. The two spent the entire night focused on modifying the teleportation mechanism of the Ender Pearl. They tried everything: enchantments, anvils, curses, and even various magical combinations, but to no avail. Finally, Kaysen had a sudden inspiration and decided to try a classic trope from ancient fantasy novels: binding the artifact with a drop of blood. To their surprise, the simple method worked. So, we wasted an entire night in the office over something so straightforward? Dumbledore remarked with a hint of humor. Shouldn't you be the last person to say that? Kaysen grumbled, gulping down a restorative potion. A sly glimmer appeared in Dumbledore's eyes. Looking at you now, perhaps we should line a room with cushions to prevent injuries. I could make the device smaller and teleport them straight to their beds, Kaysen replied. As long as their petrified poses aren't too ridiculous, then I'll leave it to you. Make a prototype so we can demonstrate it for the students, Dumbledore said. And we'll need some stylish glasses. You know how image-conscious young wizards can be. They wouldn't wear ugly glasses even in the face of death. Before he could finish, Kaysen quickly interrupted. That's your responsibility. Glasses made with transfiguration magic tend to clash with enchantments. They'll have to be crafted with alchemy. Ah, but I know nothing about alchemy, Dumbledore said kindly. Would you really burden a poor professor who's wholly devoted to education? With Dumbledore's approval, Kaysen immediately used the Ender Pearl to teleport back to his office. Along the way, he picked up a complete student roster from Professor McGonagall. As he glanced at the long list of names, He couldn't help but sigh at the daunting task of creating so many teleportation devices. While pondering his next steps, his gaze landed on two mysterious golems playing near his desk. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. By evening, Kaysen strolled into the castle's great hall, holding an opaque thermos in his hand. Most of the young wizards had already gathered, and Dumbledore was busy at the alchemy station, sparks flying as he crafted glasses. Next, Dumbledore called out briskly after finishing a pair of glasses. Standing behind him, Kaysen joined Snape in observing the rare sight. "This is quite a spectacle," Snape commented with his signature sneer. "As part of Hogwarts, I must say it's delightful to see our esteemed headmaster Dumbledore recapturing the energy of his youth. Severus, if you're really that bored, could you stop with the snide remarks?" Dumbledore said, his attention focused on the alchemy station as he briefly glanced at the hall packed with young wizards. "This place is so crowded even house elves can't squeeze in. How about grabbing me something to drink?" Snape's gaze fell on the thermos in Kaysen's hand. "Are you dissatisfied with it?" Not exactly," Kaysen replied, initially intending to decline politely. However, something amusing crossed his mind, and he handed the thermos to Snape, who then passed it along to Dumbledore. Dumbledore unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and fell silent. A moment later, he snapped his fingers, and the liquid inside the cup ignited with a pale blue flame. He turned to look behind him, as if confirming his suspicions. "You're here?" "No, actually, you might not believe this, but I'm just the lookalike younger brother of Professor Kaysen. I know nothing about alchemy." "Well then, let me demonstrate how to use this teleportation device for the young wizards," Kaysen said, conjuring a pair of glasses with a quick motion. Enchanting them with a spell, he stepped onto the platform. "Students, has Headmaster Dumbledore informed you of the purpose of this mission? There's a basilisk lurking in the shadows of Hogwarts Castle. These glasses will be your lifeline if you encounter it, used in combination with this little gadget." He surveyed the students below. "Mr. Morgan, come up and assist me with the demonstration." Morgan climbed up onto the platform with agility. "It's an honor, Professor. I'll need a drop of your blood," Kaysen said. Morgan deftly rubbed his fingers together, casting a cutting spell to create a small wound on his fingertip. He smeared his blood onto an ender pearl and immediately healed the wound with a counterspell. "Don't worry, kids, this is a step everyone will have to take unless you happen to have a nosebleed today," Kaysen said as he placed the now-bonded ender pearl into a bubbling potion. He then handed the handmade glasses to Snape. "Could you replicate a pair for me?" In no time, the original glasses and a replica appeared in Kaysen's hands. He placed the replica in the teleportation device's compartment and explained in detail, "These glasses are enchanted with composite magic. They can transform the basilisk's deadly gaze into a reversible petrification effect thanks to the Weasley twins, who originally designed this spell for their nighttime escapades. Another layer of magic causes the glasses to shatter upon absorbing dark magic, triggering the replica glasses in the box to break as well, which activates the teleportation mechanism. If you're petrified, the bonded ender pearl will teleport you back." "Understood?" The young wizards nodded in unison. "Good. Let's test it out," Kaysen said, placing Morgan's setup in the corner and casting a dark spell on the glasses. "It might hurt a little, but you shouldn't feel anything once you're petrified. Now, those of you who've finished making your glasses, come to me. I'll adjust the device and enchant your glasses." With that, Kaysen set up a small table in the hall and began his work. Kaysen swiftly completed the enchantment work on the glasses. He placed the ender pearl, stained with the young wizard's blood, into the miniature teleporter and stored the pre-enchanted replica glasses from Snape into a box. Carefully, he positioned the device securely by the bedside and gave the young wizard detailed instructions. "You must wear the glasses at all times. There's no need to take them off unless absolutely necessary." As he spoke, he added a binding curse. "This will make them feel as comfortable as if you weren't wearing them. You can keep them on while bathing or sleeping. They even have a built-in cleaning spell, so you won't need to wipe them." "Professor, when can I take them off?" the young wizard asked. "After we deal with that basilisk." Next. Time passed, and Kaysen's mechanical movements became increasingly numbed by repetition until a familiar figure sat down in front of him. Harry Potter, unlike the other wizards who came for custom glasses from Dumbledore, brought his old pair, the same style his father had worn, and handed them to Snape. The potions master, with a force strong enough to crush a troll's skull, cast the duplication spell before handing the glasses back to Harry. Kaysen noticed the worn-out glasses, but shifted his gaze to Neville, who was waiting in line. "Wouldn't you prefer a new pair?" Kaysen asked. Neville, sensing the attention, hesitated for a moment before summoning the courage to pull out a pair of glasses he'd crafted specifically for Harry. "This is my gift to you," Neville said, standing beside Harry with a hint of shyness in his voice. "It may not compare to Professor Dumbledore's work. No, it's very special. I don't want it to become a casualty." Harry carefully placed the glasses into a finely transfigured case. Seeing Neville's hesitation, Kaysen spoke up. A handmade gift from Neville could save your life. Isn't that worth it? Harry touched the glasses in his pocket, glanced at Neville, and finally decided to take them out and approach Snape. This time, the potion's master uncharacteristically softened his movements. When Harry retrieved the glasses, he noticed Neville had already moved to the back of the line. Harry patted the shoulder of the student behind him and followed Neville to the end of the queue. On the steps, Ron and Hermione sat side by side, both wearing their new glasses. Each had a glass of lemonade in front of them, with 2 unopened bottles resting at their feet. Ron took a sip, his expression lighting up with realization. So that's why Professor Kaisenxis had Neville learn alchemy early so he could make a gift for Harry. Do you think we'll get gifts from Neville too? What do you think he'd give me? Hermione asked. Maybe something you already have, Ron replied. How about I write a Neville-themed Christmas card this year? Ron hesitated as he spoke. Actually, never mind. He quickly changed his mind. I don't have anything good enough to give Neville, so I won't write one. Honestly, I'd be happy with anything Neville gives me. Oh, Ron, that's going to hurt Neville's feelings. Hermione immediately interjected, her tone full of concern. Trust me, Neville would really like to know what sort of gifts you enjoy. Otherwise, think about attracting his brain for ideas. Every Christmas Eve must be exhausting. Ron placed his glass of lemonade on the floor and rested his chin on his hands, thinking for a moment. You're right. Do you think Neville would like a complete set of chocolate frog cards? That's about the only decent thing I could give him. Neville is just like you'll all be happy with whatever you give him. Trust me. Time flew by, and Kaisenxis finished adjusting the teleportation devices for the last young wizard. Stretching with a big yawn, he prepared for the next task. The professors, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick were already wearing glasses, which made the adjustments relatively smooth. The difference was that the professor's glasses didn't have binding curses applied to them. They had enough judgment to distinguish between aesthetics and life safety. Halfway through the adjustments, Professor Sprout, who had already been taken care of, suddenly returned. She was holding a pair of glasses and a small vial. These belong to Lockhart. He's too afraid to come see you himself, so he asked me to bring them along with his blood sample. Her tone carried a hint of exasperation. Good grief, is he a child? Kaisenxis muttered as he adjusted Lockhart's device and applied a binding curse to his glasses. Though Lockhart was mediocre at magic, vain, and prone to stealing others' glory, he wasn't vile enough to deserve severe punishment. Besides, Lockhart had toned down significantly these days. His classes were less flamboyant, and whenever he encountered Kaisenxis, he either took a detour or flashed a sheepish grin. Well, he's more human now than he was back in Diagon Alley, Kaisenxis remarked, handing the adjusted glasses and device to Professor Sprout. Give these to him, and pass along a message from me. I am not some man-eating monster. He doesn't need to avoid me like the plague. Though, to be fair, I've occasionally thought about planting him in a pot next to the mandrakes. Next up was Filch. Kaisenxis noticed that Filch's glasses were different from the other professors. They looked like discarded, broken frames that had been clumsily repaired with glue, the white adhesive still visible. Perhaps too embarrassed to ask a professor for help, Filch had resorted to this awkward DIY fix. Seeing Filch looking slightly uneasy, Kaisenxis pulled out a piece of parchment and a quill from his pocket. Sketch out the style of glasses you like, and it'll make you a proper pair. Thank you, Filch murmured quietly as he hesitantly took the quill. At last, after completing everyone's teleportation devices, Kaisenxis returned to his office. Taking out a fresh piece of parchment and his quill, he said to himself, time to design a new look for myself, or rather, a new pair of glasses. The second-floor corridor of Hogwarts. A massive, slimy, and slippery basilisk slithered out through a pipe opening, its forked tongue flicking incessantly. Within its mind, Tom had already locked onto a Targeta, young wizard hopping around in wizard robes paired with jeans, clearly identifiable as a muggle-born. Although the basilisk's deadly gaze had recently been thwarted by a pair of glasses reflecting its power, Tom had devised a new strategy this time. Even if this young wizard wore glasses, it wouldn't matter. At worst, the basilisk's tail could smash the wizard into pieces, serving as a grim warning of Tom's impending return. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. The young wizard was petrified. Just as Tom was about to command the basilisk's tail to deliver the fatal blow, a low hum resonated through the air, and the petrified wizard vanished into thin air, leaving not a trace behind. The basilisk let out a confused hiss. The scene shifts to the alchemy classroom. Professor, where are your glasses? Fred asked. Aren't they right here? Sitting on the bridge of my nose, Kaisenxis replied calmly. But Professor, Meyer said with a hint of grievance, didn't you say yesterday that when faced with a choice between aesthetics and survival, you choose survival? The moment I got my glasses, they were cursed and bound to me. Who said I didn't choose survival? Kaisenxis' words had barely left his mouth when a faint blue glow briefly shimmered across his eyes before vanishing. Professor, why don't we have that? Oh please, Kaisenxis scoffed. Even Dumbledore doesn't get this kind of treatment. Now, let's move on to the next question. Switching gears, Kaysen added, however, if all of you manage to achieve an E on this month's exam, I might share some content that could easily land someone in Azkaban. The entire classroom erupted with excitement. Jordan and George positioned themselves at the front and back doors, carefully checking the corridor to ensure no one was around before shutting the doors. Professor, go on. We promise not to tell anyone, Fred said eagerly. Spare me. When has any lesson of mine not leaked out? Kaysen clearly didn't trust them. He immediately ordered everyone to stand up and confiscated all recording devices, everything from magical cameras to enchanted crystal recorders, leaving no stone unturned. Once the inspection was complete, Kaysen stood at the podium with a cheerful smile. You've mastered the use of mystical puppets, right? After receiving confident nods from the students, he handed out bottles filled with milk and then retrieved a wailing, enchanted cube. Placing the cube at the center of the classroom in its shape, he added 3 wither skeleton skulls on top. Instantly, the souls in tea transformed into a pitch-black skeleton, composed only of a spine and ribs. 3 pitch-black skulls floated eerily in the air, their gaping mouths emitting spine-chilling shrieks. Kaysen moved swiftly, skillfully constructing a cage of obsidian and iron bars to trap the terrifying creature known as the Wither. This is called a Wither. Cool, isn't it? Kaysen turned to face the young wizards. Cool as it may be, I can't let you have it. This thing is way too dangerous to be fooled by how calm it looks now. Once it fully awakens, the first thing it'll do is obliterate every living thing around it. He sipped from his thermos of oolong tea and continued. I'm showing it to you so I can teach you how to make protective charms. Professor, are you saying something this terrifying can be used as a protective charm? Angelina asked incredulously, staring at the Wither, which continued to wail inside the cage. Of course not the original version, Kaysen replied. I'll give you some smaller, less potent materials to create miniature withers. Due to their lack of energy, they won't fully awaken. Unless, he added sternly, they manage to absorb energy by preying on undead creatures like zombies, dementors, or even ordinary ghosts. So I strongly advise you not to remove their restraints. Their shrieks, while inaudible to humans, are like nails on a chalkboard to undead creatures, he emphasized. And one more thing. Never combine all the original materials to create a fully formed wither. Unless, of course, you'd like to join me on a vacation to Azkaban. Professor, about this big one you've made? George raised his hand to ask. At that moment, a familiar, aged voice spoke from behind Kaysen, which is why I asked you to lock the front and back doors. This lesson is for us Alanino outsiders. Dumbledore had appeared in the classroom without anyone noticing. Gently placing a hand on Kaysen's shoulder, he said, Kaysen, come with me for a moment. But first, deal with this creature. Oh, of course. Kaysen turned stiffly. T? I don't mind sharing with you. Handle this first. Kaysen quickly constructed a new cage out of obsidian, guiding in crystals into it one by one. Soon, he retrieved a glowing nether star from inside. Would you like it? It's yours. No, thank you. Keep it, Dumbledore replied. In an instant, they were in the headmaster's office. Before Kaysen could ask anything, Dumbledore explained, Colin Creevey, while his roommate was playing wizard chess in their dormitory, Colin was suddenly petrified and transported back to his bed. Kaysen immediately cast a spell, streams of white light flowing from his hands and merging into Colin's body. As the boy regained consciousness and saw Kaysen instead of the terrifying serpent, he let out a sigh of relief. Moments later, he threw himself into Kaysen's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Kaysen and Dumbledore spent quite some time calming Colin down. It wasn't until Dumbledore called Colin's friends back that the boy gradually settled, put on his new glasses, and followed his companions back to the Gryffindor Tower. Well, at least the situation is still under control for now, Dumbledore said calmly, sitting behind his desk. No wonder you're the headmaster of EE got nerves of steel, Kaysen said, giving Dumbledore a thumbs up. I know you're being sarcastic. Put that thumb away, Dumbledore replied. Kaysen nodded in agreement, but then quickly flashed a middle finger instead. Dumbledore picked up a piece of parchment covered in notes from his desk. I've been researching Hogwarts history recently, particularly focusing on the basilisk that's been around for nearly 70 years. Interestingly, its history predates even Professor Bin's teaching career. Kaysen carefully read through the information Dumbledore had compiled. The records drew from various sources, including Hogwarts history, magical history, and folklore. They revealed that this story could be traced back to the time of the Hogwarts founder, specifically Salazar Slytherin, who built a secret chamber within the castle. Legend had it that only Slytherin's heir could open the chamber, claim the treasure within, and purge all impure bloodlines. Slytherin's house emblem is a serpent, so this theory makes sense, Kaysen analyzed. So Voldemort possessed Lockhart at the time, and had him place the diary in the Chamber of Secrets. After leaving Lockhart's body, his soul was drawn to the Horcrux and ended up inhabiting the so-called Slytherin treasure, the basilisk. Dumbledore took another piece of parchment from the bookshelf and handed it to Kaisen. Now we need to locate the Chamber of Secrets. This is a list of prominent living Slytherin members. Perhaps they might know something. Kaisen glanced at the list and sighed. I know everyone on here, but we're only casual acquaintances. Their descendants aren't the target of Slytherin's heir, so I doubt they'd be willing to share such a secret. From the elder Slughorn, whom Kaisen had met briefly at a Ministry of Magic banquet, and even received a vial of Felix Felicis from to the younger Snape, who, despite his stern demeanor, genuinely cared about student safety and had reacted strongly when Draco insulted Hermione as a mudblood. None seemed likely to harbor such animosity toward Muggle-born witches and wizards. Tom has completely lost his mind. He doesn't even spare purebloods anymore, Kaisen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Oh, the Weasley family is pureblood too? Dumbledore asked. In the mainstream view of the wizarding world, yes, Kaisen replied. The Weasley family's exemplary parenting is indeed a model for other pureblood families to follow. If all pureblood families adopted even half of the Weasleys' educational philosophy, the future of the wizarding world would undoubtedly be brighter. Though Dumbledore had long since stepped away from teaching, he still retained the meticulousness characteristic of a professor. He quickly steered the conversation back on track. I've already instructed Hagrid to purchase a large number of roosters, as they are the natural enemies of the basilisk. Kaisen interjected. Are you familiar with Muggle gramophones? While Hogwarts interferes with electromagnetic signals, old-fashioned record players should still work fine. Besides, from a cost perspective, buying roosters is indeed more practical. Are there any other matters to discuss? Dumbledore was about to move on to the topic of professors creating dangerous alchemical creatures when he suddenly remembered an unresolved matter between himself and Kaisen. Sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, Kaisen quickly excused himself, practically fleeing back to the alchemy office. He let out a long sigh of relief and then pressed a glowing red crystal orb on his desk. Neville leisurely flew in on a broomstick, having already delivered a gift to Harry earlier. Given that binding the glasses might take considerable time, he figured it was better to deliver it in advance rather than risk missing the opportunity. This time, Neville brought up a new concern. Ron has been using an old wand passed down from his relatives, and it doesn't work well for him. I'd like to help him. Kaisen, lounging on the sofa, noticed a small detail. It's not just Ron's wand, your wand looks rather worn too. The Longbottom family's financial situation should be much better than the Weasleys. Care to explain why? Neville gripped his wand tightly, his voice a little strained. This was my father's wand. I don't want to lose it. My condolences. He's not dead, Neville explained awkwardly. He's just at St. Mungo's hospital, mentally unwell. I'm not sure how to comfort you on this. Kaisen paused. What happened to them? I don't know. Neville shook his head. Kaisen didn't press further, and instead pulled out a book that shimmered with light. If you want to help Ron get a wand that suits him, it's simple. This enchanted book contains loyalty magic. Ron can use it to enchant his wand. Of course, you could do it for him with a few minor adjustments. A glimmer of hope appeared in Neville's eyes. Could I sneak his wand out at night to do it? Thunk. Kaisen unceremoniously flicked Neville on the forehead. Professor, why did you hit me? Neville asked, rubbing his head. Colin Creevey was just petrified by the basilisk. It's not even safe in broad daylight, and you're thinking about sneaking around at night. But there's the life-saving teleportation device you designed, Neville protested. Kaisen sighed in exasperation. Then let's hope that when it finds you, it uses its eyes to kill you and doesn't decide to swallow you whole instead. In Professor Kaisen's office, Neville was noticeably more confident than he had been in his first year. Grinning cheekily, he jokingly begged the professor for mercy, looking every bit the troublemaker. Kaisen handed him an enchanted book and said, This is today's lesson study why this book ensures loyalty from objects to their holder. Remember to write a paper, either 10 feet or 5,000 words your choice. Kaisen lounged casually on the sofa, his legs crossed. Suddenly, the red crystal ball on the desk lit up. Without missing a beat, he tossed the book in his hand accurately toward it. At that moment, the office door swung open. Harry stood in the doorway, gazing from afar at Neville, who was engrossed in his studies, and Professor Kaisen, who looked utterly relaxed. Harry couldn't help but regret lending his flying broomstick to Neville in a moment of carelessness just 10 minutes earlier. The thought made him want to disappear on the spot, but he knew life had to go on. Kaisen glanced briefly in Harry's direction after finishing a magazine. By the time he was halfway through a second one, Harry, now wearing the silver-rimmed glasses Neville had gifted him, finally appeared in front of Kaisen, drenched in sweat. You're in good shape befitting of a seeker, Kaisen remarked as he poured Harry a cup of tea. Harry downed the tea in one gulp, still catching his breath as he said, Thanks, Professor. This morning, I went to the library to return some books, and on my way back, I heard a strange noise. It sounded like it was coming from inside the walls. Take your time. Explain it slowly, Kaisen said, setting aside his magazine before turning to Neville. Neville, focus on your studies. No eavesdropping. Professor, that sound wasn't just noisy, it spoke, Harry said, lifting his head and taking a deep breath. It said a lot about you. Neville began to look up, but was promptly hit on the head by a flying cube. Go on, Kaysen prompted. What exactly did it say? And why did it stop? It said, what is this? Spatial magic? Alchemy? It's alchemy. Just a few decades? Alchemy, and I don't recognize it anymore? Damn alchemy. Damn Kaysen Heath. This must be his doing. I can't remember the exact sequence, and the voice wasn't very clear. Kaysen scratched his chin awkwardly. Where exactly did you hear this strange voice? In the third-floor corridor of Hogwarts, Harry replied. The third-floor corridor? Was it one of the ghosts? Kaysen asked, looking puzzled. But I don't recall having any issues with the ghosts. Even Peeves greets me when he sees me. Harry carefully recalled and described the peculiar sound to Professor Kaysen in detail. Professor, the sound's location was very strange. I kept changing positions. Sometimes it came from the ceiling of the third-floor corridor, other times from inside the walls, and it even seemed to be under the floor at times. Professor Kaysen appeared deep in thought, clearly puzzled by this phenomenon, which seemed to fall outside his realm of expertise. Muttering to himself, he said, why would it disappear? What's going on here? Suddenly, a realization struck him: neither his alchemical creations nor the dormant iron golems could vanish without a trace. Harry, Kaysen asked urgently, when exactly did you hear the sound? And what was the sequence of its movement? After thinking carefully, Harry replied, it was around 9 in the morning, more precisely at about 9:40. The sound first came from the second-floor corridor, then moved through the floor, the left wall, the ceiling, the right wall, and finally back to the floor before it disappeared. Stay right here, Kaysen instructed before teleporting away with an ender-like swiftness. Just as Neville was about to look up and ask what was happening, Kaysen suddenly reappeared behind him, delivering a swift justice from above and sternly saying, I knew you'd zone out, focus on your studies. After dealing with Neville, Kaysen immediately teleported to the headmaster's office. The room was empty, save for the portraits of past headmasters on the walls, most of whom were dozing off. Kaysen moved toward a cabinet in the corner, but just as he was about to search it, a soft cough caught his attention. He looked around but saw nothing and continued rummaging. Another cough. I'm up here, a voice said. Kaysen looked up and realized it was the Sorting Hat speaking. After a brief exchange with the hat, Kaysen turned to find Dumbledore watching him with an amused smile. Without missing a beat, Kaysen nonchalantly slipped the bottle of liquor he had found into his ring and changed the subject. What time was Colin Creevey sent back to his bed today? He asked. 9:38, Dumbledore replied. That time clicked everything into place for Kaysen. He immediately laid out his analysis of the situation to Dumbledore. The sound Harry had heard was likely the basilisk moving through the pipes of Hogwarts. The timing perfectly matched Colin's disappearance. Kaysen even praised Voldemort's cunning, noting that he had managed to distinguish between spatial magic and alchemy using a serpent's senses. Dumbledore fell into quiet contemplation. On a suggestion from the Sorting Hat, Kaysen refrained from interrupting him. About half a minute later, Dumbledore stood, took down the Sorting Hat, and asked if it would be willing to sort someone special, someone who hadn't received an acceptance letter. After receiving a positive response, Kaysen sat down on the sofa in the corner of the office. With great care, he dusted off the Sorting Hat and solemnly placed it on his head. The Sorting Hat whispered softly on Kaysen's head. Before it could announce the result, Dumbledore swiftly removed it and placed it back on the shelf. With a meaningful smile, the headmaster looked at Kaysen. I need a damn explanation. The Sorting Hat and I were getting along just fine. Who are you? A meddlesome old wizard, to interfere. Kaysen grumbled in frustration. Because you're not ready yet. Trust me, you will be soon, Dumbledore replied calmly. Then, he shifted the topic. You want to know if the voice Harry heard could be from a basilisk, or perhaps from Tom controlling one? Kaysen glanced thoughtfully at the Sorting Hat on the shelf, silently calculating how to grab it at some point. On the surface, however, he maintained a serious demeanor. Magic is vast and mysterious. Such a thing should be possible, right? Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Indeed. Take Parseltongue, for example. Understanding snakes? Kaysen asked. Not just understanding, Dumbledore explained. Speaking the language of snakes and even commanding them. Kaysen chuckled lightly. Harry should be thrilled. That's quite the unique talent. Not necessarily, Dumbledore said with a grave expression. Parseltongue is one of the marks of Salazar Slytherin. Since his time, every known Parselmouth has become a powerful dark wizard. Harry must understand the importance of keeping this secret. That's just survivor bias, Kaysen thought to himself. Too bad no one in the wizarding world teaches statistics. Watching Dumbledore rise from his seat, Kaysen followed suit. I'm going to check the corridor Harry mentioned. Perhaps I can trace their hiding place through the pipes, Dumbledore said. gesturing toward the corner cabinet. If you'd like, feel free to take a few more bottles. Really? Kaisen asked, surprised. Of course, as long as you're okay with me deducting it from your paycheck in advance. Back in his office, Kaisen stretched out with a long yawn. Harry was lounging on the sofa, munching on a bag of chips, while poor Neville was buried in his studies, balancing a massive rune dictionary in one hand and flipping through an enchantment book with the other, his face twisted in confusion as he tried to decipher the use of runic symbols. Professor, how did it go? Harry asked, setting the chips aside. Nothing major, Kaisen replied. The voice you heard is probably from a basilisk. In other words, you're a parcel mouth. Neville nearly dropped his quill in shock, his wide eyes darting to Harry. That can't be right. Harry's a parcel mouth? Kaisen casually pushed Neville's head back down to his book while teasing Harry. Throughout history, nearly every recorded Parselmouth has been a notorious dark wizard from Slytherin, starting with Salazar Slytherin himself and ending with the most recent Voldemort. Without exception, Harry slumped on the sofa, his entire body as if his spine had been removed, and his eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. He kept mumbling to himself, repeating the words, "I am a dark wizard," his voice filled with self-doubt and fear. Who said you're a dark wizard? Kaisen reached out and ruffled Harry's hair. It's just that you happen to share some traits with a few famous dark wizards, that's all. Harry remained lost in his own world, endlessly repeating those words, occasionally interspersed with sobs and cries of, "I don't want to be a dark wizard." Is he like this in the dormitory too? Kaisen turned to Neville. No, Professor, Neville replied earnestly. He only acts this way around you. I think it's kind of like how Ron acts spoiled around his dad at home. It's a sign of closeness. Kaisen rubbed his temples. Well, thank you, Harry, for letting me experience what it's like to be a dad 5 years after graduating from Manchester. Professor, what should I do? Harry suddenly looked up, his gaze searching Kaisen's face as if he had found a lifeline. Kaisen's expression grew serious. This is something you can only share with your closest friends. They'll do everything they can to comfort and support you. But if others find out, it'll become something they use against you. Professor, why does your expression look so strange? Harry noticed a fleeting odd look on Kaisen's face. Oh, it's nothing. Kaisen waved it off. Just remembered something annoying. Earlier in the headmaster's office, I tried to get the sorting hat to resort me, but Dumbledore interrupted. That old bumblebee completely useless. Really? Harry and Neville, who had been focused on his homework, both looked up simultaneously. Let's not talk about that. Did you remember everything I just told you? Kaisen shifted the topic. Harry nodded, though he still seemed a bit dazed. As he left, he even forgot to ask Neville to join him for broomstick flying, clearly still preoccupied with their earlier conversation. Professor, these two symbols seem strange to me, Neville said after Harry had gone, pointing to something on his paper. Kaisen picked up a magazine and leaned back comfortably on the sofa. This is why you need to study. The runes and dictionaries and how they're actually used can be quite different. The paper still needs to be 10 feet long or 5,000 words. If it's good enough, it might even get published in the European Journal of Alchemy. Professor, Neville hesitated. I kind of want to die. Don't say such nonsense. All in all, Harry managed to keep his Parseltongue ability a well-guarded secret, and when Kaisen woke up the next morning, there were no rumors circulating about it. In the Gryffindor dormitory, the relentless academic pressure had driven Neville to seek help from Madame Pomfrey for some hair-growing potion. The young Gryffindor lion lived up to his house's reputation for bravery, not only acquired the hair potion, but also casually took a bottle of draught of living death. Back in the dormitory, he wasted no time in putting Ron into a deep sleep. With Ron's battered wand in one hand and Harry's broomstick in the other, Neville hurried to the alchemy classroom. Initially, Kaisen had planned to save these gifts for Christmas, but since Harry had already received his new glasses early, and Ron's ill-matched wand was a pressing concern, he decided to give the gifts ahead of time. In the classroom, Neville stood at the enchanting station, meticulously engraving a loyalty enchantment onto Ron's wand. Meanwhile, Kaisen was busy in his office workspace, constructing a magical ritual platform out of arcane stone bricks and steps made from a combination of stone and magical crystals. And what about Hermione? What are you planning to give her? Kaisen asked. I saw her Christmas card. She mentioned wanting a pet, Neville explained. That's not something alchemy can handle. I thought about making her a little enchanted puppet, like those everyone gets in 3rd year, but those things are cold and lifeless. I don't think Hermione would like it. When I have some free time, I can go with you to Diagon Alley to pick out a gift for Hermione, Kaisen suggested, while pointing his wand at the completed ritual platform. In an instant, the platform transformed into a massive arcane infusion altar, with a black cube at its center radiating light through its seams. Done! They exclaimed in unison. However, Neville was clearly baffled by the enormous contraption before him. Merlin's beard, Professor. What is this thing? Not sure what it's for yet, Kaisen replied, taking Ron's now enchanted wand from Neville. Oh, Neville, could you head over to the elemental canister machine and bring me all the filled canisters? He examined the wand in his hand. This wand has clearly been through some tough times. He discreetly tucked his own wand into his sleeve, as if worried it might be intimidated by Ron's battle-scarred wand. Let's see willow wood, unicorn hair. I don't have any willow wood here, Kaysen muttered with a frown. Neville, hang tight for a moment. He'll step out and grab some. With that, he left the office, leaving Neville alone with at least 30 elemental canisters. Kaysen made his way to the Whomping Willow, moving stealthily like an experienced thief. Once he reached the tree, he swiftly drew a diamond blade and cleanly cut off a small willow branch before teleporting back to the office. Impressive efficiency, Kaysen remarked upon seeing that Neville had already moved all the elemental canisters. Using the levitation charm to carry 2 at a time, it should have taken a few minutes, but you finished so quickly. Neville skillfully waved his wand and recited an incantation. Over 30 elemental jars immediately rose into the air, floating neatly in place. Is this the level of magic a second-year student is supposed to have? Kaysen asked in astonishment. It took me a long time to learn, Neville replied shyly. Kaysen gave him a few genuine compliments before assigning him the task of placing candles beneath the enchantment platform. These candles would enhance the platform's stability and reduce the risk of enchantment failure. Meanwhile, Kaysen focused on repairing Ron's old wand, carefully breaking down the Whomping Willow's branches into fine wood fibers. By the way, Neville, where's your own wand? Kaysen asked casually. Neville, who was arranging candles under the glass floor, froze for a moment. I haven't enchanted my own wand. I thought maybe one day, when my parents recover, I could return it to them. They're at St. Mungo's? Yes. In the afternoon, Neville left the office in a hurry, probably because he hadn't controlled the dosage of Ron's potion well, and its effects were wearing off quickly. Kaysen took a roll of black silk from the cabinet and placed it on the enchantment platform, preparing to enchant it to make some clothing. However, the platform suddenly exploded. How embarrassing, I actually forgot to light the candles, Kaysen muttered awkwardly as he tidied his hair. He rebuilt the enchantment platform and took out a new roll of silk. By evening, Kaysen headed to the Great Hall for dinner. Along the way, the young wizards he passed all gave him peculiar smiles. Carniel, is there something strange on my back? He asked, stopping one of the students. Carniel shook his head. No, Professor, there's nothing. Kaysen took off his wizard's robe to inspect it carefully, but found nothing unusual. Puzzled, he entered the Great Hall, only to find that both students and professors were giving him odd smiles. Dumbledore, what's going on? Has the Ministry found out I taught students how to create withers? Are they coming to take me to Azkaban? Of course not, Dumbledore replied with a smile, but offered no further explanation. Soon, Professor McGonagall walked in carrying the Sorting Hat, followed by the Weasley twins, who were carrying a stool. Hogwarts accepts transfer students now? Kaysen asked again. You'll find out in a moment, McGonagall replied. She directed the twins to place the stool in the center of the Great Hall, then pulled a parchment from her pocket and cleared her throat to announce, the sorting ceremony will now begin. Kaysen Heath. Kaysen looked at Dumbledore in confusion, who merely gave him a playful wink. I said we weren't ready yet. Not that you couldn't be sorted. You clearly said I wasn't ready, Kaysen muttered under his breath. Same thing. Off you go now, Dumbledore urged with a smile. Reluctantly, Kaysen walked toward Professor McGonagall. As he sat down, he whispered, You really should have consulted me first. This is so embarrassing. Think of it as a surprise, McGonagall said as she gently placed the sorting hat on his head. Hufflepuff, the hat announced loudly. The Great Hall erupted into thunderous applause. Professor Sprout stood gracefully, made 2 formal bows toward the students of all 4 houses, and then turned to the faculty table. Kaysen awkwardly stood up, intending to place the sorting hat back on the stool and slip away, but Professor Sprout stopped him. She reached into her pocket and pulled out an elegant brooch crafted from obsidian and gold. Here, try this on. Kaysen took the brooch and pinned it to his chest. It looks great. Glad you like it. Professor Sprout nodded and turned to the Hufflepuff table. Welcome your new housemate. At that moment, Kaysen had a sudden sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the entire Hufflepuff table surged toward him. Just as he considered making a run for it, the Weasley twins grabbed him. Wait, aren't you 2 in Gryffindor? Kaysen asked, bewildered. The twins exchanged a grin. Doesn't matter. Tonight, we're all Hufflepuff. That statement seemed to flip a switch. Students from other houses joined the celebration. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw participated wholeheartedly, while only the Slytherins who took alchemy joined in. Professor, do you know what's about to happen? Cedric asked, suddenly appearing beside Kaysen with an arm around his shoulder, a knowing look on his face. You're not planning to toss me in the air like after a Quidditch victory, are you? Cedric flashed his signature dazzling smile. Oh, you'll see. You're not serious. Oh ho ho ho. The crowd roared. Dumbledore. I oh my bloody what this is insane. At the faculty table, Snape glanced at the mithril and emerald brooch in his hand, awkwardly trying to slip it back into his pocket. Professor McGonagall, meanwhile, held a golden brooch set with rubies in one hand and a silver, one inlaid with lapis lazuli in the other. Severus, I recall you made a brooch as well, didn't you? No, you're mistaken, Snape replied, shaking his head. Oh, come now. Still so reserved after all these years, Professor Flitwick said as he used a charm to summon the brooch from Snape's pocket and handed it to McGonagall. Professor McGonagall held the Slytherin pin delicately and said in a gentle tone, if Carson realized he didn't have a Slytherin pin, he might think you have something against him. He'll take this over to him. Snape didn't look up, keeping his focus on the feast before him. He replied softly, suit yourself. It was the first time since becoming a professor that he seemed so intent on enjoying his meal. Turning to the young witches and wizards floating midair, Professor McGonagall smiled and said, let your poor Professor Carson down, will you? You still have plenty of food left to enjoy. Moments later, Carson's feet finally touched the ground. He swayed slightly, offering a wry smile. Thank you all, really. Someone give me a hand, will you? Honestly, I do have a bit of a fear of heights, well, only when I'm not flying. Once I'm on a broomstick, it's a different story. A young Hufflepuff immediately rushed to his side, helping him back to the professor's table. Professor McGonagall then conjured 3 elegant gift boxes, placed a pin in each, and handed them to Carson. Thank you so much. Can I open them now? Of course. Carson eagerly unwrapped the boxes and pinned the 3 badges to his chest. Leaning closer to Dumbledore, he whispered, now I've got all 4 house badges. How come there's no Hogwarts crest pin? Dumbledore, with his eyes lowered, replied, I'm just an old man over 100 years old. What do I know about alchemy? I don't have the skills to make a Hogwarts crest pin for you. You don't have to repeat that so many times. Besides, Nicholas Flamel already mentioned this, Dumbledore explained, which is why I gave you his Philosopher's Stone. My original plan was to return it to Flamel and claim publicly that I destroyed it. All right, Carson shrugged. Professor Flitwick leaned in curiously. I have to say, I'm surprised to learn you're afraid of heights. Sort of, Carson explained. It's an odd fear. When I'm prepared or on a broomstick, I'm perfectly fine. But if I'm caught off guard and find myself suspended midair, my heart rate shoots up to a frightening level. Snape, who had been dining gracefully, suddenly interjected. That's a normal physiological response to a perceived threat of death. Strictly speaking, it isn't true acrophobia. Maybe, Carson mused, propping his chin on one hand. His thoughts drifted as he pondered the elusive sheath he had yet to unlock. He reflected on the mysterious age module he was researching, where magic was relatively simple, focusing on fundamental elements like fire, lightning, and radiant light. His go-to spells involved elemental magic mastering fire magic through fire elements, and lightning magic through electric elements. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. What if he combined wind and motion elements? Could they synthesize into a flight element? The thought lit up his eyes. This could work. Professor, is this thing really safe? Neville stood by the infusion platform, looking anxiously at Kaizen, who lay motionless on the stone slab. Around them, shards of wind element crystals were neatly arranged on the surrounding surfaces, and a cube hovered silently, slowly rotating in midair. Relax, this time I've performed plenty of rituals to enhance its stability. There's absolutely no problem, Kaizen said as he adjusted the infusion platform. Oh, by the way, when you leave later, don't forget to close the door. If this human magic infusion experiment succeeded, Kaizen would become the second wizard, after Voldemort, to truly conquer the skies. Unlike magical flying devices such as broomsticks or flying carpets, and even surpassing Voldemort's flight spell mastered only by a few highly skilled wizards, this technique directly infused the power of flight into the human body. According to Dumbledore, the only known users of that spell were Voldemort himself and Snape. This groundbreaking technology, if successful, could potentially inspire over a dozen academic papers. Professor, I'm not talking about stability. Neville shook his head. Can this thing really be applied to a person? I remember last time you used it to create magical fabric. Technically, the infusion platform isn't supposed to. Kaizen accidentally let slip, then quickly corrected himself. No, what I mean is, theoretically, it works just like the enchantment platform. It can be used on both objects and people. Now, you can leave. And don't forget to close the door. Neville nodded and pretended to head for the door, but as he passed a large machine, he quietly hid behind it. Through the glass casing, he kept a close watch on the distant infusion platform, ready to act in case of an emergency and rush Kaizen to the medical wing. Kaizen pulled out his wand and lightly tapped the cube at the top. In an instant, brilliant blue light surged from the cube seams, and wind and velocity elements were drawn out from the surrounding element containers. They merged midair into flight elements, while the wind element shards on the platform melted and dissipated. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the room as the infusion platform erupted. Neville immediately mounted his Nimbus 2000 and dove toward the blast site like a seeker chasing the golden snitch. When he arrived, all that remained was the charred remnants of the building. There wasn't even a single strand of hair left behind. Professor Kaisen is dead? Neville's face contorted with grief, and he wobbled unsteadily, nearly falling off his broom. If I may offer some advice, you might want to choose a slower broomstick while indoors. Honestly, full speed on a Nimbus in the office? I'm amazed you even thought of that. Startled by the teasing voice, Neville was about to bury his face in his hands with a heavy sigh when he suddenly realized something was off. He whipped around, and there was Kaisen, sitting cross-legged, floating effortlessly in midair. One hand propped up his face while the other casually held the back of his own collar. Is this how you teach, Professor? You can fly? Neville's astonished voice echoed through the office. What did you think I was doing just now? And why is that so surprising? Kaisen chuckled lightly, effortlessly holding Neville by the collar and gently setting him back on the ground. Besides, you're underestimating me. As if I'd die from a little magical experiment like this. Neville opened his mouth, as if to say something, but no words came out. In the end, he simply waved his hand. After confirming he was unharmed, he decided to head back to his dormitory to rest. Kaisen looked around at the mess and sighed. The exploded enchantment table, shattered glass floor, toppled candles, and scattered element jars, all of it would require overtime to fix. More importantly, he had to accompany Neville to Diagon Alley tomorrow morning to buy a gift for Hermione. The next morning, Neville showed up bright and early at the Alchemy office door, holding a bag of breakfast. Professor, I'm not late, am I? Kaisen opened the door and noticed the breakfast bag in Neville's hand. Have you eaten? I have. All right, come in. Kaisen casually took the breakfast and sat at his desk to enjoy it. Neville, meanwhile, stood to the side silently calculating his pocket money. In addition to Hermione's gift, he planned to buy himself a broomstick. Borrowing Harry's broom all the time felt inappropriate, especially with the Quidditch matches approaching and training sessions becoming more frequent. Kaisen quickly finished his breakfast and put on his coat. Shall we head out now? The earlier, the better, Neville replied. Otherwise, getting up this early would have been pointless. By October, the weather in England was already turning chilly. Both of them donned windproof wizard robes. When Neville asked why they weren't using the Flu network, Kaisen explained that he had accidentally blown up the connection during renovations and didn't want to involve the Ministry of Magic to fix it. Of course, if you'd like Professor McGonagall to find out you're sneaking out on a Saturday, I can accompany you to borrow her fireplace. No, flying is fine, Neville quickly replied, carefully putting on his anti-slip gloves. The two of them then flew out through the latticed window, heading straight for Diagon Alley. At the pet shop, Kaisen examined a large-faced cat in one of the cages. That's not a very good-looking cat. Its face looks like it's been hit by an anvil. The cat lazily glanced at him before turning its head away, uninterested. Neville hesitated before saying, if she doesn't like it, my gran could help take care of it. But I think Hermione will love it. She's always liked unique little things. Unique? Kaisen glanced thoughtfully at the sluggish, flat-faced cat. It's certainly unique. Next, they visited the broomstick shop. Although the Longbottom family was well off, as a second-year student, Neville couldn't afford a brand new broomstick. He settled for a second-hand Clean Sweep 7 instead. As they stepped out of the second-hand broomstick shop, Kaisen suddenly had a spark of inspiration, as if struck by a brilliant idea. I've just thought of a new subject for you to study. Neville looked at Kaisen, utterly confused. In his mind, he repeated an old saying, to accomplish great things, one must learn great lessons. Besides, this flying broom really did need some proper repairs. The trip to Diagon Alley was about more than just pets and brooms. Walking down the cobblestone streets, Kaisen led Neville to their next destination, Flourish and Blots. Sir, have we met before? Asked a store clerk who was organizing the shelves. There was a slight tremor in his voice, betraying his unease. No, of course not. I've never met you, the clerk quickly denied, his body visibly stiffening. Really? Kaisen gave a meaningful nod, then carried a stack of books on magical history and Hogwarts-related pulp fiction to the counter. After they left, the clerk let out a sigh of relief only for a pitch-black anvil to suddenly appear above his head. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking echoed. Think you can offend a professor and walk away unscathed? Not a chance. By midday, the two returned to Hogwarts. A delighted Neville left the office, clutching his big-faced cat, while Kaisen appeared directly at Professor McGonagall's office door. Professor McGonagall, do you know about Neville's parents? Professor McGonagall gently placed her quill back into its holder. Why are you asking about this? Did Neville ask you to inquire? Not exactly. I just happened to learn that Neville's parents are still alive, apparently at St. Mungo's Hospital. Professor McGonagall sighed and began to recount the tragic fate of the Longbottom show. In the final days before Voldemort's fall, The Death Eater's last act of madness left them mentally incapacitated, leading to their long-term stay at the hospital. I see. Can I visit them? Does the hospital allow it? Kaizen, Professor McGonagall removed her glasses gently. You're just a professor. This isn't your responsibility. You're only 26, perhaps not even that. Why burden yourself with so much? Kaizen shook his head. I've never had anyone celebrate my birthday growing up. I've long forgotten the exact date. But as a professor, it's my duty to help my students overcome their difficulties. Even if I fall short, I must try. Spell damage ward. Just ask the nurse's station for the Longbottoms. Professor McGonagall rubbed her nose wearily. As the sound of apparition faded, Professor McGonagall gazed at the now empty office with a wry smile. She drew her wand and summoned a silver tabby cat. Go ask Dumbledore if he can find out when Kaisenxis' birthday is. The silvery Patronus leapt gracefully and passed through the wall, heading straight for the headmaster's office. At the nurse's station in St. Mungo's Hospital, a nurse, who had been writing with her head down, lifted her weary face. The moment she recognized the visitor, her fatigue vanished, replaced by a delighted smile. Sarah? Professor Kaizen identified the nurse immediately. Congratulations on officially becoming a healer at St. Mungo's. The healer's license hasn't come through yet, Sarah replied with a shy smile, but I'm quite content with my current work as a nurse. You have a bright future ahead, Kaizen said approvingly. I'm here to see the Longbottoms, Neville Longbottom's parents. Room 49. I can take you there. No need to trouble yourself. I can find it on my own. You should get back to your work. Sarah handed him a visitor's pass and joked. I hope the next time you visit, it's to see someone else and not as a patient. Thanks for the good wishes. Kaizen soon found room 49. From inside, he could hear intermittent murmuring, not quite like the usual sounds of mental illness, but more like the disoriented whispers of someone in a daze. Just as he was about to knock, he felt something press against his back. Don't move, sir. Hands up. Kaizen turned around to find a man in hospital robes pointing a wooden stick at him. No need to panic. I have a visitor's pass, he said calmly, raising the badge in his hand. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat hurried down the hallway toward them. Apologies, this gentleman is one of our patients. Please don't mind him. And you are? Kaizen asked, studying the well-dressed doctor, who had a wand tucked discreetly in his sleeve. Murfett, a healer in St. Mungo's psychiatric department. Murfett waved his wand, conjuring a soft sleeping bag to gently wrap the patient before guiding him back toward the room. Is this Mr. Longbottom? Kaizen assisted in settling the patient back into bed. The room was modest but tidy, with 2 beds and an adjoining washroom. On the other bed sat a woman with a gaunt face, staring blankly at a piece of candy wrapper in her hands. Despite her frail appearance, one could tell she had once been beautiful. This is Mrs. Longbottom, Murfett introduced. Can you tell me what happened to them? Kaizen asked. It's a complicated story. Are you certain you want to hear it? Please trust in my patience, sir. All right, it's not often someone asks me such professional questions, said Murphy as he pulled 2 visitor chairs from the corner of the hospital room. He began to explain in detail. The situation with the Longbottoms, strictly speaking, isn't an illness. It's more of a self-defense mechanism of the body. Seeing Kaizen nod in understanding, he continued. You must know what they went through the Cruciatus curse, and it was cast by one of the most ruthless Death Eaters. The pain caused by a Cruciatus curse of that magnitude far exceeds the limits of what the body's natural hormones can regulate. Noticing the slightly peculiar expression on Kaizen's face, Murphy added, Don't mind the technical jargon. After graduating from Hogwarts, I pursued medical studies at a Muggle institution, Manchester University. Oh, a fellow alum, Kaizen said excitedly. No, I meant Manchester University, Murphy clarified. Ah, I see. What a coincidence. I studied civil engineering there, Kaizen replied. After a brief exchange, Murphy redirected the conversation to the main topic. The unique thing about this kind of painful memory is that once triggered, the brain relives that pain all over again. It's similar to post-traumatic stress disorder. Victims usually respond in one of 2 ways. Either they shut down completely like the Longbottoms did, or they become so extreme that they draw their wands and lash out violently. Do they have any physical issues? Kaizen asked. Murphy shook his head. The hallmark of the Cruciatus curse is that it doesn't cause any physical or tangible harm to the body or soul. It only subjects the soul to excruciating pain. That's why I don't consider it an illness, and frankly, I have no idea how to treat it. So, their condition is purely the result of a terrible memory? Kaizen mused. Is it possible to simply erase that memory? Murphy took out his wand and drew a line in the air. Let me explain. Ordinary memories reside in the brain, while the pain caused by the Cruciatus curse is etched into the soul. Imagine this line as the patient's memory timeline. Ordinary memories leave marks at specific points, but soul-level memories shroud the entire timeline like a dark cloud. A standard Obliviate spell is completely ineffective against this level of memory damage. I doubt even Dumbledore's Obliviate could handle it. Kaysen stared at the ceiling as a thought struck him, someone he had previously dismissed. If someone could recognize they were under a Confundus charm and use Obliviate on themselves to erase the charm's effects, could that person possibly handle this? Impossible, Murphy said firmly. No one in the world could cast an Obliviate that powerful, and using it in this way is completely uncharted territory. Not entirely, Kaysen shrugged. Hogwarts is full of surprises, after all. Murphy gave him a questioning look, but Kaysen only exchanged a few brief words before disapparating. Meanwhile, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office at Hogwarts, there was a knock at the door. Knock. 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 Kaysen stood outside the door, listening to the approaching footsteps from within. Moments later, the door opened, and Lockhart's signature dazzling smile reflected off Kaysen's monocle. Hello there. Kaysen offered a polite smile. Lockhart returned the gesture, though his smile looked more like a grimace. Professor Kaysen, I don't believe I've done anything to upset you recently, have I? Did I do something wrong? Lockhart asked nervously. Leaning against the doorframe, Kaysen skillfully blocked any attempt Lockhart might make to close the door. You've done nothing wrong. I just want to ask, did you really use Obliviate to free yourself from the effects of the Confundus charm? Obliviate? Lockhart's tone grew serious. Professor Kaysen, I'll be honest with you. Many of the stories in my books are indeed fabricated, but Obliviateth, it's real. It's the one spell I've truly mastered. Can you do it? I can. Kaysen nodded. There's an opportunity to help mend a broken family of a young wizard. Are you in? Lockhart immediately shook his head in refusal. Kaysen pressed on, coaxing him further. Don't you love fame? You've admitted yourself that most of your stories are fake. What's the point of false fame? If your Obliviate works this time, it'll ensure the credit you receive is enough to keep you out of Azkaban. What kind of helping a young wizard situation requires Obliviate? Lockhart asked warily. I'm not an expert in this area, but I can assure you it's completely safe. If there's any danger, I'll handle it. I think the closest danger to me, Lockhart said, giving Kaysen a pointed look, is one you wouldn't handle, nor would you want to. All right, class dismissed, Kaysen said from the podium. Remember to turn in your essays. He paused for a moment, as if considering something, but quickly changed his mind. We'll discuss the Wither issue another time, maybe when Dumbledore isn't at Hogwarts. He then shared some news. Good news, everyone. Professor Lockhart will be in his office working on research papers for the next 2 weeks, so Defense Against the Dark Arts will be covered by Professor Snape. The school hasn't officially announced this yet, but I happened to find out. Just a heads up, don't be late for the next class. With that, Kaysen swiftly packed up the books on the podium, turned, and ascended the staircase hidden behind the blackboard, heading back to his office. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he operated directly outside the building and made his way to the Great Hall. He had heard that the house elves in the kitchen were preparing over a dozen roasted lambs today, and he was quite looking forward to it. As Kaysen entered the Great Hall, he noticed a group of professors huddled together, whispering. Hagrid spotted him and started to approach. Hey, Kaysen, I was wondering. Before he could finish, Professor Flitwick deftly cast a silencing charm, leaving Hagrid to mumble incoherently. Professor Snape sighed and pulled Hagrid back to his seat. Seeing Kaysen's puzzled expression, Professor Sprout quickly explained, Oh, it's nothing. Hagrid mixed alcohol into a potion earlier, and his head's a little foggy. With that, she ushered Kaysen to the staff table to sit down. As Kaysen helped himself to some lamb chops, he couldn't help but notice the strange atmosphere around him. Snape wore his usual stern expression. Professor Sprout forced a smile, while Professors McGonagall and Flitwick kept their faces buried in their plates. Kaysen attempted to inquire with Hagrid, but Flitwick's fork served as a silent deterrent. Just then, Madame Hooch burst into the Great Hall. Kaysen, I was looking for you outside your office earlier. She removed her gloves and took a seat. There's a Quidditch match tomorrow, and I brought the set of balls. I was hoping you could inspect them. Kaysen wiped his hands and took the large box containing the Quidditch balls. After a thorough examination, he said, just normal wear and tear, nothing serious. He then retrieved an enchanting table and began reapplying magical enhancements to the balls. Thank you so much, Kaysen. I promise I'll wait until you, Mrs. Whatchy suddenly stopped mid-sentence, while Professor Flitwick casually picked up his knife and fork, continuing his meal as if nothing had happened. Honestly, all of you have been acting strange today. Hagrid was the same earlier. I just stubbed my toe, that's all. Nothing to worry about. All right then. Kaysen scratched his head, still puzzled, and headed back to his office. The next day at noon, the entire wizarding community of Hogwarts gathered at the Quidditch pitch. As Kaysen re-enchanted the brooms for the Quidditch players, he grumbled. Has it ever occurred to you to use a weather spell to fix this miserable weather? The whole team is wearing glass if it rains. Let's just hope your brooms don't end up skewering each other. Wood, who was checking Harry's gear, immediately retorted, "Relax, Professor. Gryffindor fears no hardship. The lion's claws can skin and gut those slimy snakes in any weather." "Sorry, that ice if you can catch up," Flint sneered. "All right, 2 insults each, and we're even. This is a Quidditch pitch, not the UFC. Save the pre-game theatrics." What's UFC?" one of them asked. "Never mind, carry on." After inspecting all the brooms, Kaisen apparat to the stands and pulled out a heap of snacks from his ring, sharing them with the professors around him. Dumbledore picked out a bag of candy from the pile, savoring it as he remarked, "This candy tastes delightful." Kaisen rolled his eyes and pulled the snacks on his lap closer to his chest. "Oh, Kaisen, let me try some more." "Consider it a personal request," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. "Is it my fault you eat too fast? Besides, I bought these from a Muggle supermarket. You can't find them in the wizarding world." "All right then, next time you go shopping, could you take me along?" "Do you have money?" "Well, the salary of a headmaster isn't extravagant, but I can afford some snacks." Kaisen snapped his fingers. "Great, then I won't bring any money next time." "That doesn't sound like you," Dumbledore said, puzzled, recalling how Kaisen usually tossed galleons around without a second thought. "I can transmute gold anytime, but pounds those I earned with my blood, sweat, and tears while renovating houses." "Totally different story," Hagrid chimed in. "You could exchange your wizarding coins for Muggle money at Gringotts, you know?" Kaisen gritted his teeth. "Tried that. Those goblins used a duplication spell on the pounds, and the cashier at the supermarket nearly called the police when she saw a stack of identical serial numbers. So how did you deal with it in the end?" "Ran for it. What else?" Kaisen said coldly. "One day, I'll blow up Gringotts." "Hagrid's right. Those goblins aren't exactly the most upright bunch." At that moment, Hagrid suddenly looked up. What's that?" Following Hagrid's gaze, Kaisen saw a massive tree being uprooted and hurtling from the direction of the Forbidden Forest straight towards the crowd on the Quidditch pitch. "Kaisen, Severus, go check it out," Dumbledore instructed. Raising his arm slightly, the giant tree instantly disintegrated into fine dust. He then issued orders to the 2 most agile staff members. Kaisen immediately teleported to the spot in the Forbidden Forest where the tree had originated, while Snape followed close behind, transforming into a swirl of inky black smoke. "Any clues?" Snape asked, hovering midair, his lower body still in a smoky form. "Not yet," Kaisen replied, carefully scanning the surroundings through his monocle. "They might have used a disillusionment charm, but to uproot a tree like that in an instant, whoever it is must be powerful. Stay alert." Snape nodded and ascended higher. Kaisen continued, surveying the area with his monocle. Suddenly, he detected an unusual elemental disturbance amidst the dense forest. Wood, earth, water, earth, wind, life, magic, order. Without hesitation, he acted, silently binding the invisible target with chains of order. In no time, a house elf materialized, its form revealed. "You're not a Hogwarts house elf," Kaisen said with a frown. Snape descended, his voice calm. "It belongs to the Malfoy family. House elves can have this kind of power?" "They certainly can. This is likely the culprit. Let's take it to the headmaster's office." Meanwhile, back on the Quidditch pitch, Harry had just caught the golden snitch and was basking in the cheers of his fellow Gryffindors. He tried to keep his expression humble, though it took effort. Just then, Percy Weasley came rushing over. "Harry, Professor Dumbledore wants to see you in the headmaster's office," Percy said, grabbing Harry and pulling him towards the castle. "What's going on with him?" Oliver would ask in confusion. "You don't know Percy by now? He follows orders from above to the letter." The Weasley twins chimed in, taking turns to explain. "Who's asking about Percy?" "I meant Harry," Wood clarified. "That? No idea." "In the headmaster's office." "Professor, Harry's here." "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Please close the door on your way out," Dumbledore said without looking up, his quill busy scribbling on parchment. After Percy left and shut the door, Harry stood there nervously. "Professor Dumbledore, did I do something wrong?" In truth, it wasn't so much that he didn't know if he had done anything wrong, but rather that he was worried one of his yet undiscovered misdeeds had come to light. "No, Harry, you did nothing wrong." Dumbledore looked up, a gentle smile on his face. "It's just that there's something concerning you, and we need to take a trip to the alchemy office." "Professor," Harry said somewhat awkwardly, "couldn't we discuss it in the headmaster's office with Professor Kaisen?" "I didn't bring my broomstick." "Young people could use more exercise," Dumbledore said, rising to his feet and placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "But since you've already had quite a bit today." Before he finished his sentence, with a loud rumbling sound, the 2 of them appeared in the alchemy office. In the workspace of the office, an enchanting station was infusing an ender pearl with magic, emanating unsettling waves of spatial magic. In a cage nearby, a house elf was trapped, unable to escape under the influence of the spatial fluctuations. "Is that Dobby?" Harry asked, frowning in surprise. You know this house elf? Kaysen inquired from the glass staircase. I met him during the summer, Harry replied, though his face betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. He said he wanted to stop me from coming to Hogwarts and ended up ruining my aunt and uncle's dinner party. Dobby was trying to protect Harry Potter, the house elf said sorrowfully from the cage. Hogwarts is too dangerous. I couldn't let. Silence. Snape flicked his wand, sealing Dobby's mouth. Let him speak. Severus, Dumbledore said, gesturing for Snape to lift the spell. But Dobby, please keep it brief. Harry will die if he stays here. I won't die, Harry said, pointing to his silver-framed glasses. If you're talking about the basilisk, I've got protection. Those glasses are useless, Dobby said insistently. On September 1st, you had a chance to stay away from this danger. September 1st? Harry's brow furrowed. The incident with Platform 9 and 3/4 that was you, wasn't it? What are they talking about? Snape asked Kaysen quietly. On the first day of school, because the platform was sealed, Potter and Weasley flew Arthur's enchanted car to get to school. That was when I docked Gryffindor 200 points. Oh, Snape nodded. Because of Potter and Weasley's reckless behavior. They could have asked an adult wizard for help or written to a professor. Just as Harry and Dumbledore were engaged in a heated argument with Dobby, Snape's arrival made both of them turn their heads simultaneously. Such a serious offense should result in expulsion. But I merely deducted points, Snape drawled, his black robe swaying gently with his movements. Harry angrily kicked the cage confining Dobby. It's all your fault. I lost 200 points because of you. Actually, it was 400 points, esteemed Mr. Harry Potter, Dobby murmured timidly, curling up in the corner of the cage. 200. Harry glared at Dobby furiously. Oh, poor Harry Potter. He likes his professors so much that he can't even do basic arithmetic, Dobby remarked, causing Kaysen to awkwardly rub his chin. I'll just think of something cheerful. You all carry on. At this moment, Dumbledore stepped forward and gently patted Harry on the shoulder. Dobby, why did you want Harry to leave Hogwarts? Because Hogwarts is extremely dangerous right now. You can't imagine the terrible thing that has entered the school. Isn't it just the basilisk? Harry pointed to the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Professor Kaysen gave us glasses that can defend against the basilisk's attacks, you foolish little elf. No, it's not the basilisk. It's something far more frightening, Dobby shrieked. And what is this more frightening thing? Dumbledore pressed. No, I can't say, Dobby said, shaking his head, tears welling up in his large eyes. Let me guess, Dumbledore said slowly. Is it a jet-black notebook? Sitting on the glass staircase, Kaysen and Snape exchanged a meaningful glance. It must be one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I didn't expect the Malfoy family to still possess something like that, Kaysen murmured under his breath. Snape briefly explained the Malfoy family's connection to the Dark Lord, and the critical role Kaysen's alchemical glasses played in protecting Hogwarts. Dumbledore gazed at Dobby with his piercing blue eyes for a long moment before finally speaking. Kaysen, let him go. Despite Harry's strong objections, Kaysen removed the Ender Pearl from the enchantment platform, tapped it lightly and said, You may go. Dobby politely thanked them, snapped his fingers, and vanished. You may leave now, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry's gaze drifted between the office door in the distance, Kaysen, and Dumbledore, before finally settling on Snape. At last, he decided to walk away. Interesting little object. It can even prevent house elves from operating? Dumbledore asked, his gaze fixed on the Ender Pearl in Kaysen's hand, which shimmered with a faint, purple light. The enchantment time wasn't enough. Otherwise, it could have stopped a phoenix too, Kaysen replied as he lightly tapped the Ender Pearl. Instantly, a ripple of purple light spread out, enveloping the surrounding space. Without hesitation, he summoned a small flame and burned the pearl to ash. Dumbledore's expression turned curious. Kaysen quickly explained, with more time to enchant it, this artifact could have even prevented phoenix transportation. You're not planning to use it against me, are you? Dumbledore suddenly asked. Of course not. Kaysen broke out in a cold sweat, shaking his hands vigorously. You're my esteemed headmaster. I wouldn't dare use such a trivial thing against you. That's reassuring, Dumbledore said with a slight nod. From his seat on the glass staircase, Snape interjected. What about the Malfoys? Let them be, Dumbledore said with a dismissive wave. If not for them, we wouldn't have uncovered the secret of Tom's resurrection. Snape gave a nod of agreement before vanishing into a cloud of black mist at the office door. I should be going as well, Dumbledore remarked. Oh, Kaysen, by the way, there's prime rib in the Great Hall today. You'll probably enjoy it. With that, he disappeared with a soft pop. Prime rib, just what I need, Kaysen muttered, immediately teleporting to the Great Hall. When he returned to his office, he ran into Harry, who was just about to open the door. Sneaking in again. Are we? Kaysen asked. Professor, I haven't left at all. Harry replied, looking utterly exasperated. Kaizen awkwardly scratched his chin. He couldn't very well explain that ever since he had transformed his office into a giant ender chest, had been expanding the space by several square meters every night before bed. Should I add a bus in here? He joked. Harry gave a wry smile and reminded him, Professor, remember what you said about the bad weather at the Quidditch pitch? Yes, I do. Why? Well, if the weather's bad for the next match, we might as well just play in your office. Of course we can, Kaizen said enthusiastically. I've been meaning to set up a polo match here, just need the horses, balls, mallets and players. All right, Professor, I really need some rest now. Next time, I promise I'll bring my broomstick, Harry said as he headed for the door, nearly tripping over his own feet. Young people should exercise more, Kaizen called after him, humming to himself as he teleported onto the sofa. Pulling out his magical guidebook, he began preparing lessons for the upcoming week. All right, class, the lesson on redstone applications wraps up here at noon today, Kaizen said, standing at the front of the classroom. These concepts are as straightforward as 1 + 1 = 2. They're just basic rules, but if you use them well, you can create some really cool things. Class dismissed. Stretching with a big yawn, he headed out of the classroom, intending to grab some food in the Great Hall. Just as he stepped outside, Angelina hurried to catch up with him. Professor, I haven't seen much of you around the castle these past couple of days. Where have you been? She asked curiously. I've been investigating that so-called Chamber of Secrets, Kaizen replied. You know, the famous legend of Hogwarts. Will you be leaving the castle today, Professor? Maybe going to the Black Lake or the Quidditch pitch? No, I won't. Kaizen shook his head. I've been piecing together clues from various old accounts. Once I finish lunch, I'll be diving back into that work. All right, Professor. Have a great rest of your day, Angelina said before running off toward the Weasley twins and Cedric, who were waiting ahead. When Kaizen reached the Great Hall, he quietly chewed on the fries on his plate, noticing that the hall seemed oddly empty today. He turned to Professor Sprout beside him. Why is the hall so empty today? Is there a dieting trend sweeping through Hogwarts? Actually, yes, the ever-amiable professor replied with a chuckle. Haven't you noticed that today's food is much lighter than usual? Professor, doesn't the kitchen have anything else to offer? Eating fish and chips every day gets old, Kaizen said with a grimace. With a knowing smile, Sprout explained, sorry, but with this dieting craze, the kitchen has cut back on most of the meat options. Right now, it's pretty much just fish and chips. Well, I might need to head out to find something more filling, Kaizen remarked. Would you like me to bring anything back for you? As soon as he said this, an awkward tension settled over the Great Hall. Professor Sprout's expression turned uncomfortable, her eyes darting between Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Both professors suddenly started coughing, looking rather uneasy. What? You're planning to leave? McGonagall began, hesitating as though she was quickly trying to come up with an excuse. It was Professor Flitwick, ever quick-witted, who broke the tension. Kaizen, the truth is, Hogwarts hasn't been very safe lately. The threat of the basilisk still looms, and the school really can't afford to have you away right now. No worries, I can use interteleportation. They'll be in and out in no time, Kaizen reassured them. Flitwick wiped his forehead nervously and asked, Are you sure it's just to find food? Nothing else? That's it, Kaizen replied. But if there's anything you'd like me to bring back, just let me know. Professor Flitwick nodded slightly, casting a subtle glance at Dumbledore. The latter immediately understood his meaning, drew his wand, and with a light tap, several phoenix-shaped patronuses shot off in all directions. Wow, Dumbledore, that was impressive. Kaizen turned and exclaimed in admiration. If you're interested, I'd be happy to teach you. With your talent, you'll pick it up in no time. Dumbledore replied with a polite yet slightly awkward smile. I'm not particularly skilled at traditional spells, Kaizen said modestly. But if you're willing to teach me, I'd love to learn once we get back. That won't be possible today, Professor Flitwick quickly interjected. The leaky cauldron is closed, and many wizards who can't apparate are unable to get into Diagon Alley. Indeed, Dumbledore added. And the food at the Hog's Head is dreadful. Even if you had antidote-laced milk, I wouldn't recommend trying it. Just thinking about those horrors would be enough to keep you up all night. 3 broomsticks is out of the question too, Professor McGonagall chimed in. Madame Rosmerta has gone to France to visit her niece. She has a niece? Yes, and she's quite lovely. I'll introduce you next time. No need, Kaizen quickly shook his head. Love would only interfere with my alchemy research. Stay at Hogwarts for the night, Dumbledore reassured him. By morning, everything will be back to normal. Resigned to the professor's preference for plain meals, Kaizen turned to someone closer to his age. Severus, what do you think? Sitting upright, Snape began a serious lecture on the benefits of vegetarianism and the importance of light dinners. At that moment, 2 Slytherin students were sneaking around the back of the staff table, one carrying a floating roasted lamb, the other balancing a towering 20-layer cake. Professor Flitwick sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose before flicking his wand to cast a bubblehead charm on the food. Then he noticed more students with various delicacies gazing at him pleadingly. After making sure Kaisen wasn't paying attention, he quietly hopped down from his seat and jogged toward the students. For a fleeting moment, he doubted his teaching abilities. How had these students managed to avoid nighttime patrols when they couldn't even perform basic bubblehead or disillusionment charms? I think Muggle food is all right, Kaisen said as he glanced towards the doors at the far end of the Great Hall. Without him noticing, dusk had quietly fallen. Actually, I've recently identified a few possible entrances to the Chamber of Secrets. I need you to accompany me to investigate, Dumbledore said calmly. Fine, Kaisen replied reluctantly, shoving another piece of fried fish into his mouth. It was the only decent source of protein on the table. He hadn't even managed to fill his stomach before Dumbledore whisked him away from the Great Hall. Kaisen could already imagine how starving he'd be after wandering around the castle half the night. He mentally calculated his options. If all the Muggle restaurants were closed, he could always fly to the other side of the world to find food. Anything was better than sneaking into the Hogwarts kitchen to gnaw on leaves. As they climbed the staircase, Dumbledore spoke. I'm taking you to the most extraordinary room in Hogwarts. Through it, we might be able to locate Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, find the basilisk and confront Tom. I get it, but I really want to know how much longer we have to climb, Kaisen panted, struggling to keep up. You young people really need to work on your stamina. With that big office of yours, don't you ever jog around it in the mornings? Dumbledore teased. It's for alchemy equipment, not for torturing myself. But you seemed quite amused watching Harry and Neville running laps in your office, didn't you? Torturing them is fine, but I'm not that young anymore. The age gap between us isn't even enough to call this a generational friendship, Kaisen grumbled, gripping the stair railing for support. One of us is over 100, and the other is 26. How does that not count as a generational friendship? Dumbledore chuckled. After a long climb, they finally reached the 8th floor from the Great Hall on the 1st floor. Dumbledore led Kaisen down a corridor and stopped in front of a tapestry. Has this tapestry been here since the time of the founders? Kaisen asked. Most likely, Dumbledore replied. I was reading recently that Hogwarts Castle was originally Salazar Slytherin's property? That's correct. Why is this tapestry so abstract? The Slytherin crest is clearly much more well-designed, Kaisen remarked, frowning as he studied the faded fabric in front of him. If it could hear your thoughts, it might just take offense, Dumbledore said with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Oh great. So now you have no respect for the founders at all? Kaisen retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Dumbledore shook his head lightly. I wasn't referring to Slytherin. I meant the tapestry itself. So, what are you saying? That this tapestry is sentient? Kaisen asked, raising an eyebrow. I don't know yet, Dumbledore explained. This is a magical room. It can fulfill your wishes. Kaisen's eyes lit up. Oh, so you brought me here to see if this room could create a passage straight to the Chamber of Secrets? Why not give it a try? Dumbledore suggested with a smile. All you need to do is pace back and forth 3 times, thinking about the room you need. For example, I need a room that leads directly to the Chamber of Secrets. Got it, Kaisen said with a smirk. You've got the energy to climb from the 1st floor to the 8th, but not enough to walk 3 laps in front of this tapestry? No need for such fierce accusations, Dumbledore said in a soothing tone. Sorry, but my level of aggression is directly proportional to my hunger. If you want to meet the gentler version of Professor Kaisen, I suggest feeding me first, Kaisen quipped as he began walking in circles. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, nothing happened. Did you also buy a fake copy of Hogwarts, a history? Are you sure this works? Kaisen asked skeptically. Perhaps try thinking of a different kind of room, Dumbledore suggested. With a sigh, Kaisen walked 3 more laps. This time, the Room of Requirements door actually appeared. Dumbledore eagerly pushed it open, curious to see what kind of room Kaisen had envisioned. After a long pause, Dumbledore turned to him and asked, So, what you wanted was an empty, unfinished room? Yes, is that a problem? Kaisen replied with a straight face. Dumbledore shook his head and stepped out. Kaisen leaned against the corridor wall, showing no intention of entering to decorate the space. His stomach was still growling. As he pondered, he realized something. If the Room of Requirement was truly as magical as Dumbledore claimed, why couldn't it create a passage to the Chamber of Secrets? The answer was simple. As one of Hogwarts' founders, Salazar Slytherin must have known about this magical room's existence. Kaisen carefully analyzed the situation. Before leaving Hogwarts, Slytherin likely severed the connection between the Room of Requirement and the Chamber of Secrets on purpose. If this room was his creation, he could have ensured that the Room of Requirement would deny any request to access the chamber. However, this didn't mean there were no other possibilities. Kaisen believed that the Room of Requirement was essentially a magical construct with basic intelligence, merely a manifestation of Hogwarts' inherent magical nature. From a technical perspective, if Hogwarts were likened to a massive database, then the Room of Requirement would be akin to an intelligent search engine. With that in mind, perhaps a clever use of wordplay could bypass the search engine's restrictions. Once the room had closed again, Kaysen resumed pacing back and forth in front of the tapestry. I need a room containing a map of the Chamber of Secrets, he repeated 3 times. A door materialized before him. What kind of room did you wish for this time? Dumbledore asked with keen interest. Step inside and see for yourself, Kaysen replied, pushing the door open and leading the way. Dumbledore followed closely behind. The interior of the room was unusually empty, with only a stone pedestal at the center. Suspended above it was a complex geometric structure woven from threads of light. What is this? Dumbledore asked, studying the peculiar patterns formed by the glowing lines. Kaysen explained. I asked the Room of Requirement to create a space containing a map of the Chamber of Secrets. Hogwarts did produce a map, but since the keyword, Chamber of Secrets, was detected, it transformed the map into this chaotic geometric design. As Dumbledore was about to leave to fetch a pensieve, Kaysen had already pulled out his magical handbook. He flipped it open to reveal pages resembling a starry sky and pressed it against the swirling light. Now all that's left is to decipher these geometric patterns and reassemble them into the original map. Once that's done, the Chamber of Secrets will be revealed. Dumbledore gave him an approving smile. Bringing you along was indeed a wise decision. Naturally, Kaysen replied as he tucked away his magical handbook. Next, am planning to head to the Muggle world for some food. No rush, Dumbledore interjected. I'd like to conduct some magical experiments in your office. Could you accompany me there? Kaysen pulled out a key, then reconsidered and put it back. If you need something, just go in. The office isn't locked. I'd still prefer you come with me, Dumbledore insisted. Your office is so large, I might get lost. Fine, Kaysen relented. Let's just apparate back. I'll wait for you by the door. Before he had even finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Dumbledore wore a smile as he followed Kaysen's footsteps. Soon, Kaysen leaned against the doorframe of the alchemy office, and almost simultaneously, Dumbledore apparat to his side. Well, shall we go in? Kaysen grasped the doorknob and turned it, as the two entered the office. What exactly do you need? I'm still looking. Let's just keep walking, Dumbledore said as he moved ahead. Since Kaysen didn't know the specific target, he couldn't use apparition and had to follow behind. As time ticked by, Kaysen finally couldn't hold back and asked, have you found it or not? Not at all, Dumbledore replied nonchalantly. Forget it. Let's head to your office area and have some tea instead. After all, you're not in any rush. Dumbledore, you've got to be kidding me. Kaysen was on the verge of losing his composure. Normally, he was the one who used his office to toy with young wizards, but today, Dumbledore had turned the tables on him. It was an utter humiliation. Ahem, Kaysen, Dumbledore suddenly called from behind. Kaysen shut his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth. No tea, no green tea either. I suggest you leave immediately before I land my fist on your nose. Why are your eyes closed? Dumbledore cautiously took a step back. Kaysen opened his eyes with a cold smile. Because I'm afraid. Bang! A burst of magical fireworks exploded in front of him. Happy birthday! Confetti showered down on Kaysen's head. When he reopened his eyes, the room was filled with people. Professor McGonagall with a warm smile, Professor Snape forcing a grin, Professor Sprout holding a large gift box, Professor Flitwick just finishing a spell, Madame Pants curiously observing, Madame Hooch and Madame Pomfrey inspecting a roasted lamb, the Weasley twins sneaking bites of food, Hagrid panting heavily, Filch standing awkwardly, and Lockhart holding a gift box. Kaysen closed his eyes again, rubbing his nose and discreetly wiping away a tear. You're all so ridiculous, seriously. Dumbledore handed him a velvet handkerchief, which Kaysen used to dab at the corners of his eyes. Look behind you, Kaysen, Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. Kaysen turned to face the direction of the Black Lake. There, a massive screen made of redstone lamps floated above the water, surrounded by young wizards flying on broomsticks. The screen lit up, forming the pixelated image of a stick figure wearing a wizard's hat. The figure spread its arms as if embracing the sky, surrounded by various blocks and intricately enchanted tables. Kaysen waved his hand, shattering the floor-to-ceiling window. The shards vanished instantly. For your efforts in creating that redstone screen, all I can say is that for the Endofterm exams, students from 3rd to 7th year will receive grades they simply cannot refuse. Professor Kaysen, you're the best. We love you. The young wizards cheered as they poured in through the broken window. Snape approached Kaysen and handed him a small vial of golden liquid. How does it feel? Not bad, Kaysen said as he accepted the vial. All right, this is the first time anyone has celebrated my birthday. It feels absolutely amazing. Suddenly, the system awakened. You've obtained a Felix Felicis imbued with friendship and unlocked the Lucky Block module. Unlock successful. Endless Lucky Blocks began pouring from Kaysen's hands. Happy birthday, Snape said. Happy birthday. Honestly, I think I did a great job. Look at this composition, this posture, This action, Ron leapt up and caught the golden lucky block that Kaisen tossed his way with precision. He looked down at the small, yellow cube with a question mark printed on its surface, then instinctively glanced at Kaisen for guidance. Smash it! Kaisen shouted decisively. Without hesitation, the straightforward Ron threw a powerful punch at the lucky block. With a loud bang, a shower of silver sickles and a few golden galleons burst out from the shattered block. The scene immediately brought the office to life as the young wizards eagerly followed suit, smashing their own lucky blocks. An assortment of rare and peculiar items spilled out, while the slower students scrambled to pick up unopened blocks from the floor, reaping their own rewards. Kaisen glanced down at the now empty bottle of Felix Felicis, in his hand exactly the outcome he had anticipated. He knew that these lucky blocks, a half-heaven, half-hell kind of creation, couldn't be handed over to students without careful screening. It was one thing to unearth treasures, or even elite monsters, which the Hogwarts professors could handle effortlessly. But the thought of something like a lava cage suddenly appearing? That could turn a good day into a disaster. Ensuring only positive outcomes with Felix Felicis had been a price worth paying. Even so, Kaisen couldn't help but cast an apologetic glance at Snape. These yellow cubes require Felix Felicis? Snape asked, tapping the block in his hand with his knuckles. A potion bottle glowing with a faint purple light popped out. He uncorked it and sniffed, his expression twisting slightly. Alchemy can achieve this? Alchemy can do anything. Especially my alchemy, Kaisen declared, arms akimbo, his tone brimming with pride. Kaisen, do you happen to have any more of these yellow blocks? Dumbledore approached with a cheerful twinkle in his eye. Kaisen hesitated briefly. The Felix Felicis was completely used up, and the bottle Slughorn had given him had also mysteriously vanished. Now, making a new lucky block would rely entirely on chance. But this was Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the Agehe could probably handle it. Wait here, Kaisen said, pulling out his workbench. He fiddled with gold and a dispenser for a moment before crafting a new lucky block. I'd recommend keeping your wand ready. Whether it's a reward or a trap this time depends entirely on luck. But none of them encountered traps, Dumbledore remarked, taking the block. That's because I drank Felix Felicis for the previous batch. Dumbledore nodded agreeably, but seemed unconcerned by the warning. With a swift motion, he smashed the block. Instantly, a cage formed from pure magic, trapping him inside. Kaisen's head snapped upward on instinct, and he spotted two anvils hurtling down from the ceiling at breakneck speed, aimed straight at Dumbledore. Following Kaisen's gaze, Dumbledore looked up just in time. At the last moment, the anvils defied gravity, slowing their descent until they gently landed in the corner of the office. This thing is definitely too dangerous, Kaisen admitted, wincing. Dumbledore skillfully used his wand to unlock the cage, then patted his chest, revealing a trace of lingering fear. This scene caused the young wizards and professors in the office, who were busy opening their lucky blocks, to pause in their actions. Your lucky blocks are fine, keep opening them. They're guaranteed to have great stuff, Kaisen quickly reassured them. Good to know. Draco sighed in relief from the corner, and immediately turned back to direct Crabbe and Goyle in opening more lucky blocks. He planned to package everything they obtained as his first gift to his parents. Suddenly, a blur flashed past Kaisen's eyes and crashed heavily into the glass wall protecting the nearby machine. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a young Ravenclaw with pale golden hair. She was kneeling on the ground, rubbing her forehead, and wearing an exquisite pair of enchanted boots that shimmered with a purple glow, clearly a prize from a lucky block. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Glasswall. I hope you don't feel hurt. The young witch apologized sincerely. No need to apologize to them. The glass here is tough as nails, Kaisen said, extending a hand to help her up. Even tough things can feel pain. I can hear their cries, the young witch replied seriously as she took his hand and stood up. I'll apologize to them later. For now, go have fun and don't leave your friends waiting, Kaisen said awkwardly. I don't have any friends at the moment, the young witch replied calmly. Kaisen hesitated, stroking his chin, unsure whether to drop the topic or apologize for what might have been an unintentionally hurtful remark. Are you wondering if you should apologize? There's no need. I simply don't have friends yet. Like-minded friends will always appear in our lives eventually, the witch said with a serene tone that somehow comforted Kaisen. Well, I hope you like your new boots. And I hope you enjoy your birthday, Professor Kaisen. Don't worry, I will. Kaisen nodded quickly, feeling an odd sense of pressure. After she left, Kaisen found Professor Flitwick, who was enthusiastically devouring a plate of lamb. The cheerful, diminutive professor was evidently a devoted carnivore. Professor Flitwick, Kaisen crouched down and pointed toward the young witch, who was still chatting with the glass wall. Who's that young witch over there? Oh, that's Luna Lovegood, Professor Flitwick said after swallowing his food. With a meaningful expression, he added, All I'll say is, that child is more magical than anyone else. Magic? Kaysen plopped down on the ground, his tone laced with curiosity. Are you trying to say she's a bit unique? Because I heard her mention she hasn't made any friends yet. Professor Flitwick explained patiently. You could put it that way. But it really comes down to the personalities of the young witches and wizards themselves. Not everyone is naturally outgoing, especially in Ravenclaw, where many students tend to prefer solitude, finding books and knowledge to be their best companions. I see. Well, as long as everything's fine, rest assured, Luna is far stronger than she appears on the surface. Kaysen nodded while slipping on his gloves and picking up a piece of lamb to enjoy. Just then, Hagrid appeared seemingly out of nowhere, carrying two large, bulging barrels in his arms. You can probably guess what I'm up to, Hagrid said with his signature wide, toothy grin. Of course. Kaysen waved his wand, summoning two goblets from the office area. The next morning, Kaysen groaned as he rubbed his throbbing temples, struggling to get out of bed. Ugh, if I drink again, I must be a dog, he muttered, gulping down a large glass of milk to make himself feel marginally better. As he stepped into his office, he was immediately drawn to the towering pile of gifts stacked up to the ceiling. Rubbing his hands together with excitement, he eagerly began unwrapping them. Professor McGonagall's deep red wizard hat was an instant favorite, and he put it on at once. Professor Flitwick's silver eagle statue was strikingly impressive. Professor Sprout's magical pie seemed to replenish itself endlessly. As for Lockhart's self-portrait, thankfully, it wasn't a moving magical painting, or Kaysen might have been tempted to plant Lockhart in a flower pot. Still, in his good mood, he made sure to prop the portrait upright. The most delightful gift, however, was the giant redstone lamp display built by the young wizards by the Black Lake, which he had already shrunk down to sit neatly on his desk. Once he finished with the presents, Kaysen reluctantly turned to the task of repairing the floor-to-ceiling window he had accidentally destroyed during last night's revelry. The more fun he had smashing it, the more tedious it was to fix now. It took him the better part of the day before he finally retrieved his magical guidebook, studying the 3D map of the Chamber of Secrets that had appeared on its pages. As he pieced the map together, muttering curses about Voldemort, Dumbledore's presence suddenly became apparent. The headmaster was already standing at his desk. Ahem, Dumbledore cleared his throat softly. Kaysen looked up at last. Wait, how did you get in here? The office door wasn't locked. Right. So, what is it? Remus has run into a bit of trouble, Dumbledore said. There's a particularly ambitious werewolf in England named Fenrir Greyback. He's the one who bit Remus when he was a child. He was indeed an ambitious man, a mediocre leader who ruled over weaker werewolves through violence and intimidation. But everything changed dramatically after Kaysen's enchanted book therapy was introduced. A simple treatment turned lycanthropy from an incurable curse into a manageable condition. Greyback's once feared intimidation tactics, his fangs and claws that could make wizards bow down, were now nothing more than the symptoms of a disease that could be cured for a single galleon. This transformation filled him with a deep-seated hatred for Kaysen. So he holds a grudge against me and came to Hogwarts to find me? Kaysen mused, stroking his chin. What does this have to do with Lupin? Dumbledore explained. Remus has been actively promoting the enchanted book therapy among werewolf communities. This has completely undermined Greyback's rule, making him a laughingstock. As a result, Greyback has been relentlessly hunting Remus. Oh, but Lupin's quite capable. What could one werewolf possibly do to him? It's not just about helping him deal with Greyback, Dumbledore said with a hint of awkwardness. I also need to convince him to return to Hogwarts as the defense against the dark arts professor for the next term. Lockhart has already submitted his resignation and will be heading to St. Mungo's after the term ends. His research paper got published? Kaysen asked. I was planning to surprise Neville with it over Christmas. Dumbledore added. Speaking of Christmas, the Longbottoms have invited you to celebrate the holiday with them. They've sent multiple letters, but since you haven't responded, they asked me about it. Honestly, I don't really want to go. Then don't, Dumbledore said casually, tucking the letter he had just taken out back into his pocket. I haven't replied to them either. We can just say the Ollery caught fire, or the letters got blown away by the wind. After Dumbledore left, Kaysen closed the magical manual in his hands. He had rejected the Longbottoms' invitation without a second thought. For one, the credit for this matter belonged to Lockhart was merely a middleman. For another, he truly disliked visiting other people's homes. As for Lupin, with Christmas approaching, Kaysen was well aware that Dumbledore's request for help wasn't solely about dealing with Greyback. The main goal was to persuade Lupin to take up the teaching position. Of course, this term's defense against the dark arts classes were still being covered by Snape, who had been thoroughly enjoying himself for nearly half the semester. Lastly, there was the frustrating issue of the 3D map in the magical manual. Honestly, when it came to mathematical geometry, his skills paled in comparison to those of true geniuses. However, he quickly thought of a solution. Digitize the geometric figures and hand them over to real math experts perhaps by reaching out to the professors at his alma mater in Manchester, for instance. Kaysen stood by the window, a sudden realization dawning on him. Why go through so much trouble when the solution was right next door? Solving the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets could easily be entrusted to his brilliant neighbor, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Of course, the hard-earned map couldn't go to waste either. As Kaysen recalled the grueling climb of 8 flights of stairs with Dumbledore to obtain the map, a new plan began to take shape in his mind. Once the chamber's location was confirmed, he could use the data to create a 3D version of the Hogwarts map. By incorporating name-tracking magic, it could be transformed into the perfect surveillance system. As for the chamber itself, a little creative reimagining would suffice to present it to Holmes. England had been too peaceful in recent years, and that great detective was probably on the verge of being bored out of his mind. Kaysen quickly restructured the case in his head. Hogwarts became an ordinary castle, the basilisk turned into a firearm, Voldemort morphed into a serial killer, Moaning Myrtle was the victim, and the Chamber of Secrets became the killer's hideout. By replacing all magical terms with concepts comprehensible to the average person, Holmes' unparalleled deductive skills would make solving the case a breeze. The thought made Kaysen smile. After years of living next to Holmes, he was well acquainted with the detective's genius. That level of reasoning, comparable to Dumbledore's mastery of magic, was undeniably one of a kind. It was funny, really, when Kaysen first arrived in this world, he had assumed it was a mystery-themed universe. After all, who would have guessed that being neighbors with Holmes could coincide with encountering Hogwarts? With the task handed over to his capable neighbor, Kaysen suddenly found himself in an unusual state of idleness. The days passed uneventfully, attending classes, finishing lessons, eating, sleeping, occasionally tutoring Neville in alchemy, or exploring culinary experiments in the Hogwarts kitchen alongside the Hufflepuff students. Time flowed steadily, and before he knew it, Christmas was just around the corner. Now, Kaysen stood in the alchemy office by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant station. Originally planning to stay at Hogwarts, Neville had been summoned home by a heartfelt letter from his grandmother, Lady Longbottom. Though Neville had sincerely invited Kaysen to join him, Kaysen had politely declined, citing his need to meet Lupin and investigate the Chamber of Secrets. This Christmas, once again, he would be spending the holiday alone. Thinking ahead to next Christmas, Kaysen realized he might not even need to come up with an excuse to avoid social obligations. Under Dumbledore's leadership, Hogwarts was a magnet for extraordinary events. Last year had the Quirrell incident, this year brought the Basilisk, and next year would surely have its own surprises. By simply waiting, the reasons would present themselves. Watching the Hogwarts Express slowly pull away from the platform, Kaysen wrapped his coat tightly around himself and turned, heading toward Dumbledore's office. Kaysen suddenly remembered that when Dumbledore had asked him to find Lupin, he had forgotten to provide an exact address. After wandering aimlessly for weeks, he finally realized the issue searching all over England on foot with no direction was clearly not a wise choice. Cockroach cluster, he muttered to the gargoyle. The stone guardian immediately moved aside, and Kaysen stepped onto the spiral staircase leading to Dumbledore's office. Standing at the door, he knocked politely. After a moment of silence with no response, he frowned and used a quick teleportation spell to enter the office directly. He made his way to the corner where a wine cabinet stood. Without hesitation, he grabbed a few bottles of what appeared to be particularly exquisite wine and stored them in his ring. Then, with a satisfied air, he sank into Dumbledore's chair. Ah, so comfortable. Is this a perk of being the headmaster? He mused, leaning back contentedly. A portrait on the wall replied, "You could say that." "Ma'am," Kaysen responded, eyes closed. "Was this the same chair you all used when you were headmasters? Or was it acquired later?" "This chair is enchanted with Hufflepuff's magic. It's no ordinary chair," another portrait explained. "Can I take it with me?" Kaysen finally revealed his true intention. "Regrettably, no," one of the former headmaster's portraits replied. Though Kaysen muttered, "All right," he still stood up and attempted to lift the chair. It rose effortlessly, but as he prepared to teleport with it, there was a distinct buzzing sound. He vanished, but the chair fell to the ground with a thud, unmoved. "Well, I guess you weren't lying," he admitted as he reappeared in the office and sat back down in the chair. One of the portraits quipped, "The chair is magically bound to the headmaster's office. It can't leave. However, you could always apply to be the next headmaster and make it yours. Unfortunately, if I ever had that ambition, I'd have to wait for Professor McGonagall to take over next," Kaysen replied dryly. "That might take a while," another portrait remarked. Glancing at his watch, Kaysen asked, "By the way, where's Dumbledore?" "We can only tell you that he disappears for a day or two every Christmas," the portraits answered. "Fair enough," Kaysen said as he stood up. "Farewell, headmasters of history." With that, he teleported back to his flat on Baker Street. "Hopefully, they're not in the middle of a case right now and are just lounging around," he muttered to himself. Pulling out a large bag, He placed 2 bottles of wine inside and headed to the neighboring flat. Knocking loudly on the door, he shouted, "Knock, knock. Sherlock, open up. Gifts incoming. And where's the new chapter? Sherlock Holmes, open the door. Gifts and updates, please." Bang, bang, bang. The urgent knocking echoed through the room. "Have you reverted to being a caveman?" Sherlock, wrapped in a blanket, stood by the door, pointing at the doorbell. The gust of air caused Kaysen to press down on his hat, rolling his eyes in the process. "When are you going to start wearing proper clothes? It seems no one's been around to report you for being an eyesore while I was gone," Kaysen remarked. "Because this is my home," Sherlock replied, stepping aside to let him in. "Am I supposed to say thanks?" "Of course." "Well, thank you so much, the great Sherlock Holmes." Kaysen sat on the sofa and placed a bottle of wine on the coffee table. Sherlock immediately warned, "Don't mess with my furniture. It'll never end up on your desk as long as I'm alive." Feeling awkward, Kaysen returned a small figurine to the cabinet and changed the subject. "How about trying the wine I brought?" "I don't like it." "Take it away," Sherlock said, swiftly stashing the wine in the cabinet. "Then let me take it." "Take it, but don't touch my cabinet. The last time you were here, you ate 3 bags of cucumber-flavored chips I had smuggled purchased from Asia. I'll never forgive you for that." "Wow, thanks for remembering." "Of course I remember. I even know why you're here. But I won't help you." "Absolutely not. A detective relies on logic," Sherlock muttered, curling up in his chair with the blanket. "Where's Peanut?" Kaysen asked, steering the conversation elsewhere. "On a date? With a woman?" "Yes, with a woman." Kaysen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sherlock immediately threatened, "Laugh again, and I'll go to the kitchen. Brew a pot of scalding hot cocoa, and mold your face with it." I was just thinking of something funny," Kaysen replied with his usual flimsy excuse. Sherlock began to rant. "Please don't use your imaginary wife to brush me off. Honestly, someone like you is destined to die alone. I can't imagine how miserable your partner would be if you found Lovethide be pregnant 913 times in a single year, according to your absurd logic." Okay, that won't happen." "Definitely not," Kaysen said, suppressing his laughter. In the end, Kaysen decided to go home and craft a counterfeit bottle of wine. In his workshop, he skillfully mixed purified water, food coloring, alcohol, and various flavorings, stirring them thoroughly before slapping on a label. And just like that, a bottle of fully artificial burgundy wine was complete. "Do not try this. Do not try this. Do not try this." He grabbed the bottle and returned to Sherlock's house, placing it in front of him. Sherlock was already dressed. He reached for a wine glass from the cabinet and poured himself some red wine with elegance. Swirling the glass gently, his gaze grew deeper as he fell into thought. "Your monocle," Sherlock suddenly said. Kaysen, hearing this, removed his monocle. "This? What about it?" Before Kaysen could finish speaking, Sherlock abruptly threw the wine in his glass toward Kaysen's face. Kaysen reacted swiftly, sidestepping to avoid it. "You're still playing these ridiculous games?" Sherlock sneered coldly. How did you figure it out?" Kaysen asked, looking puzzled. Sherlock didn't respond. Instead, he poured another glass of wine and handed it to Kaysen. The latter took the glass, gave it a gentle swirl, and immediately noticed that the liquid's flow was entirely unlike ordinary red wine. It was more like clear water. "Ah, I forgot about that," Kaysen muttered, smacking his forehead in frustration. "Next time, they'll add some sugar to make it cling to the glass." "Don't mind it. Since you're not denying it, they'll get straight to the point," Kaysen said, pulling a slip of paper from his pocket. On it was information written in terms Sherlock could easily understand. "Let me explain," Kaysen began. "I've got a particularly tricky case. About 60 or 70 years ago, there was a murder in the women's restroom of a castle. The victim was a woman." "I'm Sherlock Holmes, not a god sent to oversee humanity," Sherlock replied with exasperation. All right, Kaysen quickly added more details. "The female victim was crying in the women's restroom when she suddenly heard a man's voice. As she was about to turn around to tell him he was in the wrong place, she was shot to death. I need to know, where was the man's secret hideout in the castle?" "What kind of person was this man?" Sherlock asked. "Polite, but a wolf in sheep's clothing," Kaysen replied. "The hideout was in the women's restroom," Sherlock answered without hesitation. "A man who is polite yet a scoundrel, someone like that, despite their moral corruption, would care deeply about their outward image. Such a person wouldn't enter a women's restroom without a compelling reason like having a secret hideout there." "What?" Kaysen exclaimed. "Didn't you hear me?" Sherlock frowned. "I heard you. It's just that simple? I thought this case would be more intriguing." "I didn't expect it either," Sherlock remarked. "The problem you've been pondering for over 2 months took me 3 seconds to figure out. In fact, 5 seconds before you even said polite. But a wolf in sheep's clothing, I already knew. I only asked the question to rule out the possibility that the culprit was some pervert who liked barging into women's restrooms. Thanks a lot, Kaysen said as he slumped onto the sofa, his whole demeanor radiating a sense of deep frustration. Well, as long as the culprit you're talking about doesn't have some ability to teleport, or isn't performing some mysterious magical ritual in the women's restroom, we should be fine. That shouldn't be the case. Apparition is restricted at Hogwarts, and back then, that bathroom hadn't been abandoned yet. As for ritual magic, he wouldn't have had the time to. Kaysen suddenly froze mid-sentence, staring in disbelief at Sherlock, who wore a mysterious smile. Wait a second. How the hell do you even know this? I thought you were just an ordinary person? Sherlock replied in a leisurely tone. About 3 years ago, I got a case. At the time, you were busy renovating the second prince's residence. Let me cut to the chase. There was this laboratory called Baskerville conducting experiments on large beasts, which they referred to as werewolves. One of those werewolves escaped from the lab, and the person in charge hired me to investigate and lead the team to capture it. Kaysen's expression turned awkward as he recalled Lupin mentioning Sherlock had once tracked him. So, did you end up being stopped? No, Sherlock said, shaking his head. I found the werewolf in a cave. Interestingly enough, he was in human form at the time. If I hadn't seen him transform with my own eyes, I wouldn't have recognized him. We chatted for about 10 minutes, and I decided to let him go. It's one of my rare failures, but I actually quite enjoyed it. Kaysen pulled a small flask from his pocket and took a sip. So, when did you figure out who I really was? From the very first time we met, Sherlock replied. You were renovating my house back then. Though you seemed to do everything flawlessly, you left behind subtle traces. I started looking into your background. Orphaned, raised on welfare, attended community school, earned a scholarship to study civil engineering at the University of Manchester. On the surface, everything checked out. Then I met that werewolf. Honestly, I can't stand him, Sherlock said indignantly. I didn't even get the chance to solve the mystery myself. That blasted werewolf spoiled the answer for me. Damn illogical magic. Sorry? Kaysen said with a hint of sarcasm. By the way, do you wizards have math classes? Sherlock asked, scrutinizing Kaysen. You must have had math, right? How could you not figure it out? From the moment you knocked on my door to now, I've dropped so many hints, practically spelling it out for you. Sherlock, how many times do I have to tell you? Regular people's brains don't work like yours, Kaysen said helplessly. From the moment you knocked on my door instead of using the doorbell, you mentioned I had left the tech world behind and didn't even use doorbells anymore, and all those other things you said. A normal person wouldn't easily let a wizard who can do magic into their house. The third problem is those 2 bottles of wine you gave me, Sherlock said, frowning. I seriously doubt whether your so-called magical world has any proper industrial production processes. Honestly, I'd rather drink some artificially mixed wine you concoct yourself than whatever you brought back from the magical world. For all I know, they might still be using primitive methods like having maidens stomp on grapes. He paused, his expression growing even more serious. And in other cases involving magic? Completely unacceptable. Just imagine. After painstakingly using logic and intellect to solve a locked-room murder, only for some damned magic to tell me I got the culprit wrong and the real killer is a teleporting wizard. It's an insult to the art of detective work. I can see your point, Kaysen nodded, pulling a magical manual out of his pocket. But since you're already aware of magic's existence, I guess I don't need to make a special trip to Manchester. When you're home without a case, instead of shooting at the walls, why not try solving these geometric puzzles? After all, if you fire your gun in my house, I can't just let that slide. As he opened the magical manual, a scrambled map of Hogwarts floated out. What's this? Sherlock asked, puzzled. Kaysen removed the monocle from his eye and handed it to him. Ah, right. You wouldn't be able to see it without this. Sherlock put on the monocle and immediately made out the shapes on the magical manual. Looking up at Kaysen, he asked, I understand humans and magic, but what does MC mean? Sorry, I have no idea either, Kaysen shrugged. But those details aren't important. If you're interested, I can treat it as an alchemical artifact and make you a pair. No need, Sherlock declined firmly. Using such shortcuts is an insult to a great detective who constantly pushes the boundaries of human intellect. That wasn't my intention, Kaysen quickly clarified. Of course not. You've always been reckless with your words. If it weren't for your inherently kind nature, you'd have been tossed into the Thames countless times by now. Ha! As if you think before you speak, Kaysen retorted, rolling his eyes. Then, he suddenly changed the subject. By the way, I wanted to ask, though, you know the name of that werewolf you were investigating? Remus Lupin. Kaysen rubbed the bridge of his nose. He had initially assumed Lupin might have crossed paths with Sherlock due to some unrelated case. Or perhaps Sherlock was simply intrigued by werewolves in general. But now that he heard the name clearly, it seemed Remus was indeed someone who had escaped from that lab. Where is that lab located? That private laboratory is guarded by armed personnel, Holmes remarked without lifting his head. So, Sherlock casually pulled a phone from his pocket and quickly sent the address to Kaysen. In the next moment, Kaysen used Ender teleportation to return directly to his home, leaving Sherlock, who was engrossed in piecing together a map, seated in the chair. I hate magic, Sherlock muttered under his breath. Back at home, Kaysen retrieved the modified Z9 broomstick from his ring. First, he cast an invisibility spell on himself and the broomstick, then leisurely flew out through the skylight. Once the broomstick had risen to a sufficient height, he unleashed its full potential. The cityscape blurred beneath him as he soared, but Kaysen's mood grew heavier. His thoughts turned to Lupin Thuff. He wasn't sure if Lupin considered him a friend. Kaysen certainly regarded him as one. The memory of Lupin being held in that laboratory and subjected to inhumane experiments churned his stomach. What puzzled Kaysen even more was that despite not tampering with Lupin's memories when he erased the beastly entries, Lupin seemed to have completely forgotten the ordeal, not even confiding in Dumbledore. Kaysen knew all too well how such laboratories operated. They typically kept test subjects isolated from one another. While Lupin might not have been aware of the existence of other subjects, Kaysen, having grown up in the Muggle world, understood the grim reality. For every Lupin who managed to escape, countless others likely suffered and perished under cruel experiments. The thought made his grip tighten on the speed controller. The broomstick's tail erupted in a series of sonic booms. Thankfully, both his clothes and the broomstick had been specially reinforced, or this supersonic flight would have sent him straight to meet Notch. Before long, the address provided by Sherlock came into view, a laboratory nestled in a valley. Kaysen boldly descended into the courtyard, confirmed that the facility consisted of only one building with no hidden compartments, and stowed away his broomstick. After casting another invisibility spell, he strode directly toward the open entrance. He quickly searched the above-ground structure, and now only had the underground levels left to explore. Sir. At the entrance to the underground floor, a security guard saluted a man wearing a prominent electronic name badge on his chest. Suddenly, the guard's attention was drawn to a red alert on the surveillance monitor. A fiery figure was boldly strolling down the corridor, visible in the thermal imaging feed. What's wrong? The distinguished man asked, turning to the guard. After the fiery figure disappeared from view, the guard whispered, "Magic, rabbit hole. Wizard intrusion." "Give the order," the man said calmly. "If sentries detect unmarked thermal signatures, snipers have free fire authorization. Deploy Squad A1 for a sweep." "Sir, will that be enough?" "It's just one wizard. The ones we captured before weren't wizards, and they didn't cause much trouble." "Understood." Kaysen walked through the winding corridors of the laboratory, his eyes meeting one blood-soaked lab after another. The sight of the blood-stained operating tables made his heart tighten, but so far, he had found no trace of the imprisoned wizards. A storm of conflicting emotions churned within him. These werewolf wizards, captured and tortured by Muggles, might very well join the anti-Muggle faction upon their rescue. Some could even become future Death Eaters. But that was no excuse to abandon them. To assume that these suffering wizards would inevitably turn dark and leave them to their fate would make him the truly despicable one. As his late Uncle Mantha once said, "With great power comes great responsibility." Kaysen wasn't one to boast, but he knew he possessed a certain level of ability. Now was the time to put that power to use. The future of these wizards, once rescued, was a matter for someone like Dumbledore, someone far more capable, to worry about. As he descended further, traces of the wizards became more frequent. Most were werewolf wizards, with a few ordinary wizards mixed in, all held in glass cells resembling oversized hamster cages. Kaysen carefully documented the location of each cell to ensure a swift rescue later, and to minimize the likelihood of them being used as hostages. The mission wasn't just about rescuing the wizards. It also involved destroying all the laboratory's data. These files undoubtedly contained extensive information about the wizarding world, from Hogwarts to Diagon Alley, from Hogsmeade to other wizarding settlements. Fortunately, his earlier reconnaissance in the server room revealed that the lab used local servers and a closed network. Flattening the entire facility would take care of the data. But that wasn't enough. The mastermind behind this operation had to be brought down as well. They knew far too much. The deeper he ventured, the more horrifying the scenes became. Tortured wizard corpses lay on blood-streaked operating tables. The urge to obliterate this cursed laboratory burned hotter in Kaysen's mind. After completing his reconnaissance of the facility, Kaysen found himself in a spacious area. The previously bored security personnel were now alert, wearing night vision goggles or thermal imaging devices, grinning as they stared in his direction. In the distance, more armed guards were closing in. "So, I've been discovered?" Kaysen muttered to himself, silently berating his failure to lower his body temperature or maintain a phased state. Since his cover was blown, he dropped his invisibility altogether. At that moment, a strange creature suddenly materialized behind him, a floating, half-skeletal entity with 3 skull heads. "All I can say is, for you lot, This is definitely the most righteous episode of the Wither, Kaysen said, gripping his wand in one hand while raising his middle finger with the other. What the hell is this? A security guard armed with an assault rifle pulled off his thermal imaging goggles in confusion, only to see a pitch-black skull hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. Before he could react, the skull slammed into his body, instantly tearing him apart. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere, disintegrating into black dust as soon as they touched the ground. Fire! Fire! The commander's voice echoed through the basement. Faced with the hail of bullets, Kaysen's body instinctively responded. To the security personnel, his figure seemed to jitter rapidly in place, as if the scene were glitching. Bullets passed through him relentlessly, yet not a single drop of blood stained the floor. Meanwhile, a sniper in the watchtower was distracted by the piercing static in his earpiece. Frustrated, he turned down the volume and scanned for potential targets through his scope. Suddenly, a low buzz reverberated next to his ear, and his blood seemed to freeze. Lupin silently appeared behind him, removed the sniper's earpiece, and placed it in his own ear. The screeching noise made Lupin wince and yank it off, rubbing his aching ears in irritation. A deafening explosion erupted from the laboratory's basement, prompting Lupin to quicken his pace. As a wizard well-versed in Muggle weaponry, he knew it was either a Muggle bomb or a large-scale destructive spell. His sole focus now was rescuing the mysterious wizard trapped inside before they became another experiment. However, the sight before him left him stunned. A familiar figure was leading over a dozen wizards, supporting one another, out of the laboratory building. So, shouldn't you be at Hogwarts right now? Lupin asked in bewilderment. Can't I give myself a break once in a while? Kaysen replied casually, handing the rescued wizards over to Lupin before heading straight for the control room and offices. After ensuring the wizards were safe, Lupin followed, raising his wand to level the entire building. Wait, Kaysen quickly stopped him. We do need to blow this place up, but not just yet. I need to gather evidence for the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. Even if this lab isn't officially sanctioned by England, there's no way they're completely in the dark about it. The two began searching the offices for documents. Kaysen instructed, keep these gruesome photos as evidence, but destroy anything that reveals wizarding secrets. He then headed to the control room alone. After organizing the documents, Lupin exited the building and found a spot among the crowd to sit down. Moments later, a series of explosions shattered the silence, reverberating all around. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions echoed through the laboratory. Kaysen was adjusting his hat, which had been blown askew by the blast, while Lupin turned around with a look of disbelief on his face. How did you get here? No. Wait, you actually survived and succeeded. Sherlock, you know, my neighbor who's been investigating you but decided to let you go told me about this lab where they experiment on wizards. So, naturally I came. As Kaysen spoke, he efficiently began pulling the fallen wizards to their feet, one by one. And did you honestly think I was some weakling incapable of handling myself? He scanned the room, his voice steady as he addressed the rescued wizards. If you're a werewolf, step forward. Among the dozen or so wizards, 9 hesitated before taking a step forward, their faces a mix of unease and hope. Kaysen looked them straight in the eye, his tone resolute. There's now a way to completely cure lycanthropy. Do you want to be free from being werewolves? The 9 exchanged uncertain glances, then nodded in unison. The numbness in their eyes began to fade. Lupin, Kaysen said as he pulled out a book of enchantments and started invoking its magic. You're in charge of getting them to St. Mungo's. I'll meet you there. Not Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Madame Pomfrey is on vacation. From that point on, Lupin worked tirelessly, like a dedicated worker bee, transporting each newly cured wizard to St. Mungo's. Kaysen focused on the healing process, and the two worked in perfect sync, completing their tasks almost simultaneously. What's next? Lupin asked at St. Mungo's. You stay here and oversee their treatment, Kaysen replied, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. I'm going to bother Dumbledore. Before Lupin could respond, Kaysen disappeared with a quick, ender-like teleportation, reappearing in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore was bent over his desk, writing on parchment with a quill. Kaysen, unfazed, helped himself to a cup of tea and placed a sealed envelope on the desk. Dumbledore frowned at the intrusion, but opened the envelope anyway. Inside were photographs. His hand trembled slightly as he tossed the envelope onto the desk, only to pick it up again moments later, scrutinizing the images with a furrowed brow. What about the lab? He asked. Blown to bits, Kaysen replied. The survivors? 12 of them. Lupin took them to St. Mungo's for treatment. Come with me to the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore said, standing up and grabbing a handful of flue powder. He tossed it into the fireplace and called out, English Ministry of Magic. The two of them stepped into the flue network and emerged in the ministry's atrium, heading straight for Minister Fudge's office. I've already decided, Kaysen muttered under his breath. If Fudge doesn't handle this, they'll go straight to the Prime Minister to discuss the issue of human experimentation. I quite agree with your stance, Dumbledore said, his tone layered with meaning. However, let's hope that Fudge can summon some semblance of political wisdom when it comes to matters unrelated to Tom. Kaysen murmured in agreement. The two of them arrived at Fudge's office and were about to knock when a plump figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the doorway. Kaysen looked down at the pink-clad woman with toad-like, bulging eyes, frowning slightly. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Kaysen, the woman said in a sickly sweet, affected tone. Do you have an appointment? I'm sorry to stop you, but it's my duty to ensure that no unimportant individuals disturb the minister's work. Our matter is of great importance, Umbridge, Dumbledore said calmly. Oh, but who could say for sure? Umbridge replied, shrinking her neck as she spoke. Kaysen turned to Dumbledore, completely ignoring the woman in front of him, and asked directly, who is this woman? Dolores Umbridge, Deputy Minister of Magic, Umbridge answered quickly, her tone brimming with self-satisfaction. Oh, with someone like you working at the ministry, its days are numbered, Kaysen remarked bluntly. Watching the already uneven expression on Umbridge's face deepen with wrinkles, he reached out and pushed her aside, ready to open the door. This is the sacred and inviolable Ministry of Magic, not your office at Hogwarts. Umbridge shouted, her face turning livid. Oh, Kaysen responded lightly, pushing open the minister's office door. Fudge, who had been examining a cigar, looked up at the visitors and immediately plastered on a smile. Oh, Professor Kaysen, and Dumbledore. What brings you here? Umbridge hastily interjected, Minister. These two barged into your office without an appointment. You should have the order. Umbridge, Fudge interrupted. Please close the door on your way out. What? I said. Close the door on your way out. Umbridge froze for a moment, then replaced her expression with a sycophantic smile. Of course, as you wish, Minister. With that, she shut the door behind her. Dumbledore sat down heavily, placing an envelope on Fudge's desk. Take a look at this. Fudge opened the envelope, and the moment he saw the photograph inside, he nearly fell out of his chair. After managing to finish examining it, he spoke with a clear note of discomfort in his voice. What is all this? A private Muggle laboratory conducting human experiments on wizards, Dumbledore replied. In the laboratory? Were any wizards rescued? I blew up the lab. 12 survivors are now at St. Mungo's, Kaysen answered succinctly. Well, since the lab has been destroyed, I suppose they've paid the price. Otherwise, this matter could just, Fudge began. But he cut himself off mid-sentence when he noticed Dumbledore sit up slightly straighter. He quickly changed his tone. This is disgraceful, Dumbledore. You and I both know the statute of secrecy exists for a reason. It's written in every textbook that the statute is meant to protect wizards. Those wizards were caught by muggles because they failed to follow the statute. In a way, this is a consequence of breaking the rules. Dumbledore lowered his gaze, his tone carrying a warning. If you continue to do nothing, we will have no choice but to bypass you and speak directly to the Muggle Prime Minister. Face-to-face discussion? Kaysen's voice dripped with sarcasm. Do you really think I was joking when I said it would be humiliating? Fudge paced restlessly around his office, his face clouded with frustration. Dumbledore, you don't understand politics. Your long life has allowed you to witness firsthand the destructive power of Muggles. Grindelwald's fiendfire could have consumed all of Paris, but that was Grindelwald. In the Muggles' arsenals, weapons of that magnitude are countless. He stopped and turned to the two men. Even the 4 founders of Hogwarts had to hide away from Muggles wielding pitchforks and bows to build the school. And now? The Dark Lord's prized killing curse, can it even compare to a 20-penny brass bullet from a Muggle's firearm? Kaysen sat back on the sofa, arms crossed. So you're saying you're not going to do anything about it? Professor Kaysen, Fudge's tone grew sharper. You live amongst Muggles. You understand them better than Dumbledore does. Those Muggles in their suits and ties may appear civilized, but when war erupts, they turn into beasts. The Dark Lord? Compared to the chaos of Muggles slaughtering each other, he's nothing more than a rookie. I've never stopped studying Muggles over the years. Even Burbage at Hogwarts can't match my knowledge. That's your answer? Kaysen said coldly. Fudge took a deep breath. The international statute of wizarding secrecy was not established easily. Throughout history, countless powerful wizards have tried to overturn it. He cast a meaningful glance at Dumbledore. In the end, they were either defeated by some savior or came to accept the statute after witnessing the terrifying power of Muggles. After leaving the Ministry of Magic, the two walked through the streets of Muggle London. In the chill of early winter, Kaysen felt a twinge of irritation and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. Fudge's approach was clearly a dead end. While expected, the realization still left him uneasy. You're still planning to go, aren't you? Dumbledore asked. What, you're not? No rush, Dumbledore replied, his gaze landing on a nearby milkshake shop. I think I'll have a milkshake first. Dumbledore, Now's not the time to show off your sense of humor, Kaysen said, exasperated. But Dumbledore had already purchased 2 hot milkshakes with Muggle money, handing one to Kaysen. A necessary amount of sugar is essential for the human body. Now then, do you have a plan? The political route is a dead end, Kaysen replied. That leaves us with only one option, to use a wizard's way. Kaysen walked along the path, listening intently as Dumbledore recounted the origins of the Statute of Secrecy. The history left him both shocked and deep in thought. In the 17th century, the seemingly powerful wizards were brought to their knees by muggles wielding pitchforks, steel blades, and single-shot firearms. It was during this time that the Statute of Secrecy was officially enacted, continuing to this day. Even more astonishing was the fact that as time passed, the wizarding world stagnated in its development while the muggle world experienced a technological explosion, widening the power gap between the two. Dumbledore explained that while the wizards of that era were capable of engaging in a prolonged conflict with muggles, their fear of casualties drove them to retreat. Over time, this retreat evolved into outright fear. Today, only a handful of pureblood wizards, those from inbred families with warped mindsets, cling to outdated beliefs of wizard supremacy. Even so, these pureblood wizards only dare to flaunt their power within the magical community or bully defenseless, isolated muggles. None of them would dare set foot in a military camp, knowing full well that muggle bullets could easily pierce magical shields and send them to meet Merlin. Some clever wizards have proposed 2 potential solutions to address this issue. The first involves the use of muggler-repelling charms, which make muggles suddenly recall important matters and leave the area. However, Dumbledore pointed out that if muggles ever truly discovered the wizarding world, their important matter might very well be launching guided missiles at Hogwarts. The second idea involved using the Imperious Curse to control muggle leaders, a cunning plan, but one with its own flaws, as Dumbledore explained. He went on to analyze the 3 primary groups within the modern wizarding world. The first group consists of pureblood wizards, who, despite being pressured by their families into achieving decent magical skills, are often short-sighted and lack intelligence. The second group comprises muggle-born wizards, who, seeing magic as something wondrous and fairy-tale-like, study diligently but are unlikely to betray their muggle friends and family. The third group includes wizards from ordinary wizarding families and half-bloods, who view magic as an inherent ability. Their approach to learning is often casual, and after graduation, they typically take up mundane jobs, such as working as clerks in the Ministry of Magic, selling snacks, or collecting bus fares. In their daily lives, the most common spells they use are household charms and unlocking spells. In the Ministry of Magic, apart from professors, aurors, and hit wizards, the combat abilities of most wizards are indeed lacking. Even a simple levitation charm cast by Neville could leave them flustered and embarrassed. Such a level of skill might even fall short of someone like Lockhart, who specialized in memory charms. Historically, there have indeed been wizards who attempted the mad plan of seizing control of Muggle governments. The first overly ambitious wizard barged straight into Buckingham Palace. Fortunately, by then, the United Kingdom was already a constitutional monarchy, and the royal family was aware of the existence of the magical world. On that day, Queen Elizabeth was slightly inebriated, and the reckless plan was abandoned. The second wizard was more cautious and targeted the Prime Minister's office at 10 Downing Street instead. However, when the Prime Minister began discussing bows, muskets, and knights, his secretary immediately sensed something was off. Instead of alerting the Ministry of Magic, the secretary discreetly summoned Muggle wizards secretly recruited by the Muggle government. They swiftly dealt with the uninvited guest. The third wizard was even more ambitious. After controlling the Prime Minister, he intended to mobilize nuclear missiles, rockets, and the military against France. However, the cabinet ministers concluded that the Prime Minister had been imperious once again. The Muggle wizards stepped in once more, and this plan also ended in failure. After these 3 failures, wizards finally came to terms with reality. Controlling the Prime Minister alone was far from enough. Even if all pureblood wizards united, they couldn't truly dominate Muggle governments. Thus, they chose to stay in their lane until madmen like Grindelwald and Voldemort emerged. After hearing this history, what are your thoughts? Dumbledore asked. The Statute of Secrecy has caused more harm than good, Kaysen replied bluntly. Dumbledore's face turned pale, and he quickly explained, that's not fair to say. The Statute of Secrecy did preserve the spark of wizard kind. In the 17th century, there were only about 3,000 wizards officially registered. Overturning the statute is even less feasible now. Back then, wizards were united by common threats. Today, Muggle-born wizards are celebrated in Muggle society but treated like weeds at Hogwarts. Recklessly abolishing the Statute of Secrecy would fracture the wizarding community, with disastrous consequences. What if I could ignite the spark of magic in everyone? Kaysen suddenly proposed. Dumbledore halted in his tracks, and Kaysen looked at him in confusion. After a moment, Dumbledore explained, that would require a process. Like a person born blind suddenly gaining sight, their first reaction would not be to marvel at the beauty of vision, but to feel fear. A process. Kaisen murmured the word under his breath. Don't think too much about it. We're here, Dumbledore said, pulling Kaisen into a narrow alley. In an instant, they were inside the Prime Minister's office at 10 Downing Street. I don't believe Fudge had an appointment, the Prime Minister remarked, setting down his pen awkwardly as he noticed the unexpected visitors. Please, have a seat. He gestured to the chairs opposite his desk. A sudden voice jolted Sirius Black from his absent-minded daze in the corner of the cell. His gaunt figure remained in the same position, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Didn't think you'd venture this far in, Sirius murmured indistinctly. Take a look at this. The voice's owner pulled a crumpled newspaper from his pocket and tossed it into the cell. Sirius reached out to grab it. After all, in a place as isolated as Azkaban, any information was more engaging than staring at cracks in the wall. When his eyes landed on the date, 1993, printed on the paper, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. He had been marking days on the wall, and by his calculations, it should still be 1992. Where'd you manage to get your hands on a newspaper from the future? Sirius asked with a wry, sarcastic smile. Read the content, the man replied, tossing 2 glowing cubes into the cell, likely to combat the dim lighting. Thanks. Sirius adjusted himself into a more comfortable position and began scanning the paper. Soon, a particular article caught his attention. The Weasley family had won the grand prize of a galleon draw and had traveled to Egypt, with a family photo accompanying the story. In the picture, Sirius recognized someone he knew all too well. He abruptly looked up at the figure standing outside the cell. You've guessed correctly, the man said. I've come back to stop a mistake and eliminate someone. I need a capable ally. If I help you, will you help me? Sirius asked. As long as you assist me in completing this mission, they'll help you catch that rat. What mistake are you trying to prevent? And who are you planning to kill? The man stepped closer and crouched down. The glow from the fluorite illuminated the lower half of his masked face, and the reflection on his monocle made Sirius squint. I can't reveal the specifics of the mistake, but the person I need to kill is Kaisenxis. The scene shifted abruptly to a shooting range, where a series of gunshots rang out. Safety off, fire. Bang, 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 bang. Kaisen stood behind a second-story window of a nearby building. This was the Prime Minister's chosen resolution. Albus Dumbledore, standing beside the Prime Minister who was on a call, watched with a calm smile. After setting down the phone, the Prime Minister shrugged and said, Wizards are scattered across the globe, from France and Germany to America, and even the mysterious lands across the oceans. Why would I be foolish enough to use England's wizards for human experiments? Leaning against the window, Kaisen replied, Prime Minister, while you've handled this matter flawlessly and prevented the situation from escalating, I believe you've missed the point. Professor, the Prime Minister said, I recall you used to specialize in custom orders, didn't you? I once hired you to design a bracelet for my wife. The Prime Minister looked at Kaisen's sharply defined, strikingly handsome face, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected the man before him to be a wizard. Are you a professor too? Fond of changing the subject? The Prime Minister paused, then waved his hand. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Kaisen straightened up and said seriously, thanks to your proactive handling, Mr. Prime Minister, the relationship between ordinary people and wizards has been prevented from deteriorating further. So, I'd like to share my true thoughts. When I saw that laboratory, what struck me first was not the persecution of wizards by ordinary people, but the sheer cruelty of human experimentation itself. The Prime Minister handed his phone to a masked aide nearby, pursing his lips awkwardly. So, what you're saying is, what truly enraged you was the act of human experimentation itself, not the discrimination against wizards by ordinary people. He gestured toward the envelope on the table. Exactly, Kaisen nodded. Both acts are appalling. But even if I had witnessed wizards torturing ordinary people and conducting human experiments on them, I would have made the same choice. You're quite the noble wizard, sir. The Prime Minister extended a hand to shake Kaisen's. At that moment, the masked aide approached with a phone, handed it back to the Prime Minister, and quickly walked away. Kaisen watched the aide's retreating figure, his eyes suddenly widening. Lime, the aide, whose identity had been revealed, looked embarrassed. After a glance at the Prime Minister for approval, he removed his mask, scratching his head sheepishly. Kaisen's gaze shifted between Lime and the Prime Minister. Lime quickly explained, the Prime Minister is aware of my identity. At first, I thought you joined the Ministry of Magic, but now it seems your future prospects here are far brighter than they'd have been there. Kaisen patted Lime on the shoulder, recalling how he had advised him last year, upon graduating 7th year, to steer clear of the pureblood supremacists. But why the mask? I was afraid you'd be angry, Lime admitted awkwardly. Why would I be angry? Kaisen looked puzzled, then lowered his voice. Though I am curious, aren't you just a year out of Hogwarts? By Muggle standards, your education level should only be equivalent to elementary school. Lime gave a textbook overachiever's smile. Well, during my time at Hogwarts, I was self-studying Muggle subjects and occasionally taking leave to sit for exams. So, I now have a high school diploma. When you get to university, I recommend Manchester. Their civil engineering program is top-notch. Kaisen hadn't finished his sentence when Dumbledore stormed in and dragged him out, huffing, though he still managed to bid farewell to the Prime Minister and Lime. Remember Manchester? Kaisen's voice echoed from outside the door. I think I should issue you a Hogwarts diploma, so next time you can say, remember Hogwarts? Dumbledore grumbled, his tone dripping with disdain for Manchester. After leaving the secret base in the remote wilderness, the two apparat to a picturesque location surrounded by mountains and clear waters. Dumbledore seemed in high spirits and had already started preparing for a picnic. Was the Prime Minister telling the truth? Kaisen asked curiously while lighting a campfire on the ground. The warmth from the flames was particularly comforting on this cold winter day. He was, Dumbledore nodded in response. He truly didn't know about the existence of that laboratory. This is much better than I had anticipated. It turns out to be the work of a few deranged individuals, rather than a deliberate effort by the entire Muggle government of England. Better than expected, Dumbledore's eyes lit up as if an idea had struck him. I wonder if there's anyone else who could join us for this little picnic. Is Remus still at St. Mungo's? Yeah, he should be there unless something unexpected happened. Of course, if he's gone off to hunt down Greyback again, then who knows? Before Kaisen could finish his sentence, Dumbledore had already disapparated. Moments later, he returned with Lupin in tow. How did things turn out? Lupin asked as he sat down, casually picking up a piece of bread. They went through nearly 2 crates of ammunition at the firing range, Kaisen replied succinctly. Whoa, Fudge went all out this time? Lupin exclaimed in surprise. Not at all. That guy was still trying to smooth things over, Kaisen continued. Dumbledore and I went straight to Downing Street to see the Prime Minister. And guess what? The Prime Minister's secretary turned out to be one of my former students. Lupin scratched his nose awkwardly. So, does that mean the English Prime Minister is now secretly hiring wizards? Dumbledore, sitting on the ground, conjured a white porcelain teapot out of nowhere. I wouldn't put it like that. Hogwarts graduates are free to choose their own career paths. As he spoke, he began pouring tea. What about those poor wizards caught up in this? Lockhart somehow ended up at St. Mungo's. His memory charms worked well enough. Those people's psychological trauma should be gone, Kaisen said, exchanging a knowing look with Dumbledore. Speaking of Lockhart, Lupin added, though the authenticity of his books is questionable, you have to admit his memory charms are impressive. Oh, by the way, Kaisen, did you know? The Longbottoms have been looking for you everywhere. Lockhart actually managed to cure Neville's parents. When I was dropping off the victims at St. Mungo's, I saw Neville and his grandmother asking around about you. One of the nurses, who's also one of your former students, almost got scared to tears by Mrs. Longbottom. Good thing I'm not at Hogwarts, Kaisen said with relief. Otherwise, they'd drag me off to Longbottom Manor for sure. True, wait. Kaisen, move. Lupin suddenly grabbed Kaisen by the collar and instinctively pushed off the ground, pulling him behind. A blinding red light struck the spot where Kaisen had been sitting moments ago, leaving a deep, gaping crater in the earth. Dumbledore's Elder Wand appeared in his hand in an instant, his sharp gaze locking onto 2 figures standing on the cliff above. Who's there? Kaisen said as he swiftly drew out his wand. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a spare monocle, expertly clipping it onto his eye socket and locking onto 2 figures in the distance. To his astonishment, the monocle failed to discern the essence of one of the strange figures. As confusion clouded his mind, a scene unfolded before him that shattered his understanding of magic. The figure he couldn't see through casually raised their wand, and the December sky, which should have been filled with snow, erupted with thunder and flashing lightning. Heavy raindrops ignored the freezing temperatures and pelted the ground. At the same time, the entire sky was enveloped by a series of intricate orange-yellow magic circles, interlocked like the gears of a precise timepiece. From within the circles, a pitch-black beam of light descended with a deafening roar. Dumbledore observed the spectacle with a furrowed brow. His phoenix appeared just in time, hovering above and enveloping the 3 in golden-red flames. When they vanished, the small valley originally intended for a gathering had been reduced to a terrifying crater. Remus is still down there. And Dumbledore. Sirius grabbed the masked man by the collar, roaring in fury. You said you were only going to kill that Kaisen Heath guy. They're not dead. The Phoenix took them away. The masked man replied calmly. But if you'd succeeded, they would have died for real. Sirius shouted, his face pale with fear. Then I'd kill Voldemort for them. It's not like he's that hard to kill. No big deal, the masked man said nonchalantly. Which one are you even talking about? Sirius pressed further. Don't ask questions you shouldn't, the masked man deflected. I have a task for you. turn into a dog and arrange to accidentally meet Kaisen. Get him to take you back to Hogwarts as a pet. To prevent him from figuring out who you really are. Wear this? He tossed a ring to Sirius. What does this thing do? And how are you so sure that Kaisenheath will even take me in as a pet? Sirius asked skeptically. The masked man shrugged and explained. The ring will make it so that when he looks at you through his monocle, he'll only see the term beast. As for the second question, Imcertain's always liked big black dogs. But you'll need to avoid Lupin. He'll be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts next year. That Harry Potter visits his office all the time, Sirius said, quickly agreeing to the task but voicing his concern. Will Harry be in danger? The masked man shook his head. He's not exactly a bad person. He's just an idiot. How much of an idiot? Sirius asked. The kind of idiot who's as dumb as they come, the masked man replied. Without another word, he placed a hand on Sirius' shoulder. With a low hum, the two vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a few flickering purple sparks in the air. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.